Zhou Wu was arrested. After his temper subsided, Zhou Wu looked at Xin Xing's graceful body and immediately felt aroused. He then picked up Xin Xing and entered the bedroom. About 5 minutes passed. The two finished, and Zhou Wu lay on the bed, his eyes closed, resting, and saying, "Honey, I want to sell this apartment and buy a new one somewhere else. What do you think?" Xin Xing was stunned when she heard this, and she asked, "Husband, why?" Zhou Wu said, "Oh, I mainly didn't expect that your ex-boyfriend also lives here." Xin Xing's eyes were red, and she looked utterly Qin. "So, what you mean is, because my ex-boyfriend lives here, I'll rekindle our relationship? You just don't trust me that much?" Xin Xing, delicate and tearful, burst into tears. When Zhou Wu saw Xin Xing crying, he immediately hugged and comforted her, her soft body in his arms. "No, it's not that I don't trust you. Your character and your loyalty to me are beyond reproach. What I don't trust is your ex-boyfriend. I'm afraid that since we live so close, he might harass you when I'm not home, you understand? Besides, this apartment is fine for now, but it will be too small once we have children." "Oh, so that's it. Alright, husband, then let's sell it. Let's buy a new apartment." What Zhou Wu liked about Xin Xing was this: she was always obedient to many of his decisions. "Okay, I'll find an agent tomorrow, my good wife." The two continued their intimate moments. Time passed by minute. Soon, it was midnight, 12 o'clock. All was silent, the night sky was dark, and the street lights were bright. In Alice's apartment, a figure walked as silently as a ghost. When the light shone on him, it was clear that he wasn't wearing shoes, he was walking barefoot, which explained his silent steps. He took the elevator, slowly ascending from the first floor to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he slowly walked down the hallway, his gaze fixed forward. Finally, his figure stopped at the last room, 404. In front of the door of 404, he pulled a key from his pocket. The key was inserted into the keyhole of the 404 door. With a click, the door opened. After the door opened, the figure tiptoed and gently pushed the door open, entering 404, then quietly closing the door. Inside 404, it was pitch black, with only the moonlight shining in from outside. Under the faint moonlight, the figure could be clearly seen. His eyes weren't large but were very bright and spirited. The figure quickly scanned the living room before heading straight into the bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed, and he entered directly. Slowly and silently, he arrived beside the bed in the bedroom. After that, the figure stood beside the large bed in the bedroom, like a plaster statue in an art studio, completely motionless. It was unclear what the figure was doing. It seemed to be trying to determine how many people were on the bed and their exact positions. Finally, after standing for 5 minutes, the figure made a move. The figure pulled out a transparent vacuum-sealed bag from his embrace. He opened the sealed bag and took out a cloth handkerchief from inside. Immediately after, he pressed the cloth handkerchief first over the mouth and nose of the person on the left for a few minutes, then pressed the cloth handkerchief over the mouth and nose of the person on the right for a few minutes. After doing all this, he shoved the vacuum-sealed bag and the cloth handkerchief into his pants pocket. Then, the figure was seen first lifting the person on the right side of the bed halfway up, letting him sit halfway on the bed, and then shifting his front to face the side of the bed. Then, the figure, in a squatting and bending posture, carried the person on the right onto his back. He walked steadily, carrying a person on his back. It seemed that carrying a person was no difficulty for him at all. Then, the figure, carrying the person, left the bedroom, exited 404, and closed the door. Immediately after, he avoided the moonlight. He disappeared into the dark shadows. Round 26, Day 5. In 404. "Oh, why is my head so dizzy? And I feel a bit nauseous, could I be pregnant?" Xin Xing, wearing a pink sexy nightgown, woke up from the bed feeling uncomfortable all over, especially her head, which was dizzy. With sleepy eyes, her first reaction was to reach for her phone on the bedside table. When she checked the time, it was already 9:30 a.m. The number 9:30 a.m. startled Xin Xing, completely waking her from her remaining sleepiness, and her mind immediately became incredibly clear. Xing was unlike most young people today. He usually woke up at 6 a.m., at the latest by 7 a.m. After waking up, she would wash up, then exercise for half an hour to an hour. She maintained her figure, then took a shower, and prepared breakfast for herself and Zhou Wu. After preparing breakfast, she would do housework and so on. Although she had inexplicably overslept today, fortunately, Zhou Wu was usually a big sleeper and, under normal circumstances, would sleep until 11 a.m. Husband. Xing was about to playfully whine before getting up, but her gaze fell to the right side of the bed and she realized that her boyfriend, Zhou Wu, was not there. He's already up? So early? Xing thought about what Zhou Wu had told her yesterday about the factory, and he must have gone back to the factory today, right? As she was thinking this, she inadvertently caught sight of a phone on the bedside table on Zhou Wu's side of the bed. Huh? He didn't take his phone? Xing twisted her neck, got out of bed, put on a pair of slippers, walked out of the bedroom, and called out, "Husband, husband, are you there?" 404 was silent, and there was no response. He must have gone to the factory and forgotten his phone, perhaps still muddled from being angry yesterday? Without giving it much thought, Xing prepared to go wash up. Alice apartment, first floor. There were no residents of the apartment here, all who lived here were staff members of the apartment. For example, the administrator, security guards, and cleaning staff. The room design here was also different from the floors above. The first floor had many single rooms. Although these single rooms were small, they all had toilets and showers. There was also a simple kitchen where one could cook their own meals. Of course, it had to be cooked on an induction cooker. At this moment, in one of the single rooms on the first floor. The layout of this single room was very simple. Aside from the features mentioned above that came with the single room, the only furniture was a bed, a large wardrobe that took up half the wall, and a brown wooden chair. Other than that, there were no other large items. At this moment, a person was sitting on the brown wooden chair in this single room. A man in his 20s. However, this man currently had a significant abnormality. His hands, feet, body, and legs were all firmly tied to the wooden chair with rope. The man seemed to be asleep, his head constantly drooping. However, it looked like he was about to wake up. Zhou Wu wakes up, shocked. The man, in his 20s, kept nodding his head, little by little. Finally, the frequency increased, and eventually, he lifted his head. After lifting his head, his eyes hadn't even opened yet when his mouth started moving. Hiss, oh my, why do I feel so dizzy, and why is there a strange pain in my body? The man yawned a few times, took a moment to recover, and then opened his eyes, which were full of sleep crust. He didn't react much immediately after opening his eyes. After about a dozen seconds, he suddenly turned his head, staring in surprise at the completely unfamiliar surroundings. He said, very confused, "What's going on? Where is this? Am I still asleep and dreaming?" The man instinctively tried to stand up, but at that moment, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move his body at all. Looking down, he saw that his entire body was tightly bound with thick hemp ropes, the kind used to tie up pigs in the countryside. Only his head was free, his neck wasn't tied. So, that's where the earlier pain came from. I must still be dreaming. This dream is quite realistic. At this point, the man bit the tip of his tongue hard with both rows of teeth. He wanted to wake up from the dream. This was something he often saw in TV shows, where they said if you felt pain in a dream, you would wake up. But the pain from biting his tongue was there, yet the scene before him hadn't changed in the slightest. "Xing? Are you there?" The man, tied up here, called out to his girlfriend. But there was no response. "Is anyone there?" He shouted again, but still no one responded. Finally, a look of panic appeared on the man's face. He realized he seemed to be in some room. But this room was completely unfamiliar, and he was the only one there. He remembered that the last time he was conscious yesterday, he was clearly at home, sleeping with his girlfriend in his arms. How did everything change the moment he opened his eyes? Where was this? A sense of panic welled up in his heart, but fortunately, directly in front of him was a door. He wanted to stand on his tiptoes and move with the chair, to leave this completely unfamiliar place. But at this moment, he realized that the person who tied him up was truly insane. His ankles were also tied. Not just his calves and thighs, as he had thought. But he didn't give up, he still wanted to move. If he couldn't shuffle slowly on his feet, then he would hop. He was now on both feet, his entire body resembling a primary school student with a large backpack. He gave a gentle hop forward, and with that hop, he immediately fell flat on his face. Damn it! Is anyone there? Where in the world is this? Joe Wu grew impatient and roared with a loud voice. It seemed as though heaven took pity on him, finally giving a response to his shouts. The door directly opposite him moved, and someone pushed it open from the outside. Joe Wu was currently sprawled diagonally on the ground, so he could clearly see who pushed the door open. It's you? Joe Wu cried out in disbelief. He never expected that the person who entered the room was actually the young security guard he had encountered yesterday when he returned in his Maybach. Although Joe Wu was a playboy second-generation rich kid, he wasn't an idiot. Considering the current situation, he quickly figured out the cause and effect. Alright, so you're the one who tied me up and brought me here? Before, Joe Wu had been quite panicked, unsure who had tied him up or what was going on. But upon seeing that it was the young security guard from yesterday, he immediately calmed down, acting as if nothing was wrong. He seemed to think the other person was a minor character, or perhaps wouldn't harm him. After the young security guard entered, he sat on the bed and smiled at Joe Wu. That's right, I'm the one who tied you up. Joe Wu asked, where is this? The young security guard, my place. Joe Wu said, where exactly? The young security guard, it's the first floor of Alice's apartment. This is a single room specifically for us staff members. Joe Wu showed a strange expression. You've got some nerve. You kidnap someone, but you don't take them somewhere far away, somewhere secluded. You actually tied me up here. The young security guard continued to smile and said nothing. Joe Wu then asked, last night, after 10 p.m., I was asleep. I want to know when you took action to tie me up and bring me here last night? The young security guard was like a Q&A machine, answering every question, after midnight. Joe Wu pondered for a moment and said, how did you get into my house? Also, how did you get me here? I couldn't have been sleeping that soundly, could I? I didn't even wake up in between? Joe Wu indeed only had memories of before falling asleep and now waking up. There was no memory of the interim. The young security guard, first, to answer your first question, I'm a security guard, a staff member here. Your house's renovation was done by the apartment, and the door lock is also a smart lock installed by the apartment, which you haven't changed. Yourself. So, wasn't it very simple for me to get a key? As for the second question, if you were to normally move a sleeping person somewhere, unless that person's sleep quality was truly excellent, moving them quietly wouldn't wake them up. But obviously, such people are a minority, and I wouldn't dare to gamble. So, I used an inhaled anesthetic on both you and your girlfriend. When you woke up, you should have felt dizzy, nauseous, and so on, right? This is the best proof of the anesthetic. Joe Wu suddenly understood, so that was it. No wonder he hadn't woken up at all. He knew he couldn't have been sleeping that soundly. Wait, why would a small security guard like you have access to this kind of inhaled anesthetic? This question first popped into Joe Wu's mind. And then, when he heard the young security guard say that he had also used an inhaled anesthetic on his girlfriend, Xing, Joe Wu's face immediately fell. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He completely cast aside the question of why a security guard would have an inhaled anesthetic. He began to worry about his girlfriend. The young security guard smiled, seemingly seeing Joe Wu's current thoughts. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to your girlfriend. After all, my target is you, I won't involve innocent people. Upon hearing this, Jo Woo stared into the young security guard's eyes and temporarily believed him. After all, the person's eyes were exceptionally sincere, and of course, he felt there was no need for the other party to lie to him. After all, he was completely powerless to resist now. Jo Woo then let out a cold laugh. You said your target is me? Is it just because I scolded you yesterday? Ranted at you? So you held a grudge and kidnapped me? The young security guard continued to smile. That's one point, but it's not the most important one. Yesterday's incident merely created a cause and effect between us. Despite the young security guard saying this, Jo Woo was absolutely certain in his heart that the other person was retaliating against him because he had ranted at him yesterday. Jo Woo snorted dismissively. Brother, let's not talk about revenge or not. I admit, yesterday I was in a bad mood, and you just happened to cross my path, so I gave you a harsh scolding. Now you've kidnapped me, to get revenge. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised you have this ability and initiative. But I want to tell you, if you get revenge on me, at most, it'll be scolding me to my face, humiliating me, or even hitting me to vent your anger. After you're done, have you thought about what you'll face? First, the police will come looking for you, and then you'll lose your job. Jo Woo's sugar-coated bullet, the story of a young security guard. Honestly, there's no need for this. We're all adults, so let's not act like vengeful 17 or 18-year-old boys. Alright, I really did wrong by you yesterday. What's your monthly salary? 5,000? 8,000? Or 10,000? Forget it, I'll just give you 10,000. Consider it an apology. Now, hurry up and let me go, and I'll pretend this never happened. How about that? Jo Woo spoke until his throat was dry, especially since he was tied up so uncomfortably. After he was unbound, he definitely needed to stretch. As for whether he would really pretend this never happened once he was free? Ha 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 ha, anyone who believed that was an idiot. Once he was free, he would not only get this young security guard fired, but he would also find people to send him to jail. Of course, before going to jail, he would find a group of thugs to beat him up severely. Then he'd find a few gays to screw him over. Damn it, you wouldn't understand the terror of waking up in a strange environment after a good night's sleep, finding yourself tied up tightly. Young Master Zhou, from childhood to adulthood, had never been kidnapped. What's more, the one who kidnapped him was just a small security guard he usually didn't even notice. At this moment, facing Jo Woo's temptation, the young security guard was still smiling, maintaining a standardized, warm smile. After Jo Woo repeatedly asked if he agreed to let him go, the young security guard changed the subject. I want to answer that question last. I want to tell you my story first, okay? Jo Woo was about to curse again, but he remembered that he was in a vulnerable position and couldn't anger the other party, so he nodded in agreement. The young security guard, Xiao Xing, now began to slowly narrate his story in a steady tone. My name is Xiao Xing, and I grew up with my father. I only saw my mother in photographs. My father, grandfather, and grandmother told me my mother died. But my neighbors said my mother couldn't stand my father's domestic violence and the family's constant bullying, so she secretly ran away one night. From a young age, I was my father's punching bag. My grandparents had several sons and daughters. My uncles and aunts didn't like me, and their children, my cousins, also bullied me. My grandparents treated me the same way. I dropped out of junior high in my second year. My father wouldn't let me continue school. He got me a job washing dishes at his friend's restaurant. His friend, the restaurant owner, also bullied me. He only gave me very little pay each month, made me do the work of 3 people, and forced me to do all the dirty and tiring jobs. And my monthly salary, he directly handed it to my father. Later, 2 more people, a boy and a girl about my age, came to the restaurant. They were my only 2 good friends at the restaurant. I had my first crush on the girl, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. But not long after we started dating, the boy stole her away. Not only did he steal her, but Xiaohua's boyfriend and the girl also became like everyone else in the restaurant, ganging up to bully me. Finally, one day, I couldn't take it anymore. I took advantage of a day when the restaurant was less busy, stole money from the restaurant, and ran away. I ran to a city very far from the one where I was born and lived. In that city, I could start a new life. I wanted to work hard and save money, then go find my mother. I found a job in that city. It was at a car wash. I became a car washer. Because I was young, they bullied me again, giving me only 2/3 of a normal car washer's salary, and even less in some months. Later, I saved enough money. I set off to find my mother, whom I had only seen in photos. I searched for a long time, and my money ran out. Fortunately, hard work pays off. I finally found my mother. I thought I would have a happy life from then on. My mother must love me very much. But what I never expected was that she had already started a new family. She told me not to look for her again, that she wouldn't acknowledge me. Finally, she gave me 10 yuan for a bento box and sent me away. At that time, I was very lost, but I had no money, so I still had to work, otherwise I would starve to death. Later, in the city where my mother lived, I found another car wash and worked there as a car washer. This time, the owner of this car wash was very kind, and he loved to smile. He was a middle-aged man. But unfortunately, he was going to immigrate, leaving this country, saying he was going to develop abroad to give his children a better living environment. Before he left, he gave me a book called Smile at Everything. The first sentence in the book was, "Smile at everything, smiling can improve your luck, so smile to your heart's content." Later, I followed this book, shed my perpetual frown, and kept smiling. But later, my smile didn't bring me good luck. The people and things I encountered afterward were all bad people and bad things. The young security guard, Xiaoxing, still had a smile on his face at this moment. But this smile, warm and harmonious on the surface, for some reason, always gave people a cold, eerie feeling underneath. Zhou Wu had been listening to Xiaoxing talk about his experiences until now, and he was already impatient. He couldn't care less about listening to other people's life stories, unless that person was a beautiful woman. So, he interrupted, but Xiaoxing ignored him and continued to elaborate on his story. Later, I worked at an art gallery, and the owner was a painter. I got along quite well with him. He was very kind to people, the second person to be good to me after the car wash owner who gave me the book. And to my surprise, he had also read that book, Smile at Everything, and he even thought the book made a lot of sense. I told him my experiences, how I always kept smiling, but life was still terrible. He said I hadn't found something that truly made me happy yet. So my smile was just superficial and couldn't change my life. Then, he showed me what made him happy. I thought it was painting, since he was a painter. But it wasn't. He took me to a secret place, and I saw a scene that deeply shocked me. In that secret place, there were many, many beautiful women. However, they were like sculptures, completely motionless. I thought they were lifelike wax figures. I had seen them on my phone, but he let me touch them, and I realized they weren't wax figures, they were like living people. He said this was his treasure trove. He said people age, and to ensure they remain forever at their most beautiful age, he had made these beautiful women into specimens. He told me to try it too, to turn things I liked into specimens to collect. Of course, turning a person into a specimen is very costly, so he recommended I start with small things. Do you want to see my collection? I thought for a long time and finally embarked on the path of collecting. Do you want to see my collection? Zhou Wu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. At first, he thought Xiaoxing was recounting his tragic experiences. But then, what was with the painter, turning people into specimens? He wondered if Xiaoxing had read too many web novels? Gone crazy? Who was he trying to scare? Did he think he was a timid woman, easily frightened? In his opinion, Xiaoxing making all this up was just to get more money. Alright, let me see your collection. Zhou Wu felt it didn't matter to give him a little more money, Anyway, once he was free, Xiaoxing would be dead. As for seeing his collection? What kind of collection could a poor man have? He'd expose his story, and his collection. Xiaoxing was very happy to hear Zhou Wu wanted to see it. Immediately after, he walked over to the oversized cabinet that occupied half of the single room. Although Zhou Wu hadn't been tied there for long, he had noticed the cabinet's peculiarity. Because it was so large, the cabinet and the room's setup gave a feeling of a big Buddha in a small temple. This cabinet had double doors that pulled open to the left and right. It had rollers at the bottom, so it could be easily opened without much force. Xiaoxing opened it very quickly, unlike some collectors who display their collections mysteriously to build anticipation. But the cabinet was too large for him to open it all at once. Naturally, the middle part of the cabinet would be revealed first. Zhou Wu, tied to the chair, turned his head to look at the cabinet. At first, his expression was utterly disdainful. But when the cabinet was pulled open, he first saw the middle part of the cabinet. His eyes bulged forward, and as more and more of the cabinet was revealed, his facial expression underwent a dramatic change. His mouth hung open, his eyes showed confusion, bewilderment, and horror. His facial muscles froze. Finally, the cabinet was fully opened. Zhou Wu was completely stunned. His previous disdain and other emotions vanished, replaced only by infinite astonishment and terror. The cabinet was divided into compartments, just like a Go board, both horizontally and vertically. And in each compartment, there was a human head, that is, a human brain. Many, a great many. There were men and women. All age groups were represented. This wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that each one was incredibly lifelike. Whether it was the facial features, the hair, or the skin on the face. They were so vivid, it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. This was just the most terrifying, and there was also a most bizarre point. That is, all the human heads in the cabinet compartments had smiling expressions. That's right, every single head was smiling. Can you imagine the feeling of a cabinet full of human heads, all smiling at you? Zhou Wu was utterly horrified and panicked. His heart pounded, and his whole body trembled. At this moment, Xiaoxing turned to Zhou Wu and said, "How is it? My collection isn't bad, right? Although it can't compare to the painter who introduced me to this hobby, it's still pretty good." "Zhou Wu, honored owner, do you want to become a part of my collection?" Xiaoxing showed a benevolent smile to Zhou Wu, and at the same time, mimicking Western rituals from abroad, he bowed to Zhou Wu, placing his left hand on his chest. With his facial muscles twisting wildly, Zhou Wu shouted, "What kind of joke is this? Who wants to become a part of your collection? And, all these heads of yours must be fake." "They're fake." Zhou Wu was initially shocked by these heads, feeling his world collapse. This was more shocking than seeing 10 million in cash in front of him. How was this different from watching a horror movie? A pile of human heads in front of you. In the same single room as you, wasn't it creepy? Didn't he feel an oppressive chill? And every head's expression was smiling, laughing, making it even more terrifying and bizarre. As his emotions calmed down, he thought these must all be fake. One human head represented one human life. There were at least dozens of heads here, so that was dozens of human lives? Are you kidding me? You, a security guard, are a serial killer, capable of killing so many people? And you're still free, not caught? To get so many heads, unless you work in a funeral parlor. But getting human heads carries a very high risk. More importantly, weren't these heads preserved too well? Not a single trace of decay? It felt like living people. So, he thought these heads must be those kind of figurines or wax figures. Faced with Zhou Wu's rebuttal, Xiaoxing said nothing, just kept smiling. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Xiaoxing said in surprise, "He's here." This "he's here" could refer to the person outside the door or to Zhou Wu. The person knocking was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a white lab coat, black leather shoes, and a medical kit slung across his shoulder. He looked like a doctor. Joe Wu didn't know this doctor, but he never expected that Xiaoxing actually had an accomplice. Did you bring the thing? Xiaoxing asked. The doctor said two words faintly, I brought it. Then he took out an unopened disposable syringe and a bottle of glass medicine from his white medical kit with a red cross on it. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Joe Wu saw that things were going badly. The suddenly appearing doctor and their needle and medicine clearly meant they were going to do something. To him. Xiaoxing lowered his head and bent down, meeting Joe Wu's gaze, their combined 4 black pupils as dark as ink. Joe Wu, honored resident, owner. You are lucky. After you're given the anesthetic, your head can be painlessly removed by me. Instead of dying in agony like others. Of course, you have Alice's apartment to thank, and even more so, this doctor. At this moment, Joe Wu struggled with his whole body, his body swaying along with the chair. Xiaoxing. Stop joking. Do you know what you're doing? This is illegal. You'll be shot. Xiaoxing remained silent, merely smiling. Joe Wu broke down, shouting and yelling, Help! Help! Is anyone coming to save me? Help! Woo woo woo. Joe Wu cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Xiaoxing, I beg you, please let me go this one time. I apologize for what happened yesterday. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to kneel and apologize to you. I'll also give you compensation. Any amount of money. How about 100,000 yuan? If that's not enough, I'll give you 500,000 directly. 500,000. Money you wouldn't earn in many, many years. Also, you went to my house in the early hours and saw my girlfriend, right? Isn't she very beautiful? As long as you let me go, I'll give her to you to play with, do whatever you want, even throw her away when you're tired of her. As long as you're willing to let me go this one time. King Wu of Zhou died. A person's struggle before death is intense and terrifying. The doctor's middle finger continuously tapped the needle, ensuring all the air was expelled from the syringe. After expelling the air, Xiaoxing firmly controlled Zhou Wu's head, which thrashed wildly, trying to break free. At this moment, feeling a sharp pain in his arm, Zhou Wu's eyes turned crimson, and he bit down hard on Xiaoxing's arm, making his final desperate counterattack. Xiaoxing's expression only changed for a moment before his face returned to a smile. No, no, no. Gradually, Zhou Wu released his bite, as he had already seen the doctor finish the injection. Cannot fall asleep, cannot fall asleep. Zhou Wu knew he absolutely could not fall asleep. If he did, he would never wake up again. Unfortunately, his consciousness was not strong enough to resist the anesthetic's assault. He only felt his eyelids growing heavy, so heavy. The two figures before him became increasingly blurry, and his field of vision narrowed. No. What? You said Zhou Wu didn't come to the factory? Alright, I understand. Xing had just left the factory area. Zhou Wu's family textile factory was not a small one, it was of an upper middle scale. Xing was dressed very beautifully today. She wore a black Chanel-style outfit and carried a brand-name bag worth 20,000 in her hand. At this moment, her right hand, adorned with pink manicured nails, was constantly tapping on her 7,000-plus fruit phone. He wasn't here this morning, didn't take his phone, car keys are at home, and didn't go to the factory. Where could he have gone? Could he have gone to Auntie's place? Her straight legs stood by the roadside outside the factory. Xing called Zhou Wu's mother. Soon, a voice came from the phone, is that Xiaoxing? What can I do for you? Oh, Auntie, I wanted to ask if Zhou Wu is with you. Zhou Wu? No, he's not. Why? Nothing, I just didn't see him this morning. His phone and car keys are at home, and he's not at the factory, so I wondered if he went to your place? What? If it were in the past, Zhou Wu's mother, this middle-aged man, would certainly not have taken it seriously if she heard her son was missing. She would have thought he had run off somewhere to fool around again. But ever since her husband's disappearance, she had become particularly sensitive to such matters. Especially since, even if he went out to fool around, he wouldn't drive his car, but he would surely take his phone, right? Modern society cannot function without a phone. So, where did her son go? Could it be? Tui. The middle-aged man immediately shook off this bad thought and said into the phone, Xiaoxing, where are you now? Xing looked up at the sky. I'm outside the factory, just about to go check the places Zhou Wu usually frequents. The middle-aged man, okay, go check the places he usually goes. If you still don't find him, come home, maybe he's already back. Oh, and call and message his friends to ask, I'll ask around too, to see if anyone has seen Zhou Wu. Alice apartment, first floor, in Xiaoxing's single room. The doctor pushed open the door, then closed it, staring at Xiaoxing, who was covered in blood, in the center of the room, and said, The soundproofing in this single room you live in is really good, no worse than the room I live in. Xiaoxing said nothing, merely toying with Zhou Wu's head, which was now separated from his body. At this moment, Zhou Wu's eyes were tightly closed. He would never open his eyes again in this life. If he could open them, he would probably return as a vengeful spirit. The doctor looked at Xiaoxing, then shifted his attention to the cabinet full of human heads that Xiaoxing had collected. He walked over, casually took down a middle-aged man's head, squeezed it, felt it, and tugged at it. He exclaimed softly, I thought all the heads in your cabinet were real, but it turns out some are fake. Xiaoxing continued to toy with Zhou Wu's head, smiling as he said, Yes, most of them are actually fake, only a few are real. The doctor was somewhat puzzled. Then why do you have so many fake ones here? Are they also for collection? Xiaoxing shook his head. No, they're just for filling space, to make it seem like I have many collections, and the cabinet is full. I like that very much. The doctor let out a long oh. At this very moment. The live broadcast room. The long-haired beautiful host appeared again. This time, she was wearing a pink cheongsam. There's a good poem that says, human faces and peach blossoms reflect each other red. If this long-haired beautiful host's skin wasn't fair enough, wearing such a pink, peach-colored cheongsam would definitely look out of place. And the appearance of the beautiful host in the live broadcast room usually accompanied the announcement of important matters. Round 26, the second Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, Zhou Wu, has died. His total betting amount of 10 million has all been transferred to the final prize pool. With that, the long-haired beautiful host's figure disappeared into the darkness again. Her disappearance was followed by discussions about Zhou Wu in the live broadcast room. Fairy sister, this Zhou Wu, if you say he's miserable, his life is gone. If you say he's not miserable, at least he died without pain, under the anesthetic. Little dragon girl, yes, he's much luckier than many other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Hey, where's extremely rich young master? Isn't he usually the most active in speaking? Could it be that the bloody scene of Xiaoxing executing Zhou Wu earlier made him vomit? That won't do. Extremely rich young master immediately popped out. Don't spread rumors, I was watching with great interest. Little dragon girl, then why didn't you speak just now? Extremely rich young master, oh, I didn't feel any discomfort watching, but my girlfriend threw up, so I was taking care of her, giving her water to rinse her mouth. Little dragon girl was very shocked. You're not watching the live broadcast alone? You're with someone else? Extremely rich young master, yes, what's wrong? Is that not allowed? Little dragon girl, even if the apartment organizers are strong, they can't control that. I just advise you to keep your girlfriend in check. Don't let her run her mouth and say something. If that happens, your girlfriend won't escape, and neither will you. Extremely rich young master, don't worry, I've talked to her. Extremely rich young master, hey, I suddenly thought of a question. About Zhou Wu. Little dragon girl, what question? He's already dead. You're not thinking about his girlfriend, are you? Extremely rich young master, am I that kind of person? The question I found is, aren't he and Jiang Ran both not here through an agreement? So the 10,000 per day cannot be directly deposited into his bank card, but he also spends several days in the apartment. How is this money handled? This question raised by extremely rich young master had actually been asked by quite a few people shortly after this round of live broadcasting began. But no one paid attention to them. 503 Elegant old man in suit. I wonder if it's because the extremely rich young master is too handsome, or because Joe Woo is already dead. This question must be clarified. The long-haired beautiful host, who had previously disappeared into the darkness, reappeared. She said in a melodious voice, his daily 10,000 was actually given to him long ago. When he bought Alice apartment 404, we gave him a 70,000 discount from the original price. Hearing this, extremely rich young master, wow, doesn't that mean the organizers lost money? Joe Woo earned about 20 or 30,000. Fairy sister smiled. If Joe Woo could turn into a ghost, he would definitely come to settle accounts with you, extremely rich young master. What you said is too infuriating. Little dragon girl, indeed, he's also a rich second generation, he doesn't care about 20 or 30,000, okay? The extremely rich young master didn't care at all and continued, let me think, Jiang Ran, Zhou Wu, Xiao Qiu, Kubei, Li Mengmeng. Now, only Jiang Ran is free, Zhou Wu is dead, and the latter two are acting like dogs, and one is a slave at the doctor's. As long as Jiang Ran successfully survives this round, those who bet on him win. If he dies, middle-aged uncle, if Jiang Ran dies now, and Xiao Qiu, Kubei, and Li Mengmeng don't regain their freedom by the end of this round, then those who bet on Jiang Ran still win. Extremely rich young master, how boring. I watched this live stream too late. I'll bet in the next round. I also saw the winner's odds ranking for betting. The first place is Diamond Bachelor, right? Just watch, I will surpass him sooner or later. Round 26, Day 6. Jiang Ran's ex-girlfriend, Shen Xing, had only slept 2 or 3 hours from yesterday until now. From yesterday when Zhou Wu was discovered missing, until now, Zhou Wu has not been found. She and Zhou Wu's mother had already reported it to the police, but after the police investigated, they found nothing. They could only merge the cases of Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father's disappearances for investigation. Her husband's sudden disappearance, plus her son's sudden disappearance. For Zhou Wu's mother, this middle-aged woman, it was as if the sky had fallen. During this time, the two closest people in her life were gone. No body, no sight of them alive. She would rather someone had kidnapped them and demanded a ransom than have absolutely no news at all. In a short period, her hair turned from jet black to white, it was as if she had turned white overnight. And although Shen Xing was also a little sad, she wasn't overly so. With Zhou Wu missing, what she worried about most was losing her good life. After all, with Zhou Wu missing, could she, as Zhou Wu's girlfriend and fiancé, continue to stay in this home? Unless Shen Xing touched her stomach. Afternoon of Day 6. Jiang Ran, the assistant administrator, was lying on his bedroom bed in his 304 home, resting with his eyes closed. When he became the assistant administrator, he thought his job would be very busy. But to his surprise, it was very leisurely. Since starting work, apart from Sumi from 202 and Shen Xing from 404 looking for him, no other residents had sought him out. Just as he sighed, thinking it would be great if he could continue to be this leisurely and slack off in the future, his phone suddenly rang. He opened his phone, opened Green Bubble, and found that a resident of Alice's apartment had messaged him privately, asking him to handle something. Resident of 503? No impression. Jiang Ran got up with his phone, preparing to go to 503. At this time, in the live stream room, the number of viewers currently remained around 200,000. Because out of the 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, 1 had died. 3 had no freedom, so now only Jiang Ran was left to watch. Therefore, the main camera was entirely on Jiang Ran, and naturally, the news that Jiang Ran was going to 503 was also known to the people in the live stream room. Extremely rich young master, does any big brother know who lives in 503? Is it dangerous? Domineering female CEO jumped out. 503 is occupied by a refined old man who likes to wear suits. Fairy sister, hey, isn't that the old man who helped with the chainsaw when Wang Ju went missing and Xiaoping couldn't get into Lin Xingli's house? Domineering female CEO, that's him. Fairy sister, domineering female CEO sister, I've only seen this old man appear once, during the Wang Ju incident. Can you tell us more about him? Domineering female CEO, actually, you can check the information provided in the live stream. Little Dragon Girl, some people like to read, some people like to hear others tell. Domineering female CEO sister, please tell us again. Domineering female CEO, alright, anyway, I'm just converting voice to text, it won't ruin my freshly done manicure. Then I'll start talking. Speaking of the refined old man in the suit from 503, he's gay. You understand what a queer is, right? He likes men, especially young guys. Extremely rich young master, holy crap, isn't Jiang Ran walking into a tiger's den? Domineering female CEO, extremely rich young master, shut up and listen to me finish before you speak. Domineering female CEO continued. This old man is over 60 years old this year. I'll tell you a secret, I knew this old man before he became a resident of Alice's apartment. Of course, we weren't particularly close, just met a few times and chatted. This old man came from a very good family, a Chinese American. His family runs a golf course in the United States. The old man discovered his sexual orientation was different from a young age, but he didn't care until he was in his 20s. He had no choice but to marry a woman under his parents' compulsion and had a son. After having a son, the old man never touched that woman again and continued to carouse with his boyfriends. Many years later, when his son was in his 20s and he himself was 40, something unexpected happened. His son inherited his orientation and was also a homosexual. The turning point for this old man was here. His son found a boyfriend whom he deeply loved, but the old man snatched his son's boyfriend. Upon learning this, his son's spirit directly collapsed. Firstly, he didn't know that his father also liked men like him. Secondly, his father, whom he had always respected, actually stole his boyfriend. His father and his deeply loved boyfriend had betrayed him together. This led to the subsequent tragedy. Although his son was gay, he wasn't fickle like his old man. He was very loyal in relationships, and he himself was an academic achiever, an extremely talented person. But after this incident, his son seemed to have changed into a different person, becoming extremely promiscuous, spending every night in bars and nightclubs. His son had bad luck and met a 30-year-old white man who owned a pig farm. This white man was also gay, and he had another identity, a perverted serial killer. Anyway, his son eventually died at the hands of this white man who owned a pig farm, and his body was dismembered and fed to pigs. Finally, for some unknown reason, the white man who killed his son was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. And upon learning that the murderer of her son was acquitted, the old man's wife directly collapsed and committed suicide. From her youth, after marriage, she had been subjected to the old man's cold violence and had always endured it. Finally, after her son's death, she could no longer bear it. At that time, the old man was in his 40s, and the preceding years had been extremely happy and carefree. But suddenly, both his wife and son died, and he only then realized something called loneliness. And at this time, something even worse happened. His parents, also affected by this incident, suffered a mental blow, which led to an accidental car accident during an outing, and they both died. Human skin kite maker, here we go. The turning point for the old man was here. He was now alone. However, he was wealthy, having inherited a golf course from his parents. Now that all his loved ones had left him, he no longer cared. Therefore, he spent a lot of money hiring professionals to help him personally exact revenge and kill the white man who owned the pig farm. After he killed the murderer of his son, he thought everything was over, but he found his mental state getting worse and worse. After that, he killed Wang Ju's boyfriend. He blamed this man, saying it was his fault for seducing his son, or else his son would not have suffered a mental breakdown, become promiscuous, and met that white man who owned the pig farm. The old man's mental state became increasingly twisted. He felt that homosexuals had ruined his son, his wife, and his parents. If homosexuality had never existed in this world, he would not have become like this. From then on, he began to constantly approach other gay men, embarking on a sinful path of hunting down gay people. In the end, he was caught and became quite famous in the United States. The American police even gave him a title, the Gay Butcher. After the domineering female CEO finished her narration, the live stream room was silent for a long time, presumably digesting all this information. At this moment, Little Dragon Girl spoke, "Sister domineering female CEO, what you said is so good. The information the apartment provided wasn't this detailed. It was only about 70 or 80% of what you said. Extremely rich young master, honestly, if you hadn't said all this, who would have guessed that the elegant old man in the suit was actually a perverted serial killer? He looks so refined. Wait a minute. If that's the case, Jiang Ran going to 503 isn't dangerous, after all, he's not gay." The domineering female CEO sent a sly smile emoji, "Not necessarily. Extremely rich young master, don't tell me Jiang Ran is gay? Or bisexual?" Domineering female CEO, "Jiang Ran is indeed not, but even a straight man can be bent." "You all started watching the live stream too late, of course, I didn't start that many rounds earlier than you either. Anyway, a long time ago in one round, there was also a Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, as an auxiliary administrator, a straight man, but he was bent by this old man with money, and after he was bent, he was, by the old man. Now it just depends on whether Jiang Ran can resist the temptation of money." At this moment, Jiang Ran was already inside room 503. He was somewhat surprised by the resident of 503. Mainly, he had rarely seen such a well-dressed, refined old man in a suit in real life. "Hello, I'm the auxiliary administrator Jiang Ran. Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Ran asked the elegant old man in the suit. The elegant old man in the suit smiled kindly at him. "The inlet valve and drain valve in my toilet tank are broken. I bought new ones, do you know how to replace them?" Jiang Ran thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this, so he patted his chest and said, "Of course I do, no problem at all." Replacing this was very simple, he had done it 2 or 3 times before. The elegant old man in the suit nodded, then led Jiang Ran to the bathroom. Jiang Ran first checked and found that the inlet valve and drain valve in the toilet tank were indeed broken, some plastic parts inside were snapped. "Where are the new ones?" "Over there." Brand new blue and white inlet and drain valves were placed on the washing machine. Seeing this, Jiang Ran began to replace them. Of course, before replacing, he had to close the water valve first. Although Jiang Ran knew how to replace them, he hadn't done it many times, so the speed of replacement was not fast, it was quite slow. The elegant old man in the suit stood behind Jiang Ran, quietly, with only his breathing audible. At this moment, the elegant old man in the suit suddenly asked, "Jiang Ran, how much do you earn a month doing this auxiliary administrator job?" Jiang Ran said while replacing, 10,000 a month. The elegant old man in the suit let out a soft and said, 10,000? Then are you interested in making quick money? Jiang Ran smiled and joked, "Quick money? I don't do anything illegal or criminal." The elegant old man in the suit said, "Don't worry. It's absolutely not illegal." Jiang Ran asked curiously, "Then tell me." The elegant old man in the suit, "I'll give you 30,000 a month to keep you, how about it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran, whose hands had been continuously working, suddenly stopped. Then, he quickly turned his head, stood up, and covered his backside, thinking he had misheard. "Sir, did I hear that right?" The elegant old man in the suit, "No, you didn't." "So, are you willing?" Jiang Ran said somewhat cautiously, "No, I'm not. Even if you give me 100,000, I wouldn't sell my backside." Jiang Ran felt that money couldn't buy some things, and one should never cross their bottom line for money, otherwise, the bottom line would only get lower and lower. Of course, unless you are at your wit's end, you can cross the bottom line. "Haha, I still prefer your type," the elegant old man in the suit smiled gently. Although he inexplicably realized that the refined old man in front of him was actually gay. Jiang Ran was somewhat surprised and scared. But seeing that the old man, apart from his recent comments, hadn't made any overly aggressive moves, he temporarily relaxed. It was also because of this incident that his inner strength erupted. He quickly finished the replacement. And after this matter, the elegant old man in the suit had no other requests. Jiang Ran was actually a little afraid that this person would find other things to keep him there. Fortunately, the other party was very straightforward. Bang! The door of 503 closed. The danger warning in Jiang Ran's mind changed from ding. Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +7. Points +7. 2, ding. Host detected in a dangerous area. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +5. Points +5. The system was right this time, this old man is indeed dangerous. If I got bent, I'd really want to die. If a straight man encountered such a thing, the blow to him would absolutely be an unparalleled, nuclear bomb-like devastation. And after Jiang Ran left 503, pressed the work form against the white wall, and recorded the elegant old man in the suit's request for replacing the toilet tank parts. His phone rang again. It was still someone from the apartment resident group privately messaging, needing his help. This time it was a resident from 801. His name was Wang Nuli. 801. In 801, whether it was the living room, balcony, or bedroom, kites of various kinds, as well as materials and tools for making kites, were everywhere. And amidst the sea of kites, there was the figure of a craftsman sitting on a small stool, silently making a kite with the tools in his hands. Ding dong! The craftsman's figure heard someone ring his doorbell. A smile curved on his lips. Finally here? Auxiliary Administrator, Jiang Ran. The man had an honest and simple appearance, so by all accounts, his smile should also be one of amiable simplicity. But at this moment, his smile revealed a sinister and terrifying feeling. If Xiaoqiu were here, he would surely recognize that this was none other than the human skin kite maker, Wang Nuli. That's right, he was the human skin kite killer, Wang Nuli. Of course, Wang Nuli preferred others to call him the human skin kite maker, because he didn't consider himself a killer. So, what was his purpose in calling Jiang Ran? At the welcoming party that Jiang Ran attended as a new resident, the human skin kite maker, Wang Nuli, had already noticed Jiang Ran. Ancient beauty kite. He remembered that welcoming party very clearly. There were 5 people, Xin Fei, Wang Sisi, Morong Fu, Xia Nua, and Jiang Ran. As the 5 of them introduced themselves, he carefully observed each one. Especially their skin condition. Since all 5 were young, their skin was in excellent condition. Among them, the skin on Jiang Ran and Morong Fu was what he desired most. Why? Because both of them were considered quite handsome among men. He planned to use Morong Fu's skin to make a kite in the shape of an adult. He had already decided, since your name is Morong Fu, I will use your skin to create a dashing ancient scholar. But unfortunately, by the time he wanted to act against Morong Fu was gone, as if he had died, at least he wasn't at his home. Therefore, Jiang Ran was the best choice now. He had already decided that after he peeled Jiang Ran's skin, he would use it to create an extremely beautiful, retro-style swallow kite. The kite's name would be Spring Swallow. After the prototype was made from skin, the most important part of the kite would be painting and coloring. He would use Jiang Ran's blood, mixed with other pigments, to imbue the spring swallow with a soul. As for whether you call him a lunatic? A pervert? Say what you will. Ever since the incident with his wife and child, he had detached himself from worldly affairs. The only thing he wanted to do was create perfect kites, various types of perfect kites. Kites that matched his heart's desire. This was his sole purpose in life. As for how many innocent lives would be sacrificed along the way? Sorry, that was not within his scope of consideration. His conscience was clear. With the great anticipation of turning Jiang Ran into a kite, he opened the door with a smile. Jiang Ran was standing at the entrance of apartment 801 at this moment, and after the door opened, the instant he made eye contact with Wang Nuli. This honest and simple-looking middle-aged man, a danger warning continuously sounded in his mind. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points plus 7. Points plus 7. Points plus. Listening to the system's cold, mechanical voice in his mind. Normally, he wouldn't take it seriously, but now he needed to pay attention. Because he had just experienced the incident where that elegant old man in a suit was gay. He felt that this system was sometimes quite accurate. And now, the danger warning sounded again, and the middle-aged man in front of him named Wang Nuli, and the one from apartment 503, both gave plus 7 points, which made Jiang Ran wonder if this guy was also gay. Although the probability was low. At this moment, Jiang Ran entered apartment 801, and Wang Nuli closed the door, staring at Jiang Ran's back, especially the skin on his neck, his eyes glowing, until Jiang Ran turned his head, and only then did he suppress the greedy light in his eyes. Are you a kite maker? Jiang Ran was a little surprised. Mainly because on the floor, at a glance, there were all kinds of kites, and various semi-finished kites, as well as tools. Not only that, he found that kites were also hanging on the white wall of the living room. And unlike the many kites casually placed on the floor, the kites hanging on the wall were clearly meticulously arranged, each at a certain distance from other kites, showcasing them very well. And these kites on the wall, displayed like exhibits, were naturally incomparable to those on the floor. Especially one of them, a human-shaped kite. Approximately 1.5 meters long. It depicted an ancient beauty, elegantly dressed in ancient attire, with beautiful head ornaments. Looking at the kite's face, it was graceful and ethereal, with bright eyes and white teeth. Jiang Ran was deeply captivated. Yes, I am a kite maker, have been since I was a child. Wang Nuli smiled honestly. He noticed the kite that Jiang Ran's gaze was fixed upon. He couldn't help but feel that Jiang Ran had some taste. Because all the kites hanging on the wall were his proudest works, and the raw material for all of them was human skin. And the one Jiang Ran noticed was an even more painstaking work of his. The raw material came from one of his beautiful female fans. He still remembered that the female fan had a dignified appearance, a graceful figure, was interested in kites, and greatly admired him for being able to make good kites. Originally, Wang Nuli didn't want to harm this female fan, but looking at her features and skin, he couldn't resist. He felt that this female fan should be able to forgive him, right? After all, he had turned her into the kite she loved most. Jiang Ran did not know the story behind this ancient beauty kite. He only felt that this kite was made so wonderfully, simply a masterpiece of craftsmanship. This kite was truly lifelike, almost as if a real person were before his eyes. It was even more captivating than those famous paintings. Can I touch it? Jiang Ran turned to ask. Wang Nuli nodded. Of course you can, I like it when people appreciate my kites. If they couldn't be touched, I would definitely put a glass cover over them. Hearing the permission, Jiang Ran boldly reached out with his right hand to touch it. Slowly stroking it, his first impression was that it was very smooth, very delicate, completely different from the rough, grainy texture he had imagined. What material did you use for this kite's skin? It feels as delicate as human skin, and you must have put a lot of effort into its maintenance, right? After feeling it for a while, Jiang Ran asked curiously. What material is it made of? Would you believe me if I said it was human skin? Jiang Ran was startled by this answer, then shook his head with a smile. I didn't realize you were so good at joking. At this moment, Wang Nuli also showed a simple, honest smile. Actually, it's made from pigskin, cowhide, sheepskin, etc., combined with special techniques. Jiang Ran spread his arms, suggesting admiringly, I say, you could totally hold a kite exhibition. These kites you make are too good, no worse than the paintings in various art museums, they are simply works of art. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. Wang Nuli looked at Jiang Ran's excited expression, thinking to himself that soon he too would become a work of art. By the way, why did you ask me to come here? What do you need help with? Getting back to the main topic, Jiang Ran returned to the subject. Wang newly pursed his lips. Do you see that large pile of bamboo over there? Those are materials for making kites, and I can't manage it all by myself, so I was hoping you could help me process them. Jiang Ran walked over to the pile of bamboo. These bamboos were very long, as if they had just been cut down. They were lush with branches and leaves, green bamboo branches and leaves everywhere. How do I process these? It's simple. Use the bamboo knife over there to cut off all the branches from these bamboos, and make the bamboo stalks bare, just like that one. Next to this pile of bamboo, there was one that had already been processed. He just needed to follow its example. Jiang Ran nodded. Okay, leave it to me. Wang Nuli, you're working too hard. After you finish these, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Ran, you're too kind. This is what we apartment staff should do. Wang Nuli then brought over a small wooden stool. Sit on this, it's less tiring for your legs. Jiang Ran thanked him, then turned his back to Wang Nuli, sat on the small wooden stool, and began processing the bamboo with the bamboo knife. He completely failed to notice the greed and cunning that appeared on Wang Nuli's honest and simple face behind him. Headshot, personality emerges. Jiang Ran began to process the bamboo, and Wang Nuli also pretended to be busy with his own things nearby. After about 5 minutes, Wang Nuli felt it was time, and he quietly returned to the bedroom. He took off his sneakers, leaving only his socks, and then, from under the pillow on the bedroom bed, he pulled out a silver-white metal wrench, about the length of an adult man's arm. He swung the wrench a few times in his right hand. It was heavy and made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. He was very satisfied. Then he quietly walked to the bedroom door. He observed Jiang Ran. Currently, Jiang Ran was diligently helping him with the work. He smiled eerily, and with his shoeless feet, he quietly and slowly walked out of the bedroom, approaching Jiang Ran from behind, until he was right behind him. He raised the wrench with both hands and brought it down with a fierce smash. There was a loud bang. The metal wrench hit Jiang Ran directly on the top of his head. A stream of hot, fresh blood immediately gushed from Jiang Ran's scalp. It splattered onto Wang Nuli's clothes and the surrounding area. Immediately after, Jiang Ran's body swayed left and right twice, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Ran, Jiang Ran. After the attack, Wang Nuli called out twice, and seeing that Jiang Ran was completely unresponsive, he laughed heartily twice. Then he walked into the bathroom, preparing to get his exclusive set of skinning tools to start working. The live stream currently had 230,000 viewers. The main camera had been focused on Jiang Ran, and because of this, everything from Jiang Ran's entry into the apartment 801 to his head being smashed by the wrench was witnessed by these people. And Jiang Ran's head being smashed caused the livestream to fall silent instantly. It was over a minute before anyone spoke. Extremely rich young master, damn? He died just like that? Middle-aged uncle, he shouldn't be dead yet. Although being hit in the head is quite fatal, he should still have one breath left, but that one breath is useless. Middle-aged uncle's comment showed a hint of lament. Alas, although I said before that his role as an auxiliary administrator was very dangerous and he would die quickly, I didn't expect him to die so fast. Extremely rich young master, it's okay, uncle, don't be sad. As long as these 7 days end and those 3 people, Xiao Qiu, haven't regained their freedom, this round will still be won by Jiang Ran, and your 5 million can still be saved. Little ant, where's Jiang Ran's fierce personality? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he really going to die? Little dragon girl, little ant, are you thinking too highly of the other personalities in dissociative identity disorder? This time is different from last time. Last time, Jiang Ran wasn't injured, and the other personality came out directly. This time, it's a head injury, and it was a sneak attack, so there wasn't even time to react. Let alone whether the personality can come out, even if he did, with a body that's been hit in the head, can he still turn the tide? Extremely rich young master, what are you all talking about? What personality? Little dragon girl, oh, I almost forgot, you don't know about this. Jiang Ran is a patient with dissociative identity disorder. He had a very strong personality emerge last time. Extremely rich young master, damn. Immune to sedatives, and he's also mentally ill? Domineering female CEO, alright, no need to watch anymore. Jiang Ran is definitely dead. Alas, I thought he could survive 2 rounds and challenge the third. After all, the highest record in this game is someone who survived 3 rounds and left the apartment. I am a hero, everyone, don't be sad. Although Jiang Ran died, at least he died at Wang Nuli's hands, and his skin will become a work of art. That can be considered some comfort. Next, everyone, say goodbye to Jiang Ran. After all, he was also one of the best in recent rounds. Middle-aged uncle, Jiang Ran, rest in peace. Domineering female CEO, Jiang Ran, rest in peace. Little dragon girl, Jiang Ran, rest in peace. The live stream was flooded with messages. Inside apartment 801. Jiang Ran lay on the floor, his face in intimate contact with it. His mind was in a state of chaos. And in this chaos, a voice, like a god of machines, dispelled the chaos and brought light. Ding! Detected host has sustained a fatal injury, consuming 500 points for repair. Ding! Detected host is facing a life-threatening situation, consuming 1000 points to awaken other personalities. Ding! Reminder to host, use points sparingly. If points run out, life is easily lost. Inside the bathroom of apartment 801. This bathroom contained the skinning knives and various other tools of Wang Nuli, the human skin kite maker. At this moment, he was selecting the skinning tools he would need for this occasion. Among these tools, the most frequently used were the metal wrench and the extremely sharp, gleaming small skinning knife. The metal wrench was for hitting people's heads. You ask, why not hit other parts of the body? Other parts are skin, what if they get injured? Hitting the head is better, practical. Although it also injures the scalp, it's much more cost-effective than hitting other places. The second item was a small skinning knife, about the size of a fruit knife, with a slightly curved blade. It was custom-made by Wang Nuli at great expense. The kind that couldn't be bought on the market. Another perfect kite is about to be born in this world. Wang Nuli's eyes glowed with a red light. His usual honest and simple appearance, combined with the frenzied expression he wore at this moment, looked incredibly terrifying. He selected the tools needed for this occasion and placed them in his portable toolbox. He walked out of the bathroom. And when he walked out of the bathroom and his gaze fell on the spot where Jiang Ran had previously fallen, his moving body suddenly froze. He let out a soft sound of surprise. Huh? Where is he? Wang Nuli was a bit stunned. He had only been in the bathroom to get tools for 5 or 6 minutes. How could the person be gone? The spot where he had fallen was empty, with only residual red bloodstains. It seems this young man named Jiang Ran has a rather hard head. It wasn't Wang Nuli's first time hitting someone with a metal wrench. He was very experienced. Except for the first and second times, after hitting someone with the metal wrench, that person could still resist. All the others would lie on the ground like dead dogs, unconscious, or some even died directly. Therefore, Jiang Ran's case was a first for him after his skilled use of the wrench. Wang Nuli was not worried about this situation, because he had closed the door to apartment 801, and there was a small device on it, making it impossible for anyone else to open the door except him. So, the awakened Jiang Ran must still be in this house. Very good, very full of life. Spring is the season when swallows are active, and spring brings the recovery of all things, representing vitality and vigor. And you, Jiang Ran, are also so vibrant. Only then can the spring swallow made from you be fitting. I really didn't choose the wrong person. Wang Nuli put down his toolbox, switched the metal wrench from his left hand to his right, and prepared to play a game of cat and mouse with Jiang Ran. He thought it would take some effort to find Jiang Ran, who must be hiding somewhere in the house, trembling, and when he found him, he would surely kneel and beg tearfully not to kill him. But to his utter surprise, he turned his head and saw Jiang Ran. At this moment, Jiang Ran was standing in front of the ancient beauty kite that he had admired so much earlier. His right hand was raised in a delicate orchid gesture, and he was gently caressing the ancient beauty kite in a very ladylike manner. I really admire you, you and your kite fly together. Wang Nuli was stunned by the scene, but a few seconds later, he nodded affirmatively, a satisfied, simple smile on his face. Very good, not hiding somewhere, crying and begging, like I thought. Jiang Ran, I've made so many human skin kites, I swear, once I turn you into a kite. You will absolutely be my favorite, my best, just like this beautiful kite, the one I'm most satisfied with. Is that so? Then this humble one feels quite honored. Jiang Ran turned his head, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze on his face. At the same time, what was incredibly strange was that his every movement, every smile, every frown, was entirely unlike a man, but rather like a woman, and an ancient woman at that. Wang Nuli was stunned for a few more seconds, his mouth twitching. Although he didn't understand what was going on with Jiang Ran, could it be that he had damaged his brain? But, you still have to die, no matter what you are. Be good, don't move. I'm not that kind of pervert who likes to torture slowly. I'll let you leave this world cleanly and swiftly. Wang Nuli was indeed not a pervert who enjoyed torturing people. He killed purely to skin people and make kites. Gripping the metal wrench, Wang Nuli approached Jiang Ran step by step. What happened next surprised him greatly. Jiang Ran didn't run, but actually listened to him and stood still. Though surprised, he was very satisfied. After he got close to Jiang Ran, he raised the wrench in his right hand and brought it down forcefully, aiming for Jiang Ran's head. Bang! At such close range, it should have been a sure hit, but it mysteriously missed. The metal wrench smashed onto the tiled floor, and that section of tiles immediately shattered into pieces. No, that's not right, I didn't miss, he dodged it. Wang Nuli reacted at this point. He was about to raise his hand again, but the hand holding the metal wrench was firmly pinned by a large foot. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it an inch. You! He looked up in anger. But what greeted him was another kick, aimed squarely at his face. The kick was so powerful that his body flew backward, crashing into a pile of kites, which were all instantly flattened and damaged. You, what's going on? Wang Nuli's nose was bleeding profusely, and his face was covered in dirt and grime. He clutched his nose, got up from the ground, and stared at Jiang Ran, who had just kicked him and now looked calm and composed. For some reason, he felt that the current Jiang Ran was completely different from the Jiang Ran who had just entered his house earlier. If he had to describe it, it was the same body, but a different soul. And, even stranger, his voice now was very effeminate. A delicate kind of voice. Jiang Ran did not answer at this moment, but merely stood there, smiling serenely. Wang Nuli, this humble one quite admires you. Your kites are truly well made, especially this one. The beauty's appearance is truly dignified and graceful, a sight that evokes pity. Hearing this, Wang Nuli seemed to have met a kindred spirit and also laughed. I'm most satisfied with this one too. After all, the material came from a woman with a dignified appearance. Her skin was also the best. Jiang Ran asked, have you made other things with human skin? Wang Nuli frowned, other things? Why make other things? Isn't it a waste not to make kites out of human skin and make other things instead? Jiang Ran nodded, it seems you are quite obsessed with kites. Since that's the case, you should go with your kites. It won't even dirty this humble one's hands. Wang Nuli's brows were now furrowed into the shape of the character, Chuan, meaning river, what do you mean? With a faint smile, Jiang Ran said, this is the 8th floor. I'll give you a chance. Tie your favorite kites to your body, as many as you want, and jump out of the balcony window here. See if the kites you made can save your life. If you survive, then the grudge of you hitting this humble one's head will be settled. How about it? Wang Nuli let out a chuckle, then his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Settle my ass. He grabbed a kite from the floor and threw it at Jiang Ran, attempting to obstruct his vision, then charged forward with a raised fist. Unfortunately, the difference between him and Jiang Ran was too great. The thrown kite did not block Jiang Ran's vision at all, and he himself charged forward only to receive another kick. He flew backward and landed on the ground, damaging another pile of kites. Oh dear, why are you so disobedient? At once, Jiang Ran picked up the metal wrench from the floor and approached Wang Nuli with a faint smile. Choose. Do you want to be beaten to death by this humble one, or take a gamble with your kites? When Wang Nuli was kicked down for the second time, he realized that he was truly no match for the person in front of him. However, he let out a sneer, beat me to death? Do you dare to kill? Wang Nuli regretted saying this immediately, because Jiang Ran swung the wrench and smashed it hard onto his calf. With just one hit, Wang Nuli screamed in pain and tears, clutching his calf. Only then did he understand what it felt like for those people he had struck down with his wrench. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Ran's gentle, spring-like voice now fell upon Wang Nuli's ears like a thunderous downpour. Wang Nuli was in so much pain that he couldn't speak clearly. He said, "Can I not die? I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid I won't be able to make kites anymore." Jiang Ran's response was another wrench blow. Wang Nuli quickly waved his hand. Okay, I choose to gamble with my kites." Wang Nuli staggered to his feet, supporting his left leg. He felt that if he didn't choose to fall from the 8th floor with his kites, he would surely be beaten to death. Even though jumping from the 8th floor was also certain death, there should still be a glimmer of hope, right? Next, Jiang Ran watched Wang Nuli tie kites to his body. Jiang Ran was puzzled. You're tying all these ordinary kites from the floor. Why aren't you tying the human skin kites on the wall? Wang Nuli, I definitely won't die. I still want to keep making kites. If I tie these human skin kites, they'll surely get damaged. These are all my painstaking efforts. Jiang Ran smiled, saying nothing. Wang Nuli wanted to tie many kites to his body, hoping to increase his chances of survival. But alas, with a small one tied to each limb and a large one on his back, he had reached his limit. He staggered to the balcony window. Jiang Ran moved a chair for him, telling him to stand on it. I hope you can soar freely in the sky, just like your kites. Jiang Ran said with a smile. The 8th floor was very high. Wang Nuli stood on the chair, staring down, feeling a strange sense of acrophobia. Jiang Ran removed all the balcony windows, otherwise Wang Nuli, with kites tied to him, would get stuck and couldn't get out. And just as Jiang Ran was removing the windows, Wang Nuli, who was standing on the chair, said, I'm going to the restroom. Just a quick one, I'll be right back. Jiang Ran nodded, then turned back to continue removing the windows. It was at this moment that Wang Nuli suddenly attacked, rushing to Jiang Ran's side, squatting, and wrapping his arms around Jiang Ran's legs, intending to lift him and throw him directly out the window, to let him experience the feeling of flying. But unfortunately, he held Jiang Ran's legs, but couldn't budge them at all. Jiang Ran's entire body was as heavy as a rock. Is Wang Qingzhao an antisocial personality? This mistress knew you'd try that. After all, a cornered dog will jump over a wall, and ordinary people will fight back desperately in a desperate situation. What's more, you're a little pervert who likes to make kites out of human skin, aren't you? Jiang Ran grabbed Wang Nuli by the neck and lifted him onto a chair like a dead dog. Bet. Jiang Ran said. Wang Nuli, staring at the seemingly endless abyss below, actually shed a tear. Can't you really give me one more chance? I still want to make kites. I haven't tried making kites out of foreigners' skin, and there are many types of perfect kites I haven't made yet. I really don't want to leave this world. Jiang Ran smiled faintly. Crocodile tears? Forget it, you're so wishy-washy, this mistress thinks you're like a woman. This mistress will help you. Jiang Ran pretended to push Wang Nuli out the window, and Wang Nuli screamed in terror, don't come closer. Before Jiang Ran even touched Wang Nuli inexplicably struggled in the chair, and then his entire body tilted outwards. He fell out of the window. Normally, when a heavy object falls from a height, it descends vertically. But it was unknown if Wang Nuli had a kite on him. Wang Nuli fell at an angle. Of course, the speed was still very fast. When Jiang Ran leaned his head out the window, he heard Wang Nuli's screams and saw him already close to the ground. Then, with a thud, his entire body hit the concrete ground. Instantly, a large pool of blood seeped out, and his body was a gruesome sight. He landed face down, and because of this, the rather large kite on his back, like a fig leaf, covered the last bit of dignity of this human skin kite. Maker. Jiang Ran, staring at the bloody scene below, merely smiled faintly. After watching for a while, he pulled his head back inside. He walked over to the ancient beauty kite and said softly, "You certainly had a beautiful appearance, but unfortunately, you idolized the wrong person. And also threw away your own life. This mistress will take you away from this sinful place." Jiang Ran reached out and took down the ancient beauty kite, admired it for a moment, and then prepared to leave 801. However, when he reached the door, he found it couldn't be opened from the inside. There was a small lock that had been bolted. Jiang Ran returned to the living room, picked up the metal wrench, smashed it twice, forced it open, and then gracefully departed. In Nan City, inside a large flat in a scenic residential area, Wang Qingzhao, who had just finished bathing, was staring expressionlessly at herself in the bathroom mirror. Beautiful, gorgeous, with wet long hair draped behind her, her snow-white skin appeared even more fair and rosy after her bath. Even the white bathrobe she wore couldn't compete with her fairness. Wang Qingzhao stared at her expressionless self in the mirror for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, she picked up something from the wide white vanity. It was a dagger. It was unclear why there was a dagger on the vanity, but it seemed to have been there for a long time. Wang Qingzhao, holding the sharp dagger in her right hand, stared at herself in the mirror. At this moment, her reflection in the mirror was using the dagger to gently trace from the corner of her eye, from top to bottom, all the way down to her neck, near her delicate collarbone. Woof woof! At this moment, a sudden dog bark. A white poodle, wearing a pink dog outfit, appeared at the bathroom door, blinking its black eyes and staring at Qingzhao adorably. Qingzhao turned her head to look at it expressionlessly. Then, she walked over. She squatted down and stroked the white poodle's head with her left hand. The white poodle closed its eyes in enjoyment. But who knew that in the next second, she fiercely squeezed the white poodle's neck with her left hand, and then the sharp dagger in her right hand brutally plunged into the white poodle's body. Ugh! 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 The white poodle let out a mournful yelp, but it had difficulty vocalizing because it was being choked tightly. Qingzhao paid no attention, continuing expressionlessly to stab it repeatedly. Each stab brought out a large amount of fresh blood, staining the area near the bathroom door. Ah, I can't control it again. The medicine's effect is getting worse and worse. I need to change medicines again. Shaking her head and opening her eyes again, Qingzhao found that she was still standing in front of the mirror on the vanity, and the cute white poodle was still standing at the bathroom door. It was perfectly fine. It was just a hallucination. She dropped the dagger in her hand and walked to the living room, the white poodle running after her. On the living room table, there was a bottle of medicine. The bottle was large, and all the packaging on the outside was in English. She poured out 2 white pills and swallowed them with cold water. Why do I have this illness? Why? Qingzhao frowned deeply, sitting weakly on the chair. If someone who understood English were to read the packaging on that medicine bottle, they would be surprised to find that it was for treating antisocial personality disorder. Why was Qingzhao taking this medicine? It turned out that Qingzhao had had an illness since childhood. That was antisocial personality disorder. This is a mental illness. People with antisocial personality disorder generally exhibit indifference, lack of empathy, harming others, high aggression, disregard for laws, and so on. One could say they are tomorrow's stars of evil. Potential psychopathic criminals. And the biggest bug with these people is that they still think they're not sick and don't need any treatment at all. Qingzhao also felt that she wasn't sick, but her parents said she was sick and needed treatment. Therefore, she had been taking medicine and undergoing psychotherapy since childhood. Sitting on the chair for about half an hour, she got up again and began to get herself ready. An hour later, she carried a very square box, covered in English, and left her home. After leaving home, she drove out of the residential area and traveled all the way to Alice's apartment. At the guardhouse at the entrance, she stated her purpose, registered, and her car entered Alice's apartment. When she appeared again, she was on the first floor of the apartment building, waiting for the elevator. The elevator went all the way to the third floor, and Qingzhao rang the doorbell of 304 on the third floor. After 2 rings, the door opened. Qingzhao, who had originally been expressionless, deliberately adjusted her expression and put on a smile just before the door opened. "Hello, Jiang Ran." The door opened, and inside was Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, seeing Qingzhao at this moment, spoke in a sweet, affected voice, "Hello to you too, Sister Qingzhao." This sudden turn of events left Qingzhao momentarily stunned. She stared at Jiang Ran, whose current demeanor, posture, every gesture and smile were completely different from usual. She suddenly realized something and said, "If you're not joking with me, then you're not Jiang Ran, but another personality within him?" Qingzhao had learned during her last visit to Jiang Ran's home that Jiang Ran suffered from dissociative identity disorder and had other personalities within him. So clever, this mistress likes clever people like sister. Qingzhao was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. The dialogue between Wang Qingzhao and Jiang Ran's personality. After entering 304, Wang Qingzhao noticed something new on the living room wall. She walked over, initially thinking it was some kind of human-shaped picture, but after looking at it longer, she realized it was actually a kite. Where did this come from? It's really well made. Even with Wang Qingzhao's extensive experience, she couldn't help but marvel at how lifelike and exquisitely crafted the kite was upon first seeing. Someone gave it to me. Jiang Ran said softly, "By the way, Sister Qingzhao, is there something you need here at my home?" "Nothing, I just came to see you." Wang Qingzhao lied. She actually had something to do, but couldn't say it yet. More accurately, she couldn't say it to the current personality. She turned her head to stare at the very feminine Jiang Ran in front of her and suddenly asked, "If you are one of the personalities within Jiang Ran? Forgive my bluntness, but you are quite feminine. Do you consider yourself a woman?" Jiang Ran shook his head, "I am a man." Wang Qingzhao, physiologically or psychologically? Jiang Ran smiled slightly, very brightly, "Both are male, it's just that I am a little feminine." After asking this, Wang Qingzhao was at a loss for words for a moment. She then said, "Since you are currently occupying Jiang Ran's body, does that mean the original Jiang Ran can't come out?" Jiang Ran chuckled, covering his lips with his right hand, "I know what you want to ask, what you are worried about. Don't worry, I would like to occupy this body forever, but I don't have that ability. I will soon become dormant again, and the main personality, the one you mentioned, will soon reoccupy the body." After listening, Wang Qingzhao nodded, quite curious. "By the way, I've also seen some things online about dissociative identity disorder and multiple personalities. I want to ask, do you personalities, the main and sub-personalities, fight over control of the body as the internet says?" Jiang Ran smiled, "Everyone's situation is different, but currently, we are like this. We are always fighting over control of the body. Whoever is stronger is the main personality. But unfortunately, your Jiang Ran, the main personality, is too overbearing, and we can't win." Wang Qingzhao was puzzled. Overbearing? No, I don't think so. I feel Jiang Ran is quite gentle, sometimes even a bit naive and silly. He's just an ordinary person, isn't he? Jiang Ran smiled, "Sister, you can't judge a person by appearance alone. The Jiang Ran you know may not be his true self. His true self might be dormant. Eyes can deceive, and what you see can be hard to distinguish as real or fake." Wang Qingzhao nodded, "Although you say you can't win against the Jiang Ran I know, haven't you still come out now?" Jiang Ran shook his head, "My emergence is only due to external forces, not by myself." Wang Qingzhao was curious, external forces? What external forces? Jiang Ran, regarding this, I must keep it a secret. Wang Qingjiao thought for a moment and guessed, is it because of the medication Jiang Ran usually takes? Is the medication not effective? Wang Qingjiao had later learned about the medication Jiang Ran took for dissociative identity disorder, which was the most common and had side effects. She felt that this effeminate Jiang Ran must have emerged because the medication wasn't very effective. Jiang Ran did not answer her question. Instead, he said something else. Sister, I must go now, goodbye. Jiang Ran suddenly waved his hand at Wang Qingjiao, and then his entire body, like a toy without batteries, stopped completely, falling directly onto the smooth tiled floor. He came and went in a hurry, leaving Wang Qingjiao stunned. And after the somewhat effeminate Jiang Ran personality departed, Jiang Ran lay on the ground, not waking up. Wang Qingjiao dragged Jiang Ran onto the sofa. At this moment, staring at Jiang Ran's somewhat handsome and pleasant face, Wang Qingjiao recalled the advice given to her by the female psychologist who had accompanied her growing up and treated her since she first started university. She said, "The biggest problem with antisocial personality disorder is emotional detachment. They cannot have the most basic, normal empathy and emotions like ordinary people. I believe if people with antisocial personality disorder had the same empathy and emotions as ordinary people, for example, seeing someone's tragic experience would normally evoke sympathy, but people with antisocial personality disorder would feel nothing internally, and might even feel justified in bullying someone who has experienced such tragedy. If people with antisocial personality disorder could gradually acquire normal empathy, cognition, and emotions, their condition should improve. So, now that you are a university student, you can try dating. Truly falling in love with someone, regardless of gender, I mean genuinely liking them, not simply being self-centered and focused on self-gratification, playing with emotions. Therefore, I recommend you start with the more common male-female relationships to develop normal thoughts and emotions in that area. Then, you can try other things. Date like a normal person, and have normal feelings." Therefore, at that time, Wang Qingjiao followed the doctor's advice. She was prepared to have a relationship. Although she herself had antisocial personality disorder, she wasn't interested in other women, so she decided to find a man and date, like other so-called normal women. Finally, looking around, she set her sights on Jiang Ran. She didn't know if her feelings for Jiang Ran were what the doctor described as normal female emotions. But she certainly had emotional fluctuations regarding Jiang Ran. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end. She felt that if she and Jiang Ran had gotten together back then, she could have tested whether she could have what was called normal male-female emotions. And Jiang Ran wouldn't have been dumped by Xing and developed dissociative identity disorder, would he? From this perspective, she indeed felt a kind of heartache for Jiang Ran that she had never felt for anyone or anything else. And just as Wang Qingjiao stared at Jiang Ran's face, lost in thought for about 5 minutes, Jiang Ran, lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes and gradually sat up from the sofa. And he was rubbing the top of his head with his right hand. "Rubbing it," he said. "Strange, why does my head hurt a little?" Before he could figure out why, he turned his head and realized he was in his own home? Even more absurd, why was Wang Qingjiao next to him? "Why are you at my house?" Jiang Ran stared wide-eyed in confusion. "Wang Qingjiao, oh, I came to drop something off for you." Wang Qingjiao gestured to the box in her hand. Jiang Ran was still a bit confused. "Then how did you get in?" Wang Qingjiao then lied, "Your door wasn't closed, so I came in. After I came in, I saw you lying on the sofa." Discussion on Jiang Ran's personality in the live broadcast room. Jiang Ran's mind was blank. He clearly remembered being at Wang Nuli's place in 801, helping him with those bamboos. How did he end up in his own home when he opened his eyes again? And the top of his head was throbbing faintly? Especially, the fingers of his right hand, which he had just used to touch the top of his head, were covered with dried blood clots and fragments. Could it be? Jiang Ran wondered if his other personalities had emerged. Recalling now, the last time he and Xiao Qiu and a few others were cornered in the bedroom by that white man with a chainsaw. His memory only went up to that point. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at home. Although he was fine, he had a bunch of injuries on his body. It was just like now, completely inexplicable. That shouldn't be the case? Jiang Ran scratched his head. For many patients with dissociative identity disorder, when one personality occupies the body, the other personalities are unaware of what was done. They have no memory of that period, as if they were dormant. But Jiang Ran was special. In his previous life on Earth, when a subpersonality took over his body, he wouldn't fall into a deep sleep. Instead, he could clearly know what the subpersonality did with his body. But what was happening now? His other personalities came out, and he had no memory? So what did his other personalities do? Jiang Ran fell into a state of fear. Jiang Ran, what's wrong? You look so pale? Jiang Ran turned his head, stared at the alluring Wang Qingzhao, and asked, Qingzhao, when you came, did you really only see me lying on the sofa? Did you not see anything else strange? Wang Qingzhao shook her head firmly. No, why? Jiang Ran lowered his head and thought for a moment. It's nothing, nothing. Oh, this box in your hand, is it for me? What's inside? Jiang Ran could only temporarily set aside that matter and deal with the immediate situation. Oh, the last time I came to your house, I saw that the medicine you were taking was the cheapest kind. It wasn't very effective, and it had many side effects. This box I'm giving you contains 2 bottles of medicine. Both are the latest treatments for dissociative identity disorder from the United States. You can try them. He took the box, whose cover was entirely in English. Jiang Ran looked at the English on it for a while and honestly, he didn't understand it. But he knew that this thing shouldn't be cheap. You've gone to so much trouble, it feels too awkward to just accept your things. How much are these 2 bottles of medicine? I'll transfer the money to you. Jiang Ran said. Wang Qingzhao smiled and shook her head. No need, just treat me to a meal. Jiang Ran refused. No, you still have to tell me how much it is. Wang Qingzhao said, calculated in our country's currency, 1 bottle is 25,000, so 2 bottles are 50,000. Jiang Ran's hand, which had already pulled out his phone and was on the screen, opening the payment app, froze. 50,000? Jiang Ran was stunned again, because he didn't have that much money in total, whether on his phone or in his bank account. Wang Qingzhao saw his reaction and smiled. So, just treat me to a meal. If you absolutely insist on paying, just pay me back when you have money later. By the way, take this medicine yourself for a while and see the effects and if there are any side effects or abnormal reactions. If it's normal, continue taking it. If it's not normal or has side effects, you can return it to me, and I'll return it. Don't force yourself to take it just because you feel bad about the money. Jiang Ran nodded, all right. In fact, he knew clearly that once medicine was bought, how could it be returned? Return it to her, then she returns it? There's no such good thing. This was just an excuse Wang Qingzhao was giving him. At most, she could only resell it at a cheaper price to other patients. If she said she'd treat him to a meal, then she would. After all, he couldn't pay for the medicine. Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao walked out of 304. Before going downstairs, Jiang Ran said that before eating, he needed to go to the hospital to treat the injury on the top of his head. Wang Qingzhao only noticed it then and asked if he was alright and what had happened. Jiang Ran honestly didn't know how it happened and could only say that he was hit by a falling object from a height while walking downstairs. The two took the elevator to the first floor. After exiting the automatic glass sensor door on the first floor, they saw a white ambulance just driving away from the apartment. Just then, Administrator Xiao Zhang returned from the guard booth, and Jiang Ran asked him what had happened. Why was there an ambulance at the apartment? Administrator Xiao Zhang said, Wang Nuli, that kite-making guy in 801, probably has a mental illness. He went crazy from making kites, tied himself to a kite, and jumped off the building. He probably thought he was a kite. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran froze for 3 seconds, then inexplicably muttered to himself, that's right, he must have gone crazy from making kites and jumped by himself. Jiang Ran dared not guess what his personality, controlling his body during that previous period, might have done to Wang Nuli. The only thing he absolutely had to believe was that Wang Nuli's death had nothing to do with him, even if it was caused by his personality, it was none of his business. He was absolutely innocent, and his personality was also innocent. Therefore, Wang Nuli's death had nothing to do with him, he was just a bystander. That's right, that's how it is. He didn't want to disrupt his peaceful life because of such things, he didn't want to go to jail. Even though everything was still just speculation. After a moment of thought, Wang Qingzhao's car had arrived. He got into Wang Qingzhao's car, and the two left Alice's apartment together. What Jiang Ran didn't know was, from the moment his personality, who liked to call herself Nujia, took control of his body, the neighbors are better than distant relatives. Livestream had already exploded. From middle-aged uncle's comment, damn, he can still wake up? He was hit in the head with a metal wrench, and another personality can still take control of the body? And act like nothing happened? To domineering female CEO, why does this personality have the tone of an ancient woman? Feels so feminine. Then to I am a hero, I'm so shocked. This personality is just as formidable as the last one, but the methods for dealing with people are completely different. If Jiang Ran's body had been controlled by the previous personality this time, it would definitely have been a fist-and-foot fight, maybe even beating Wang Nuli to death. But this time, this personality actually made Wang Nuli, who was so obsessed with kites, turn into a kite. So artistic. Finally, extremely rich young master, I finally understand why Jiang Ran, you invested the least in the last round and the most in this round. This personality is practically an external cheat. Is multiple personality disorder that awesome? The livestream exploded anyway, because everyone in the entire livestream thought Jiang Ran was dead and about to fall. As a result, there was a shocking reversal. Not only did he survive, but he also got his revenge. There were waves of discussions, with comments like, awesome, and, amazing, constantly flooding the screen. After these discussions, up until now, seeing Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao driving away in the main camera of the livestream, it finally quieted down for a bit. And after the quiet, a new topic emerged, proposed by middle-aged uncle. Hey, you should still remember the conversation between that personality of Jiang Ran and Wang Qingzhao, right? He said that Jiang Ran's main personality, which is the current Jiang Ran, is too domineering, so their other personalities can't overpower him? Do you think that's true or false? Win rate rankings. The extremely rich young master spoke first, I think it must be fake. Although I didn't see the performance of Jiang Ran's other personality last time, I saw this one. It's perverted, ruthless, and artistic. As for Jiang Ran himself, well, his performance over so many days gives me the impression of an ordinary person. So, I don't believe that effeminate personality when he says he can't compete. The domineering female CEO, I don't believe it either. The middle-aged uncle, then the question arises, since everyone thinks Jiang Ran himself, the main personality, is very ordinary, just a regular person, then why does he control the body almost all the time? Why not the other personalities? The domineering female CEO, isn't Jiang Ran always taking medication for this? If the other personalities could still frequently pop out, then the medication would be useless. And he's the main personality, the original one, so he should have an innate advantage, right? Many people in the live broadcast room shared this view. They felt that the effeminate personality's words were pure nonsense. What about Jiang Ran's main personality being too dominant, too strong to compete with? The fundamental reason should still be the effect of the medication, or perhaps, the other personalities also compete with each other, thus weakening their strength. In short, whatever the truth of the conclusion is, one thing is certain, the people in the live broadcast room think that Jiang Ran might be the most difficult Xiaobai little white mice, to kill in history. He can still turn things around after being shot in the head, amazing. Perhaps he can break the record for the most survival rounds in history. And the last moments of the 26th round also passed quickly. It came to its final end. At this very moment, it was the 26th round, the last day, the final half hour. After this half hour, it would be exactly 12 a.m. In the live broadcast room, within that familiar studio, the long-haired beautiful host appeared gracefully, taking small, quick steps. Tonight, she was still so beautiful and captivating. Her red lips slightly parted, and she began to announce the results of the 26th round. Round 26, Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Jiang Ran, survived. Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Kabei, and Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Li Mengmeng lost their freedom and remained trapped before the end of round 26. Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Zhou Wu, died. Therefore, in round 26, the winners are Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, Jiang Ran and those who bet on him. Upon receiving the final verdict, those who had bet on Jiang Ran in this round celebrated wildly in the live broadcast room. The long-haired beautiful host continued to announce. The total betting amount for the 5 Xiao Baishu, Little White Mice, in this round is 137.99 million. It will be distributed among those who bet on Jiang Ran, according to their betting proportion. Finally, round 26 has ended. Please wait patiently for the start of round 27. The long-haired beautiful host disappeared into the darkness. At this time, the live broadcast room was not completely closed, it would close in half an hour. Therefore, the people in the live broadcast room still had half an hour to discuss. The extremely rich young master at the middle-aged uncle, "Uncle, you bet 5 million on Jiang Ran, right? How much did you earn this time?" The middle-aged uncle, "Oh, not much, not much. Including my previous 5 million, a total of 11 million has arrived in my account." Small money, it's all small money. Although one couldn't see the middle-aged uncle's expression in reality, his words revealed an uncontainable joy. The extremely rich young master, "Damn, so you earned 6 million? That's not much?" The middle-aged uncle, "Indeed, it's not much. You didn't see round 25. The Diamond Bachelor, Brother Wang, only bet 580,000 on Jiang Ran in the last round, and he ended up with over 70 million. That's what you call a big player. He truly deserves to be number one in betting win rate on the leaderboard." The fairy sister, "Hey, speaking of Brother Wang, who did my brother Wang bet on this time? Did he win?" The middle-aged uncle, "It should still be Jiang Ran, right? After all, in the last round, even under those circumstances, Brother Wang could bet on Jiang Ran, who was the least favored. It must be the same this time." At this moment, the little ant exclaimed with unusual excitement, "No. Brother Wang didn't bet on Jiang Ran this time. He bet on Xiao Qiu. So Brother Wang lost this round." Many people in the live broadcast room were surprised to see this message. Why did you trust Jiang Ran in the last round, but not this round? And this was after Jiang Ran revealed himself to be a patient with multiple personalities, with a very capable personality? Many people were at the Diamond Bachelor, asking what was going on, but the Diamond Bachelor never spoke up. The domineering female CEO then said, "It's just one success or failure." Although Brother Wang's win rate is very high, he also makes miscalculations sometimes. Don't forget, he is still far ahead on the leaderboard. By the way, I also bet on Xiao Qiu this time. And lost again. Soon, the last half hour was about to end. The live broadcast room was about to close. People in the live broadcast room were still rushing to speak. The middle-aged uncle, "All right, everyone, let's wait for round 27. This round 26 is truly the most I've ever earned, I'm so excited. After the broadcast ends, I'll donate 3 million to do good deeds, to accumulate good fortune and hidden virtue for myself. To keep winning. The extremely rich young master, let round 27 start quickly. I want to bet too. I also want to compete for first place on the leaderboard. Hey, by the way, I've always been curious, what special privileges or benefits does being first in the betting win rate leaderboard offer? Or is it just for bragging rights? A sense of honor? The middle-aged uncle, there are special privileges and benefits. First, second, and third place on the leaderboard each have a special privilege. The extremely rich young master, what privileges? The middle-aged uncle, let's start with third place. The privilege for third place is to transfer a perverted criminal from an Alice apartment in another country. The privilege for second place is to designate a perverted criminal within the Alice apartment to kill a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. The privilege for first place is a combination of second and third, that is, one can transfer a perverted criminal from an Alice apartment in another country to our Alice apartment, plus designate a perverted criminal to kill a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. The extremely rich young master listened, completely stunned. He quickly waved his hand. Wait. What's going on? Alice apartments in other countries? This perverted place, this perverted live broadcast, other countries have it too? The middle-aged uncle, every country is said to have one. And they all have corresponding live broadcasts. Otherwise, how could that rich second-generation individual with over 5 billion in assets, who fled abroad, be so easily caught and put into the apartment? The forces behind the Alice apartment are beyond our imagination. From watching the live broadcast until now, this was the most shocking experience for the extremely rich young master, without a doubt. Because he had absolutely no idea that this thing was actually global? With only a few minutes left before the live broadcast room closed, he came back to his senses. He quickly checked the win rate leaderboard and saw the top 3. First, the Diamond Bachelor. Second, Sentimental Swordsman. Third, I Love to Eat Shit. After 26 rounds, Zhou Wu's sister. Bang! In the real world, the Diamond Bachelor slammed the keyboard, valued at over 10,000 yuan, directly onto the floor. Just slamming it wasn't enough. After throwing it down, he furiously stomped on it several times. While stomping, he kept mumbling something. The middle-aged uncle outside the door was about to knock and deliver a late-night snack. However, hearing such loud curses from the room in the dead of night, she immediately didn't dare to enter and only waited outside. Inside the room, the beautiful girl, the Diamond Bachelor, was extremely angry. She was not only angry that she lost this time, that her bet lost. She was even more furious, asking why her sixth sense was no longer working. Why wouldn't it work? Her most proud and ultimate trump card, her sixth sense, actually failed. This caused her to fall into prolonged fear and panic. It seems that ever since Jiangran, this damn Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, appeared, my sixth sense stopped working. The 25th round and the 26th round are the best proof. Both times, the Diamond Bachelor gnashed her teeth. She paced back and forth in her spacious, luxurious, and beautiful pink princess room. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her beautiful large eyes. Ha 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 ha, Jiangran, if you die, my sixth sense should return to normal, right? The Diamond Bachelor at this moment licked her upper lip with her fragrant tongue and sneered, it seems that the privilege I've never used before is going to be used on you. The privilege the Diamond Bachelor spoke of was the one the middle-aged uncle mentioned earlier. However, the middle-aged uncle didn't explain it fully. The top 3 privileges all have usage times. One use every 10 rounds. If one maintains their position for 10 cumulative rounds, they can use it once. And the Diamond Bachelor has been first since the very first round. Therefore, by the end of the 26th round now, she can use the privilege twice. This was also her first time using the privilege, and she was preparing to eliminate a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Early this morning, Xing drove the Mercedes-Benz that Zhou Wu had left behind, heading to Zhou Wu's parents' home. In the driver's seat of the car, Xing's lips curved into a smile, as if something particularly joyful had happened. On the passenger seat to her right, there was a stack of white documents. Upon closer inspection, one would be surprised to find that these were pregnancy reports from a certain hospital. That's right, it was Xing's pregnancy report. She was pregnant. Zhou Wu's child. Originally, she had thought that if Zhou Wu remained missing, in order to stay in Zhou Wu's family, she would need a legitimate reason. She had planned that if she wasn't pregnant, she would find a man to be a sperm donor and claim she was pregnant with Zhou Wu's child. Then, with this child, she could stay in Zhou Wu's family indefinitely. After all, although Zhou Wu and his father were missing, his father's shares, money, and assets were still there. By then, everything would belong to Zhou Wu's mother. And whether the child in her belly was a boy or a girl, it was still of the Zhou family's lineage. She could gain a lot of benefits. Especially if it was a boy, she would be even more secure. That's why she was so happy. So happy that she completely disregarded Zhou Wu's disappearance. Even better, she was already pregnant. And it was Zhou Wu's. Zhou Wu's parents owned several houses. Their most frequently inhabited one was a large flat in a high-end residential complex. The location here was excellent, very close to the city center. And the surrounding scenery was beautiful. Although Alice's apartment was also very good, it couldn't compare to the value of this place. Xing drove Zhou Wu's Mercedes-Benz smoothly into this high-end residential complex. She arrived at the entrance of the house where Zhou Wu's parents lived. Standing at the door, Xing held her pregnancy report in her right hand, while her left hand squeezed her facial muscles, transforming all the joy she had shown in the car into sorrow. After checking her melancholic face in her phone's front camera and finding no flaws, she rang the doorbell. The door opened. However, the one who opened the door was a young girl she had never seen before. Xing was momentarily stunned. She wondered if she had come to the wrong door? But the next moment, she heard a familiar voice, and she was sure she hadn't come to the wrong place. This was Zhou Wu's parents' home. Inside Zhou Wu's parents' home, at this moment, Zhou Wu's mother, the middle-aged woman, with graying hair, lay on the sofa, half asleep and half awake, in very poor spirits. The disappearance of her husband and son had dealt her too great a blow. This left her in a dazed state. Besides her, there was a young couple in the house. They looked to be in their early 20s, the prime of their youth, full of vigor. This young couple was fashionably dressed, and their personal demeanor exuded an air of nobility and arrogance. This was something women like Xing particularly yearned to possess. But such a quality is innate. Either you have it from birth, or you don't. Even if one becomes successful later in life, they still won't possess this kind of temperament. You are Xing? My brother's fiancé? At this moment, the 20-year-old girl's gaze was sharply fixed on Xing's face. Yes, I am Xing, your brother's fiancé. Wait, you said Zhou Wu is your brother? You wouldn't happen to be Zhou Wu's sister, Zhou Yan? Xing stared at the girl in front of her, utterly surprised. She had heard Zhou Wu mention that he had a younger sister, but she had been sent to study in Lignovel a long time ago. She had never returned. Even for Xiao Hua's boyfriend's engagement, his sister hadn't come back. Therefore, Xing had never met her. Besides, Xing also remembered Zhou Wu saying that if his sister had been a boy, his father's legacy would definitely have been passed down to her, and not to Zhou Wu. The reason was simple: Zhou Yan, apart from being a girl, was superior to Zhou Wu in all other aspects, including appearance. Zhou Yan's sudden return to China made Xing feel a sense of crisis. Returning at this time, could it be to snatch shares and other assets? She thought this, but Xing certainly couldn't directly ask, "Are you here to seize the family fortune?" She then turned and saw a handsome young man, 1.85 meters tall, next to Zhou Yan, and asked Zhou Yan, "Who is this?" Zhou Yan looked at the boy beside her. "He's asking you a question." The handsome young man smiled confidently. "Hello, sister-in-law, my Chinese name is Li Migua, and my Li Migua name is Tom Li. You can call me by my Chinese name, or my foreign name. Zhou Yan and I are university classmates, and currently, we are a couple." "Oh, I see. Then what are you two back for this time?" Xing was also experienced and could tell that the relationship between Zhou Yan and Li Migua was unusual and very intimate. The feeling they gave off as a couple standing there was different.
My father and brother are both missing. Do you think it's still appropriate for me, as a member of this family, not to return? Zhou Yan said with great disdain.
Xin Xing didn't know why, but from Zhou Yan's words, actions, and body language, she felt that the girl in front of her looked down on her greatly. The American detective hired by Zhou Yan and others.
Xin Xing said at this moment, "Oh, that matter?
Your brother's and uncle's disappearances, your aunt and I have already reported them to the police. The police have now merged the cases, and they will notify us if there's any news. I'm sure your aunt has already told you."
Zhou Yan said indifferently, "My mom has told me everything." By the way, Xin Xing, what do you have in your hand?
Xin Xing was truly annoyed by the girl in front of her. She was at least engaged to his brother, making her his future sister-in-law.
Even if she didn't call her sister-in-law, a sister would be appropriate, wouldn't it?
Yet, here she was, calling her by her full name.
"Oh, it's my pregnancy report. I just found out I'm pregnant." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan crossed her arms and sneered, "Oh? Pregnant? Is it my brother's?" Xin Xing, hearing this, became a little angry. "If not your brother's, then whose could it be?"
If it truly were a borrowed seed, Xin Xing would indeed feel a bit weak being questioned like this, but unfortunately, it was truly Zhou Wu's child. Zhou Yan sneered, "No choice, at such a crucial juncture, you suddenly say you're pregnant, it's too coincidental."
Xin Xing was truly angry. "Are you implying that my brother's disappearance is related to me? That I caused it?" Zhou Yan spread her hands, "Who knows? All right, stop arguing."
At this moment, Zhou Wu's mother on the sofa stood up and stopped the farce. She said to Xin Xing and Zhou Yan separately, "Xiao Xing, don't blame Zhou Yan, her temper has been like this since she was little, please be more understanding. And you, Xiao Yan, she will be your sister-in-law in the future, show her some respect."
Xin Xing appeared very well behaved. "I understand, auntie." But Zhou Yan snorted coldly and said no more. "Since everyone is here, let's have lunch at home later. It's a long-awaited reunion meal. Even though your father and brother are not here, they've disappeared. I'll go buy groceries."
Zhou Wu's mother sighed as she got up.
"Auntie, shall I go with you?"
Xin Xing transformed into a considerate companion. But Zhou Wu's mother waved her hands repeatedly, "No, I'll go alone.
I want to be by myself for a bit."
Therefore, after Zhou Wu's mother went out to buy groceries, only Xin Xing, Zhou Yan, and Li Miguo were left in the large apartment. At this moment, Zhou Yan stood in front of the huge, bright floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at everything below. In an unrefusable tone, she said to Xin Xing, "Although my mom told me about my dad's and my brother's disappearances and the whole story, I also need to hear it from you. After all, you are also involved. If you want to find my brother and marry him as soon as possible, tell me in as much detail as possible. Of course, if all of this was your design, and you don't want my brother to be found, only wanting to covet my family's money, rest assured, even if you are pregnant with my brother's child, you won't get a single penny." The calm words were filled with an overwhelming sense of threat. Honestly, Xin Xing truly hated Zhou Yan, but Zhou Yan was right about one thing. She also wanted to find Zhou Wu as soon as possible. Therefore, despite hating Zhou Yan, she still recounted everything she knew and heard. After listening, Xin Xing explained the full story.
Zhou Yan looked at Li Miguo beside her. "What do you think?" Li Miguo smiled confidently. "There's something fishy, incredibly fishy. It feels like this disappearance is like a haunting."
Zhou Yan also smiled. "I feel the same way, so, how do we find my dad and my brother?" "Li Miguo, I need to get my classmate Jimmy here to help brainstorm, and while we're at it, have him find a detective from the United States."
Zhou Yan, hearing this, asked, "Is a detective from the United States reliable?"
Li Miguo spread his hands helplessly. "You know I'm an overseas Chinese, I grew up in the United States since I was little, so I'm not familiar with
detectives here in China. If it's possible, you can find one here."
Zhou Yan shook her head. "Forget it, I don't have any detective connections here either." Xin Xing listened on the side while the two discussed finding people and detectives. The two spoke without avoiding her at all.
She didn't know if this was trust? Or if they considered her insignificant, non-existent? 3 days later. Xinxing was driving Zhou Wu's Mercedes-Benz, with Zhou Yan in the passenger seat. In the back row sat 3 men.
Since all 3 men were quite tall, it was quite cramped in the back. The first man was Zhou Yan's overseas Chinese friend who grew up in the United States, Li Migua. The second was a man in his early 20s with a Caucasian face. He was Li Migua's classmate, Jimmy. And the last man, in his 30s, had a face like Jimmy's, a typical Caucasian face. He was the detective Li Migua had Jimmy find. This detective was currently keeping his eyes closed, as if resting. The Mercedes-Benz quickly arrived at Alice's apartment. After smoothly passing through the barrier gate, it drove all the way in and parked next to the black Maybach Zhou Wu had been driving, which belonged to his father. 5 people got out of the car. This apartment isn't bad, is it? My useless older brother, although he's been quite useless since childhood, at least his aesthetic sense is still online. After getting out of the passenger seat, Zhou Yan surveyed the nearby apartment building and its surroundings, giving her assessment. Li Migua also nodded in approval of the apartment, then said, "This is my first time in China. Before, I only heard about it from my parents and learned about it online, etc. They said China was quite backward, but seeing is believing. I found that China is not quite like what they said. Take this apartment, for example, it's very beautiful. It has a simple beauty." Zhou Yan said, "How long has it been since your parents came back? Their thinking is still stuck in the past. The country is developing very fast now." The group came to Alice's apartment, naturally not to visit Zhou Wu and Xinxing's wedding apartment. Instead, it was to investigate the disappearances of Zhou Wu's father and Zhou Wu. After Jimmy and the United States detective he hired arrived, Zhou Yan and Li Migua recounted the full story of the 2 disappearances. After listening, the United States detective said he wanted to look at the apartment's surveillance footage from the day of the disappearance. Therefore, led by Xinxing, the group arrived at Alice's apartment. The group successfully found Administrator Xiao Zhang on the first floor and requested to check the surveillance footage and so on. Administrator Xiao Zhang readily agreed and did not object. Soon, in the surveillance room, the group began to check the surveillance footage of Zhou Wu's father's disappearance. Zhou Wu's father, who was Li Mingming's sugar daddy, the middle-aged man. The actual surveillance footage should have shown him receiving a call from his wife, leaving Li Mingming's home, and taking the elevator to the first floor. Then, on the first floor, he was hacked to death with an axe by the unknown pervert dressed as the chainsaw killer. But now, the surveillance footage Zhou Yan and the others were checking showed a completely different scene. American Detective Mike, one of the guinea pigs in the next round. The surveillance footage they were watching now showed the following. Zhou Wu's father left Li Mingming's house and took the elevator. After exiting the elevator, he smoothly passed through the glass sensor doors, then arrived at the apartment's ground-level parking area, drove his car out of Alice's apartment, and the surveillance ended there. After watching this footage, Zhou Yan said, "It seems my father's disappearance requires checking other surveillance footage, preferably the road surveillance he passed through while driving. We need to see where the last surveillance camera captured him driving. Okay, now let's watch the surveillance footage of my brother's disappearance." After saying a lot, she wanted to control the mouse to watch Zhou Wu's disappearance footage, but her arm was pressed down by the Migua detective, sitting in the chair, facing the computer. Because the Migua detective was the main investigator, he sat in the chair to watch the surveillance, while everyone else stood beside him. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yan looked at the Migua detective in confusion. The Migua detective replied, "All your previous deductions were wrong. There's a problem with this surveillance footage." The Migua detective spoke Chinese, not English. His Chinese was excellent, very idiomatic, with absolutely no foreign accent. Zhou Yan, Li Migua, and Jimmy were all very surprised after hearing him. They weren't surprised by the Migua detective's Chinese proficiency, as they had already been astonished by it during their previous interactions. Their current surprise stemmed from the Migua detective saying that Zhou Yan's deductions were all wrong and that there was a problem with the
Surveillance footage. You said all my deductions were wrong? There's a problem with the surveillance? What problem? The surveillance clearly shows my father driving away from Alice's apartment. Zhou Yan had a very competitive personality. She always wanted to take the initiative, no matter who she was dealing with. She had a bit of a queen-like, domineering aura. At this moment, the Manhwa detective adjusted the surveillance footage to the scene after Zhou Wu's father took the elevator to the first floor and exited. He didn't make them guess where the problem was, instead, he pointed it out directly. Didn't you notice that from the moment he arrived on the first floor by elevator, this middle-aged man was always facing away after exiting, never showing his front? This? It seems. It really is? Zhou Yan, who had initially been quite unconvinced by the Manhwa detective, heard this conclusion, especially as she watched the computer screen repeatedly show her father exiting the elevator, passing through the glass sensor doors, and driving away. She realized that it really was just as the Manhwa detective said. From that moment on, the surveillance only showed her father's back, never his front. This was clearly not normal. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that although the figures back in the video, after exiting the elevator, wore the same clothes as her father and had a similar build, if one were to be extremely meticulous, some differences could still be found. For example, Zhou Wu's father walked with a slight lean to the right, and the figure in the video also leaned, but this lean was very unnatural, as if intentionally mimicked. Li Manhwa, at this moment, rested his chin on one hand, adopting a thoughtful posture. This means that this surveillance footage has a problem. It's been edited and tampered with. From the moment Uncle arrived on the first floor and exited the elevator, everything was fake. His driving away was also fake. This means Uncle didn't disappear outside while driving, as we thought, but rather disappeared within the apartment. The Manhwa detective nodded affirmatively. Very clever, you caught on quickly. Zhou Yan, having heard this conclusion, frowned and said, then who edited the surveillance and impersonated my father? That, I don't know. That's also the reason, or rather, the truth I'm here to investigate. The Manhwa detective said with a serious expression. From the moment he received Jimmy's commission and arrived in China. After listening to the full story of his father's and brother's disappearances from the parties involved. His intuition, honed over years as a detective, told him that both disappearances were likely connected to Alice's apartment. It was for this reason that he suggested coming to check the surveillance. He didn't expect to find a problem right from the start. The surveillance footage of Zhou Wu's father's disappearance was finished. Next, they began to watch the surveillance footage of Zhou Wu's disappearance. Zhou Wu's actual disappearance footage was as follows. He returned during the day, entered 404, and never came out. Then, after midnight, at around 12 o'clock, the young security guard Xiao Xing snuck into 404, carried Zhou Wu out on his back, and took him all the way to his single room. However, the surveillance footage these people found now showed something different. When Zhou Wu returned during the day and entered 404, the surveillance was normal. Even after midnight, around 12 o'clock, there was no footage of Xiao Xing sneaking in and carrying Zhou Wu out. This part was completely absent. Then, it was around 11 in the morning when Xin Xing went out to the factory to find Zhou Wu to return his phone. This part was also what Li Manhwa had heard when Xin Xing recounted the full story of Zhou Wu's father's and Zhou Wu's disappearances. She said there was something fishy, something extremely fishy, making it feel like a haunting. Indeed. Xin Xing had mentioned that she, Zhou Wu's mother, and the police had checked this surveillance footage at the time. It was exactly the same as what they saw today. A perfectly healthy person suddenly vanished into thin air, and the surveillance didn't capture anyone entering or leaving the room. Wasn't that like a haunting? Great detective, what can you make of this footage? Zhou Yan asked the Manhwa detective. Zhou Yan, for her part, had absolutely no clue about this video. Therefore, her question contained both a plea and a challenge. The Manhwa detective was intently staring at the video surveillance, watching it repeatedly. He said, you can just call me by my name. I'm Mike.
Also, this video has also been edited and tampered with.
The Manhwa detective, Mike, stated with confidence. You're very lucky that Jimmy found me.
The videos of Joe Woo and Joe Woo's father, the editing and tampering are quite high level.
Most people wouldn't notice it unless it was taken to a professional. Oh, this segment was also edited and tampered with? Besides that, are there any other discoveries?
Having learned from the previous segment that Joe Woo's father's surveillance video was edited, it was no longer surprising that this segment of Joe
Woo's surveillance was also edited. No more.
The videos have all been edited and tampered with, which can only mean that your brother's disappearance also occurred within this apartment.
As for the rest, it will require further investigation. Zhou Yan and Li Migui exchanged glances, then Zhou Yan asked again, then how long will it take to investigate? Mike slowly exhaled, I don't know.
Anyway, my fee isn't based on investigation time, but on the difficulty of the case. If I can't find anything, I only charge for the plane ticket and the cost of food and lodging.
Don't worry. Zhou Yan waved her hand, no, it's not about money. I'm not short on money.
My point is, I hope you can find my father and my brother as soon as possible. Mike suddenly said, go call that administrator.
Zhou Yan was startled, why call him?
Mike said, since you're in such a hurry, I'll start investigating now. Call him in first, I have some questions for him.
Soon, Administrator Xiao Zhang was called in.
After he entered, his gaze remained fixed on Jimmy and Detective Mike's faces. He probably rarely saw foreigners and found them quite novel.
Hello, Xiao Zhang, I'd like to ask, is this surveillance room always locked? Besides you, does anyone else have a key?
Administrator Xiao Zhang seemed too familiar with such questions. He waved his hand, you're all so serious, I thought you were going to do something
big. Turns out it's just this kind of question again.
Mike and the others were quite puzzled.
Xiao Zhang explained, I've been asked similar questions by the police many times, so I'm very familiar with them. No need to be surprised. I'll just tell you everything you want to hear now, to save you the trouble of asking. Round 27 begins.
Administrator Xiao Zhang continued, this monitoring room is usually locked, and there's only one key, which I manage.
But because the monitoring room isn't used much, this key is usually kept on my desk in the management office. If someone really took it to secretly open the monitoring room, or secretly made a copy, I wouldn't know. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Xiao Zhang was allowed to leave.
Only Mike and the others remained. At this moment, Zhou Yan exited the monitoring room, looked left and right for a while at the entrance, then re-entered. She said to Mike, Mike, I just saw that there's also a camera outside the monitoring room.
Can you check who entered the monitoring room after my dad and my brother disappeared? Zhou Yan offered her suggestion. But Mike shook his head, it's useless.
The person who modified and edited the footage must have thought of what you thought of. He must have also modified and edited the surveillance video of himself entering the monitoring room. Even though he said that, Mike still checked.
But the result was that nothing could be found. This is truly a tricky case, but it's fine, I've handled trickier ones. Mike stood up and said to Zhou Yan, from now on, I need to stay in Apartment 404 for a period of time to facilitate my investigation. Zhou Yan nodded in agreement, no problem at all. You can bring up any other needs you have.
Zhou Yan agreed, but Xinxing jumped out to object, I object.
That's my and your brother's future wedding home, how can we let someone else live in it?
Zhou Yan disdainfully sized up Xinxing, a corner of her mouth curling up, Xinxing, be honest.
This apartment is indeed your and my brother's wedding home, but did you pay for this house?
Xinxing was speechless for a moment.
But she started her defense again, okay, he can move in, but have you considered, if he moves in, where will I live? Zhou Yan, you can live with Mike.
Xinxing's face was somewhat distorted with anger. In the end, it was Zhou Yan's boyfriend, Li Migui, who smoothed things over. How about this, Xinxing, you go upstairs and pack your things, and
temporarily move to another place.
All of this is to find Zhou Yan's brother, your fiancé. Please be more understanding,
after all, you also want to find him soon, right? Xing ultimately couldn't win against Zhou Yan. After the group went upstairs, she packed her personal belongings, vacating apartment 404 for Mike.
Xing only roughly packed her personal belongings.
About 2 hours. 2 hours later, Mike remained in apartment 404, and the key was given to him. Xing, with her personal belongings, drove her Mercedes-Benz, preparing to find another place to stay for now. Of course, she was clever. Finding another place, a good environment would cost a lot of money, and she wouldn't settle for a bad one. Plus, she was now pregnant with Zhou Wu's child and planned to move directly to Zhou Wu's mother's place for this period. As for Zhou Yan, Li Migua, and Li Migua's classmate Jimmy, they did not take the Mercedes-Benz that Xing drove when they came. Instead, they seemed to have other plans, so they waited for a ride-sharing car by the roadside outside the apartment. Jimmy, is this detective you found reliable? Zhou Yan asked the white male student Jimmy at this time.
Jimmy and Li Migua were both tall, 1.85 meters, and now wearing shoes, they looked about 1.87 meters, appearing even taller. Especially since both of them were very handsome, standing there, they formed a beautiful sight. Don't worry, Mike is one of the top 10 private detectives in all of US dollar.
Do you know what his minimum asking price is for accepting a commission? It wasn't too surprising that the detective named Mike could speak Chinese.
After all, if he dared to take a case here without speaking the language, communication would be troublesome. But it was quite surprising that Jimmy, an US dollar, could speak Chinese. After all, he was just an ordinary university student. According to Jimmy himself, he was very interested in China's long history and culture, so he taught himself the language.
How much? Zhou Yan asked curiously. Jimmy held up one finger. Zhou Yan said casually, 10,000 US$? Jimmy shook his head. Zhou Yan sighed, 100,000 US$?
That's equivalent to 700,000 CNY, which is indeed quite expensive.
Jimmy shook his head again. Zhou Yan's eyes finally widened this time. Don't tell me, 1 million US$?
Jimmy finally nodded this time. It's 1 million US$, and this is just the minimum commission price, and it's priceless. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to hire a private detective of Mike's caliber without a few years of waiting.
Zhou Yan still had a shocked expression. 1 million US$ was equivalent to 7 million CNY. And it was still the minimum price.
Even Zhou Yan, a rich young lady, felt a pang of heartache. Mainly, she hadn't expected the detective she hired to cost so much money. Jimmy, you said this is the minimum price, so how much does he charge for our current commission?
Zhou Yan asked again.
She was mainly afraid that Mike would overcharge, demanding several million US$.
That would be tens of millions of CNY.
Not to mention herself, even for her family, it would be a considerable sum. Don't worry, this time it's a friendly price.
Mike is only charging us 1 million US$, Jimmy smiled brightly. Zhou Yan exhaled, somewhat relieving her nervous emotions.
Jimmy then said, okay, you can leave your father's and brother's matters to Mike.
Let's three go out and have fun. It's not easy to come here.
Zhou Yan nodded, okay, I'll be the host and take you two out to play. For more days passed after that day. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor game. Round 27, once again began broadcasting.
Live stream room.
Middle-aged uncle, wow, it's broadcasting again. Round 27. I wonder if you've noticed, the intervals between these rounds are so short.
They're all 1 week intervals. Domineering female CEO, yes, the intervals for these 3 rounds are quite short.
I remember a long time ago, there was a round with a 2-month interval. During that time, I had no energy for anything.
The live stream room became lively again.
And in the live stream screen,
it was still that dark studio. The long-haired beautiful host, as in previous rounds, appeared from the darkness.
This time, she was wearing a black cheongsam. A black base with gold patterns. Exuding a noble and mysterious feeling. She had a gentle smile on her face and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. Welcome everyone to the A Distant Relative is Not As Good as a Close Neighbor game livestream room.
This is round 27. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point and introduce the 5 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, for this round. To be rich is not to be kind, and to be kind is not to be rich. No. 1 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, your good friend Jiang ran. Yes, he survived another week without live streams and successfully reached the 27th round. If he manages to survive this round, he will tie our game's highest record. I won't go into too much detail about his deeds, those watching the livestream are already well aware. As soon as the livestream began, the viewership jumped from 0 to 40,000. By the time Jiang Ran's introduction was finished, the livestream's viewership easily surpassed 100,000. Middle-aged uncle, hey, the host's wording for introducing the Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, is different. Before, it was always the nth one, but now it's changed to no. No. N. Fairy sister, I don't know, but this wording feels clearer than the nth one. It doesn't matter, it's just a way of addressing them. Domineering female CEO, yes, let's keep watching the livestream and see if the next few Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, are interesting. I'm more curious if Xiao Q and Kabei managed to escape. The long-haired beautiful host seemed to have been monitoring the screen, as she replied. I'm afraid I have to disappoint everyone. Xiao Q and Kabei from the last round didn't escape and are still locked in 1001. As for Li Mengmeng, she's still alive, but also locked up. So, the next 4 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, are not them. This round's no. 2 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice. Sunny Jie, male, 32 years old, a fitness coach. He usually has a chaotic relationship with women and often gets involved with his female clients. Not long ago, he got involved with a married female client. Unexpectedly, the married woman's husband was a rather influential person in the area and issued a Jianghu kill order against him. He was forced to flee his original city, and during his escape, he signed an agreement with us to stay in Alice's apartment for refuge, at 10,000 yuan per day. The introduction concluded. On the large electronic screen behind the long-haired beautiful host, many photos of Sunny Jie appeared. In the photos, Sunny Jie's appearance was ordinary, but his muscles were exaggerated, clearly showing he was a fanatical fitness enthusiast who spent all his time at the gym. Once the no. 2 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, and his story were revealed. It sparked a series of discussions. Middle-aged uncle said indifferently, this guy is a fitness coach? No wonder. Gyms are inherently chaotic places, with men and women, men and men, women and women. Even an innocent person who goes in, if their will isn't strong, can turn dark. It's just that this guy was unlucky enough to get involved with the wife of someone powerful. Fairy sister, talking about gyms makes me angry. My ex Wang Ju's boyfriend was especially fond of going to the gym, constantly surrounded by people of the opposite sex, and eventually cheated. Little dragon girl, good thing my family has a private gym. Little ant, who among us watching the live stream doesn't have a private gym? The main issue is that one's partner is too fickle. If they don't go to the gym, they'll go somewhere else to cheat. Domineering female CEO, alright, sisters, why bother finding a Wang Ju's boyfriend? Just keep a few little wolf dogs or little milk dogs. If they don't listen, just dump them, that's the best way. But seriously, this Sunny Jie makes me laugh. Look at this guy, he's hiding in Alice's apartment to escape a Jianghu kill order. He probably never imagined that Alice's apartment is also a king of Hell's Palace. The discussion about Sunny Jie was still ongoing. But the long-haired beautiful host wouldn't stop and wait for them to finish discussing. Therefore, she continued to introduce. No. 3 Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, Wu Yu, male, 19 years old, university student. His father has cancer, and his family is poor. To earn medical expenses for his father, he signed an agreement with us to stay in Alice's apartment, at 10,000 yuan per day. After the introduction, Wu Yu's photo appeared. He was an ordinary-looking, thin male university student.
His face showed fatigue, and his brows were etched with an unshakable sorrow. His back was always slightly hunched.
At this moment, Fairy's sister was the first to speak, entering Alice's apartment to earn medical expenses? What a filial son! How touching! Little aunt, indeed. I even wish he could live a few more days and earn a few more days' worth of money. Unfortunately, what I say doesn't count.
Middle-aged uncle, I've watched so many rounds, and I've rarely seen this type of xiaobaishu, little white mice. Most xiaobaishu, little white mice, are for their own selfish desires, but this one is to save his father. It's a pity, he might not earn the money and lose his own life as well. I am a hero, yes, there's a high probability of losing both money and life in such cases. After all, the danger level of Alice's apartment is no joke. Furthermore, this kind of situation is quite common in society now. If a family member gets sick, not treating them feels bad, as they are blood relatives. But if you treat them, you're afraid you'll spend all your money, go into debt, and the illness still won't be cured. That's also losing both money and life. The extremely rich young master, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. That's why I say, this Wuyu isn't ruthless enough, not decisive enough. If I were him, I simply wouldn't treat my father. I don't have money, and even if I painstakingly got the treatment fees, it might not be curable. It's better to give up from the start, and save myself from being trapped for a lifetime.
Middle-aged uncle sighed. The kind of person you're describing is a minority. Most people will treat if they can. Also, extremely rich young master, if you were in his situation, are you sure you could do what you just said? Extremely rich young master, uncle, there are no ifs. My family is rich, so I won't encounter such a situation of not having money for treatment. Of course, if I were this Wuyu, I could do what I said. I could spend all my money, but I would absolutely not borrow money to go into debt or risk my life to treat my father. At this point, the long-haired beautiful host continued the introduction. This round's no. For xiaobaishu, little white mice, Wang Anjian, male, 22 years old, orphan, high school dropout. This person is quite special. After dropping out of high school, he worked for a while, then used his wages as travel expenses to go to many remote mountain villages to support education. He also often showed his kindness, sending daily necessities to children in these impoverished areas. But unfortunately, he was diagnosed with cancer a month ago. Therefore, he signed an agreement with us to stay in Alice's apartment, at 10,000 yuan per day. After the introduction, Wang Anjian's photo appeared. He was unremarkable. The most striking thing about him was that he generally seemed quite sunny. His face always carried a faint smile. This formed a stark contrast with his unfortunate circumstances of being an orphan and having cancer. Middle-aged uncle, why is there another person with cancer? No need to guess, he must have come in to earn money for treatment. Fairy sister, looking at this person's experience, it's so tragic, but he's a good person. What a pity, good deeds don't always get good rewards. Domineering female CEO at Fairy sister, do you believe that good people get good rewards in this world? Fairy sister, I've always believed that. Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Domineering female CEO chuckled, sister, you're still too inexperienced. Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil are all lies. Just look at us, the people watching the live stream. Which one of us hasn't done dirty deeds? Haven't done bad things? But has good been rewarded with good, and evil with evil? We're all still living very freely. After the domineering female CEO finished speaking, middle-aged uncle jumped out to retort, don't include me. I'm different from you all. I started from scratch, a person from the bottom. I can understand the hardships of those at the bottom. Domineering female CEO, haha, you crack me up. Middle-aged uncle, there's a saying that goes well. The rich are not benevolent. Do you know what the next line is? I'll tell you directly, the next line after the rich are not benevolent is the benevolent are not rich. You, an ordinary person, who started from scratch, the bad and unethical things you did during your rise definitely aren't less than ours, in fact. They're probably more.
Jiang ran, the amount of money bet was an astonishing 150 million.
The middle-aged uncle was speechless. After a while, he sighed, "You're right.
The rich are not benevolent, and the benevolent are not rich. If I had truly been benevolent, I wouldn't have reached where I am today. I am a hero, alright, everyone, there's no need to argue.
After all, who hasn't done something bad? It's good that everyone knows it in their hearts. What I'm more curious about is this boy's name, Wang Anjin."
I remember a while ago, there was a girl on Douyin, also an orphan, named Lian Jin. Unfortunately, she was also a tragic figure who passed away due to cancer. The long-haired beautiful host didn't continue her introduction. Instead, she looked at the black tablet in her hand, seemingly deep in thought about the frantic comments in the livestream. Then, she put down the tablet. She continued her introduction. "The last Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, number 5, is the most special Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, in this round. His name is Mike, male, 33 years old, American, and his profession is a detective. It's worth mentioning that he is the 10th-ranked detective on the detective leaderboard in the United States. He didn't sign an agreement with us, like Zhang Ran and Zhou Wu, he entered through different means. But he is somewhat different from Zhang Ran and Zhou Wu, he entered with a certain purpose. Everyone can guess, what is this American detective doing by entering Alice's apartment? At this moment, in the live stream. Extremely rich young master, since he didn't sign an agreement, it definitely isn't for money. Of course, $10,000 a day is a huge sum for most people, but for someone like him, it's nothing. I know a friend from the United States. My friend's dad's new mistress suddenly got pregnant, and his dad hired a detective ranked 20th on the US detective leaderboard to help him find out who cuckolded him. Just to find someone and investigate, the final fee was $500,000, not to mention this 10th ranked one. Therefore, he doesn't lack this bit of money at all. So, as a famous detective, he must have come in to investigate something, or he was entrusted by someone. In the livestream, the long-haired beautiful host nodded slightly and smiled, "You got it right." Then I'll directly reveal the answer. This Mike was hired by Zhou Wu's younger sister, Zhou Yan, with the purpose of finding her missing father and brother.
Middle-aged uncle, is that so? His family actually has a younger sister. But both of them are dead. One was killed by the chainsaw killer, and the other by Shaoxing. What is there left to find? Their bodies can't even be found.
Oh, no, his brother's head can still be found.
Domineering female CEO, there are really a lot of detectives recently.
I hope this detective isn't like the pirated Conan from last time, Kobe, who is still locked up. I am a hero, his overall ability is definitely stronger than Kobe's. After all, this is the 10th-ranked detective in the entire United States. Little Ant, interesting, too interesting. This round has become interesting again. A character of this level, this is a first for Alice's apartment. How wonderful, a famous detective and all the perverted criminals in the apartment, who will survive to the end. At this moment, extremely rich young master commented, "Hostess sister, I have a question. How will Mike, who is staying at Alice's apartment as a Xiaobaishu, Little White Mice, receive his $10,000 per day?" The long-haired beautiful host smiled slightly, "You all will decide this." The live stream was in an uproar. What? Let us decide? What's there to decide about something like this? Yeah, it's just paying money, there's no need for us to decide, right? Can't you just find an excuse? The long-haired beautiful host said, "Everyone, please be quiet first and listen to me finish." Currently, 2 options have been given to everyone. First, directly transfer $10,000 per day into his bank account, just like other residents who signed an agreement. Second, like Zhang Ran and Zhou Wu, find another reason to give him the money or compensation. These 2 options seem similar, as both involve giving money and both mean receiving $10,000 for successfully staying one day. However, there are still differences. The middle-aged uncle expressed his opinion, "I approve of the first option.
If this American detective named Mike is truly like Jiang Ran and Zhou Wu, then of course, choose the second option and find a suitable reason to give him the money. But Mike isn't like that. He was invited by someone to investigate. Since he's already investigating, why not make it a bigger game? Directly transfer the money to him and see how he reacts to the sudden influx of cash? Wouldn't that create a better chemical reaction?
Many people in the livestream who were originally indifferent to this suddenly agreed that the middle-aged uncle made a good point. Since he's here to investigate anyway, just directly give him the money, call a spade, and stir things up.
Wouldn't that be more interesting?
The long-haired beautiful host then started a poll in the livestream.
The poll lasted 5 minutes. Ultimately, about 70% voted for the first option, and the remaining 30% voted for the second.
Looking at the results, the long-haired beautiful host said, since that's the case, Mike's $10,000 per day will be decided this way, direct transfer, just like other residents who signed an agreement.
Now, all 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, have been introduced. Next is the betting period, which will last for half an hour. Please consider carefully and seize the time.
Currently, the number of viewers in the livestream is around 290,000. Close to 300,000.
Extremely rich young master, good, the long-awaited betting round. Let me start with a bang. Soon, half an hour ended.
The long-haired beautiful host began to announce the betting amounts for the 5 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number 1, Jiang Ran, has a betting amount of $150 million. It was clear that the long-haired beautiful host was also stunned when she saw this betting amount, completely unexpected, otherwise she wouldn't have paused in the middle. The people in the livestream, hearing this and seeing the image of Jiang Ran's betting amount on the large electronic screen behind the long-haired beautiful host, were also stunned. Fairy Sister was even more shocked, saying, I remember that in the previous 2 rounds, the total betting amount was only a little over $130 million.
$1 each. What's going on this round? Right off the bat, Jiang Ran's betting amount alone easily surpasses the previous 2 rounds? The middle-aged uncle said, I guess it might be because of Jiang Ran's performance. After all, in the last round, he was shot in the head and didn't die. So, more people bet on him, and the betting amount was also higher. For example, me, I bet $5 million on him last round. And this round I directly bet $10 million on Jiang Ran. Also, I've noticed that the number of viewers in this livestream has been increasing lately, so that might also be a reason. Alright, Jiang Ran's betting amount is indeed very surprising, but let's look at the other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, next. At this point, the long-haired beautiful host continued. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number 2, Sunny Jie, this fitness coach, received a betting amount of $2.9 million. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number 3, Wu Yu, received a betting amount of $1 million. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number 4, Wang Anjin, received a betting amount of $1.22 million. Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, number 5, Mike, received a betting amount of $89 million. Jiang Ran crisis, a super pervert transferred from Alice's apartment in Maple Leaf Country. When Mike's betting amount was revealed, it still caused a huge uproar. Because the total betting amount for each round, although not the same, was roughly fixed. For example, in the previous 2 rounds, it was over $130 million. Therefore, in this round, Jiang Ran alone received $150 million in betting funds. This was due to the increased number of viewers in the livestream, more people betting on Jiang Ran, and people being willing to spend large sums on him. However, this meant that $150 million essentially took away the betting funds from the other Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this round. After all, each person can only bet on 1 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, per round. Everyone is in the same pool, and resources are limited. Therefore, the next 3 Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, numbers 2, 3, and 4, did not receive much in betting funds. None of them exceeded $3 million. Then, at the very end, there was a shocking reversal. Mike actually received $89 million in betting funds.
This number was astonishing, not to mention anything else. In the previous 2 rounds, no single person, apart from Jiang Ran's 150 million in this round, had received more than that. Many other live stream viewers had guessed that Mike's betting amount wouldn't be low, but because Jiang Ran had absorbed so much in this round, Mike's maximum was estimated to be around 30 million, not exceeding 50 million.
But no one expected 89 million. Middle-aged uncle, Mike's own quality is still top-notch. Not to mention he's among the top 10 detectives in the US, even if he's exactly 10th. Even if he were a top 10 detective from a small country, the number of people betting on him would definitely not be small. Domineering female CEO, that's right, after all, in this kind of game, detectives are the most popular profession, the easiest to bet on, let alone a top 10 detective from the US. But it's said that Joe Wu's family is quite rich, to be able to invite someone of this caliber. Fairy sister, let me see who bet on Mike. Oh my god. Diamond Bachelor, Brother Wang, bet on Mike. And he actually bet 30 million directly.
These words once again ignited the live stream, which was about to fall silent.
Because Diamond Bachelor was number 1 on the betting win rate leaderboard. Middle-aged uncle, 30 million? Isn't that too much to bet? Does he believe so much that Mike can survive until the end of 27 rounds? Although in this round, on the surface, the 2 most hopeful people to survive until the end were Jiang Ran and Mike. But betting 30 million on Mike at once, that's too risky.
Middle-aged uncle, so, no wonder Mike's betting amount was as high as 89 million.
It turns out Brother Juan alone bet 30 million. Domineering female CEO, although I also bet on Mike, I only bet 2 million. The live stream was incredibly lively. On the live stream screen, the long-haired beautiful host in the studio also watched the tablet in her hand with sparkling eyes. At this moment, she suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone, there are 2 very important things I haven't informed you about yet." Little ant, what is it?
No wonder, usually, after you announce the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, amounts, you'd say the game starts. But this round, you're still here. The long-haired beautiful host smiled, looking at the still lively discussion in the livestream. The 2 things I'm about to announce have a significant impact on the direction of this round's game, so please listen carefully. Those in the live stream quieted down for a bit. The long-haired beautiful host said, "The first thing is, our game's number 1 on the win rate leaderboard, Diamond Bachelor, has activated his privilege in this round. 2 privileges. The first privilege is to designate and transfer a perverted criminal from an Alice apartment in another country to our Alice apartment here. He transferred a perverted criminal from the Maple Leaf country's Alice apartment. I will now introduce this perverted criminal. This perverted criminal's name is Robert Pitt. We'll just call him Robert, as foreign names are reversed compared to ours. We have surname first, then given name, while abroad, it's given name first, then surname. Robert, from Maple Leaf country, white. Male, 30 years old, a famous serial killer in Maple Leaf country, nicknamed the Demon Disciple. A typical bad boy, with an antisocial personality. From a young age, he frequently stole and robbed. As he grew older, he committed multiple heinous crimes. This person's victims had no specific targets, meaning all ages, all genders, no restrictions. Among those who died by his hand were adult males, adult females, as well as middle-aged and elderly males and females. What's even more terrifying is that he didn't even spare children. For women, he would even commit rape, then kill and dismember them. And after every crime Robert committed, he would leave his mark at the scene. A skull pattern drawn with blood. In the Maple Leaf country's Alice apartment, Robert is also among the top 3 in terms of the number of people he killed. Friendly reminder, currently, he has already been arranged to reside in the Alice apartment. Another friendly reminder, this person purely kills for the love of killing. Although he has no specific killing methods or specific target groups, he does have a fixed time for his crimes. He likes to kill in the early hours of the morning, when the night is quiet. One last friendly reminder, among the lives Robert has taken, there were also 2 ethnic Chinese. Next, let's talk about Diamond Bachelor's second privilege. The second privilege is to designate a perverted criminal within the apartment to kill a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. His designation is to have Robert kill Jiang Ran before the end of this round. The long-haired beautiful host finished speaking. Having said so much in one breath, she took a bottle of mineral water handed to her by a white arm from the darkness and took a gulp. Then, she quietly watched the comments from the livestream viewers on her black tablet. She found that after she finished speaking, the messages only paused for about half a minute, and then they surged at a terrifying speed. The middle-aged uncle even started swearing directly, "Damn it! What the hell? They brought such a dangerous thing from the Alice apartment in Maple Leaf Country. And then designated it to kill Jiang Ran? Damn, damn, damn. How much hatred does he have for Jiang Ran?" Not only the middle-aged uncle, but other live stream viewers who had bet on Jiang Ran also started cursing. They kept cursing, not only about this matter but also about Diamond Bachelor. Damn it, I knew it. Why did this Diamond Bachelor dare to bet 30 million on Mike? It turns out he used his privilege to directly eliminate Jiang Ran. If Jiang Ran dies, with Mike's abilities, there's a very high probability he'll survive to the end. This way, he wins. The curses were incessant. One of the world's top 10 serial killers. But there were other voices. Ha! There really is such a thing as privilege. Did I come too late? I didn't even know there was such a thing as privilege. The extremely rich young master also spoke at this time. He was the most excited. "Oh my god, last round, at the very last minute, I asked about these privileges, and the middle-aged uncle answered me. I didn't expect to see them right away this round. How exciting." The middle-aged uncle, seeing this message, felt worse than if he had eaten shit. He immediately spoke up, questioning the long-haired beautiful host. "You, host, are truly wicked. Why didn't you announce such an important matter before betting?" As soon as he spoke, others also questioned the long-haired beautiful host, asking if she wasn't playing with them. Such important news, announced only after the betting ended? The long-haired beautiful host, however, smiled. "Don't blame me. The announcement of the news is based on the privilege owner's wishes. If he had told me to announce it before betting, I certainly would have." The meaning was simple. The announcement time for the news was set by the Diamond Bachelor. Immediately, everyone in the live stream collectively at the Diamond Bachelor. But even with a screen full of ads, he just didn't come out. The people watching the live stream were also intelligent. They knew the Diamond Bachelor's purpose in doing this. If this news had been released before betting, then fewer people would have bet on Jiang Ran. It would definitely affect the betting. How else would the Diamond Bachelor be able to make a killing? This was just like the stock market, those who had information in advance held the initiative. Although a group of people were scolding the Diamond Bachelor for being unethical. But they felt that if it were them, they would also do the same. So, the matter was already a foregone conclusion. Now the only way to break the deadlock was middle-aged uncle. Under normal circumstances, when a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, moves into an apartment, no one can predict which perverted criminal they will die at the hands of. After all, there are too many criminals. Maybe you're lucky, stay at home, avoid contact, and live a few more days. But now, with a specific target, it's completely different. It's like you move into the apartment, and a perverted criminal has already set his sights on you. He must kill you. No matter how lucky you are, staying at home won't help. Because you are his target. He will try every means to get into your house and kill you. There has always only been 1,000 days to be a thief, never 1,000 days to guard against a thief. So this kind of targeting, although I am encountering it for the first time, I can imagine the danger. Therefore, the only way to break this situation is for Jiang Ran to successfully deal with this Robert, just like he dealt with the kite murderer. Wang Nuli. That's right, the way to break the situation was for Jiang Ran to counter-kill Robert. But, it was difficult. Even though they had witnessed the power of Jiang Ran's two personalities before.
But this opponent was not an ordinary perverted criminal. He was Maple Leaf Country's most notorious serial killer. And among those killed in Maple Leaf Country's Alice apartment, he ranked among the top 3 in terms of numbers. This meant he was one of the top 3 perverted serial killers in that apartment. And, more importantly, although Alice apartment in each country did not have a ranking for which Alice apartment was the most dangerous. But it was well known that those Western countries were breeding grounds for perverted criminals. Moreover, another crucial point was that the Diamond Bachelor had witnessed Jiang Ran's power throughout. If he wasn't confident that Robert could kill Jiang Ran, he definitely wouldn't waste his privilege but would instead choose other perverted criminals to come and kill Jiang Ran. This was the most difficult part. The Diamond Bachelor was confident enough that Robert could kill Jiang Ran. For a time, many people who had bet on Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel a chill for him. Of course, these cold-blooded animals were not concerned about Jiang Ran's life or death, it was merely that Jiang Ran's life or death was tied to their bets and their winnings. At this moment, the extremely rich young master exclaimed in shock, "Damn, I just searched for this Robert online. This long-haired beautiful host didn't even give a full introduction. This guy is also one of the top 10 serial killers in the world. Damn. At this level, Jiang Ran is definitely dead." Seeing this news, the middle-aged uncle's heart was about to break. One of the top 10 serial killers in the world, what did this title represent? It represented strength, terror, and influence. Middle-aged uncle, there's no way to deal with this. Extremely rich young master, uncle, don't be sad, you have company. Middle-aged uncle, you also bet on Jiang Ran? Extremely rich young master, no, I bet on Mike, I bet 1 million. Middle-aged uncle, damn. At this moment, the long-haired beautiful host's delightful laughter echoed one last time in the livestream. Dear viewers, I am about to announce the second matter. The first matter was Robert, and the second matter is about Jiang Ran. Upon hearing about Jiang Ran, many people who had bet on Jiang Ran immediately perked up their ears and focused in real life, wondering if there might be a turn of events. Do you remember in round 25, I said that Jiang Ran's 10,000 per day was being paid as manuscript fees for his manga? Now, as long as he gets through this round, exactly 1 month will have passed, and his manga manuscript fees will be paid. A full 300,000. Hearing this, the hearts of those who had bet on Jiang Ran died. So, it was just this? Was this the current core issue? The middle-aged uncle spoke at this time, this round, being targeted by one of the world's top 10 serial killers and placed on the kill list. Whether he can even live to receive it is a question. Alas! Poor Chin K. I just want to know, what exactly is the Diamond Bachelor's grudge with Jiang Ran? To actually use his privilege to kill him? Fairy sister, I think it must have been last round. Brother Wang bet on Little Q, but in the end, Jiang Ran successfully won, so he wants revenge? Domineering female CEO, possible, but also not possible. Brother Wang has lost before, and we haven't seen him use his privilege for revenge? Everyone in the live stream was guessing the Diamond Bachelor's intention in doing this. Alright, everything that needed to be introduced for this round has been introduced. I announce round 27, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, game start. While they were still discussing, the long-haired beautiful host had already announced the start of this round's game. In reality, a luxurious pink princess room. The Diamond Bachelor was leaning back triumphantly in a comfortable, wide chair, staring at a massive, high-resolution display, a slow smile curving on his lips. Jiang Ran, oh Jiang Ran, don't blame this young lady for targeting you. It's just that your appearance inexplicably affected my sixth sense. So, there's no other way. If you don't die, what will I do? What about my ranking? If my sixth sense this time was you, I might not have used my privilege, but unfortunately, this round my sixth sense tells me that Mike will be the one to survive. Mike and Chin Yi's confrontation. Day 1 of round 27. 9 o'clock in the morning. Mike, the 10th-ranked detective in the United States,
was on the rooftop of Alice's apartment, holding a black telescope with both hands, observing who
knows where. After observing for a few minutes, he put down the telescope.
He muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled.
Strange, do the people living here not go out at all?
Since Xing was forced to give him control of room 404, Mike had been living there for 4 days. Within these 4 days, he had thoroughly observed Alice's apartment, inside and out. He hadn't found anything special or particularly strange about Alice's apartment.
It was just a very ordinary high-end apartment.
If there was one strange thing, it was that there were very few cars or other vehicles parked in this place.
Besides that, he hadn't seen any residents of Alice's apartment go out. Don't they need to go to work, do business, or go out and play?
Especially this morning, it was already 9 o'clock.
And he hadn't seen anyone go out.
The security guards at the entrance were so idle they were dozing off.
This was something Mike couldn't understand. Perhaps it was because there weren't many residents in Alice's apartment. He decided to observe for a few more days.
It was at this moment that he heard footsteps behind him, the clicking sound of high heels. Putting down the telescope and turning around, Mike was truly surprised. Because he hadn't expected the owner of the footsteps behind him to be a very beautiful Chinese woman with a great figure. This Chinese woman had long black wavy hair and was wearing a white spaghetti strap dress today. Because of this, the Chinese woman's fair and delicate collarbone, as well as her full chest, made it difficult for people to look away.
Hello, do you speak Chinese? The Chinese woman walked towards Mike, greeting him warmly and friendly. I do, what's wrong? Miss? Oh, nothing, I just noticed you're quite unfamiliar. Are you a new resident of the apartment recently? The Chinese woman asked.
Mike shrugged, not an apartment resident, just staying here temporarily.
Really? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chini, what's your name? My name is Mike. That's right, this Chinese woman was Chini. Oh, Mike, where are you from? American. Oh, an American. America must be fun, right?
Mike thought for a moment and said, as you people say, free America, gunfights every day.
Chini chuckled upon hearing this, displaying her ladylike demeanor.
At this moment, she pointed to a very large object next to Mike, resembling a monocular telescope, and asked,
What is this? Mike replied, This is an astronomical telescope.
I like to watch the stars, and this rooftop is a good place to do so. Yes, besides the telescope in his hand, Mike also had a decorative astronomical telescope beside him.
The purpose of the astronomical telescope was to serve as an excuse. Without this item, how could he explain why a foreigner would stand on the rooftop, constantly looking into the distance with a telescope? He might be mistaken for a spy. You might think this is fanciful. But Mike knew a colleague.
That colleague had once accepted a commission from a Chinese person to investigate an incident in China. As a result, he was seen by enthusiastic citizens, who noticed this foreigner constantly holding a telescope and looking at something, fearing he
might be a spy, and thus directly called the police.
So, Mike also learned from his colleague's lesson.
Stars, I like them too, but I've never used such professional equipment. By the way, do you want some water?
Chini didn't come empty-handed. She was carrying a supermarket plastic bag with several bottles of mineral water and drinks inside.
No, I'm not thirsty.
Facing such a beautiful woman offering water, Mike, uncharacteristically for a man, actually refused.
Mike had a principle: he would never eat or drink anything given by strangers. Why?
It was all a bloody lesson from other senior colleagues. Of course, the current situation was different, because the one offering the water was a super beautiful woman. Although Mike was a foreigner, and his aesthetic sense was not quite the same as Chinese people. In his eyes, Chini in front of him also belonged to the category of super beautiful women. Especially, Chini's figure was exceptionally good, unlike many Chinese women who, although having delicate faces, had figures like bamboo poles. He didn't like that bamboo pole figure.
In this situation, Mike suddenly thought of his teacher. His teacher was also a detective. Even today, Mike still felt that his teacher's overall ability as a detective was far superior to his own. However, his teacher had a fatal weakness. Lust. Lust for women. It's nothing for a man to be lustful. It's a common problem. But his teacher's lust for women had reached an irredeemable state. For example, if his teacher's IQ was 200, upon encountering a beautiful woman, his IQ would instantly plummet. The more beautiful the woman, the more his IQ would drop. Leaving aside other things, currently, if his teacher were to encounter Chin-yi, his IQ would probably drop from 200 to 50. No exaggeration. For another example, if Chin-yi offered water, his teacher would definitely accept it and drink it with a smile. His teacher had more than just him as a student. Several of them had once told their teacher not to become like an imbecile whenever he saw a woman. But it was useless. And so, their teacher eventually fell into the hands of a woman, ending his detective career. Therefore, Mike was absolutely determined not to make his teacher's mistake of being lustful. No water? Then how about a drink? This drink is quite good. Seeing that Mike didn't accept her water, Chin-yi offered a bottle of a drink. Mike still shook his head. No, I'm not thirsty. You drink it. Chin-yi nodded and could only take back the drink. After that, she chatted with Mike for a while. Chin-yi then went down from the rooftop. As for Chin-yi's approach, Mike didn't feel suspicious or pay too much attention. Because in China, he was often approached by girls who were so actively enthusiastic that it was almost frightening. He remembered the first time he encountered such a situation, he was completely bewildered. After all, he had a very ordinary appearance. He wasn't a great handsome guy, so why would girls be so enthusiastic? Of course, this time the approach was a bit different. This time it was a super beautiful woman. Besides that, there was nothing else. Chin-yi returned to 303. After returning to 303, Chin Kulien saw her sister return with a frown and asked, "Sister, isn't that foreigner on the rooftop?" Chin-yi shook her head. "He is." Chin Kulien said nonchalantly, "If he is, then why do you look so distraught?" Chin-yi sighed, "Because I failed. It didn't work." A flicker of surprise passed through Chin Kulien's beautiful eyes. She had been lying on the sofa, and suddenly sat up with a whoosh. "Sister, don't tell me this new foreigner is like Jiangran, immune to sleeping pills?" Chin-yi shook her head. "No, it's that this guy completely refused my water and drinks." Mike was noticed by Chin-yi and Chin Kulien shortly after entering the apartment. Therefore, going up to the rooftop this time was a hunt. There were sleeping pills in the water or drinks. But alas, the other party didn't take the bait at all. Ah? He didn't accept it? Oh my goodness, sister, with your beauty, is there actually a man who can resist? Chin Kulien was extremely shocked. Because this was something that had never happened before. No one had ever been able to resist her sister's beauty and refuse water and drinks given by a super beautiful woman. Wu Yu and Wang Anjian. Chin-yi, troubled, pinched the bridge of her nose between her eyes with her right hand, seemingly to relax. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation too. Even if there are some differences in aesthetics between different races, I'm not blind, so how could he not think I'm beautiful? There are a few possibilities why he didn't accept what I gave him. First, he's gay and completely uninterested in women. Second, he's not an ordinary person, his self-control and wariness towards strangers have reached an extreme. Could his profession be a secret agent? A spy? Or a detective, like those often seen in novels? Chin Kulien smiled and said, "There's another possibility." Chin-yi asked what it was. Chin Kulien said that Mike might not like her sister's type, perhaps he liked her type. Of course, Chin Kulien was just joking, speaking casually. Chin-yi also shook her head and smiled faintly. Forget it. Ever since I met Jiangran, nothing I've done has gone smoothly.
Jean Kalian also nodded. Yes, before we met him, our two sisters could be said to be infallible, but now. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, middle-aged uncle, although I didn't bet on Mike, I have to admit, this 10th-ranked detective from the US is truly something. He actually managed to resist the temptation of the witch sisters. Domineering female CEO, actually, it's normal. Although Chini is breathtakingly beautiful, even I, as a woman, can't resist her. But if Mike were really so easily swayed, then this 10th-ranked American would be far too overrated. Extremely rich young master, being a detective is not easy, you have to resist beautiful women. If I were a detective, I'd probably be unemployed very quickly. Back on the rooftop, Mike continued to stake out on the rooftop, observing the situation near the guard booth at the main entrance with his binoculars. At this moment, he suddenly saw two cars drive up to the main entrance. After stopping, a young man got out of each car. These two young men went to the car trunks, each carrying a suitcase, and then walked through the main gate. Mike noticed. These two young men were probably both around 20 years old. One young man was slender, his face always showing fatigue and worry. The other young man's mental state was much better, his face always carrying a warm smile. Are these two also residents of the apartment? Judging by their clothes, they're very ordinary, no brand names. Can they afford to live in this apartment? Mike investigated the price of Alice's apartment, $50,000 per square meter. Based on his understanding of income in China, he knew that only wealthy people lived here. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Although somewhat curious and strange, Mike remained calm, simply making a mental note of these two young men. At this very moment. First floor. Zhang Ran and Administrator Xiao Zhang were discussing tonight's welcoming party. The welcoming party would follow the same procedure as before. Administrator Xiao Zhang would say a few words, asking the new residents to introduce themselves. Then came the cake. Now, the issue being discussed was the cake. Since Administrator Xiao Zhang started hosting welcoming parties, it had always been cake. He was tired of being complained about by many residents of the apartment and wanted to change things, but he didn't know what else to serve. Therefore, he sought Jiang Ran's advice. Although Jiang Ran had only attended 2 welcoming parties, he could see that the old residents who came to the welcoming party had long grown tired of cake. Therefore, after some thought, he suggested having barbecue or fried skewers, or both. Administrator Xiao Zhang immediately thought it was a good idea. But the only hassle was whether they should buy them already grilled from someone else's shop and have them delivered, or buy pre-made skewers and grill them themselves? Just then, the 2 young men Mike had seen getting out of the cars on the rooftop with his binoculars had already entered through the glass automatic sensor door, carrying their suitcases. Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was still discussing with Jiang Ran, immediately greeted the two with a smiling face. Jiang Ran stood by, watching these two people. Listening to Administrator Xiao Zhang's subsequent words, he then realized that these two were the new residents. Administrator Xiao Zhang's subsequent speech was similar to when he first met Jiang Ran. Finally, he added a line, something about a welcoming party at 7 p.m. and that Xiao Hua's boyfriend must attend. By observing Administrator Xiao Zhang's conversation with the 2 young men, Jiang Ran noticed that the young man named Wu Yu wasn't very interested in Administrator Xiao Zhang's words, not responding at all, just standing there listening. The young man named Wang Anjian, on the other hand, was chatting and laughing with Administrator Xiao Zhang. Finally, Jiang Ran and Administrator Xiao Zhang escorted Xiao Hua's boyfriend into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Wu Yu gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, standing still with a blank gaze. His mind was filled with his emaciated father lying in the hospital bed and the exorbitant medical expenses. At this moment, he heard the young man next to him, named Wang Anjian, suddenly speak to him. "We're really fated, aren't we? Earlier on the road, the car I was in kept following yours. I thought we were just going the same way, but I didn't expect us to have the same destination." Wu Yu glanced at Wang Anjian and simply hummed in response.
Wang Anjian seemed completely unfazed by Wu Yu's apparent lack of interest. He continued to smile. "What's wrong with you? You look so glum." Wu Yu didn't answer, lowering his head, his gaze unfocused. Wang Anjian smiled. "As a person, you should always smile.
Life is already hard enough, even if we're unhappy all day, it won't change anything." Wang Anjian patted Wu Yu's shoulder. "Brother, I can tell you've probably encountered something, but look at me.
I have cancer, and it's terminal.
The doctor said I won't live more than 3 months.
Under normal circumstances, shouldn't I be distraught and crying every day?
But I'm not. I always maintain a positive and optimistic smile, so, laugh more." At this moment, after hearing these words, Wu Yu's worried face showed some changes.
However, it was mostly confusion and bewilderment. He found this person named Wang Anjian next to him very strange.
They just met today, they were strangers, yet he was saying so much to him?
And such encouraging words? It was inexplicable.
If they were all good friends or classmates, he could accept it. But clearly, they weren't.
As for Wang Anjian saying he also had cancer? Sorry, he really didn't believe it, because Wang Anjian looked very healthy.
And what he found even harder to believe was that someone with cancer, and it being terminal with only a few months left to live, would still be
smiling and very optimistic.
He himself was a living example. It wasn't him who had cancer, but his father. But he had gone from his usual 150 gene to 120 gene. He was constantly in negative emotions of sadness and worry. So, he thought Wang Anjian was just spouting nonsense. However, for the encouragement from a stranger, he still said,
"Thank you. You have to come back at night."
Wu Yu lived on a lower floor than Wang Anjian, so Wang Anjian witnessed Wu Yu exit the elevator first before he did.
Wang Anjian lived on the 7th floor, apartment 704. When he arrived on the 7th floor, the hallway was quiet.
He dragged his worn white suitcase, which had accompanied him through countless storms.
Reaching the door of 704, he used the key given by Administrator Xiao Zhang to open it.
After opening the door, he was just like Jiang Ran when he first arrived at apartment 304.
He was amazed, truly astounded.
He had not expected this apartment to be decorated so beautifully.
Wang Anjian meticulously inspected every corner, inside and out.
Suddenly, he let out a bitter laugh. "I never thought that in the time before my death, I would still be able to live in such a nice apartment.
My life can be considered a small fulfillment." Wang Anjian took out the contents of his suitcase and quickly settled in. He didn't have many things, just some changes of clothes and personal toiletries.
After doing all this, he lay down on the soft sofa in the living room, closing his eyes to feel. His sprawling posture was very undignified. He lay there feeling for a full 10 minutes or more.
He sat up and pulled out his phone.
His phone was an old smartphone from a long time ago. In the current era of full-screen displays, his smartphone wasn't even full-screen, it was still an old relic from the past. However, it was clear that he took good care of this old relic, so it still looked relatively new. He opened his phone and launched the Taozi shopping app. If anyone were standing behind him, looking at his phone, they would surely be shocked. Because on his personal interface of the Taozi shopping app, under to be shipped there were small red characters, 223. And to be received showed 378. For an individual, calling him a delivery maniac would not be an exaggeration. But the real situation was that none of these hundreds of deliveries were for him. They were all things he bought for others. The final destinations of these deliveries were all different addresses, a wide variety of places. Many were places that many people had never even heard of in their entire lives. But these were all places Wang Anjian had been to and had volunteered as a teacher. Most of these deliveries contained clothes, second-hand books, brand new notebooks, stationery, school bags, and other items, all given to the children in those places. If you were to ask why Wang Anjian went to volunteer as a teacher and bought these things for these children, was it to add a significant line to his resume? To pave the way for his future? Or were there benefits to volunteering?
Wrong. He was a high school dropout and didn't even meet the conditions to be a volunteer teacher. He went there himself and volunteered for public welfare. Aside from free room and board, he received no salary and spent his own money. So, going to volunteer was already good, but why buy these things for the children in those places? Spending his own money? It was simple, he felt they were very pitiful and wanted to buy them things. Finally, why did he do this? What was the reason that prompted him to do so? The reason was simple, he was an orphan, and his living environment from childhood was somewhat different from that of normal people. He had a very open mindset and felt that life was short, only a few decades, and he wanted to do something meaningful. He didn't want to strive for money or a so-called better life. Of course, he also felt he didn't have the ability to make a name for himself. So, how could he do something meaningful? His strength was too weak, and volunteering as a teacher seemed like a relatively easy choice. Of course, when he went to volunteer, teaching the children in those mountain villages, he didn't expect them to change their faith through knowledge and learning. That was too difficult, the competition was too fierce. He went to these places simply hoping to teach these children to read and write. At the very least, they wouldn't be illiterate, making it easier for them to find work later, as in modern society, being illiterate is too difficult. And the most common items he bought online for these children were second-hand books. He felt that those books, especially various classic novels, were about reading other people's lives, seeing things he hadn't experienced. Spiritual nourishment was very important. At this moment, Wang Anjian held 3 medical examination reports. 3 reports from different hospitals. The sunlight penetrated the paper, and the layers of dark text on it looked as if written by a demon. When he first discovered his physical abnormality, he went to a local hospital for a checkup, and the doctor told him it was cancer, and it was already in its advanced stage. At that time, he felt his world had collapsed, but more than that, he wondered if it might be a misdiagnosis. After all, the internet also suggested that for such a serious illness, one should definitely visit several hospitals. But later, after going to 2 other hospitals, especially one in a big city, he gave up hope. Sigh. Unlike his previous cheerful and smiling demeanor in front of others, the current Wang Anjian's eyes were dim, and a hint of sadness was hidden beneath his calm face. He squinted his eyes and put down the 3 reports. He looked around the place he was currently in and then thought of the mysterious middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. And the agreement he had signed with him. I guess 10,000 a day is real, considering the apartment he provided me with. Wang Anjian signed that agreement to earn 10,000 a day, not to earn money for medical treatment. He had accepted his fate, he had advanced cancer, and it couldn't be cured, even though the doctors said they would do their best. But he didn't want to throw money into the hospital. He wanted to put the money towards something meaningful. For example, using the money to help other people. 10,000 a day, if he really got it, he could do many, many things. No, it's starting to hurt again. Suddenly, a violent cramping pain came from all over his body. In just a moment, Wang Anjian was in so much pain that cold sweat continuously seeped from his forehead, his teeth chattered, and he made whimpering sounds of agony, his face and body contorted. He endured the pain and fumbled for a white medicine bottle from his suitcase. He took out a few pills from it, didn't even have time to pour water, and swallowed them directly with his saliva. These were painkillers. He had gotten a lot from the hospital and bought a lot himself. The illness couldn't be cured, but the pain caused by the cancer could only be alleviated. Wang Anjian signed the agreement to earn money, hoping to help more people in his lifetime. Wu earned money for a simple reason, to pay for his father's medical treatment. At this moment, he had already walked out of an apartment. He was fiddling with his old phone, sending a message to someone. Just asking, I need to go to the hospital to take care of my dad during the day, and sometimes I might not be able to return to the apartment at night. Do I still get 10,000 for staying one day? The person he sent the message to was the middle-aged man who had signed the agreement with him. The middle-aged man replied within 3 minutes. You must return to sleep at night. You can be out of the apartment for the rest of the time. Today is your first day. After today, you will receive 10,000 tomorrow.
Wu Yu did not attend the welcome party, and death was approaching him.
Regarding this agreement, is 10,000 yuan per day real or fake?
Wu Yu had no room to consider. Wu Yu desperately needed money now. If anyone could give him money, he would even sell his backside. Therefore, when that middle-aged man approached him with this agreement, which seemed like a windfall from heaven, he didn't think too much about whether there might be any trickery or danger involved and signed the agreement.
He truly needed money too much. This agreement was a lifeline. It prevented him from drowning in the whirlpool of lacking money. He left the Alice apartment and took a bus using his bus card. Using a bus card makes bus rides cheaper. For example, a 1 yuan bus ride only costs 8 mao with a bus card. Don't underestimate saving 2 mao, it adds up over time. He took the bus all the way to the hospital stop. He got off, entered the hospital, and skillfully found his father's ward. His father's ward also had other patients, so the entire ward was a bit noisy. Although he had seen his father's current emaciated and miserable state many times, every time he saw it again, his eyes would involuntarily redden. Little you, you're here? In that case, I'm going to work.
By the bedside, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and a weathered face said to Wu Yu, then hurried out. That was his mother.
He was from a family of 4. An ordinary family.
His father was seriously ill, and because they needed money, his mother couldn't be a full-time caregiver for his father. Therefore, she worked during the day and took care of his father at night. Because of this, the heavy burden during the day fell on him. He, who was originally attending a vocational college, could only take a long leave of absence. He had no complaints about this, only hoping his father's illness would get better. He also had a younger sister, a middle school student, who was approaching her high school entrance exams and was still in school, so she couldn't be delayed. I'm sorry, little you, it's all my fault for getting this illness, dragging you all down. His father, in the hospital bed, looked at his exhausted son sitting by the bedside and said weakly, Will you feign strength? It's okay, we are family, there's no such thing as dragging down or not dragging down. Wu Yu suppressed his tears, and just then, a white-clad figure walked in. The white-clad figure stopped in front of Wu Yu and was about to say something when Wu Yu, as if knowing what he was going to say, quickly got up and pulled the white-clad figure out of the ward.
Doctor, is something wrong?
Wu Yu asked.
The white-clad figure replied indifferently. Oh, it's still about money. You've been overdue for several days.
If you can't pay it off soon, I'm sorry, but we'll have to stop medication and discharge you. Wu Yu knew this was what the doctor was going to say, which was why he didn't want his father to hear it and pulled the doctor out of the ward. His father was already suffering enough, and he didn't want his father to worry and fret over this matter.
Okay, I understand. I will pay as soon as possible.
Wu Yu said powerlessly.
At this moment, the doctor in the white coat departed.
Wu Yu stared at the white-clad figure, then his gaze turned to the various white-clad figures coming and going in the corridor. He only felt that these doctors and nurses, who were usually called saviors, now seemed like devils, and their white coats were like white devil fur.
Man-eating, money-eating monsters.
And the hospital he was in was the devil's stronghold.
Money, where was the money going to come from?
The family's money was all spent, and all relatives had been borrowed from, there was truly no money left. Wu Yu felt chest pain, a heavy feeling, unable to breathe. At this moment, his phone rang. He opened his phone and found it was the Alice apartment resident group he had joined not long ago. Administrator Xiao Zhang and all members, and also at him, as well as several other people. The general message was,
at 7 p.m., the welcoming party will be held in the activity room on the first floor.
The new residents who were in this message must, absolutely must, come. As for the other older residents, it was optional. Wu Yu sighed deeply as he looked at this message. Go if he had time, don't go if he didn't.
Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. The welcoming party officially began. Jiang Ran originally got off work at 4:30 p.m., but because of the welcoming party, he worked overtime again. This was his first time working overtime here, and according to Xiao Zhang, overtime was 50 yuan per hour. Jiang Ran was more than willing to work this overtime. The previous 2 welcoming parties. The first time, he was a new resident; the second time, as an old resident, he joined in the fun. The third time, he was a staff member of the apartment, standing by the side of the activity room, responsible for assisting Xiao Zhang's work. At this moment, Administrator Xiao Zhang stood at the very front of the activity room. With a kind smile on his face, he said to the new and old residents in the activity room, "Welcome everyone to this welcoming party. For this welcoming party, we have a total of 4 new residents. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the arrival of our 4 new residents." The crowd below applauded, led by someone unknown, but the applause was very enthusiastic. Alright, next, as per the old custom, the new residents will introduce themselves first. Let's welcome our first one. Administrator Xiao Zhang extended his hand, gesturing towards a muscular man in a black vest sitting on a chair. All eyes in the activity room immediately focused on the muscular man. The muscular man was not shy at all; he stood up directly and said confidently, "Hello everyone, my name is Sunny Jia, and I'm a fitness coach. If anyone needs help in that area, you can find me." After Sunny Jia introduced himself and sat down, such voices appeared among the group of old residents. "Oh, a muscular man, a relatively rare type of new resident. Yes, his muscles are truly impressive. So strong." Sunny Jia naturally heard these words, but since he had heard them too many times, he didn't react at all. Alright, next, please welcome the second new resident to introduce themselves. Unlike the decisive and swift way Administrator Xiao Zhang pointed to Sunny Jia the first time, this time his arm flailed in the air like a headless fly, as if searching for a target. "Hey, where's Wu Yu?" Administrator Xiao Zhang's eyes, like radar, frantically scanned the faces of everyone in the activity room. He simply couldn't find that worried and tired face. He even called out several times, but no one answered him. Jiang Ran, standing to the side, said, "Maybe he didn't come. Or maybe he's late?" Administrator Xiao Zhang said with a smile, "I hope he's just late, and not that he didn't come." Alright, in that case, let's introduce the next person. Administrator Xiao Zhang's finger pointed to Wang Anjian. Wang Anjian stood up and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Anjian. I am currently unemployed, and I used to be a volunteer teacher." The Joker, a perverted serial killer. Volunteer teacher? When Jiang Ran heard this, he couldn't help but feel admiration for Wang Anjian. After all, no matter what the reason for volunteering to teach was, he ultimately helped many children in impoverished mountainous areas to read and write. After Wang Anjian finished his self-introduction, Administrator Xiao Zhang said, "Next up is the last one, a lovely foreign friend." Xiao Zhang's gaze fell on Mike, who was sitting to the side with his arms crossed. Upon hearing this, Mike let out a breath, stood up, and began to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Mike, an American, and I do foreign trade business here." After standing up, Mike said, half jokingly, half seriously. Mike looked around at this time, and finally his gaze landed on Administrator Xiao Zhang. To be honest, he was really speechless. Before the welcoming party began, Administrator Xiao Zhang suddenly ran to the rooftop to find him. He said he wanted him to also participate in the welcoming party. But Mike explained to him that he was not a resident here. He knew that he was brought over by Xinxing and Zhou Yan that day to investigate the disappearance of Zhou Wu and Xiao Hua's boyfriend. He didn't fit the criteria for his welcoming party. But Administrator Xiao Zhang insisted on dragging him along. He couldn't refuse, and it was also an opportunity to learn about this apartment, so he came. After Mike sat down, Administrator Xiao Zhang took out his phone, checked the time, and said to Jiang Ran, "Go outside and see if Wu Yu has arrived." Jiang Ran left the activity room and quickly returned. After returning, he shook his head at Administrator Xiao Zhang. Administrator Xiao Zhang smiled. It seems he's either late or not coming. TSK, it seems he looks down on a small administrator like me. Never mind, Jiang Ran, go get the stuff.
Seeing Jiang Ran leave, an old resident suddenly spoke up. Xiao Zhang, it won't be cake again this time, will it?
Administrator Xiao Zhan waved his hand. No, this time it's a new trick.
The old resident scoffed. I remember you said that once before, that it was a new trick, but you just changed chocolate cake to flour cake, then to
strawberry cake, and finally to a mountain of cakes. I've eaten all the cake of my life at welcoming parties.
Administrator Xiao Zhang smiled without speaking. Soon, Jiang Ran appeared, pushing a white dining cart. And with his appearance came a strong aroma of barbecue. Administrator Xiao Zhang spread his arms. This time we're having barbecue. And fried skewers. The activity room was silent for a moment, then instantly erupted.
Between buying pre-made grilled food and having someone grill it and deliver it, they still chose the latter.
And accompanying the barbecue and fried skewers were ice-cold beer and ice drinks. After Jiang Ran pushed in one cart of barbecue and fried skewers, he pushed in another cart, filled with these frozen drinks.
Jiang Ran, you go eat too.
Xiao Zhang told Jiang Ran to go eat barbecue and fried skewers, and Jiang Ran immediately found a seat and eagerly started eating.
And Xiao Zhang, seeing that everyone in the activity room was eating silently, suddenly said, Do you think this welcoming party only has these activities? I'm telling you, there's one more thing.
At this moment, Jiang Ran was about to eat a lamb skewer when he suddenly heard this and was stunned.
This welcoming party had other activities? How did he, the assistant administrator, not know?
Administrator Xiao Zhang didn't keep them in suspense and directly announced loudly, Next, please welcome everyone to watch a clown performance. As he spoke, a person dressed as a clown walked in from outside the activity room. This person was probably about 1.8 meters tall. His face was painted with a comical clown makeup. The round red nose on his nose and his large red mouth were extremely conspicuous. In addition, he wore exaggerated red curly hair on his head and a white and red clown costume.
This clown was different from ordinary people as soon as he entered the door.
He walked with exaggerated crab steps and began his performance as soon as he entered. This is also one of our apartment residents, who voluntarily performed for us at the welcoming party today.
We sincerely thank him. Therefore, everyone, please enjoy the food and the show.
After Administrator Xiao Zhang finished speaking, he sat next to Jiang Ran and, together with Jiang Ran, started eating barbecue, becoming a spectator.
For the clown.
The clown immediately began performing in the open space at the front of the activity room. He performed very energetically, with exaggerated movements and expressions, balloon performances, ball performances, magic shows, and so on, all of which were very exciting.
At this moment, in the live broadcast room. Extremely rich young master, does anyone know the background of this performing clown? When I was a child, my first reaction to clowns was that they were fun and funny. Now that I'm grown up and have watched many clown movies, my first reaction to these clowns is either violent criminals or horror and suspense. Which kind is this clown? Fairy sister, your question is too stupid. Living in this apartment, they are either perverts or ordinary people. Which kind do you think he would be? Extremely rich young master, I guess he's an ordinary person, just kidding. Fairy sister. I am a hero said at this time, rich young master, I know this clown. And I've seen him kill people in a live broadcast. Extremely rich young master immediately became interested, a good friend is reliable. Tell me quickly. I am a hero, this clown is a perverted serial killer who loved clowns since childhood. When he grew up, he became a clown actor, performing as a clown everywhere. Because he especially liked to perform as a clown, so-called hobbies happened to match his profession, complementing each other, and multiplying. So, he became a full-time clown, and because his clown performances got better and better, and his skill level got higher and higher, later, he could earn at least 30,000 yuan every month.
This income is already very high for an ordinary person.
Because of his high skill level, he later took on several apprentices.
Later, he fell in love and married one of his female apprentices. Unexpectedly, not long after they got married, this clown accidentally made a mistake during a performance, injuring his waist, and it was a very serious injury. He rested for a long time, and after he recovered, he couldn't perform many high-difficulty acts anymore. As a result, his income was greatly reduced.
The female apprentice couldn't stand it.
The outrageous thing was that this female apprentice was also a ruthless person. She didn't formally propose a divorce, but one day, after long premeditation, she took advantage of the clown going out of town to perform and
directly emptied their home.
This clown was stunned when he returned home after his performance. The house was empty, and not even a chair was left for him. Moreover, this clown usually gave all his money to this married female apprentice to manage, so it was as if he had struggled for so many years and
lost everything. Extremely rich young master interrupted, I see, so he turned evil, right?
He turned into a perverted serial killer.
I am a hero, wrong. This clown's psyche is actually quite strong.
Even though he was injured before, his waist was hurt, and the future of his beloved clown profession was ruined, he was sad for a long time. Plus this time, his wife ran away with the money, leaving nothing. But this clown got through it.
The Joker's homicidal habit.
Although he made it through, his heart was riddled with scars. At this moment, you would never guess that he got together with a former apprentice he once taught.
Extremely rich young master, holy crap, what a lucky guy.
One or two female apprentices fell in love with their master.
In those female-oriented novels, this could be a story. I am a hero, wrong. You're wrong again. Extremely rich young master was a bit unconvinced. Where did I go wrong this time?
I am a hero. He got together with his second apprentice, but this second apprentice was a man.
Extremely rich young master? What the heck is this man? Isn't he a normal man?
Even if his heart was hurt, he shouldn't look for a man, he should look for a woman. I am a hero. Actually, this clown didn't even realize it himself, but he was actually bisexual. He only discovered it after falling in love with this second apprentice.
Extremely rich young master, are there really so many homosexuals and bisexuals these days? First that elegant old man in a suit, now this clown. Domineering female CEO popped up. There are actually many homosexuals and bisexuals.
Look at the emperors of the ancient Han dynasty in our country, many of them had a fondness for men.
Extremely rich young master. I am a hero, alright, I'll continue.
After this clown got together with his male apprentice, he had a period of happy days, but soon, the male apprentice grew tired of this clown, and the male apprentice did something very disgusting. At one of these same-sex gatherings, he drugged the clown and offered him up.
You can probably guess what happened next.
This clown eventually had a mental breakdown and became twisted, committing many murders. Among the numerous cases, this male apprentice and the former female apprentice were also victims. If you search online now, you can still find some information. The clown's serial murders. Extremely rich young master, you said so much, but you haven't even mentioned him killing people in the live broadcast.
I am a hero, I saw him kill once.
He was performing at the welcoming party, and after his performance, he would go around asking for money. If there were no audience members who gave him money, the clown would target them. If all audience members gave money, then the one who gave the least would be targeted.
Extremely rich young master, oh, so this is the clown's killing habit or rule? Damn. Then it's a competition of who's stingier, who's unluckier.
Interesting, it's only the first day, and the welcoming party tonight is already full of hidden dangers.
It's faster than the last round. Only one person died in the last round. So boring. Hey, wait a minute, I suddenly realized. What if Jiang Ran and these four Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, don't give the least amount of money, and the least amount is given by the other? Abnormal criminal residents in the apartment? Will the clown still target them? I am a hero. Yes, these abnormal criminals in the apartment are already in a state of mutual hunting. However, the appearance of the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, has alleviated this conflict. Returning to the Alice apartment perspective. At this moment, the clown had already finished his performance. After his performance, he magically produced a black top hat, as if performing a magic trick. With a lovely smile, he took exaggerated steps, holding the black top hat, and walked among the crowd sitting and eating barbecue. He began to ask for tips. The old residents below seemed to understand the rules, each pulling out different banknotes from their pockets and putting them into the black top hat. The more money given, the brighter the clown's smile. When asking for tips, he came to Sunny Jie, the fitness instructor. To be honest, Sunny Jie didn't really want to give any money. Because from the beginning, he thought it was a free personal performance and never expected to have to pay. Not to mention that he had spent most of his savings because he had been chased all the way. Even if he had money, he wouldn't want to give it. Because he was used to getting things for free. Before, when he was a fitness instructor, he didn't need to spend money to get with his female students. Therefore, anything that required him to actively pay money was more painful than killing him. But seeing that all the residents the clown asked for money from had given some, he couldn't very well refuse. It was a matter of face. He felt his pocket and found it empty, so he came up with a plan. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I really want to give you a tip, but I don't have any change on me. I'm so sorry. Ha ha ha. Sunny Jie felt that young people nowadays all use mobile payments. Who carries cash? Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for him not to have any change, right? The clown said nothing, placed the black top hat on the table, and then put his hands in front of Sunny Jie. Sunny Jie didn't know what this guy was going to do. Could it be that if he didn't give money, this guy would slap him? But what happened next completely exceeded his expectations. The clown, with his hands a certain distance apart, suddenly clapped them together in the middle. The speed was very fast, and because it was close to Sunny Jie's face, the force of the clap made Sunny Jie's eyelids blink. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that a palm-sized paper QR code for payment had appeared in each of the clown's hands. He. The clown grinned at him. Sunny Jie awkwardly pulled out his phone. Well, he had no choice but to pay this time. Next, he scanned the QR code with his phone and paid 10 CNY. Immediately after, the clown continued to collect money. He came to Mike. Mike was an American, and clown culture was super popular in the United States. As for this kind of tipping, Mike didn't find it abrupt at all, as white countries like the United States have a culture of giving tips. Therefore, he pulled out a $10 bill from his pocket. This was equivalent to 70 CNY. He continued collecting money, and when he reached Wang Anjian, who was 22 years old this year, Wang Anjian scanned a 22 CNY payment to the clown with his phone. He kept collecting money, kept collecting. Sunny Jie, watching from the side, widened his eyes in envy. Making money was too easy. Someday, if he stopped being a fitness instructor, he would also become a clown performer and ask for tips. Of course, that day would probably never come. He couldn't bear to part with all his female students. Finally, there were only Xiao Hua's boyfriend left who hadn't paid at the welcoming party in the activity room. It was Administrator Xiao Zhang and Assistant Administrator Jiang Ran. The clown came to them and first asked Administrator Xiao Zhan for money. After Administrator Xiao Zhang scanned and paid, it was Jiang Ran's turn. Jiang Ran naturally didn't have any change on him, so he would definitely have to scan with his phone. So, the question was, how much should he give? At this moment, Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was next to him, whispered in his ear. Just give 10 CNY to show you mean it. I also gave 10 CNY. Jiang Ran nodded, then scanned the QR code and paid the clown. Perverted criminals versus perverted criminals. After collecting Jiang Ran's money, the clown turned and walked out, seemingly having no intention of staying to eat barbecue and drink beer with them. Back in the live broadcast room. The people watching the live broadcast in the room also saw the clown walk out of the activity room. The main camera's view remained on the clown. After leaving the activity room, the clown went to another activity room on the first floor. He turned on the light. He closed the door and sat on a chair close to the table in the activity room. He placed the black top hat, which contained a lot of change, on the white table. Then he opened his phone. He checked the recent payment records. It must be said that the cameras installed by the organizers in Alice's apartment were definitely top tier. As the clown looked at his phone, the people in the live broadcast room could clearly see the content on his phone screen through the camera. 17 people had paid by scanning the QR code. Among them, Sunny Jie, the fitness coach, paid 10 yuan. Wang Anjian paid 22 yuan. Administrator Xiao Zhang paid 50 yuan. Zhang Ran paid 10 yuan.
At this moment, the clown pulled a small dagger from the pocket of his clown costume and made a cut on his right index finger. The dagger was very sharp. With a light slash, a cut appeared, and red blood continuously welled up. He now began to look at his phone while writing something on the white table with his bloody right index finger. One by one, blood characters were formed. He wrote, Sunny Jie, 10. Zhang Ran, 10. Wang Tao, 10. After putting down his phone, he then pulled the black top hat closer, his gaze fixed on the change inside, seemingly recalling who gave how much money, trying to find the one who gave the least. But after a while, he pushed the black top hat away. He refocused his gaze on the 3 names and their numbers on the white tabletop. I am a hero immediately said, the death list is out. Extremely rich young master was surprised, these are the ones who gave the least money tonight? 3 at once? Are all 3 going to die? I am a hero, last time it was 2, and both of them died anyway. Extremely rich young master, so ruthless. But what I didn't expect was that among the 3, Zhang Ran was included. Ever since I watched that live broadcast last time, where he was headshot but still managed to fight back, to be honest, I feel that this clown is in danger. He was originally the hunter, but if he meets Zhang Ran, he might become the prey. I am a hero, hard to say. Last time, Wang Nuli, the kite killer, didn't blow his head off severely enough. If he had completely smashed his head last time, could Zhang Ran still have lived? And this clown's killing methods are not those of an ordinary serial killer. I feel that this clown's killing methods are among the top few I've seen in Alice's apartment so far. Extremely rich young master was somewhat incredulous, that strong? By the way, there are 3 people on the clown's hit list this time. Who will the clown hunt first? He can't hunt all 3 at once, can he? No sooner had extremely rich young master finished speaking. He saw the clown make a move in the live broadcast. At this moment, after a moment of daze, the clown extended his left hand towards the table, then opened his left hand, and with a clink, a dice fell out of his hand. It was the most common 6-sided dice. The dice fell from his palm, rolled around on the table for a while, and finally stopped. It landed on a 6 in the eyes of extremely rich young master. 6 red dots. And seeing the 6 red dots, the clown made a move, circling Wang Tao's name with his blood-dripping right index finger. Extremely rich young master didn't quite understand this method of choosing people by rolling a dice. 6 sides, 3 people, how does that work? It was his friend in real life, I am a hero, who explained, the names the clown wrote, from left to right, the first is Sunny Jie, the second is Zhang Ran, the third is Wang Tao. According to my guess, if the dice lands on 1, 2, or 3, they correspond to the 3 people respectively. Similarly, 4, 5, and 6 are also like this, 4 is Sunny Jie, 5 is Zhang Ran, and 6 is Wang Tao. Extremely rich young master understood, so the first one to die is Wang Tao? When will this clown start his hunt? I am a hero, tonight. Last time I saw him kill, it was like this, 1 a day. Last time there were only 2 people, so it was done in 2 days. Extremely rich young master frowned, I understand, but who is this Wang Tao? Sunny Jie is the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in this round, Zhang Ran goes without saying,
but this Wang Tao, I really don't know.
Fairy Sister spoke at this moment. There's information about him in the live broadcast room, you can check it out.
This Wang Tao didn't appear in round 26, but he did appear in round 25. In round 25, Xiao Nua lived in 904. Wang Tao lived below her in 804.
When Xiao Nua, Xiao Pang, and others held a party at home, it disturbed Wang Tao downstairs, and Wang Tao went up repeatedly to ask them to be quiet. At this moment, extremely rich young master finished reading Wang Tao's information, and he said, "This Wang Tao is also a ruthless person, but I don't know if it's because I've watched too many serial killers, but I always feel that this Wang Tao isn't the kind of serial killer who just kills
indiscriminately."
Aside from accidentally pushing a playmate into a river when he was little, the other instances are like, when he grew up, in college, his beloved
goddess was stolen by someone else, so he killed the goddess and her boyfriend.
Later, his wife cheated, so he killed his wife, their 2 children, and the adulterer. And then, his upstairs neighbors were too noisy, and after repeated persuasion failed, he had no choice but to kill them. These all have their own personal reasons. It feels like as long as you don't provoke him, he's actually no different from an ordinary person.
He doesn't even seem like a serial killer. Domineering female CEO nodded. Compared to other perverted criminals and serial killers, Wang Tao does seem somewhat harmless.
But don't forget, he's also killed quite a few people, with 10 or so lives on his hands. It's just that his reasons for killing, his preferences, etc., are different from other serial killers, so he doesn't seem very dangerous. But if you underestimate him, you'll suffer a great loss. This guy, now when he encounters annoying things, his solution is to kill people. Look at him in college. If it were you, and the girl you liked was with another guy, a normal person would just be heartbroken, crying in secret, and
wouldn't do anything else.
But this guy is typically abnormal. The method he chose was to directly kill. And he was even able to clear himself of suspicion back then, so he is also a type of serial killer, categorized differently. I personally feel that Wang Tao is still a developing serial killer, not yet in the mature stage. Look at the last time he killed his upstairs neighbors. He didn't just kill them because they were noisy. Instead, he tried reasoning with them, contacted property management, and only resorted to killing when there was no other option. If he were a mature serial killer, he might have already killed them just because he found them noisy, without bothering to talk much.
Extremely rich young master, is that so?
Then I'm looking forward to seeing which of these 2 guys, Wang Tao and the clown, will survive.
This is so exciting. It's the first time I've seen a confrontation between a perverted criminal and a perverted criminal inside the apartment. Wu Yu and the Chainsaw Massacre.
After a barbecue feast, it was 8:30 p.m., and the welcoming party ended.
People in the activity room began to leave one after another. Administrator Xiao Zhang cleaned up the mess alone, telling Jiang Ran to get off work first.
Jiang Ran offered to help, but Administrator Xiao Zhang refused, clearly telling him to leave first, saying he would take his time to clean up by himself and, incidentally, finish off the leftover barbecue. In response, Jiang Ran could only get off work. After work, as Jiang Ran was returning to his residence at 304, he unexpectedly encountered Mike, the American, in the same elevator. He noticed that Mike's destination in the elevator was the rooftop.
"You're going to the rooftop?" Jiang Ran was a bit puzzled. It was late at night. What was this foreigner doing on the rooftop? Mike smiled and replied, "I like to watch the stars. I've set up a telescope on the rooftop." Jiang Ran suddenly understood, so that's how it was. Watching stars, huh? Oh, by the way, when you watch stars, have you ever spotted UFOs or aliens? Jiang Ran asked curiously. Well, no, I haven't. Mike replied. Jiang Ran said, "That's understandable. After all, any news about UFO sightings is always in America. Maybe aliens particularly like to visit America. So, you can't see them in China."
This left Mike momentarily at a loss for how to respond, so he just smiled.
At 10 p.m.
Wu Yu, who had taken care of his father all day, and his mother, who had just finished her night shift, came to switch places. Wu Yu felt very tired. as taking care of a cancer patient was not easy. But he felt his mother was even more tired. She not only had to work during the day but also come to care for her husband at night. What he admired even more was that his mother never complained about it. And she often comforted him, saying that everything would pass. Yes, everything would pass. Wu walked out of his father's hospital room at this moment. The hospital corridor was quiet at 10 p.m. He pulled out his phone and muttered, "In 2 more hours, it will be tomorrow, and I'll get 10,000 yuan. If he hadn't signed the agreement and moved into Alice's apartment, Wu would definitely have ridden a shared bicycle home after leaving the hospital. But now, he had to return to Alice's apartment because the middle-aged man had said he must sleep at Alice's apartment at night. Therefore, he was afraid that he might miss out on the 10,000 yuan if he wasn't at Alice's apartment during the last 2 hours of the day. So he had to return to Alice's apartment as quickly as possible. Outside the hospital, he got on a shared bicycle. Wu gazed deeply at the hospital, enveloped by darkness. The thought of having to return to this man-eating, money-devouring white hell tomorrow filled him with a thick sense of dread. Riding the shared bicycle, he pedaled furiously all the way to Alice's apartment. From the hospital to Alice's apartment, the best mode of transport for him was actually the bus, but unfortunately, at 10 p.m., the buses on this route had already stopped before 9 p.m. He couldn't afford a ride-hailing car, so he had no choice but to ride a shared bicycle. After riding for a full hour, he finally returned to Alice's apartment. He parked the shared bicycle among the pile of shared bicycles outside Alice's apartment. Wu checked the time, it was 11 p.m. Good, I didn't go over time. He smiled. Before entering the apartment via facial recognition, he noticed that the security booth's light was still on. Under the light, several shadows were swaying. At this moment, a sense of comfort arose in Wu's heart. Seeing people who were still awake like him in the dead of night, he felt that he was not alone. After entering the apartment, he headed towards the apartment building. Wu walked, already thinking that when he got to the home that was earning him money, he would take a good shower. And then soak in the bathtub. He remembered that the room he was staying in had a bathtub in the bathroom. From childhood to adulthood, he had never used a bathtub. His only experience with soaking was going to public bathhouses. He walked with somewhat light steps, seemingly filled with the joy of receiving 10,000 yuan in another hour and the joy of using a bathtub for the first time in his life. He passed the road from the security booth to the apartment building, which was illuminated by the surrounding lights. He arrived at the foot of the apartment building. He had noticed that the first floor of the apartment building was pitch black when he passed through the facial recognition at the entrance earlier. But he didn't pay attention. He was used to the darkness. He passed through the automatic glass sensor door. Because the first floor was really too dark, he stomped his foot hard. Isn't it a sound-activated light? Seeing that the lights didn't brighten as he expected, he could only pull out his phone, turn on his phone's flashlight, and use it as a light source. After turning on his phone's flashlight, he shined it forward. Well, the scene in front of him was clearly visible. It was the simple and beautiful decoration of the first floor. He aimed his phone's flashlight forward, walking while searching for the elevator's location. Finally, he found the elevator. The elevator was currently stopped on the 7th floor. He pressed the elevator's up button. He just stood there, quietly waiting for the elevator to reach the first floor. While waiting for the elevator, he was looking at his phone. Checking WeChat. After opening WeChat, he found that someone added him several times in a certain group. It was the Alice Apartment Residence group. He opened it and saw that Administrator Xiao Zhang had been asking where he was and if he was coming to the welcoming party. The private messages were also from Administrator Xiao Zhang, asking the same thing. Wu was mostly taking care of his father. During that time, he was busy until after 9 p.m., and then rested with his eyes closed in a chair for an hour, waiting for his mom to take over. As for whether he really didn't see the messages, he actually did. After all, his phone kept ringing, but he just glanced at it briefly, and it didn't seem like anything important, so he ignored it. After all, I don't have time to attend any welcoming party. Wu Yu had to take care of his father. How could he have the leisure and time to attend such a party? Ding! At this moment, the elevator reached the first floor. The elevator doors opened from the middle with a ding. Wu Yu put down his phone at this time, preparing to take the elevator upstairs. But just as he lifted his head and was about to walk into the elevator, his body froze instantly. Not only his body, but his eyes too. A strange mix of astonishment and fear deeply emerged from his eyes. Wu Yu had originally thought the elevator was empty, but after the elevator doors opened, he found that inside the elevator stood a tall, burly man. This man was very strong. He wore a terrifyingly ugly mask on his face and was dressed like a butcher. He looked exactly like someone who had walked out of a horror movie. Although he didn't know who this person in front of him was, Wu Yu's body instinctively recoiled backwards. The price of not attending the welcome party is life. The instant Wu Yu recoiled, the man in the elevator pulled out a large chainsaw from behind him with both hands. The man then started the chainsaw, and it whirred at high speed, making a terrifying, soul-stirring sound. If Wu Yu didn't know to run at this point, he would truly be foolish. Although he wasn't clear about the situation, he took off running. After all, he was a young man, only 19 years old, and his reaction was much better than that of Zhou Wu's father, the middle-aged man whose body and mind were gradually aging, from last time. Wu Yu now ran towards the automatic glass doors, out of the apartment. And the tall man wielding the chainsaw chased madly after him, his heavy footsteps thudding. The chainsaw killer ran incredibly fast. He caught up to Wu Yu in a few steps, and after catching him, he swung the chainsaw directly at Wu Yu's neck in a horizontal sweep. Wu Yu, quick-witted, though constantly running, had also been keeping an eye on the person behind him. He quickly crouched down and then stood up, managing to dodge the fatal attack. Immediately after, he was about to pass through the automatic glass doors. Despite being tired all day from taking care of his father, his mind was exceptionally clear and quick at this moment. He had to run to the guard booth. Once he reached the guard booth, he would be saved. There were several security guards there. His movements were still very fast. The moment he passed through the automatic glass doors, he heard the sound of glass shattering behind him, which must have been the chainsaw hitting the glass. At this point, he dared not look back as he had before, fearing that if he did, he would be killed. Therefore, he ran frantically all the way to the luxurious guard booth at the main entrance. The lights in the guard booth were still on at this time. Wu Yu twisted the doorknob of the guard booth, found it unlocked, and could open it directly. His heart filled with joy. He twisted it open and pushed the door inward, shouting as he pushed, "Call the police quickly! There's a villain with a chainsaw here!" After shouting this, the joy on his face turned into a daze, which then became terror. Because, inside the guard booth at this moment, there were no security guards, only a few scarecrows tied into human shapes. Wu Yu didn't understand why scarecrows from rural fields would appear here. But he realized that the figures he had seen in the security room when he came back must have been these scarecrows, right? It's over. It's really over. There were no security guards in the security room, and he had wasted time here. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead and streamed down. Wu Yu turned to leave the security room, wanting to run out of Alice's apartment, when a sharp pain came from his left side. A piercing, bone-chilling pain instantly knocked him to the ground. From a third-person perspective, a young man who had lost his left arm was wailing on the ground. His left arm lay alone to one side, and the severed end of his left arm, along with the severed end of his left shoulder, were both gushing blood, as if echoing each other. His left arm had just been severed by the chainsaw. Because it was so sudden, his mind and body hadn't reacted, and the adrenaline rush was supporting him. Initially, he hadn't felt much pain. But as a little more time passed, a terrifying agony swept through his entire body. The physical pain was nothing, it was primarily the fear in his heart and the terror of facing death that made his heart pound even more violently.
Wu Yu now lay on the ground, his right hand clutching his left arm, wailing. Tears and sweat blurred his vision. Through the haze, he saw the chainsaw killer at the entrance of the guard booth, bathed in the same light as him. You! Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Wu Yu had absolutely no idea why he was being chased and attacked. He shouldn't have made any enemies, should he? He was just an ordinary university student, and one who had temporarily taken a long leave of absence to care for his father. Who could he have made such a life-and-death enemy with? The only recent change in his life was signing the agreement and moving into Alice's apartment. Is it because of this? Wu Yu's eyes were filled with spiderweb-like bloodshot veins. He had previously regarded the agreement, 10,000 a day, as a lifeline, regardless of whether it was true or not. Therefore, he hadn't thought too much about why there would be such a good thing as 10,000 a day. But he subconsciously thought that this 10,000 a day might be for some haunted apartment or a reality TV show. He had never imagined that there would be such a pervert with a chainsaw in the apartment, chopping at him without any reason. If he had known what he would encounter tonight, he absolutely would not have come back. Even if he didn't get that 10,000. And now, what he regretted even more was coming to Alice's apartment and signing the agreement. Because if he hadn't signed the agreement, none of this would have happened. After all, if he didn't encounter the chainsaw killer tonight, he might encounter him tomorrow night. In short, not signing the agreement was the best option. He wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying thing at all. But in his current predicament, he knew it was too late to regret. Therefore, he only wanted to know, who was the person in front of him? Why was he trying to kill him? The chainsaw killer in front of him merely gave a cold chuckle. In response to Wu Yu's question, he did not choose to take off his mask and reveal his identity. Instead, he pulled a folded white paper from his pocket and unfolded it. After unfolding it, on the white paper were several large, printed words. Why didn't you come to the welcoming party? If you didn't come, the punishment is your life. Seeing these words, Wu Yu's eyes instantly widened, full of disbelief. The reason he was in this situation was simply because he hadn't attended that welcoming party? Are you Administrator Xiao Zhang? In this apartment, he had only just arrived today and only knew 3 people. The first was Administrator Xiao Zhang, the second was Assistant Administrator Jiang Ran, and the third was Wang Anjin. If the chainsaw killer in front of him was one of these 3 people, Wang Anjin was impossible, they were all new residents. The biggest suspects were Administrator Xiao Zhang and Jiang Ran. And of these 2, when he didn't attend the welcoming party, Jiang Ran hadn't contacted him through any means. Only Administrator Xiao Zhang contacted him like crazy. The chainsaw killer did not answer, only chuckled coldly. Then, controlling the large chainsaw in his hand, he swung it towards Wu Yu. Fuck! At this very moment, on the rooftop of Alice's apartment, Mike, the 10th-ranked detective in the entire United States, was observing everything that had just happened below with binoculars. After attending the welcoming party, Mike returned to the rooftop as usual. As in the previous days, he carefully observed and surveyed the entire situation. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, thinking that tonight would be like the previous nights, with no discoveries. But he never expected such a thing to happen. He had witnessed the entire process. He saw Wu Yu riding a bicycle, arriving at the apartment, then scanning his face to enter, and going into the apartment building. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but who would have thought that within a few minutes, Wu Yu's screams would come from below? He immediately looked with his binoculars. He then discovered that Wu Yu inexplicably rushed out of the apartment building, with a chainsaw killer following him. And then, Wu Yu ran into the guard booth, and the chainsaw killer also ran into the guard booth. After that, due to the obstruction of the guard booth, he couldn't see what was happening inside. He initially thought that Wu Yu would be saved. But hearing the screams coming from the guard booth, he knew that Wu Yu was doomed. A group of people in black on the bus. Mike was panting heavily at this moment. To be honest, he had seen this level of horror and suspense scenes many times during his years as a detective. However, those were all abroad. From his ability to speak Chinese fluently and authentically, it was clear that he had taken on many cases from China. But in China, all the cases he took were about divorce investigations, mistresses, family feuds among the wealthy, and commercial secrets. Investigating a disappearance was his first time in China. Therefore, he never would have imagined that investigating a disappearance would lead him to witness such a scene. A chainsaw killer chasing someone with a chainsaw? Especially since the location was here. He was certain this wasn't acting or a movie, because he hadn't seen any directors or cameras nearby. Therefore, this was real. A scene unfolding late at night. Call the police. I need to call the police immediately. After calming down, Mike decided to call the police. Let the local police handle what was happening here. And after calling the police, he continued to observe the guard booth with his binoculars. From the moment Wu Yu and the chainsaw killer entered the guard booth, Mike calculated that only 5 minutes had passed. After 5 minutes, he saw the chainsaw killer, with a chainsaw in one hand, dragging Wu Yu by the leg with the other, pulling him along the entire way. Even from the 10th floor, especially at night, with the distance and poor visibility, his expensive binoculars allowed him to clearly see Wu Yu's current condition. Wu Yu was definitely dead, a gruesome death. His left arm was broken. His abdomen was a bloody mess, with intestines and other organs completely spilled out. Besides that, his body was covered in various large and small wounds left by the chainsaw. This horrific scene reminded Mike of himself 5 years ago. He was 33 years old this year. He became an apprentice at 15, and at 18, he handled cases independently. From 18 to 28, roughly 10 years, most of the cases he took during this decade were related to various murder cases, cooperating with the American police to catch murderers and collect bounties. In those years, he had seen too many bloody scenes like this, and had dealt with countless perverted murderers and serial killers, so he was not unfamiliar with it. But it was 5 years ago, when he was 28, that something happened. This led to him not taking any murder cases for the past 5 years. Therefore, having not seen such a bloody scene for 5 years, suddenly encountering it in a completely unexpected way today, his heart was utterly horrified. Just from observing for this short amount of time, he could be sure that the person downstairs, dressed and styled to mimic the movie Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was definitely a perverted murderer. Now, that chainsaw killer downstairs was dragging the deceased Wu Yu into the apartment building. A long trail of blood was left on the path where he dragged him. Mike had no intention of going downstairs yet. He knew that if he went downstairs now, to the first floor, to confront that chainsaw killer, he would probably be in trouble too. So he decided to wait for the police to arrive first. However, instead of the police, a group of completely unexpected uninvited guests arrived. Mike heard the roar of an engine at this moment. He thought it was a police car, but unexpectedly, it was a black bus that stopped outside the Alice apartment. Immediately after, from the front and back doors of that black bus, people dressed in black clothes and black shoes jumped out one by one, like a procession. All these people wore completely black, round-faced masks. In the darkness, if they wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them. After these people got off the bus, they all entered the Alice apartment. Immediately after, some of them rushed into the guard booth, others took tools from the bus to clean up the bloodstains left from dragging Wu Yu through the apartment, and still others went directly into the apartment building. Even with Mike's extensive experience, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was he hallucinating from staying up late? But after taking a closer look, he realized he wasn't hallucinating. What he was seeing was absolutely real. This group of people, who came from who knows where, were cleaning up and destroying the crime scene from earlier. Mike quietly used his phone to take photos and videos of the situation below. At the same time, he kept waiting for the police to arrive. This group of people cleaned up very quickly, clearly experienced. It only took 10 minutes for them to finish everything. It was impossible to tell that this place had just experienced a brutal chase. 10 minutes later, these people left. 5 minutes after these mysterious people left, police cars arrived. Upon seeing the police cars arrive, Mike, who had originally planned to go down, froze, his steps halted. He suddenly stopped on the rooftop. His gaze fixed on the scene below. Although he couldn't hear the specific conversations below, he could see everything that was happening. Mike could only see, but not hear. However, the people in the A Distant Relative is not as good as a close neighbor livestream, who were still watching at this hour, could watch. Everything unfolding like a movie or TV show. Below, 2 police officers got out of their police car, went to the apartment's exterior, approached the guard booth, and knocked on the window. They asked what had happened here and who had called the police. But no one answered, so they opened the window. They found it empty inside, with only the lights on. Just as they were very confused, a figure ran out of the apartment building, came to the guard booth, opened the door, and let the 2 police officers in. The 2 police officers stared at the man in pajamas in front of them, asking who had called the police. The man in pajamas was Administrator Xiao Zhang. Hearing the police's words, he looked around confusedly, saying he didn't know, no one called the police. The 2 police officers then called back to have their colleagues investigate. They found that the number that called the police was an unregistered SIM card, and they couldn't find out who the owner of the SIM card was. The 2 police officers thought it was a prank, so they prepared to leave. But before leaving, they still asked if anything had happened here, like a chainsaw attack or something. Then they briefly checked the outside of the apartment building and the first floor of the apartment building, and finding nothing suspicious, they drove away. Live stream. It was currently 11:40 p.m. The number of viewers in the live stream was currently 230,000. It was clear that many night owls were still watching the live stream. At this time, Extremely Rich Young Master had a question. Hey, you guys, Mike called the police, so why didn't he go down when the police arrived? Fairy Sister, if I were him, I wouldn't go down either. Extremely Rich Young Master, why? Fairy Sister, if those people from the apartment responsible for the aftermath hadn't appeared, Mike would definitely have gone down. But since those people appeared, he absolutely wouldn't go down. Being able to mobilize so many people and handle the aftermath so quickly, leaving almost no traces, even if he doesn't know their origin, he knows that the people behind them are definitely not to be trifled with. So going down and exposing himself as the one who called the police would definitely be suicide. Mike is not a fool. Clown knocking on the door. Yes, Mike isn't a fool, he wouldn't do something as stupid as going down and self-destructing. Even though he had no idea that his every move was actually within surveillance. But based on the information he knew, his approach was not wrong. Middle-aged uncle, actually, if those people who dealt with the aftermath had arrived quickly, Mike wouldn't even have called the police. He thought the chainsaw killer was just an individual, but he didn't realize that wasn't the case. Little Ant, oh, there's nothing to discuss about this. We should pity Wu Yu now. Wu Yu? Wu Yu, he didn't even last a day, just a few tens of minutes short of getting 10,000. With 10,000, he could at least ease the pressure of his father's medical treatment. Fairy Sister, it's pitiful, but there's nothing that can be done. Residents who sign the agreement and enter the apartment will die sooner or later, he just died earlier. Of course, he was also more unlucky, directly triggering the bad luck of not attending the welcoming party. There have been Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, in the past who didn't attend the welcoming party and were eliminated, but such people are relatively few. Extremely Rich Young Master, by the way, is that chainsaw killer really Administrator Xiao Zhang? Although these people in the live broadcast room can freely view the various cameras inside the apartment. But there are thousands of cameras, and most people usually follow the automatic main camera perspective in the live broadcast room to watch the stream. Who would constantly check other cameras? Domineering female CEO, For that question, if you specifically monitor Xiao Zheng for a few days, not missing a second, you'll know the answer, won't you? At this moment.
Due to Wu Yu's death, the long-haired beautiful host also appeared.
Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, no. 3. Wu Yu has died.
His invested amount of 1 million has all been transferred to the final total prize pool. The extremely rich young master spoke at this time. Speaking of which, what I admire most is this beautiful host.
She seems to be there at any time.
It's almost midnight, and as Xiao Bai Shu, Little White Mice, died, yet she can still appear in time to report it. While these people were still discussing animatedly, the main camera of the live broadcast room quietly shifted to Wang Tao in 8:04. Now, at 11:50 p.m., Wang Tao still hadn't gone to sleep. He was watching a horror and thriller movie in the living room.
He was thoroughly enjoying it.
During his time living in Alice's apartment, he had watched many horror and thriller films from abroad. The more he watched, the more a question arose in his mind. Many of these horror and thriller films from abroad have real-life prototypes. He had also searched online the stories of these prototype figures. After searching, he felt that these people were truly perverted. Although he himself was responsible for over a dozen lives, those people had all brought about their own demise. They had conflicts with him. But these people, when they killed, many of them were complete strangers they didn't know, simply because the victims fit their killing targets, so they killed them. Take, for example, the world-famous Jack the Ripper. His targets were basically impoverished prostitutes living in slums. And his killing methods were extremely cruel, disemboweling and stabbing dozens of times.
To be honest, Wang Tao utterly despised such people.
He remembered that when he was caught, a bunch of people cursed him as a killer. But compared to people like Jack the Ripper, he was simply too kind. In his short life, except for accidentally pushing that little friend when he was young, all the others were people he had grudges against.
He at least didn't harm innocent people. Jack the Ripper is only famous. If you really get down to it, I think he's just SOSO. Wang Tao smiled disdainfully.
The reason he mentioned Jack the Ripper now was that the movie he was currently watching was about Jack the Ripper. It was also because of film and television works, novels, etc., that Jack the Ripper became famous. He felt that if Jack the Ripper's strength as a perverted serial killer was considered, it clearly didn't match his great fame.
Time to sleep.
I'll continue looking for movies to watch tomorrow. Finally finishing the movie, Wang Tao checked the time on his phone. It was exactly midnight. He rubbed his somewhat tired eyes and turned off the TV with the remote control. Then, using his phone's built-in flashlight, he fumbled his way back to the bedroom to sleep. Yes, he had kept the lights off the entire time he was watching the movie.
Watching it that way created more atmosphere.
Of course, the atmosphere was there, and the horror and thrill also intensified. After all, that was the desired effect for the atmosphere. Therefore, it is highly not recommended for those with weak stomachs to do so. At this moment, he was still a few meters away from returning to his bedroom, but then, in the dead of night, he heard someone knocking on his door. The thumping sound seemed to knock on one's heart, making one's skin crawl.
Hearing the knocking, Wang Tao's footsteps suddenly froze. It was so late. Who was knocking on his door? Wang Tao now had two choices. The first choice was to go back to sleep and pretend he didn't hear it. The second choice was to go see who it was. Wang Tao chose the second. He walked directly over. He looked through the peephole of his apartment door to see who was knocking outside. The hallway light outside was sound-activated and had been awakened by the knocking. Therefore, through the peephole, Wang Tao discovered that so late at night, the one knocking on his door was actually the clown who performed at the welcoming party tonight. Yes, he also attended the welcoming party tonight. After all, staying at home all the time was too boring. And at the welcoming party, he had also donated 10 yuan as a tip to this clown. So, is this because I gave too little money? So he came to my house to knock? To scare people in the middle of the night? Wang Tao didn't know the clown's background, so his previous remark was just a casual joke. Clown. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes.
Having watched so many horror and thriller films,
there were too many clowns.
In the past, clowns represented humor, buffoonery, bringing joy to everyone. But in horror and thriller films, this guy's appearance basically meant he was a symbol of pure terror and horror. Wang Tao was not an ordinary person, after all. He was also ruthless, responsible for over a dozen lives, a highly educated white-collar elite. Although he considered himself different from those perverted serial killers. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he and those perverted serial killers were one and the same. Therefore, if it were anyone else, having just watched a horror movie, and then a clown, often seen in horror movies, knocked on your door in the
middle of the night,
no matter how brave, they would first shiver, definitely not dare to open the door, and perhaps if the other party kept knocking and harassing, they
would even call the police.
But Wang Tao was not like that. He directly opened his door without preparing anything. After opening the door, he was face to face with the clown.
At this moment, Wang Tao directly asked, "It's already midnight. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What do you want to do?" Wang Tao's life or death bet with the clown.
The clown chuckled, his voice high-pitched, clearly a man's, but with the comical tone people associate with clowns.
"I've come to play a game with you." Wang Tao frowned. "A game? In the middle of the night, what game do you want to play with me? Aren't you sleeping?"
The clown, still speaking in a high-pitched voice, continued to laugh. "We'll sleep after the game."
"As for the game, it's a life or death game."
When the words life or death game were spoken, a slight ripple appeared on Wang Tao's calm face.
He scrutinized the clown in front of him and said, "What do you mean by a life or death game?" The clown said, "It means wagering your own life. Whoever loses dies, and whoever wins lives." Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "What if it's a draw?" The clown said, "It's impossible to be a draw. If it were a draw, then both of us could live." A clown suddenly appears, asking you to play some kind of life or death game. It's like a scene from a horror movie. Most people encountering this would probably think the other person is a lunatic. Having watched too many movies, they would quickly close the door and ignore this person. But Wang Tao was not like that. He first pulled out his phone and said, "Wait a moment, I need to check something first." He typed clown murders into his phone's browser. Then it jumped to reports of clown-related murders and injuries from all over the world. He found what he needed in these reports. Then he held up his phone for the clown to see. "Is this you?" The clown in front of him nodded. Wang Tao smiled, put his phone away. "Oh, so it's the same for me, we're both transparent people kept in captivity here. It seems if I don't play this game with you, I probably won't get a good night's sleep today. Since that's the case, let's do it." Wang Tao waved to the clown, led him into the living room of his house, and closed the door behind them. He definitely had the courage of a highly skilled individual. Xiaohua's boyfriend and the clown were now sitting opposite each other by the glass coffee table in the living room. Wang Tao asked first, "Why did you choose me to play this game?" The clown laughed, "Because you were one of the people who paid the least tonight." Wang Tao was startled. "One of? Does that mean there are others?" The clown laughed. "There are two others." "Wang Tao, have you already approached those two? Or am I the first?" The clown laughed. "You are the first." "Wang Tao, is my luck really that bad?" "Wang Tao, how did you decide on me as the first? Is it because I'm easy to bully?" The clown laughed. "I rolled the dice and it landed on you." "Wang Tao, that's absurd." "Wang Tao, although it's absurd, this is my first time encountering a serial killer in real life. After all, when I was caught, all the cellmates I knew were minor characters, none of them even dared to get close to me." At this moment, Wang Tao said, "Speaking of which, how do we play this life or death game?" The clown laughed. "How about poker? 54 playing cards, we each draw one, best 2 out of 3, highest card wins." Wang Tao shook his head. "No poker. You're a clown, I saw your performance tonight. Your hand speed is incredibly fast.
With card games, there's too much cheating involved. The clown was momentarily stunned, likely because this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After all, among the people he had killed before, only a few were able to sit down calmly and play a game with him. Most either were scared half to death or resisted with force. Moreover, this person, after sitting down, directly refused the game's rules, saying it was unfair to him. The clown wasn't angry, instead, he laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, his movements extremely exaggerated. Immediately after, he clapped his hands, and a large string of playing cards emerged from his palms, appearing like layers of phantoms. After the clown finished his performance, the playing cards vanished as if into thin air, disappearing from between his hands. He said, if not poker, then what about dice? Rolling dice to compare numbers, best 2 out of 3? Wang Tao continued to shake his head, same as poker, too much cheating.
It's unfair to me. The clown remained unbothered, his smile extremely exaggerated under the enhancement of his oil-painted clown makeup. Then you propose a game, how about that?
Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll take 10 sticky notes and write numbers 1 to 10 on each. Then, each paper is crumpled into a ball and put into a paper box.
We'll draw papers and compare numbers, best 2 out of 3. Everything depends on luck.
That's what you call a life or death gamble.
The clown said, okay, but I have a suggestion, let's take another 100 sticky notes, write nothing on them, crumple them into balls, and mix them with the 10 numbered sticky notes. The blank sticky notes will count as the number 0. If both sides draw a 0, it's a draw. How about that? Whoever wins twice first, wins. Wang Tao thought for a moment and nodded. Afterward, he went to his bedroom and brought back a pen and square sticky notes. At this moment, in the live stream, extremely rich young master, thankfully, I spent the week after round 26 catching up on sleep and recharging. Otherwise, I'd be relying on coffee again right now. This clown finally made a move, but it's a bit different from what I expected. I thought he'd just kill, but he actually started playing a game with Wang Tao. Where's I Am a Hero? Was the process the same for the 2 people killed by the clown last time?
Extremely rich young master asked I Am a Hero, but received no response.
Domineering female CEO, your friend is probably asleep. Let me tell you, for the 2 people who died at the clown's hands last time, the first Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, didn't even participate in the game. They were so scared they had a mental breakdown and resisted with force. Of course, it was useless, they were still killed. As for the second one, his psychological resilience was stronger than the first, but he played poker with the clown and lost. He was drilled to death by the clown with an electric drill. Extremely rich young master, I see. By the way, domineering female CEO, when this clown played poker with that Xiaobai Shu, little white mice, did he cheat? Domineering female CEO, I don't know about that.
Those who perform magic have fast hands.
Unless a professional watches, but I suspect he did. After all, if he didn't cheat, it's impossible for the clown to have won all 3 rounds in the best 2 out of 3 last time. Extremely rich young master, in that case, I find the equally perverted Wang Tao more interesting. He directly avoided poker and dice comparison, precisely because he was afraid of cheating. He went straight to playing a blind box draw. Domineering female CEO, yes, but actually, this paper ball blind box isn't entirely fair either, it can also be cheated.
If there were only the 10 numbered paper balls Wang Tao initially proposed, cheating wouldn't be too difficult. But with the clown's 100 blank paper balls representing 0 added, the difficulty of cheating increases. Extremely rich young master, huh? You can cheat with paper ball blind boxes? How do you do that? I don't think you can. Even if there were only 10 paper balls, I don't think it's possible. Domineering female CEO, you're too young. If these were hard plastic spheres of the same size and shape with numbers written on them, it would indeed be very difficult to cheat. But crumpled paper balls are irregular. Some people can identify them by touch. For example, if you crumple paper ball number 10, keep it in mind beforehand, throw it in, and then identify it by its previous feel, it can be done. However, now with 100 added, as I said, the difficulty is higher. Of course, this is just one cheating method. The specific cheating method used depends on the situation of the game. Wang Tao cheated, the clown's incredible luck. Wang Tao now began writing numbers 1 to 10 on 10 separate sticky notes. After he finished writing, Wang Tao asked the clown to inspect them. Once the inspection was complete, Wang Tao, in front of the clown, crumpled the notes into balls and tossed them into an opaque rectangular wine box. He had found. After tossing these 10 numbered paper balls, Wang Tao and the clown each took 50 sticky notes, crumpled them into balls, and threw them into the rectangular wine box. During the intervals of crumpling paper balls, Wang Tao had been quietly observing the clown in front of him. He noticed that this clown was very different from the performance clowns he had seen before. The performance clowns he had seen previously were clowns on stage, but after the performance ended and they went backstage, even though they still had clown makeup on and wore ridiculous clown costumes, they immediately reverted to normal people. After all, these people's profession was just being a clown, profession was profession, life was life. They were very separate. But the one in front of him, whether it was his performance at the welcoming party or now in ordinary times, he gave off the impression of a genuine, comical clown. He's just a clown, after all. Wang Tao thought disdainfully. Wang Tao now had a very strong desire to live. He liked his current life, this was the most relaxed and comfortable period of his life, so he would absolutely not die. He would absolutely not allow himself to die here, to die at the hands of a clown. Therefore, in this so-called life or death game, this gamble on luck, he had long prepared his cheating methods. He had previously written 3 sticky notes in the room. These 3 were 8, 9, and 10. Now these 3 were on him, ready to be used for cheating at any time. Of course, this was only one of his cheating methods. Because earlier, when he proposed this game method, and when writing numbers on 10 paper balls, the clown suggested adding 100 more blank sticky note balls. This made the difficulty of cheating skyrocket. Therefore, he thought this clown must be quite clever. Thus, the pre-written 8, 9, and 10 were just backup methods. He was afraid that when he wrote the 1 to 10 numbered sticky note balls in front of the clown, the clever clown might be cautious and also write on these 1 to 10 numbered sticky note balls again. If that happened, his previously written cheating 8, 9, and 10 sticky note balls would be rendered useless, because they wouldn't have the clown's handwriting on them. But facts proved that he had overestimated the clown. The clown hadn't thought of this at all. This meant he didn't even need to think of other methods, this one cheating method alone was a sure bet. All the preparatory work for the life or death game was ready. Now, the opaque rectangular wine box was placed on the living room coffee table, directly between Xiaohua's boyfriend. Wang Tao now said, "Do you draw first? Or do I draw first? After drawing, do we open them immediately, or open them together?" The clown said, "Whatever, I don't care. Since it's a gamble for life, I trust my life and I trust my luck. Wang Tao, I thought of this game, so I'll draw first. As for opening the paper balls, let's open them together." The clown nodded in agreement. His exaggerated smile remained on his face. Wang Tao drew first. Because the rule was best 2 out of 3, but with the addition of 100 blank sticky note balls representing 0, there was a very high chance of a tie. Therefore, best 2 out of 3 was changed to simply needing to win twice. Wang Tao did not use his cheating method for this first draw, he also wanted to see how his luck was. So he drew a paper ball from the box and placed it on the table. After he drew, it was the clown's turn. In less than 3 seconds, the clown also drew a paper ball. Let's open them simultaneously. With a relaxed smile, Wang Tao opened his paper ball. He was surprised to find that his luck was pretty good. He actually drew a numbered one, it was the number 3. Although the number 3, among 1 to 10, was relatively small.
Don't forget there were also 100 in the box representing 0.
Therefore, the number 3, in this context, was definitely an outrageously large number. Wang Tao felt his luck was simply too good. He was about to win the first round without needing to cheat.
At this moment, the clown also opened his paper ball.
When he saw the number on the paper ball the clown opened, Wang Tao trembled all over.
Then, his pupils dilated, and he mumbled, "How is this possible? You actually drew a 4? That's right, the clown drew the sticky note ball with the number 4.
Excluding the number 3, there were still 109 paper balls left in the box.
Among these 109,
the probability of drawing one of the 7 numbers, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, was 7 out of 109.
This luck was simply unparalleled. It seems my luck is better than yours.
The clown laughed loudly. Wang Tao took the paper ball the clown had drawn and examined it carefully in his hand. He suspected the clown might have cheated. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky to draw a number larger than his own?
And it was exactly 1 digit higher. Could fate be such a coincidence?
But no matter how he looked at it, this number 4 was his own handwriting, and his handwriting was very unique, difficult to imitate. Therefore, this one was indeed written by him. What a stroke of luck! Wang Tao thought to himself. Then his right hand felt the paper ball with the number 10 in his pocket, clamped between his thumb and the flesh. Subsequently, his left hand tossed the previous 3 and 4 paper balls back into the box, and then he let the clown shake the box to mix them up. Originally, Wang Tao hadn't planned to cheat so early, but unfortunately, the opponent had already won once with a stroke of luck.
If the opponent won again, he would lose.
If he lost, would he really hand over his life to him? Wang Tao began his second draw, but this so-called second draw was just for show.
"I've drawn, it's your turn," Wang Tao said to the clown.
The clown's second draw was still very fast. He pulled out a paper ball in a few seconds. Wang Tao sneered inwardly and opened his own paper ball, on which was clearly the number 10. He stared at the clown's painted face, thinking to himself that after winning this round, he would immediately produce the number 9 in the next round,
to end this boring game. As for whether he would kill the clown after winning this game? Ha.
He already had over a dozen lives on his hands, so one more wouldn't make a difference.
Who told you not to sleep in the middle of the night and come looking for him to play some life or death game? Then leave your life here. The clown also opened the paper ball he drew for the second time.
After he opened it, this paper ball also had the number 10 on it.
When he saw this number 10, Wang Tao was first stunned, remaining stunned for more than 10 seconds.
He then immediately became agitated, his face flushed red, he stood up, slammed the table, making a thudding sound, and shouted loudly, "Impossible!
Absolutely impossible!" Wang Tao couldn't believe that someone's luck could be this good. Out of 110 paper balls, he drew the only one with the number 10? What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? Clown's jackhammer. You cheated. You definitely cheated.
Wang Tao checked the crumpled paper the clown had drawn, and to his horror, he realized it was his own handwriting. But he didn't believe it, so he took out all the paper balls from the entire box, one by one. This process took time, and the clown opposite him sat on a chair, making funny gestures and smiling at him.
Wang Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he pulled them out one by one. 10 minutes later, he was horrified to discover that there was no paper ball with the number 10 in the box. This meant that the clown had really drawn the number 10. What the heck, was his luck really that good? You cheated. I clearly already drew the number 10, how could you have drawn it too? Wang Tao's mind worked very quickly.
After all, he had been a top student since childhood, then went to a prestigious university and joined a big company. He was a business expert, a senior white-collar worker, and had a substantial income.
A good brain was a must.
Especially his reaction and processing speed in times of crisis. Therefore, he decided to accuse first. He falsely accused the clown of cheating. The clown looked at Wang Tao at this moment. He just kept repeating the action of pointing at Wang Tao and laughing heartily. After this process repeated several times,
the clown opened his mouth and said, "Who cheated? Who knows in their heart? He 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 he. It must have been you who cheated." Wang Tao stared at the clown's black eyes, surprisingly confident, as if the one who cheated was truly the person opposite him. The clown did not continue the topic of who cheated, he just said, "I forgot to tell you something, in our life or death game, cheating is forbidden. If anyone cheats, they must cut off one of their own hands. The reason I forgot to tell you this rule about not cheating is mainly because I've never encountered anyone cheating before. I didn't expect to encounter it today." At this moment, Wang Tao sneered, "Alright then, you cheated, so you cut off one of your own hands." Wang Tao had only one thought: deny everything and accuse the other side. The clown listened, still laughing heartily. It's still the same thing, whoever cheated knows in their heart. Since the person who cheated refuses to admit it, then only the opponent can carry out the punishment for cheating, which is cutting off a hand. Immediately, after the clown finished speaking, he prepared to stand up. It seemed he was going to enforce the rule of cutting off the hand of the person who cheated. No sooner said than done, it was at this moment. Wang Tao, who had already stood up earlier, suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist with his right hand and lunged at the clown's chest. He had taken this dagger when he went to the bedroom to get pens, paper, and other tools. This was to be prepared for any eventuality, to have two sets of preparations. Wang Tao had lived his life with one major lesson: always have a backup plan for everything. Without a backup plan, it's easy to be tricked to death. Facing this sudden attack, the clown seemed to have been mentally prepared. His right hand quickly and skillfully grabbed Wang Tao's right hand holding the dagger, and began to wrestle with Wang Tao for control of the dagger. Wang Tao hadn't expected the clown's reaction to be so fast, or his movements so strong. He could actually grab the part of his hand holding the dagger directly. This made cold sweat trickle down his forehead. However, you foolish clown. What if your reaction is fast? Your biggest mistake right now is being too careless. When I went into the bedroom under the pretext of getting a pen and paper, you didn't come in with me. As the two were in a stalemate, Wang Tao's free left hand reached for his waist again. A handheld taser, sparking with electricity and emitting a buzzing sound, appeared in Wang Tao's left hand. So that was the meaning of Wang Tao's sneer. Besides the dagger, he actually had another trick up his sleeve. Taste the taser. Wang Tao, holding the taser in his left hand, aimed it at the clown's right arm. At the same time, he laughed wildly. "Come on, why aren't you trying to snatch the taser from me now? You can snatch a dagger, but try snatching a taser and see?" The clown's free left hand indeed did not try to snatch the taser. Firstly, it was difficult to snatch, and secondly, he probably hadn't reacted or thought that Wang Tao would also have a taser hidden on him. After all, in normal circumstances, a person carrying a dagger for self-defense was already the most one could expect. How could there be so many backup plans? Under normal circumstances, a taser is very difficult to snatch. All parts are tightly held in Wang Tao's palm. Trying to snatch it, one could easily get shocked, unlike a dagger. It couldn't be snatched, so the clown should have immediately released his right hand from wrestling with Wang Tao for the dagger and then retreated. But for some unknown reason, he remained completely still. This made things easier for Wang Tao. The taser in Wang Tao's hand directly hit the clown's right arm. The clown's suit was very thin, so it was like direct contact. The buzzing current hit the clown's right arm. The clothes on his arm were instantly scorched, and electric light was burning his tender skin. This taser, even if it couldn't knock a person out with one hit, it could at least make them disoriented. Wang Tao showed a triumphant smile at this moment, but in less than 3 seconds, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of terror. He suddenly realized that his taser hitting the clown's body seemed to have no effect. The clown in front of him was still gripping his right hand, which held the dagger, with great force. And the clown's body showed no reaction to the taser at all. He didn't even twitch. He. The clown let out a series of eerie laughs at this moment.
This laughter instantly pulled Wang Tao into the horror films he had seen about clowns. It was as if he was the protagonist of the movie. And the clown in front of him was the terrifying clown from the movie. "Look here." At this moment, the clown suddenly spoke. During this moment of daze, Wang Tao's mind didn't move, but his eyes subconsciously looked at the clown's mouth. The clown suddenly opened his mouth, and from it, he continuously spat out a large amount of white paper scraps, like snow, seemingly endless, all of them expelled. They all slammed into Wang Tao's face. Because they were all paper like white snow, they did not cause substantial harm to Wang Tao, but they were enough to block his vision. And it was during this moment of blocked vision. The clown kicked Wang Tao in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Wang Tao fell to the ground, not yet reacting, only feeling countless punches hitting his face and body, forcing him to curl into a ball. Because of the kick, the dagger and taser in his hands had fallen. The punching and kicking only lasted for 3 seconds. Just as Wang Tao was about to get up, he suddenly felt a terrifying electric current, a numbing sensation, coming from his waist. His eyes widened, and he saw that the clown was smiling and using his taser to shock him. One shock wasn't enough, he shocked him a second time. With the power turned to maximum, Wang Tao's consciousness instantly vanished, and he fell unconscious. When he woke up again, he found himself tied to a chair. He couldn't move his body at all. And in front of him was that clown. The place he was in was still his own home. However, the current situation was extremely critical. The clown now had a power drill in his hands. At some point, after the drill was plugged in, the metal drill bit at the head was spinning wildly at high speed. Although a power drill's appearance and power might not be as terrifying as a chainsaw. But that depends on who it's compared to. If this thing were used to drill a person, let alone a person, even a tiger would have bloody holes drilled into it. Due to tension, large drops of sweat dripped from Wang Tao's forehead. "What are you going to do to me?" Wang Tao's emotions were tense at this moment. Wang Tao, deceased. The clown laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm not some kind of pervert who likes to torture people. You and I played a life or death game, and because you cheated, I'm going to drill off one of your hands with an electric drill first. Then, because you cheated and tried to kill your opponent in the game, I'm directly sentencing you to death." After the clown finished speaking, his movements were incredibly fast. The high-speed rotating electric drill directly bored into Wang Tao's right palm. Instantly, the middle part of his right palm was drilled into a bloody mess, and a large bloody hole suddenly appeared. Although Wang Tao was a perverted criminal responsible for over a dozen lives, he was still a human and could feel pain. Facing this level of pain, he wailed directly, screaming in agony. At the same time, the skin exposed on his face and other areas showed signs of contortion. The blue veins hidden under his skin all bulged out due to the pain. Wang Tao was, after all, Wang Tao. If it had been a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, encountering the clown drilling him with an electric drill today, he would definitely have cried for help, begged for mercy. He didn't, although he was in immense pain. But he didn't cry for help, nor did he beg for mercy. Even though he desperately wanted to live, he knew he had no hope left. He had completely fallen into the hands of this clown. The taser hit the opponent, and the opponent didn't even react. He lost with nothing to say, completely convinced. Because before, the electric drill had only pierced the center of his palm, and other parts of his right hand, such as his fingers, were still intact. So the clown began to drill Wang Tao's 5 fingers on his right hand with the electric drill. This, in turn, led to another round of heart-wrenching roars and screams. This scream should have echoed throughout the entire Alice apartment. But unfortunately, the place where Wang Tao lived was also arranged by the apartment, a soundproof room decorated similarly for every perverted criminal. At this moment, after only 2 drillings, and only on his hand, Wang Tao's mental state was already a world apart from before. Immediately after, the clown drilled his right hand another 18 times. Wang Tao's right hand, which had been firmly fixed by ropes, had already turned into a mass of blood clots and minced flesh, and the white bones had become bone fragments. It was simply too gruesome to behold.
Alright, next, I will drill directly into your heart. The clown laughed. Haha, if only I had known, I wouldn't have opened the door then.
Wang Tao, whose hand had been drilled to bits, now hung his head, speaking weakly. The clown tilted his head. It's useless, even if you didn't open the door, I would still break into your house and find you to play this life or death game. Wang Tao sneered, forget it, let's not talk about that. I'm going to die, but there's one thing I want to know before I die.
The clown continued to tilt his head and smile. What is it? Wang Tao, did you cheat or not? I don't believe your luck is that good. The clown smiled. No, I never cheat. Wang Tao forcefully lifted his head, leaning back against the chair. Although his facial expression was one of pain, it revealed a sense of relief. I don't believe it. I'm about to die, and you're still lying to me. The clown, I truly never cheat. If you had won this life or death game against me, I would have willingly accepted death. Wang Tao wanted to curse. He cheated and still didn't win, so how could he possibly win? Come on, give me a quick death. Wang Tao closed his eyes. They say that when people are on the verge of death, they experience a life review. Wang Tao was also experiencing a life review at this moment. Scene after scene from his childhood to adulthood appeared in his mind like a movie. The childhood friend he pushed into the river. His college goddess and her boyfriend. His wife, and 2 children who weren't his. And the family upstairs. Finally, the last image that remained in his mind was still his college goddess. Sure enough, I still liked you the most, liked you enough to kill you. I'm really unwilling to die like this. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. The electric drill now pierced Wang Tao's chest, easily mangling his heart. Round 27, Day 2. Mike was smoking on the rooftop of the Alice apartment. He was drinking strong coffee to stay awake. He hadn't slept all night. For him, who often stayed up late, one night wasn't much, but this particular night was mentally grueling for him. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun had already risen. Mike took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, 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 no one answered on the other end. He dialed the number a 3rd time before it finally connected. A groggy voice of a man who hadn't woken up yet came from the other end of the phone. Hey, who is it? It's me, Mike. Oh, it's Mike, what are you calling for? Did you find Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father? Not yet, I called to ask if you had transferred 10,000 CNY into my bank account? No. Then was it Zhou Yan or Li Migua who sent it to me? Wait, let me ask them. About 10 minutes passed. The answer finally came from the other end of the phone. No, they're both with me all day, they don't even know your bank account number, how could they transfer money? Of course, I just asked them and confirmed again, they really didn't. Why are you asking this? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing, maybe it's money my friend sent me, I'll hang up now. Mike put his phone away, his eyes narrowed, and he rapidly puffed on the cigarette he held in his mouth. After seeing Wu Yu killed by the chainsaw killer yesterday, then a large group of strangers came to clean up the crime scene, and then the police arrived shortly after. He was still reeling from the scenes he had witnessed that night. Then, not long after, at 12 a.m., which was the next day, he suddenly received a text message on his phone. The message stated that his bank account had received a transfer of 10,000 CNY. Upon seeing the deposit message, he was a bit stunned. How could he suddenly receive a transfer? Who transferred it to him? His first thought was the 3 people, Jimmy, who had called him. He immediately called them, but no one answered. Then he called others to see if it was someone else who had sent him the money, although the probability was low. The final result was that no one had sent him money. He then called Jimmy and the others again, but they still didn't answer, so he could only send a message and wait. Of course, even though he didn't think it was Jimmy and the other 2 who sent him the money, But he still needed to confirm. As a detective, when thinking about problems, one often needs to use hypotheses. From after 12 a.m., when he received this 10,000 CNY, he was hypothesizing and pondering. Who exactly sent him this money? More importantly, what was its meaning and purpose? Thus, he pondered bitterly all night. Coupled with the call he finally got through just now, confirming that it wasn't Jimmy who transferred money to his account. He had pretty much figured it out. Now he still needed to do a few things to confirm his hypothesis. The first blind date conference. After Sunny Jia woke up that morning, he discovered the notification of money arriving in his bank account, and he was ecstatic. Originally, his agreement with that person to stay at Alice's apartment was just for refuge. He had even prepared to flee again if he was discovered there. Therefore, he never thought that the 10,000 yuan per day would actually be paid. Now, it was true. This way, not only could he take refuge, but he also had 10,000 yuan to spend every day, which was simply wonderful. After all, he had been a Moonlight Clan member for years, spending whatever he earned. Chased by the rich lady's husband, his money had long since been mostly spent. This way, it could just serve as a replenishment. As for why such a great pie, offering 10,000 yuan a day and a high-end apartment to live in, would fall from the sky for him? Was this pie poisoned? Haha, what if it was poisoned? He even dared to get involved with that rich lady. Was he afraid of this? At this moment, Sunny Jia, wearing a black vest, had large, bulging chest and back muscles, extremely exaggerated. His two arms were even thicker than other people's thighs. There was a full-length mirror in the bedroom. He kept posing in front of this mirror, admiring his perfect, ox-like physique. This was his confidence that he wasn't afraid of this agreement, any dangers in Alice's apartment, or any tricks. Even Tyson, the boxing champion, would have to call him Big Brother. He felt that if he were to box, one punch would teach Tyson and Ali how to be a man. When people are blindly confident, they tend to be overconfident. Perhaps Sunny Jia was caught in this situation, but he was unaware of it. Of course, as for whether he regretted getting involved with that rich lady, not regretting it would be a lie. After all, he was discovered after only a few times and then chased. Alas, it's just that the other side has too much power, too many subordinates. If they let me fight her husband one-on-one, I'd crush him with one hand. After admiring and posing with his body, Sunny Jia went to the open-plan kitchen. He was preparing a protein shake for breakfast. While making the protein shake, he was playing on his phone. He was a social butterfly. He had accounts on many social media apps in China. He often posted selfies and gym photos on these accounts. Through these, he attracted the opposite sex. As for what to do after attracting the opposite sex, men understand these things. However, because he had been chased recently, all his social media accounts had stopped posting his recent gym photos. Even the messages from many women and even men who privately messaged him, he didn't reply to. He didn't dare to reply. Why? Because all his current social accounts were being monitored by people sent by that rich lady's husband. They were even trying to set him up. He remembered that some time ago, he was set up and almost caught by the rich lady's husband. Because of this, he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. His heart was itching, and his body was itching too. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a prepared protein shake, he got ready to make breakfast, planning to eat, then do some simple exercises to maintain his physique, and then do other things. And it was at this moment he suddenly saw a message in the Alice apartment resident group on WeChat. Administrator Xiao Zhang had sent a message. Tonight at 7 p.m., the first Alice apartment blind date event, hosted by me, officially begins. The first blind date event will be held in the first floor activity room. Xiao Zhang will prepare a rich buffet there. All single men and women in the apartment are welcome to attend. Find your partner soon. Note, the first blind date event is only open to apartment residents. Looking at this message, which had only been posted 5 minutes ago, Sun Yi's eyes rolled around. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh hard. Ecstatic, heaven truly favors me. To let me encounter such a good thing. He had searched online for housing prices here yesterday. 50,000 per square meter. A high-end apartment. Those who could live here were either rich or in very good financial condition. If he found a partner here, wouldn't it be wonderful? Both wealth and beauty. Of course, marriage was out of the question. But having some fun was fine. After all, he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. Moreover, he was hiding in Alice's apartment, and the rich lady's husband didn't know. This blind date event was only for residents here, so he wasn't afraid of the rich lady's husband sending people to set him up. Therefore, he could confidently display his masculine charm. I must attend this blind date event. The news of Administrator Xiao Zhang hosting a blind date event was basically known throughout the entire apartment. Of course, some people were interested, and some were not. Like the witch sisters, Qin Yi and Qin Kalian, they were very interested. Of course, their interest wasn't in blind dating, but in hunting. And those who weren't interested included Sumi, the rich lady living in 202. She already had 3 prospective Xiaobaishu, little white mice, and had no plans to expand further, so she wasn't interested in the blind date event. And those who attended the first Alice apartment blind date event that evening. Besides a few Xiaobaishu, little white mice, the other residents who came probably had the same goal as the witch sisters. On the surface, it was a blind date, in reality, it was a hunt. Jiang Ran naturally also saw this message. After seeing it, he was somewhat surprised and somewhat not surprised. He wasn't surprised because he had heard Administrator Xiao Zhang mention before that he was going to host a blind date event. He was surprised because he thought it was just talk. He didn't expect it to actually happen, and the event was scheduled for tonight. Then, even more absurdly, Xiao Zhang sent him a private message. He asked him to definitely come to the blind date event tonight to boost the numbers, as he was afraid that only a few people would show up, which would be very awkward. At the same time, he offered to count attending the blind date event that night as overtime, at 50 yuan an hour. Initially, he was hesitant, but after seeing the money, he decisively decided to help his good colleague. At this moment, Jiang Ran was not in Alice's apartment. Instead, he was at the hospital entrance. Ever since he realized that his mental and physical condition was different from before he transmigrated, he wanted to see a psychiatrist. Before transmigrating, when the subpersonality took over the body, his main personality would not fall asleep. He would know what the subpersonality did, but he couldn't control the body. After transmigrating, when the subpersonality emerged, the main personality, like other patients with dissociative identity disorder, would fall asleep, completely unaware of what the subpersonality did with the body. He hadn't noticed this before. Jiang Ran thought that after he transmigrated, the subpersonality never came out. Could it be that his dissociative identity disorder was getting better due to transmigrating into a new body, plus taking inferior medicine, fighting poison with poison, and other reasons? But now, it turned out he had thought wrong. Not only had it not gotten better, but it had even escalated. Currently, Jiang Ran had discovered that his subpersonality had emerged at least twice. And it wasn't even certain if they were the same subpersonality, because he had several personalities within him. Therefore, Jiang Ran was now going to see a doctor. See a psychiatrist. Red Leaf Mental Hospital in Nan City. This is a private specialized hospital. It is said to be the best place for psychiatry in Nan City. Although the hospital's fees are quite expensive, Jiang Ran felt that given his situation, going to a cheap, shoddy hospital would be worse than sleeping at home and counting stars. He had already made an online appointment. So, upon arriving at Red Leaf Mental Hospital, after checking in, he began waiting for the doctor. Jiang Ren checked the current time, it was exactly 10 a.m. Since there were still several people ahead of him, he walked around the hospital's patient waiting area. While walking, he happened to see a poster.
The poster featured a doctor and his introduction.
It was the doctor Jiang Ran had an appointment with.
His name was Bai Xiaoliang. He was a rather handsome man. 30 years old, with a doctorate. After starting his graduate studies, he studied in the United States.
He continued until he obtained his doctorate, then returned to China.
Below was a long list of honors this doctor named Bai Xiaoliang had received.
All sorts of them, dazzling to the eye.
In short, it gave one the impression that he was simply amazing. Just then, the electronic announcement sounded, "Patient number 20, Jiang Ran, please proceed to consultation room 1. Patient number 20, Jiang Ran, please proceed to consultation room 1.
The announcement was repeated 3 times.
Hearing that it was his turn, Jiang Ran calmly walked into consultation room 1.
Upon entering the consultation room,
Jiang Ran saw Bai Xiaoliang from the poster. He was even more handsome in person than in the picture.
There was also a second person in the consultation room. It was a female nurse in white sitting in front of a computer nearby.
The female nurse had delicate features and wore a pair of alluring red contact lenses, which were very striking.
"Hello, how can we help you?" Jiang Ran and Bai Xiaoliang were separated by a consultation table.
Bai Xiaoliang said with a smile.
For now, Jiang Ran thought Bai Xiaoliang was quite good.
At least he could smile when facing patients. After all, many doctors face patients with a scowl, as if the patient owes them $1 million. Of course, Jiang Ran could also understand, as it's very tiring for a doctor to see and deal with different patients all day.
"I have dissociative identity disorder," Jiang Ran replied calmly. Upon hearing the words dissociative identity disorder,
Bai Xiaoliang, who had been smiling, immediately became serious.
Dissociative identity disorder? Has it been diagnosed in other hospitals?
Or do you just feel that you have dissociative identity disorder?
Jiang Ran nodded. It has been diagnosed, yes, dissociative identity disorder. Diagnosed in other hospitals.
Bai Xiaoliang, how long have you had it?
Jiang Ran, a long time.
Bai Xiaoliang, specific time? Jiang Ran pondered for a moment. This illness probably started when I first gained consciousness. Bai Xiaoliang asked the red contact lens female nurse next to him to record it on the computer, while he continued to ask.
"So, you've had it since childhood? Do your parents or relatives have any related history of mental illness?"
Jiang Ran shook his head. "I don't know, I'm an orphan." Jiang Ran was an orphan when he was on Earth, and after transmigration, he was an orphan here too. Bai Xiaoliang nodded. "Alright, since this is your first visit to our hospital, you'll need to undergo some tests to confirm if you truly have
dissociative identity disorder. As for diagnoses from other hospitals, we can only use them as reference.
There's a payment machine outside, go and pay.
Come back after you've paid."
Jiang Ran had no objections to this. After all, when switching hospitals, it's normal for most tests to have to be redone from scratch.
Jiang Ran went to the payment machine outside and paid.
He saw the list of items for payment, each followed by its price.
The total was a little over 400.
Jiang Ran felt a pang of pain. After paying, he returned to the consultation room.
The red contact lens female nurse used a small instrument to clip Jiang Ran's left index finger.
This was to measure his heart rate.
Next, the red contact lens female nurse took out many sheets of paper filled with text from a drawer. Jiang Ran knew exactly what these were.
They were scales and questionnaires,
specifically used for testing mental illnesses. The red contact lens female nurse had taken out one specifically for testing dissociative identity disorder.
Jiang Ran first picked up the dissociative identity disorder test scale.
It had many questions that needed to be answered. For example, the first one. I like to read sports magazines. Followed by the options, yes, and no.
If he liked to read them, he would check yes, if not, he would check no.
If he couldn't be sure, he would leave it blank.
Of course, it was best not to leave too many blank. The fewer unanswered questions, the better. At this point, Bai Xiaoliang said, you should be very familiar with this, as you've been to other hospitals and surely done this before.
But I still need to remind you.
This form has no standard answers, please answer completely according to your own situation. Everyone is different, so there's no need to feel pressured. Also, for each question, don't overthink it, just write down your first impression and your true situation.
Jiang Ran nodded and began answering the questions under the monitor of the heart rate monitor clipped to his finger. There were many varied questions below. For example, my mother is a good person. Jiang Ran left it blank, he didn't answer. Because he was an orphan. He had never even met his mother. Another question, I want to be a singer. Jiang Ran checked no. Sometimes I really want to curse. Jiang Ran checked no. I often cough. Checked no. It would be perfect if all laws didn't exist. No. Sometimes, I feel ghosts are around me. No. Jiang Ran kept answering the questions rapidly. These scales and questionnaires were all for testing. But they weren't all the yes/no type. There were also multiple choice questions. For example, what is the thing you hate and dislike the most? A girlfriend stolen by a good brother. B. Fired from work. C. Seeing the boss flirt with female employees. Jiang Ran chose A. In short, there were many types of questions, and many questions in total. Jiang Ran spent almost an hour filling them out before finally finishing. Bai Xiaoliang took the scales and questionnaires and then said, go to the payment machine outside again, then go for an electroencephalogram and an MRI. Jiang Ran nodded. He had done these two tests in other hospitals before. The electroencephalogram was for checking brain activity, and the MRI was for checking brain structure. The purpose was simple, to assist in confirming dissociative identity disorder and other mental illnesses. Before going out for the tests, Jiang Ran glanced at Bai Xiaoliang. He was busy scoring the scales and questionnaires with a pen. The two tests took an hour. By the time Jiang Ran returned to the consultation room, Bai Xiaoliang was already waiting for him. The electroencephalogram and MRI results had been automatically transmitted to Bai Xiaoliang's computer, so no physical films were needed. Jiang Ran thought the examinations were over, but he didn't expect there to be one more test, and this test was one he hadn't done in other hospitals. Jiang Ran, next, you will undergo the final test. Are you ready? Bai Xiaoliang stood up from his chair and announced calmly. Jiang Ran was startled, another test? What kind of test? Bai Xiaoliang said, just follow my instructions, and you'll find out soon. Bai Xiaoliang had Jiang Ran lie down on a daybed in the corner of the consultation room. Then, Bai Xiaoliang took out an old pocket watch from his pocket. So, it's hypnosis. Jiang Ran suddenly understood. He saw the pocket watch and thought of hypnosis, all from the stereotypical portrayal in movies and TV shows. Bai Xiaoliang nodded, have you done it before? Jiang Ran shook his head, no. In his previous life, Jiang Ran had seen psychiatrists and psychologists, but he didn't know if it was because he only saw general practitioners. So, he had never received hypnotherapy. Bai Xiaoliang, don't be afraid, hypnosis is very comfortable. Just keep your eyes on this pocket watch and do as I say. Hypnosis is ineffective. Jiang Ran was already leaning back in the reclining chair. After Dr. Bai confirmed that the surroundings were quiet, he held a pocket watch and gently swayed it left and right in front of Jiang Ran's eyes. As it swayed, the pocket watch emitted a rhythmic, soothing hum. This involuntarily made Jiang Ran's entire body enter an extremely relaxed state. Jiang Ran's eyes also followed the left and right movements of the pocket watch, turning with it. Dr. Bai then spoke softly in a warm, masculine voice. What is your name? Jiang Ran. Gender? Male. Age? 23 years old. Occupation? Apartment assistant administrator. What do you like to do most? I don't know. Think harder, isn't there anything or any time that makes you happy? When I get paid.
Okay, now imagine, it's payday right now, you've received so much money, and at the same time, your lottery ticket won $1 million.
Jiang Ran couldn't help but enter this fabricated moment of happiness, a slight smile gracing his lips. Next, Dr. Bai asked many more questions, continuously guiding the hypnosis. Finally, with a "You are very sleepy now, it's time to sleep," and a snap of his fingers,
Jiang Ran miraculously fell asleep. But this sleep was not true sleep, it retained a certain level of consciousness.
A more accurate description would be a special state of consciousness. Dr. Bai now began to ask questions. "Handsome, what is your name?"
Jiang Ran, with his eyes closed, said, "Jiang Ran."
Dr.
Bai was momentarily stunned to hear this correct answer.
"How old are you this year?" 23 years old. Dr. Bai's expression became somewhat serious. "There should be other good friends in your body? Let them come out for some air, I want to chat with them. Let's get to know each other." After a few seconds, Dr. Bai asked, "What is your name?"
Jiang Ran said, "Jiang Ran."
Dr.
Bai's subsequent hypnosis session lasted for 30 minutes.
Finally, with a snap of his fingers, Jiang Ran reawakened.
Upon awakening, Jiang Ran, as soon as he opened his eyes, saw Dr.
Bai's serious face. He thought something was wrong and asked, "Doctor, is my dissociative identity disorder very serious?" Dr. Bai slowly exhaled, "Mr.
Jiang Ran, regarding your situation, I will give you an answer within 3 days.
At that time, I will invite you to our hospital again.
Of course, as compensation for not providing a definitive treatment this time, your next visit will be free of registration fees."
Jiang Ran nodded upon hearing this.
Although he didn't know the full situation, not having to pay the registration fee was great.
After all, Dr. Bai's registration fee was 300 yuan. It was one of the highest registration fees at this hospital. Jiang Ran was escorted out of the consultation room by the red contact lens female nurse. After Jiang Ran was sent out, the red contact lens female nurse, at Dr. Bai's instruction, temporarily stopped seeing patients. Facing this situation, the red contact lens female nurse was a bit puzzled. "Dr. Bai, what's wrong? This is the first time I've seen you like this. Is that patient named Jiang Ran very tricky?" Dr. Bai's expression was grave.
He said, "Based solely on the current situation, he is probably the most unique patient I have ever encountered in my career."
The red contact lens female nurse was very surprised. Because even though Dr.
Bai was young, only 30 years old, he had actually obtained his doctorate at the age of 22.
He was truly a genius among geniuses.
He studied and worked in the United States, and also worked in other countries, accumulating too many honors and awards. Finally, he achieved great success and returned to China.
Currently, Dr. Bai is absolutely the top figure in China for treating mental illnesses.
He is also among the world's top in this field. If this hospital wasn't owned by his father, Dr.
Bai wouldn't be here.
Therefore, for Dr. Bai to say that Jiang Ran is possibly the most unique patient he has encountered in his career. This shows how significant it is.
Dr.
Bai now sat in front of the consultation room computer, in the same seat where the red contact lens female nurse had been sitting. He operated the computer, which currently displayed several diagnostic report images. He said, "From the electroencephalogram and MRI, it appears that Jiang Ran's brain does have an abnormality, a very significant abnormality. Completely different from ordinary people. But from the scales and questionnaires he completed, the final score was perfectly normal. The scales and questionnaires I gave him. The scale is 0 to 50 points for normal, 70 to 80 points indicates a higher risk of dissociative identity disorder. As a result, his scale score was 20 points. Normal. The questionnaire is 0 to 90 points for normal, exceeding 90 points indicates danger.
His questionnaire score was 49 points, again normal.
Of course, these are all supplementary confirmations. What I am most proud of is my hypnosis technique.
I have encountered many patients.
Especially patients with dissociative identity disorder, I have encountered quite a few of them. Whenever I use hypnosis to hypnotize someone, I can successfully communicate with the other personalities within that person's body.
I have never failed.
But today, Xiaotong, as you saw, my hypnosis failed.
It was always Zhang Ran talking to me, not his other personalities at all. This kind of situation only has two possibilities.
The first possibility is that Zhang Ran is not a dissociative identity disorder patient, so it's naturally impossible to awaken his other personalities and converse with them. The second possibility is that Zhang Ran's dominant personality is incredibly strong, capable of easily suppressing all other personalities, to the
point where even hypnosis cannot shake it. But to be honest, I myself find the second possibility unlikely.
Because, I once, in the United States, under the FBI's command, hypnotized a perverted serial killer with at least hundreds of lives on his hands.
This guy was terrifying, right?
He was also a dissociative identity disorder patient. Other psychiatrists or psychologists who specialized in hypnosis couldn't successfully hypnotize him or awaken his other personalities to talk to
him. But I did it with ease. So now, I failed with Zhang Ran. Does that mean Zhang Ran has a stronger will and is more terrifying than that perverted serial killer?
The red contact lens female nurse, Xiaotong, after some thought, said, I think, Dr. By Zhang Ran shouldn't be the second type. After all, he's just an ordinary person, so he should be the first type.
He actually doesn't have dissociative identity disorder at all. Dr. I was now staring at Zhang Ran's electroencephalogram and MRI, looking at them again and again.
He murmured to himself. Zhang Ran should have a mental illness, judging from these scans, but whether it's dissociative identity disorder, to be honest, I really can't
determine it yet. This is the first time in my life.
The red contact lens female nurse, Xiaotong, said, finally, Dr. Bai, you've also encountered something you can't determine.
However, this is actually nothing.
After all, some doctors practice for 20 or 30 years and never encounter a patient with dissociative identity disorder, let alone confirm it
and provide subsequent treatment.
Isn't there a case where a patient with dissociative identity disorder went to several large hospitals before finally being diagnosed with a
illness? This shows its difficulty. Of course, that was just an ordinary dissociative identity disorder patient, and this one named Zhang Ran is too deceptive. Dr. By side, I'll go find my dad and those friends later to confirm. I don't want to make a misdiagnosis.
Zhang Ran and Robert's first meeting, the ugly woman Xia Xiaomei. It was already late afternoon when Zhang Ran returned to Alice's apartment. He had taken the day off, so he didn't need to work in the afternoon. He just needed to attend the first blind date event hosted by Administrator Xiao Zhang in the evening to make up the numbers. Therefore, with nothing to do in the afternoon, he planned to go back to 304 and lie down for the rest of it.
Zhang Ran had just stepped out of the elevator.
He was walking down the third-floor hallway, heading towards 304. Then, he unexpectedly met someone.
That person looked to be in their 30s. He was quite handsome, with gaunt cheeks and long, black, curly hair.
Of course, that wasn't unusual. What was unusual was that this guy wasn't Chinese, but a foreigner. He had a Caucasian face. Zhang Ran felt that a lot of foreigners had been coming to the apartment recently. First, there was Mike, and now another person he didn't know. At this moment, the Caucasian man smiled slightly at Zhang Ran, who was walking towards him, appearing very friendly and seemingly a sunny and
cheerful person. Zhang Ran also nodded back, returning the smile. As the two were about to pass each other, the Caucasian man suddenly said to Zhang Ran, "Hello, my name is Robert, what's your name?" English.
Jiang Ran had initially thought that the Caucasian man in front of him would speak Chinese, especially since Mike, whom he had met before, spoke
Chinese so well that he didn't seem like a foreigner.
Therefore, he assumed this Caucasian man would also speak it. But it turned out he didn't speak it at all. Now that he thought about it, this idea was truly mistaken, as the difficulty of learning Chinese is among the highest in the world.
It was completely normal not to know it.
So, now the problem was, he didn't know English either. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know it at all, he knew a little, but it was very poor, the kind that made communication impossible. Hello, could you please repeat what you just said? Technology can change lives.
Jiang Ran took out his phone had an automatic voice translation function, which was perfect for communicating with foreigners. Hello, my name is Robert, what's your name?
English. The Caucasian man repeated what he had just said.
Jiang Ran understood through his phone's translation.
He then used his phone's translation to reply, Hello, Robert, my name is Jiang Ran.
Robert smiled at Jiang Ran and said, Oh, I see, nice to meet you, Jiang Ran.
English.
Jiang Ran said, You too.
By the way, are you staying on the third floor, or are you just passing through? Robert replied, No, I was invited by a friend to visit here. I'll be staying for a week before returning home. I'm from Maple Leaf Country, which is a very beautiful country.
English. Jiang Ran thought for a moment, then curiously asked, Invited by a friend? Is the friend who invited you an American named Mike? Currently, Jiang Ran only knew one American in the apartment, Mike.
Perhaps Mike was the friend who invited Robert to visit.
Robert shook his head, No. Well, I have things to do, so I'll be going.
English.
Jiang Ran nodded, Goodbye.
As Jiang Ran turned to return to 304, he completely failed to notice that behind him, the Caucasian man, Robert, had been staring at his back with eyes that radiated a dangerous aura. At the same time, a sinister, faint smile lingered on his face. At this moment, in the live stream room, extremely rich young master, he finally appeared, Robert, one of the world's top 10 serial killers. Middle-aged uncle is very speechless, I really didn't want to see him. Extremely rich young master, that's because you bet on Jiang Ran, so of course you don't want to. But I wonder when Robert will make his move. Domineering female CEO, he'll definitely make a move within a week. He and Jiang Ran are bound to clash within this week. If everyone wants to watch the live broadcast instead of a replay, you'll need to prepare to stay up late. Extremely rich young master, why? Fairy sister at extremely rich young master, I'm truly speechless. When Robert was introduced before, wasn't it mentioned that this guy always commits crimes late at night when everyone is asleep? Extremely rich young master, I forgot. But there's one thing I remember very clearly, Jiang Ran is still on that clown's kill list. Domineering female CEO, what a boy with so many misfortunes. Little Ant, I think Xiao Q and the others are pretty unlucky too, they're still locked in 1001, being treated like dogs. Little Dragon Girl, those three unlucky ones, I specifically turned the camera to watch them earlier. Now they don't even have toilet paper to wipe their butts after pooping. After Jiang Ran returned to 304, he simply cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles, adding 2 eggs, which was rumored to be good for male potency. After finishing his instant noodles, Jiang Ran turned on the TV, planning to watch for a while, and then, half an hour later, take the imported American medicine that Wang Qingzhao had bought for him. At this moment, as his gaze fell upon the TV on the wall, Jiang Ran couldn't help but notice the ancient beauty kite hanging on the wall not far from the TV. To be honest, he didn't know how this kite ended up in his home, but he guessed it was probably brought back from Wang Nuli's house when one of his secondary personalities controlled his body during that period. As for Wang Nuli's death, that matter was already in the past and had been ruled a suicide. So, he could rest assured. Sigh, I really wish I never had dissociative identity disorder. This was Jiang Ran's long-held wish. But unfortunately, it was just a wish.
He currently didn't believe this illness could be cured, it was too difficult to treat. He only hoped to control it as much as possible. And just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He opened his phone and found a message in the green bubble. A resident of Alice's apartment needed his help upstairs. Jiang Ran had taken the day off today, so technically he didn't have to go, but because it was the first time he had encountered a resident needing help while he was on leave. Therefore, he messaged Administrator Xiao Zhang to inquire. Administrator Xiao Zhang said that he could choose not to help and tell the resident he was off today. Or he could go help, which would count as overtime. Helping a resident during his time off would earn him 50 yuan per instance, paid with his monthly salary. Jiang Ran was like Tao Yuan Ming, who would not bend his back for 5 pecks of rice. But he would bend his back for 6 pecks of rice. Therefore, he got up from the sofa, preparing to go meet the resident and solve the problem. The resident who needed his help this time was someone named Xia Xiaomei from 901. Judging by the name, she should be a woman. Jiang Ran quickly arrived at the door of 901 and began to knock. Soon, the door opened. A woman, estimated to be over 35 years old, with a somewhat ordinary, even appearance, appeared in Jiang Ran's sight. To be honest, among the women Jiang Ran had met in this apartment so far, Xin Yi, Xin Kei, and Sumi. All these women could be described as enchantresses. This led to Jiang Ran being stunned for several seconds by the appearance of this ugly girl named Xia Xiaomei the first time he saw her. Of course, the stunning here was purely due to the other party's ugliness. The clown is squatting at Jiang Ran's house. I'm sorry, I'm a bit ugly. Did I scare you? Xia Xiaomei was not only ugly in appearance but also had a rough and unpleasant voice. It could be said that she had no advantages in terms of appearance. But she must be quite kind. At least, she hadn't done anything wrong, and upon noticing Jiang Ran's abnormality, she actually apologized to him proactively. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's my fault, please don't mind it. Jiang Ran scratched his head apologetically. At the same time, he admonished himself to manage his expressions better in the future so as not to make others uncomfortable. It's nothing, it's actually my fault. Who told me I was born this ugly? And, you're already very good, because even when I look in the mirror and see my own appearance, I often stare for a long time. Xia Xiaomei gave a bitter laugh. Then she welcomed Jiang Ran inside. And had Jiang Ran put on the disposable shoe covers she provided. After entering Xia Xiaomei's home, Jiang Ran quickly scanned the place and found it very clean and tidy. Next, Jiang Ran asked Xia Xiaomei what she needed him for and how he could help. Xia Xiaomei asked, "Do you know how to do makeup?" Jiang Ran shook his head, "No." Xia Xiaomei smiled, and her smile made her look even worse, with the dense freckles on her face appearing even more prominent. She said, "I can do my own makeup, but my own aesthetic isn't very good. So I wanted to ask you to help me with my makeup using your aesthetic. I want to know, what kind of makeup do men like?" Jiang Ran let out a long "oh, I see, that's no problem at all. Although I don't know how to do makeup, my aesthetic sense is quite good. By the way, what are you doing your makeup for? Are you going to see a boyfriend?" Xia Xiaomei shook her head, looking a bit downcast at this moment. "I don't have a boyfriend yet. I'm 36 this year, and I've only ever had one boyfriend, and we broke up. My family is pushing me to get married quite urgently, so I want to find a boyfriend and get married as soon as possible. I saw in the group chat that Administrator Xiao Zhang is hosting a matchmaking party tonight, right? So I thought I'd put on some makeup and try my luck." Jiang Ran thought, since ancient times, it has been rare for men and women seeking a partner not to value appearance. A good appearance is a great help in finding a partner. Similarly, an ordinary appearance offers no advantage. And an ugly appearance is a deduction of points. Of course, if you are strong enough yourself, or have a good family background and money, that's a bonus. The points added might even compensate for an ugly appearance. Jiang Ran felt that this Xia Xiaomei's family conditions should be good, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to live in Alice's apartment.
But he had no hope that Xia Xiaomei would find a partner at the matchmaking party hosted by Xiao Zheng tonight. Because all the participants in this matchmaking party were residents of the apartment. Those living here were all rich people, so how could they find someone with an ugly appearance, especially someone so old, already 36 years old? Rich people would definitely look for 18-year-olds, or those in their 20s. Therefore, he felt that Xia Xiaomei could only find a partner among poor men, those with average conditions. Relying on money as an advantage. Sigh, speaking of which, I don't have a girlfriend either. But having a girlfriend is also a bad thing. I can't have children, there's a high probability they'd inherit my dissociative identity disorder, which would be a terrible start for a child. Through Xia Xiaomei, Jiang Ran suddenly connected to himself. Next, it was Xia Xiaomei's makeup time. Jiang Ran assisted Xia Xiaomei with his male aesthetic. To be honest, Jiang Ran thought it would be better to hire a professional makeup artist if one had the money. And while Jiang Ran was at Xia Xiaomei's place in 901, a figure appeared in front of his door at 304. This figure was none other than the clown who had appeared at the welcoming party that night. At this moment, the clown was repeatedly ringing the doorbell in front of 304. Waiting for Jiang Ran to open the door. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Jiang Ran wasn't home at this time. And, the fact that he could come to Jiang Ran's place meant that of the three targets originally, Jiang Ran, Sun Yijie, and Wang Tao, Wang Tao had been killed by him. Of the remaining two targets, he had rolled the dice and drawn Jiang Ran. He was now preparing to come to Jiang Ran's place to take his life. But after knocking for a long time, why was no one opening the door? The clown, who had been gesticulating and knocking on the door, stopped dancing. He stared at the door in confusion. Afterward, he left 304 and the third floor. 10 minutes later, he returned, holding a key in his hand. It was the spare key to Jiang Ran's 304 that he had obtained from administrator Xiao Zhang. As for why he could get someone else's house key from Xiao Zhang? Actually, these perverted criminals and serial killers living in Alice's apartment. According to the number of people killed in the apartment, they would also have corresponding privileges and rights to know. Like Wang Tao, who had lived in the apartment for so long but hadn't killed anyone, resulting in him having no privileges or rights to know. The clown, on the other hand, had killed over a dozen people in the apartment. Therefore, he had a privilege, he could obtain the house keys of Xiao Baishu, little white mice, but not the house keys of other perverted criminals. He used the key to open Jiang Ran's home. At this moment, Jiang Ran's home was quiet. He searched 304 but did not find Jiang Ran. Returning to the living room, he saw the ancient beauty kite hanging on the wall not far from the TV. He stared at this ancient beauty kite, his head gradually tilting to the right, letting out a laugh. Isn't this Wang Nuli's kite? How did it end up here? The clown knew Wang Nuli, and they were friends who had met in the apartment. After each murder, the clown would hand over the bodies to Wang Nuli. These bodies were good material for Wang Nuli to make kites. And the clown would receive more or less money depending on the quality and various conditions of the bodies he brought. However, hadn't he heard that Wang Nuli had gone mad a while ago? And had died by jumping out of a window while learning to make kites? So, is his death related to Jiang Ran? The clown understood Wang Nuli. Wang Nuli would give kites to others, but he would absolutely not give away his painstaking masterpieces hanging on the wall. Therefore, the origin of this ancient beauty kite in Jiang Ran's home was very much worth investigating. Of course, regardless of whether Wang Nuli's death was related to Jiang Ran, the clown would not avenge him. Even though they were friends. Their thoughts and reasoning, their so-called friendship, and the friendship based on normal people's values were different. The clown did not find Jiang Ran in 304. He also had no intention of leaving. He planned to wait here for Jiang Ran to return. Of course, during the time he was waiting for Jiang Ran to return, he began to perform a comical clown dance in the living room. As his left and right hands continuously rubbed together, a large mass of white shredded paper, like snowflakes, sprayed out from between his rubbing.
Hands. It ascended into the air and then slowly fell. Just like winter. A blind date meeting with a gathering of perverts. Under the combined efforts of Jiang Ran and Xia Xiaomei's makeup was finally done. Jiang Ran recommended that Xia Xiaomei avoid heavy makeup and opt for a light, natural look. The biggest difference between Xia Xiaomei before and after makeup was that her skin was much whiter, and her freckles were covered. Overall, she definitely looked better than without makeup. After all, a fair complexion can hide 3 flaws. However, her facial features were inherently not great, and her makeup skills were only average. It was passable. After applying makeup, Xia Xiaomei kept looking at her face in the mirror. Jiang Ran then said, "Now that your makeup is done, do you need any more help? If not, I'm going home." Xia Xiaomei heard him and said, "There's nothing else I need your help with for now." "Oh, right, Jiang Ran, will you be attending this matchmaking event?" Jiang Ran nodded, "I will, but I'm just going to make up the numbers." Xia Xiaomei said, "Let's go now, it's almost time." At her words, Jiang Ran noticed that the sky outside the window had already darkened. He took out his phone from his pocket and saw it was 6:30 p.m. The matchmaking event was starting in half an hour. "Alright, let's head straight to the first floor." Subsequently, Jiang Ran and Xia Xiaomei went to the first floor together. Jiang Ran was dressed as usual. But Xia Xiaomei had dressed up carefully. Besides her facial makeup, she had also chosen nice clothes. Perhaps fate was playing a trick on her. Xia Xiaomei's figure, well, it was also the kind of short and stubby figure, lacking in curves. The two of them arrived on the first floor. As soon as they reached the first floor, they saw a very conspicuous pink heart-shaped sign. Following the sign, the two of them arrived at the venue for the matchmaking event. The matchmaking event was held in the same activity room where the freshman welcoming events were always held. But upon entering this activity room, Jiang Ran suddenly realized, why did this activity room feel suddenly bigger? And it wasn't just a little bigger? It seemed to have doubled in size. He walked over and observed carefully before realizing. This activity room and the adjacent activity room were separated by only one wall, and that wall was not solid, it was a false wall that could retract up and down. No wonder he felt the activity room had inexplicably grown larger. It turned out that these were actually 2 activity rooms combined into one. "Chin K, I'm going to eat first, I'm a bit hungry." Shortly after Jiang Ran entered the activity room, besides noticing the unusual space, he naturally saw the various delicacies served on platters inside the activity room. If he wasn't attending this matchmaking event, this time would also be his dinner time. Therefore, Jiang Ran, enticed by the food, felt his stomach rumbling. After telling Xia Xiaomei, he rushed towards the food. Xia Xiaomei, on the other hand, remained in place, nervously observing the people who had already arrived in the entire activity room. Especially the men. Time passed by minute. More and more people arrived. Jiang Ran hadn't expected so many people to come to this matchmaking event. He had originally thought there would be at most a dozen people. He didn't expect there to be a full 100 people. And these 100 people gathered at the matchmaking event. Jiang Ran's mind also exploded with rapidly increasing points. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +1. Points plus. Ding! Dangerous person detected. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +3. Points plus. Jiang Ran, as usual, ignored these prompts. He was currently eating the grilled beef and lamb slices being cooked on the hot plate. The fragrant, sizzling grilled beef and lamb slices, stirred in a specially prepared dipping sauce, then placed in the mouth, the taste was delicious. Of course, while he ate, he also looked around. Soon, he spotted the fitness coach Sunnijia. Sunnijia was currently chatting happily with a woman Jiang Ran didn't know. Jiang Ran turned his head, wanting to see if there was anyone else he knew, but as he turned, he almost bumped heads with a man. Looking closely, he realized a man had appeared beside him at some point.
The man immediately looked down and quickly apologized, then looked up.
Jiang Ran then realized, wasn't this the new resident named Wang Anjin? You're also here for the matchmaking event? Jiang Ran asked Wang Anjin. Wang Anjin had just arrived at Alice's apartment, and Jiang Ran was one of the few people he knew. He replied with a smile, that's right. But I'm not here for matchmaking, I'm here to freeload on the food.
Wang Anjin was seriously ill, so he didn't expect to find a girlfriend with his current body, which could only last a few more months. Therefore, he was there to enjoy the buffet. After all, in his entire life, he had never eaten a buffet before. So he wanted to try it out.
Oh, I see. I'm pretty much the same, eat to your heart's content. Otherwise, all this food, if not eaten, would be a waste, and waste is shameful.
After Jiang Ran finished speaking, another bite of grilled beef went down.
And just at this moment, a pleasant female voice sounded beside Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, you're here too?
Jiang Ran turned around and found it was Qin Kalian. Qin Kalian's attire tonight was very simple, a white shirt and jeans. It wasn't like her usual stepmother-style hip-hugging skirt that accentuated her figure.
At this moment, Wang Anjin saw Qin Kalian appear beside Jiang Ran, and immediately, thoughtfully, moved to another spot, not wanting to disturb Jiang Ran and her.
Jiang Ran then said, yes, but I'm just here to make up the numbers.
By the way, you're here?
Where's your sister?
Qin Kalian pouted in one direction, she's over there.
Jiang Ran looked in the direction Qin Kalian pointed and saw Qini drinking red wine and chatting merrily with a man in his 20s.
Ha, do neither of you sisters have boyfriends? You'd actually come to a matchmaking event like this? Jiang Ran asked, puzzled. Beautiful women of this caliber shouldn't lack boyfriends, right? Qin Kalian replied somewhat playfully, what business is it of yours whether my sister and I have boyfriends? What? Do you want to pursue both of us sisters? Let me tell you up front, if you want to pursue me, you can't pursue my sister, and if you want to pursue my sister, you can't pursue me. Don't even think about having two boats. Jiang Ran just smiled and didn't say anything.
At this moment, a coughing sound came through the loudspeaker, cough cough cough, as if testing the microphone.
Soon, the adjustment was presumably complete. Administrator Xiao Zhang, dressed in a black suit with a red tie, holding a microphone, walked to the stage at the very front.
It was Jiang Ran's first time seeing Administrator Xiao Zhang in a suit, and he had to admit, clothes make the man, he really looked the part. Administrator Xiao Zhang, at that moment, was smiling. Using the microphone, he said, welcome everyone to the first Alice Apartment matchmaking event, hosted by me, Xiao Zhang. The purpose of this event is to help the single men and women of the apartment find partners. Please make good use of your time. This matchmaking event will end at 9 o'clock. Additionally, to improve the efficiency of finding partners, I, Xiao Zhang, encourage brave boys and girls to come on stage, introduce themselves,
and present themselves to everyone.
A brutal case that Mike had solved before. Administrator Xiao Zhan wanted to liven up the atmosphere and have people come up and introduce themselves. But after several calls, no one below was willing to go up. When Administrator Xiao Zhang said that everyone was surprisingly shy, Sunny Jie raised his hand. Administrator Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up when he saw Sunny Jie raise his hand. He enthusiastically invited him to the stage. Sunny Jie stepped onto the stage specially built for this matchmaking event. At this moment, he was facing the audience, with over 100 pairs of eyes staring at him. If he had Jiang Ran's danger pre-warning system, he should be able to discover something interesting in this current enclosed large space. Besides Jiang Ran and Wang Anjin in the audience, it also included himself. Everyone else, and Administrator Xiao Zhang, who was standing beside him with a smiling face. Each person would constantly flash a prompt. Each one was constantly prompted to gain points. That is to say, apart from the three of them, all the others were perverted criminals, perverted serial killers. 3 little lambs, straight into a pack of wolves. One of the little lambs was especially brave, still on stage, showing his plumpness to all the wolves.
It's unknown if it was bravery or foolishness. While the matchmaking event was being held here, Mike was in a private room of a small restaurant in Nan City.
At this time, there was also a man and a woman with him in this private room. The man and woman were both very young. The man was about Mike's age, and the woman was in her early 20s.
Both of them were Chinese.
The man began to take out a craft paper folder from the backpack he was carrying on his back and placed it on the table.
Mike also took out a thick paper bag from his backpack.
The two exchanged items.
Mike couldn't wait to open the craft paper folder he received.
And the Chinese man on the other side did the same. He opened the paper bag Mike gave him and poured out rectangular items tied with rubber bands, humanity's favorite paper money. And this paper money was not the currency of China, but the currency of the United States US dollar. Currently, Mike was opening the folder, and he glanced at the Chinese man opposite him, who was pulling out a US dollar he had given him and
ecstatically sniffing it. He smiled and asked, "I'm very curious, we've cooperated so many times. Why do you only accept US dollar and not your own country's currency?"
The Chinese man was still immersed in the ecstasy of the US dollar and said, "US dollar is valuable, and I plan to save enough money to emigrate, so..."
"You understand why I want US dollar, right?"
Mike nodded, and after opening the folder, he pulled out more than a dozen printed papers from it and began to read them carefully.
"Take your time, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, after sales service is included," the Chinese man said with a smile. Why does a detective of Mike's caliber charge so much for a single commission?
First, his reputation and strength are here, just like how first-tier celebrities charge more than second-tier, third-tier, or 18th-tier ones.
Second, when they accept a commission and investigate an incident, they need intelligence.
They are stretched thin and cannot do everything themselves, as there wouldn't be enough time, and they would be exhausted. Therefore, they need others to help them.
For example, the current task is to collect intelligence.
Like the Chinese man and Chinese woman in front of him, they are also detectives, but they also moonlight as intelligence dealers. And, to have others do things, he definitely has to pay for it himself. So, this is also the reason why Mike charges so much. At the same time, Mike had previously said he was going to do a few things, and those things were to collect intelligence on several people. Of course, he entrusted these two people to do it for him.
The intelligence Mike asked these two people to collect for him is as follows. Personal information of Wu Yu, Sun Ijie, and Wang Anjin. Personal information of Administrator Xiao Zhang, and Assistant Administrator Jiang Ran. As well as information on Alice's apartment.
First, he looked at the personal information of Wu Yu, Sun Ijie, and Wang Anjin. After reading the information of these three people, he murmured to himself, two paupers, one ordinary person being hunted, how can they afford to
live in Alice's apartment, which costs 50,000 per square meter? They can't even afford to rent it.
Immediately after, he looked at the information of Administrator Xiao Zhang and Jiang Ran. The two people's birthdates, ID numbers, phone numbers, addresses, families, where they attended primary and secondary school, and their work
situations after graduation. Their relationship status. Online social accounts and posts.
Frequently browsed websites and software used. Their recent living conditions, and even some very private matters about themselves in the past, etc., were all included in the information provided
by the Chinese man.
It was extremely detailed. After reading this information, he knew them better than they knew themselves.
After reading the information of these two people, he then looked at the information about Alice's apartment. When it started construction, when it was completed, the construction company, and so on.
After reading all this information, the 10th-ranked detective in the United States crossed his arms, leaned back against the back of his chair, constantly tilting his body backward and then back forward. His eyes stared at the golden ceiling of the small restaurant, as if he was thinking about something very complex.
Seeing Mike in this state,
the Chinese man sitting opposite him said curiously, "I've known you for several years, and this is the first time I've seen you look so serious."
Is this commission very difficult?
Mike let out a breath at this moment. It is indeed very difficult, and my intuition tells me that what is involved behind this commission is
something I cannot handle alone.
The Chinese man was a little surprised, so he pulled out a stack from the $1 Mike had just given him and threw it in front of Mike.
Quick, tell me, I want to hear it. Mike threw the money back. You kid, we've cooperated so many times, we're practically friends, throwing money at me is an insult.
The Chinese man smiled. Then if you don't take the money, I'd feel bad listening. Originally, in my line of work, it's not allowed to inquire about the employer's business. Mike said, then don't listen, just stick to your professional ethics. The Chinese man shook his head. No, professional ethics are meant to be broken.
Hurry up and tell me, I'm too curious.
At this moment, the Chinese woman next to the Chinese man gave the Chinese man a helpless and resentful glance. She was the Chinese man's girlfriend.
Their names are Lu Fei and Hua Xiaoyu.
The two were colleagues, and after cooperating a few times, they developed feelings for each other and got together. Hua Xiaoyu was satisfied with everything about her boyfriend, Lu Fei, but what she was most dissatisfied with was Lu Fei's excessive curiosity. It was strong, vibrant, and terrifying. At this moment, Mike recalled, I once collaborated with the United States Police and other colleagues in the United States to solve a case. That case was very simple and very cruel. It was about a group of rich people buying the lives of poor people. Some desperate poor people needed a sum of money. The rich people would give you this money, and then your body would be at the rich people's disposal. The cruelty of this case lies in the fact that those rich people bought the lives of these poor people to satisfy their twisted psychological desires. These poor people would suffer various tortures, which is what is called torture murder. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei and Hua Xiaoyu both turned pale. Mike finally added, I think the nature of this commission I'm currently investigating should be the same, but with some slight differences in certain
aspects.
Mike and Robert, Sunny Jie and Xia Xiaomei. Yes, this was the result of Mike's intense brainstorming in the early hours of this morning. After reading these few documents, he became even more certain that his conclusion was correct. He felt that the Alice apartment and the new residence he had previously noticed, Wu Yu, Wang Anjian, and Sunny Jie, followed a pattern similar to the old case he had spoken of. One side gives money, the other gives life. But the specific details would differ. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how a few poor people could live in a high-end apartment costing 50,000 per square meter. Moreover, these individuals did not know each other before, had no interaction online, and were complete strangers. In such situations, there is usually a neutral party leading and manipulating these individuals to gather together.
Lu Fei, when you gave me the information on these people and the Alice apartment, did you feel there was something wrong with the data? Mike suddenly asked at this moment. Problem? What problem?
Lu Fei, puzzled, took the documents back and flipped through them repeatedly, but he didn't find any problems.
Collecting data was his specialty, so it was unlikely for there to be an issue. He made a living doing this. Mike got straight to the point. Don't you think Administrator Xiao Zhang's biographical information is too ordinary?
It's by the book, step by step, completely lacking in any unique features or characteristics.
Lu Fei, isn't being ordinary normal? Most people in this world are ordinary.
Mike shook his head. Being ordinary is normal, but it's not normal in this context. Of the people I asked you to investigate, besides Administrator Xiao Zhang, Wu Yu's father has cancer, Wang Anjian has cancer himself, Sunny Jie is being hunted, and Jiang Ran, the assistant administrator, has dissociative identity disorder. They all have extraordinary aspects. Only Administrator Xiao Zhang is an ordinary person, and the information about this apartment also describes it as an ordinary high-end apartment.
Are these two the only exceptions? If the apartment and the apartment administrator are ordinary, then what's the situation with Jiang Ran, the assistant administrator? Shouldn't he also be an ordinary person?
You should investigate Administrator Xiao Zhang thoroughly again. I suspect that all his archived data was destroyed long ago and then completely revised. What we are seeing now is that revised version. Lu Fei's mouth hung open in surprise at this moment, because he had encountered the kind of situation Mike was describing before. Erasing all discernible traces of a person's past experiences and then fabricating a false record. However, he had only encountered it a few times. It was very, very rare. Mike left the private room of the small restaurant and took a ride-sharing car back to the Alice apartment. The ride-sharing driver, seeing he was a foreigner, even initiated a conversation, but Mike just casually responded a few times, not in the mood. His thoughts entirely focused on this commission. Returning to the Alice apartment, he entered the apartment premises via facial recognition. Mike looked up at the Alice apartment building before him. At night, illuminated by the surrounding lights, it was still a very beautiful apartment building, but in Mike's eyes, the entire building seemed to be enveloped and entwined in black mist. As he walked towards the apartment building, he inadvertently saw a figure in the fifth-floor hallway window directly opposite. That figure opened the window, and more than half of his body was exposed outside. He was skillfully pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. It was originally a very common and ordinary sight. But it made Mike, a seasoned detective who had weathered many storms, immediately stop his steps towards the apartment building. His body trembled inexplicably, unsure of what emotion was causing it. Only the word shock could be seen firmly covering his face. His eyesight was excellent, especially since he had undergone special eye training at the FBI using their methods and equipment. This resulted in his vision and field of view being much stronger than an ordinary person's at night. Because of this, an ordinary person standing in his position would not be able to clearly see the person smoking from the fifth-floor hallway window. But he could clearly see the person's face. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, and spoke a name, Robert. As he stopped, noticed, and stared intently at Robert. Robert in the fifth-floor hallway window also noticed Mike. Upon seeing Mike, he was as stunned and incredulous as Mike was upon seeing him. But in an instant, a deeply sinister and evil smile appeared on his somewhat handsome, narrow face, as if a demon had descended. After that, he turned and left the window, and Mike, seeing this, like a man who had discovered his wife cheating, strode into the apartment building and frantically rushed to the fifth floor. At the matchmaking event, Sun Yijie introduced himself. Administrator Xiao Zhang, holding a microphone, asked Sun Yijie, "Mr. Sun, you've just introduced yourself, and your conditions are quite good. So, what type of girl do you like?" Sun Yijie smiled confidently, "I don't really care about appearance. As long as we can get along, that's fine." As he spoke, Sun Yijie's gaze fell on an exquisite figure in the audience. That exquisite figure was Qin Yi. In fact, Sun Yijie had noticed Qin Yi a long time ago. He never expected such a beautiful woman to live in this apartment. Seeing her made his heart itch, wanting to win her over. But unfortunately, he was talking to another woman at the time, and Qin Yi was also talking to other men. Neither of them was free. Is that so? In that case, are there any girls in the audience who are interested in Mr. Sun? You can come up and get to know him. After Administrator Xiao Zhan finished speaking, Sun Yijie cast a hopeful gaze towards Qin Yi. This gaze was too hopeful for Qin Yi to ignore. Unfortunately, she already had a target for her hunt at this matchmaking event. Originally, she did indeed come to this matchmaking event prepared to hunt Xiao Baishu, little white mice. But a new perverted criminal who moved into the apartment happened to walk into her trap. Perhaps there were new perverted criminals and serial killers moving into the apartment every day, but they wouldn't be specially introduced to the livestream viewers like the Xiao Baishu, little white mice, were. Of course, more importantly, the apartment resident who purchased her human flesh products was tired of eating Xiao Baishu, little white mice, and wanted to try other flavors. Therefore, even though she felt she could easily take down Sun Yijie with a little effort, she didn't have the time. If you ask, doesn't she have her sister? Sorry, processing one person and making various products, she couldn't manage it alone, her sister also had to help. Therefore, Qin Yi deliberately averted her gaze, ignoring Sun Yijie. Sunny Jie had played with many women and naturally sensed that Chini seemed uninterested in him, so he was a bit disappointed.
And just at this moment, can I come up?
Xia Xiaomei raised her hand. Administrator Xiao Zhang, seeing this, quickly smiled, of course you can.
Come on up.
Xia Xiaomei, hearing this, happily squeezed through the crowd and walked onto the stage. Sunny Jie saw Xia Xiaomei, and his heart suddenly leaped.
Damn it, how is this woman so old and ugly, and also short and stubby?
Not to mention compared to Chini just now, she was far worse than Sunny Jie's previous partners.
But Sunny Jie certainly wouldn't show his emotions on his face.
After all, he was an experienced veteran. He still maintained his previous smile. After Xia Xiaomei came up, she introduced herself. Then she said she had a good impression of Sunny Jie. She hoped to get to know him. Honestly, Sunny Jie had originally intended to politely refuse, as Xia Xiaomei was indeed not his type.
But who would have thought that Xia Xiaomei's next action would completely reverse his thinking?
Xia Xiaomei is really perverted, Sunny Jie's doomsday. At this moment, Xia Xiaomei surprisingly pulled out a rectangular red gift box from her pocket. He opened the gift box, and instantly, a golden light shimmered. Inside the rectangular red gift box was a thick gold necklace for men, a large gold ring for men, and a gold longevity lock. Xia Xiaomei handed the red gift box, containing 3 valuable gold ornaments, to Sunny Jie. She said it was a welcome gift for him and hoped he would accept it. When Sunny Jie saw the 3 gold ornaments, his eyes immediately went wide. His first reaction was to take them with both hands, but he managed to restrain himself. He said such an expensive gift was something he couldn't accept. He suggested that Xiaohua's boyfriend could start as friends with her. Xia Xiaomei was overjoyed to hear this, and on stage, at 36 years old, she still bounced around excitedly like a young girl. Then, Sunny Jie and Xia Xiaomei left the stage.
Administrator Xiao Zhan was very happy to have played matchmaker and brought a couple together.
He then wanted to match a second and third couple. But unfortunately, by the time the event ended at 9 p.m., he hadn't managed to match a second couple. The main reason was that, in those 2 hours, apart from Sunny Jie and Xia Xiaomei, not a single person was willing to go on stage.
Thus, the matchmaking event concluded. Jiang Ran, we're leaving now.
Thank you so much for helping me with my makeup today.
After the matchmaking event ended, Jiang Ran hadn't left yet. He was helping Administrator Xiao Zhan clean up the buffet leftovers.
Xia Xiaomei, holding Sunny Jie's hand, came over to say goodbye to Jiang Ran.
No need for thanks, it's what I should do.
Seeing Xia Xiaomei and Sunny Jie holding hands and looking intimate, Jiang Ran knew this couple was almost certainly a success. Although he could tell that Sunny Jie was actually after Xia Xiaomei's money. It was a success nonetheless, and he should be happy for Xia Xiaomei.
Of course, Jiang Ran hadn't expected Xia Xiaomei to be such a true tycoon, pulling out 3 gold ornaments. With gold currently over 1,000 per gram, those 3 gold ornaments would be worth a lot of money.
No wonder Sunny Jie couldn't resist the temptation. After all, someone who can casually pull out 3 gold ornaments as a gift probably has hundreds, or even thousands, more at home to buy gold ornaments.
At this moment, Wei Nanjian was also not far from Jiang Ran, watching this scene unfold.
He was eating ice cream, which he had sprinkled with many blue pain relievers. He was now eating pain relievers like they were food. He didn't know why, but it was obvious to anyone with eyes that Sunny Jie was only with Xia Xiaomei for her money. After all, even if Sunny Jie had tried his best to hide it on stage, his expressions couldn't be completely natural. His expression was noticeably different before and after the 3 gold ornaments appeared, though it wasn't overtly obvious. According to normal subsequent logic, Sunny Jie should swindle Xia Xiaomei out of her money and affections, then dump her after he'd exploited her.
Enough.
Xia Xiaomei would lose both her money and her man.
However, Wang Nanjian always felt that Xia Xiaomei, who was shorter than Sunny Jie's shoulder, had a stubby figure, and an ugly appearance, was actually the predator in this relationship? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, domineering female CEO, alright, Sunny Jie is doomed. Those who bet on Sunny Jie can start being sad early. Extremely rich young master, why do you say that? Is it because that Xia Xiaomei is also a perverted criminal? Is she very dangerous?
But I see Sunny Jie is tall and strong, and Xia Xiaomei is a tiny thing next to him.
Even if they really fought, who knows who would be more dangerous? Domineering female CEO, just wait and see, you'll know.
This Xia Xiaomei, honestly, she's really perverted. Of course, speaking of which, I think you, extremely rich young master, are even more perverted.
Extremely rich young master was utterly confused? How am I perverted?
Domineering female CEO, you relentlessly dig into the stories and backgrounds of good-looking female residents, like Qin Yi and Qin Kalian, and Su.
Me, but why don't I see you asking about the story and background of the ugly Xia Xiaomei?
The extremely rich young master fell silent, probably because she hit a nerve. Over at Mike's side, by the time he ran to the fifth-floor hallway window where Robert had been, Robert was already gone. He searched the fifth floor but couldn't find him, so he immediately ran to the first floor to find Xiao Zhang. He didn't find Xiao Zhang in the management office, but on the table where Xiao Zhang usually stayed, he saw the large bunch of keys.
Mike picked up the keys and went to the monitoring room.
He then found the key on the monitoring room's door, inserted it, and entered the monitoring room. He began to recall the recent time, reviewing the surveillance footage of the fifth-floor hallway and window.
The moment he saw the surveillance video. Sure enough, he hadn't been mistaken, that person was Robert. Two people who look alike can exist in the world, but two people who look exactly the same, especially with identical movements and expressions, do not. This was Robert.
He then continued to check the surveillance video to see where Robert had gone. However, the surveillance footage only showed Robert running towards the sixth floor. When he looked for surveillance on the sixth floor, he found that Robert seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. There was no trace of him in the surveillance footage.
There are signs of editing.
At that moment, Mike wished he could press his face against the surveillance video, more intently than when he watched the surveillance footage of Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father's disappearance. He startlingly discovered that all the surveillance videos after Robert went up to the sixth floor had been modified and edited. From the moment I saw Robert on the fifth floor from downstairs, then I ran to the fifth floor, searched around, then returned to the first floor, got the keys, and entered the monitoring room. That absolutely shouldn't have taken more than 20 minutes. In just these 20 short minutes, the surveillance video was altered? Compared to the shock and astonishment of seeing Robert, Mike was now deeply terrified by the fact that the surveillance video had been altered in less than 20 minutes. What did this indicate? It indicated that his actions were being monitored at all times, and the person or power monitoring him had terrifyingly strong executive ability. Even more terrifying was the ability to predict, to anticipate that he, Mike, unable to find Robert, would definitely check the surveillance, and therefore, they had modified and edited it in advance.
Damn it! Mike punched the table.
At this moment, he felt that he, the 10th-ranked detective in the United States, was like a child, firmly held down by a pair of large hands, unable to move. He walked out of the monitoring room and put the large bunch of keys back in their original place.
Somewhat dejectedly, he walked towards the elevator.
As he reached the elevator, someone suddenly called out to him.
"Mike, what's wrong? You look listless. Have you had dinner yet? If not, there's still plenty of buffet food in the activity room."
It turned out that Jiang Ran, who was cleaning up the leftovers from the matchmaking event's activity room and coming out to throw away trash,
happened to see Mike.
Mike waved his hand at him, meaning no need.
The feud between Mike and Robert. Audrey Jenny.
At this moment, Mike, in the elevator, kept repeating that name.
It was a woman's name, his fiancée's name.
Originally, Xiaohua's boyfriend, and she should have gotten married 5 years ago.
But in the end, it never happened. Why? Because his fiancée died.
She died in a case 5 years ago.
That case was about Robert. Robert had 2 nicknames.
The first was the Night Sniper, because he always committed crimes at night. The second was the devil's disciple, because after committing a crime, he would always leave a skull drawn in blood. During the long period of Robert's crimes, the entire Maple Leaf country was in a state of panic, especially the residents of the cities Robert frequently visited, where multiple murders had occurred. They were even more terrified, not daring to go out at night, hiding at home, strictly guarding themselves, for fear of encountering this terrifying, perverted serial killer at night. From this, one can see how terrifying the sense of dread Robert brought during that time was. What was worse was that at the time, they couldn't even identify the killer, they didn't know who the killer was. There were too few clues. Because of this, the helpless Maple Leaf Country police issued a large bounty. Many detectives from all over the world came to Maple Leaf Country for the large bounty. Among the detectives who came to Maple Leaf Country at that time were Mike and his girlfriend, Audrey Jenny, as well as several of his good friends. Mike and his group's professional skills were beyond reproach. By joining forces with other detectives and the local police, after countless hardships, they finally identified the killer's true identity, Robert. So, the problem now was to catch Robert. And Robert, after his identity was exposed that year, was still astonishingly bold, continuing to commit crimes. He had no scruples whatsoever. During his last crime, he fell into one of the traps designed by Mike and other detectives. The ones responsible for staking out the trap were Mike's girlfriend and two other male detectives. They had set many traps at the time, and the one Mike's girlfriend was responsible for, they calculated, had the lowest probability of catching Robert. But due to the irony of fate, Robert fell into this trap with the lowest probability. After falling into the trap, Robert's ferocity was unexpected. The final outcome was that Mike's girlfriend, Audrey Jenny, was severely injured and died 3 days later in the hospital. The other two male detectives also suffered one death and one severe injury. The silver lining in the misfortune was that Robert was not much better off. He also sustained very serious injuries, and when he tried to escape after being severely wounded, he was surrounded by residents who heard the commotion nearby and was almost beaten to death. If the Maple Leaf Country police hadn't arrived quickly, he really would have been beaten to death by the angry crowd. But almost is still almost. He still didn't die. Instead, too many people died because of him. I miss you so much, Audrey. There are many intelligence gatherers in China. Many of them are more professional than Lu Fei and Hua Xiaoyu, so why did Mike choose them? The reason was that Mike's girlfriend was also a detective, and they eventually fell in love. How similar was this to the experiences of Lu Fei and Hua Xiaoyu? It was also because of his girlfriend's death 5 years ago. That's when Mike stopped taking on murder cases involving murder. But what he never expected was this. Robert, who should have been in a Maple Leaf Country prison awaiting the death penalty, was actually out? And he appeared in distant China? Inside the apartment where he was investigating a missing person case? What exactly is going on? Even Mike was thrown off balance by the current situation, especially since Robert was the one who killed his girlfriend. As the saying goes, the one involved is confused, the bystander sees clearly, and he had fallen into that state of confusion. But he quickly regained his composure. A fierce fire erupted in his eyes. I don't care how you got out. But since heaven made you meet me, I will kill you with my own hands. Mike stepped out of the elevator, and in the dark night, his emerald green eyes emitted a faint glow. His memories began to resurface. He recalled Robert's court trial after he was caught. Although this guy had committed various unforgivable crimes, with irrefutable evidence. Due to obstruction from the opposing lawyer and some surviving witnesses being unwilling to testify, it took too long to confirm his guilt. Despite this, in the end, all 59 of his charges, murder, rape, theft, robbery, etc., were upheld. The death penalty was a certainty. However, in countries like Maple Leaf Country, there's a major drawback to the death penalty: the execution time is too long. So long that many death row inmates die before their execution. Of course, this wasn't what angered Mike.
What angered Mike was this. After this guy was caught, his true face was exposed. Then, this guy, to the outside world, surprisingly gained a large number of female fans who worshipped him, and there was even a so-called highly educated elite woman who wrote dozens of love letters to Robert in prison, wanting to marry him. It was also because of the various efforts of these fanatical female fans that Robert's execution date kept getting pushed further and further back. This was essentially indirectly prolonging that scumbag's life. Because of this incident, Mike felt that some humans deserved to have such a serial killer invade their homes. 10 p.m. Fitness coach Sunny Jia lay on the large bed in the 901 bedroom, waiting for what was about to happen. He kept hearing the sound of running water, swish, swish, swish. Xia Xiaomei was showering in the bathroom. To be honest, if Xia Xiaomei wasn't rich, he wouldn't have even looked at her, let alone have something like this happen on their first meeting today. It was all for money. Plus, he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. So, for now, he'd make do. Just for fun, it didn't matter, he had served rich women of this age and lack of beauty before. Just as he was thinking this, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Immediately after, a figure wrapped in a white bath towel appeared before Sunny Jia. This person wrapped in a white bath towel was Xia Xiaomei. And upon seeing Xia Xiaomei after her shower, Sunny Jia was stunned. Of course, he wasn't stunned by beauty. He was stunned by ugliness. Damn it, how could her looks get even worse after showering and removing her makeup? How could a person get even uglier? He thought Xia Xiaomei at the blind date event was already her lowest point in terms of looks. He didn't expect it could get even lower. Those dense and very obvious freckles on her face. So disgusting. Sunny Jia started cursing in his heart, "You old hag, you're so rich, can't you spend money to take care of yourself and get some work done? Damn it!" She was poisoning his eyes. Sunny Jia suppressed his disgust and forced a happy smile onto his face. Xiaohua's boyfriend and she looked at each other, and what was about to happen was self-evident. Poor Sunny Jia. It's unclear if Sunny Jia and Xia Xiaomei had simply gone too long without contact with the opposite sex. The next 2 hours, from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., Xiaohua's boyfriend went at it twice. After 2 rounds, Sunny Jia was utterly exhausted. Don't let his muscular, well-built physique fool you, that body came at a cost. Besides diet and exercise, there was one essential condition: drug use. It was also due to prolonged drug use that Sunny Jia's performance in that area was somewhat affected. Furthermore, his chaotic private life had left him outwardly strong but inwardly hollow, long since depleted. Thus, 2 times was his absolute limit. But Xia Xiaomei was not satisfied. She demanded more, but Sunny Jia truly couldn't continue. Then, Xia Xiaomei's short, ugly body walked out of the bedroom and returned 5 minutes later. In her hand was a box of pills and a white genuine leather box. Xia Xiaomei, being rich, offered a gold ornament if he went again. Sunny Jia couldn't resist the temptation of the gold ornament, so he complied. It continued until 2 a.m. Xia Xiaomei and Sunny Jia had 3 more rounds. All 3 times involved taking pills. Sunny Jia's body truly couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion. During these 3 rounds, he acquired 9 gold ornaments. The first time he took pills, she gave him 1. The second time he took pills, Sunny Jia refused to continue, feeling like he was about to die, so Xia Xiaomei raised the offer to 3 gold ornaments. The third time, she directly offered 5. Consequently, Sunny Jia fainted from exhaustion. Xia Xiaomei, though seemingly very tired, still had a certain amount of energy. Perhaps it truly echoed the saying, "Only a bull can be tired to death, a field cannot be plowed to ruin." EGA? EGA? At this moment, Xia Xiaomei was pushing Sunny Jia's shoulder, calling out to him. But Sunny Jia's entire body swayed from the pushing, yet he remained unconscious. If not for detecting his faint breath, one might truly fear he was dead. Those kinds of drugs are like that, their effects are extremely potent, but they also have side effects. The human body is very special, it has a protective mechanism. No matter how reckless one is, under this protective mechanism, the body will automatically curb itself once it reaches a certain point. It's like starting at 100 and reaching 30. The body's protective mechanism senses it's about to fail and will desperately restrain it, making you temporarily unable to get up. But taking drugs is different. After taking them, the protective mechanism is directly broken. It will literally squeeze out the remaining 30 from you. That's why many who die in bed have taken those kinds of drugs. Seeing that Sunny Jie couldn't wake up for now, Xia Xiaomei took a quick shower in the bathroom and put on white pajamas. Passing by the bathroom mirror, one could notice that Xia Xiaomei's expression at this moment was extremely calm, a frighteningly serene and somewhat eerie calm, completely unlike the happy, eager, fawning little girl she had appeared to be in front of Sunny Jie earlier. She returned to the bedroom, pulled back all the covers from Sunny Jie's body, and pushed them to the floor. Then she put underwear on Sunny Jie. Immediately after, she pulled out 4 silver-white metal handcuffs from the bedside table. The 4 handcuffs secured Sunny Jie's hands and feet to the head and foot of the bed, respectively. Next, Xia Xiaomei left the bedroom again, returning from who knows where with thick ropes, which she used to firmly bind many of Sunny Jie's powerful body parts to the sturdy bed beneath him. After completing all of this, Xia Xiaomei checked again, confirming everything was in order. She took a black action camera from the bedside table, turned on the recording function, and hung it around her neck. She muttered to herself, "Next is 067 documenting a beautiful life." Then she pulled a toolbox from under the bed. Opening the toolbox, it contained a complete array of various tools. From it, she took out a green utility knife. It was the kind with a retractable, detachable blade. Some people use it to sharpen pencils, others to open packages. But Xia Xiaomei used it to awaken life. At this moment, holding the utility knife in her right hand, she drew it across a blank A4 paper held in her left hand. Although it cut through, she noticed it was somewhat dull. Therefore, she snapped off the first blade, revealing a second, brand new, sharp blade. Since the second blade was new, Xia Xiaomei didn't need to test it on paper again. She simply bent down by the bed, her gaze fixed on Sunny Jie's ankle, near his calf. Using the utility knife, she aimed at the middle of the skin and firmly made a vertical cut. After one cut, thin trickles of blood continuously seeped out from where the blade had passed. It was a very strange sight. After this cut, Sunny Jie did not wake up. This cut was 10 centimeters long. 3 centimeters from this cut, Xia Xiaomei continued to replicate the first cut with the knife. At this moment, in the live stream, Extremely Rich Young Master, is the domineering female CEO there? Domineering female CEO, why are you calling your older sister? Extremely Rich Young Master, didn't you say before that this Xia Xiaomei is very perverted? From what I can see now, she really is quite perverted. One moment they were all lovey-dovey, the next she started getting perverted. Honestly, I used to really dislike this Sunny Jie, but now I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for him. Who would have thought that the person he just made love to would do these things to him while he was asleep? Domineering female CEO, then I'll tell you something that will make you feel even more sorry for Sunny Jie. Extremely Rich Young Master, tell me. Domineering female CEO, those gold ornaments are actually fake, they're not made of real gold. Extremely Rich Young Master. Damn. Domineering female CEO, although, even if they were real gold, Sunny Jie wouldn't be able to keep them, but it's still less mentally crushing than fake gold. Extremely Rich Young Master took a good while to compose himself, then continued to ask, so, will this Xia Xiaomei torture Sunny Jie to death with one cut after another? Domineering female CEO, it depends. This Xia Xiaomei is a pure psychopath who enjoys torment and abuse. Anyway, if you look in her toolbox, there's a pile of tools, and she has many methods of torture. So, Sunny Jie is also very unlucky. Even if he has to die at the hands of these perverts in the apartment, at least he should die at the hands of someone like Wang Nuli, the kite murderer who just kills and skins. After all, a quick death is better than prolonged suffering. Extremely rich young master, at this moment, I still have a question. What are the Xia Xiaomei's killing preferences or rules? Domineering female CEO, there aren't any killing preferences or rules, I think. She just has specific targets for killing.
She only kills men, especially those she has had relations with. It was now 3 a.m. In apartment 901's bedroom, Sunny Jia, wearing only a pair of underwear, was firmly tied to the bed. Without clothes to cover him, his exposed body parts, the bulging muscles he had painstakingly developed, were now covered with a thin layer of blood. Upon closer inspection, one could see that everywhere on his body, except for his head, neck, and feet, there were vertical scratches made by a utility knife. The dense, crisscrossing scratches on his body would give anyone goosebumps, appearing horrifying and disgusting.
It was enough to trigger trypophobia. EGA? EGA?
Sunny Jia wakes up from collapse. But even so, Sunny Jia didn't wake up, he just frowned, his face contorted in pain. It seemed the physical pain was causing him to have a nightmare. In short, the 3 doses of medicine he'd taken earlier had completely drained him, leaving him truly exhausted. Xia Xiaomei's expression at this moment was still very calm, a calm that was filled with a crazy indifference.
She saw that Sunny Jia hadn't woken up. She didn't say anything, left the bedroom, went to the kitchen, and opened a cabinet.
Surprisingly, the kitchen cabinet she opened contained nothing else, it was entirely filled with various brands of salt. She took out 5 or 6 bags and brought them to the bedroom. Then, she tore open a bag of salt and, mimicking the Salt Bae on TikTok, grabbed a handful of salt and let it cascade over her elbow.
She sprinkled it over Sunny Jia's muscular body as if seasoning beef. Sprinkling salt on a wound, does it hurt? It hurts a lot, extremely much. To what extent does it hurt? Ha ha ha.
Sunny Jia, who had been covered in dense cuts from an art knife, hadn't woken up before, but this time, he was jolted awake by the sheer pain. After waking up in pain, he let out a tormented cry. Immediately after, he discovered that this intense pain, instead of disappearing with his awakening, was actually getting worse. And the sensation of pain was increasing exponentially. He opened his eyes, his mouth twisted into a grotesque grimace. Subconsciously, he tried to get up to check the painful parts of his body. He felt like he needed to examine his entire body because intense pain was radiating from everywhere.
Was it due to overexertion?
But his attempt to get up didn't move his body, it only moved his neck and head.
As for his body, his mighty and robust body, it remained completely unresponsive. What? What's happening?
Sunny Jia, looking at the scene before him, screamed in terror on the spot.
What was wrong with his body? Why was it all blood? Also, wasn't that ugly person standing by the bed Xia Xiaomei? What were those white crystals she was constantly sprinkling on him, mimicking Salt Bae? You're awake?
Xia Xiaomei, who had been meticulously sprinkling salt, noticed Sunny Jia seemed to have woken up due to the intense vibration of his body and the bed. So, she turned to look at Sunny Jia and saw his shocked eyes.
What are you doing? Xia Xiaomei?
Sunny Jia was still frantically trying to break free. He couldn't see what was happening with his feet, but when he turned his head, he saw that his left and right hands were cuffed to the bed with white
handcuffs.
No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break the handcuffs or contort his bones like a chicken's foot to slip out of the cuffs. Due to his violent struggles, bloodstains had been left on both his wrists and ankles by the metal handcuffs. But even so, it was useless. Not to mention other parts of his body were bound with sturdy ropes, leaving him no freedom at all.
Explode. My muscles.
Sunny Jia now placed all his hope on his most prized muscles. This man, who confidently entered the boxing ring claiming he could knock out Tyson and Ali, was now tied up like a spread eagle, completely at
someone's mercy. Don't struggle, it's useless,
Xia Xiaomei said calmly. Then, she stopped mimicking Salt Bae and sprinkling salt. She simply cut a large opening in the salt bag
and poured an entire bag onto Sunny Jia's body. all 5 bags were emptied. After pouring them,
she even used both hands to spread the salt evenly, covering every inch of Sunny Jie's body.
And so it was.
Previously, just a little salt had been enough to jolt Sunny Jie awake in pain. Now, it was 5 bags of salt directly. The salt was evenly distributed, touching every wound. This refreshing sensation immediately made Sunny Jie stop struggling and scream in agony.
No, stop it. Xiao Mei. Do you even know what you're doing to me? Have I done anything wrong to you that you're treating me like this?
Sunny Jie was twitching all over from the pain. He could only beg Xiao Mei for mercy. Although he didn't even know how he had offended her. Sunny Jie had never expected that the nightmare he had earlier, where he was being hunted by an extremely vicious person, would be so terrifying.
He thought waking up would be a relief.
But he never imagined that what happened after he woke up would be even more frightening than the nightmare.
You didn't offend me, Xiao Mei replied to Sunny Jie.
Sunny Jie, hearing this, had tears streaming down his face from the pain, and he roared at Xiao Mei, "Didn't offend you?
You're doing this to me? Are you a pervert?" Xiao Mei still maintained a calm expression at this moment, and she mused, "Pervert? Indeed, people often call me that. I quite like it."
Sunny Jie was collapsing at this point. He realized that the current Xiao Mei felt like a completely different person from the Xiao Mei before. The previous Xiao Mei, in his eyes, was just a wealthy, ugly woman starved for love. When he was with her, she was very proactive, like a fool, simple-minded, and easy to manipulate. But now, she was purely a cold-blooded pervert. There was no trace of her former smile on her face.
"Let me go. Let me go now. If I die, you'll definitely face a firing squad. You'll go to jail."
Sunny Jie roared at this moment. Xiao Mei remained silent and left the bedroom. Sunny Jie thought Xiao Mei was scared. After all, murder is against the law. But what utterly shattered his spirit was that when Xiao Mei returned, she was carrying a pile of edible salt. It seemed she had no intention of letting him go.
Are you crazy?
Sunny Jie considered himself someone who understood women. He never thought that a woman who had just had sex with him would turn around and torment him like this.
Damn it, had he encountered one of those psychologically twisted female perverts from movies, TV shows, or novels? Even though Xiao Mei said she was a pervert, Sunny Jie didn't believe it. He refused to believe he could encounter such a female pervert. Wait. Are you sent by that boss?
Sunny Jie suddenly thought of the husband of the married woman, although he didn't think Xiao Mei would be sent by the husband to set a trap. But he really couldn't figure out how he had offended Xiao Mei.
Xiao Mei sprinkled salt while saying, "No. Don't guess wildly either.
I'm doing this to you not for any particular reason, nor because I have a grudge against you. As you called me earlier, I truly am a pervert. I just like doing this and enjoy it.
Do you understand?"
When Xiao Mei said this, she still maintained her calm, her tone flat. But it was this very flatness that made people break down. Sunny Jie would rather she spoke to him with a sinister, terrifying expression than like this. Because this was even more chilling and terrifying than a sinister, terrifying expression. He felt fear.
"Please, let me go."
Xiao Mei, a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of kindness. Really, please, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want.
I'll even be your dog. I'll do anything. Even if you tell me to kill someone, I'll do it. Sunny Jie wailed and cried. Lingqi hand Sherlock. Xiao Mei turned her head at this moment and asked, "Are you really willing to listen to me and do anything I ask?"
Sunny Jie nodded frantically, like pounding garlic. Seeing that he had a chance to survive, Sunny Jie naturally said whatever sounded good, "I'm willing.
I'll do anything you want.
I'm even willing to be your slave for life."
Xiao Mei asked, "Then if I ask you to help me catch other people and bring them to me to kill, would you be willing?" "Willing. I'm willing."
In this situation, even if Xia Xiaomei said she wanted to kill his mom and dad, Sunny Jie would agree. Xia Xiaomei nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, however, she sighed deeply. What a pity, you have already been reserved by someone else.
I can no longer decide your life. What do you mean? Sunny Jie even stammered.
Xia Xiaomei, before, when I killed men, I would torture them in every way, torturing them to death.
But not anymore. I need money, so I sold you to someone else. Sunny Jie, sold? What the hell? I'm a living person. Wait, you need money? You're so rich, do you still need money? You have so much gold jewelry. Xia Xiaomei said calmly, those are all fake.
They're all ordinary metal with a layer of gold paint brushed on the outside, 9.9 yuan with free shipping online. After speaking, Xia Xiaomei took a gold bracelet from the bedside table and cut it with pliers from her toolbox. Then she showed it to Sunny Jie. Sure enough, if it were real gold, the inside should also be golden yellow after being cut open. But when this gold bracelet was cut open, the inside was dark brown. God knows what kind of trash metal it was.
Put.
This was not a metaphor, but Sunny Jie really spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly hurt. Everything he had desperately exchanged for turned out to be fake. At this time, there were still more than 50,000 people watching the live broadcast. It wasn't that the live broadcast room was no longer popular, but it was really late now. Those who could hold on until now were all loyal Night Owl fans. Of a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Seeing Sunny Jie vomit blood, extremely rich young master immediately laughed and posted, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, poor little Sun.
Little aunt, there's nothing funny about it, I only see a desperate man. Oh, right, did you hear what Xia Xiaomei said earlier? She sold Sunny Jie. Who did she sell him to? Extremely rich young master, I don't know. Maybe she's lying? Domineering female CEO, it shouldn't be a lie, because this kind of selling people has also happened in the apartment. There have been several who sold Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, or other perverted residents in the apartment. There have also been several who bought people. I guess this time it's possible. Just as domineering female CEO was about to type out who the buyer was, there was new movement in the live broadcast room. It seems someone was knocking on Xia Xiaomei's door in the early hours of the morning, not sleeping. Xia Xiaomei went to open the door and brought the person who knocked inside. She led him all the way to the bedroom. The person who knocked was a man. Judging by his appearance and figure, he looked only in his 20s. But the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were clearly not something a truly young man should have. His real age was already 35. He was very handsome and dashing. He combined Eastern and Western aesthetics. Yes, he was a mixed race. But it was unknown which Eastern and Western countries he was a mix of. In addition, he was dressed in a burgundy suit and black leather shoes. He was carrying a black leather briefcase in his hand. Your buyer is here. Xia Xiaomei said indifferently to Sunny Jie on the bed at this time. Sunny Jie saw this man. He had not expected that the buyer Xia Xiaomei spoke of would come so quickly, nor had he expected this buyer to be so handsome and a foreigner. This handsome mixed-race man smiled slightly at Sunny Jie at this moment. First, let me introduce myself. Hello, my name is Sherlock. Sherlock's Chinese was first-rate. He spoke very standardly. Sunny Jie was stunned. Sherlock? Sherlock Holmes? No. Sherlock quickly waved his hand. I am not that world-renowned detective fictionalized in novels. It's just that my father liked him very much, so he named me Sherlock, and he also happens to be surnamed Xia. Sunny Jie's mind didn't turn around. Your father is surnamed Xia? Do foreigners have that surname? Sherlock smiled, and when he smiled, his two dimples were very charming. I'm mixed race. My father is Chinese, and my mother is from England. Do you understand? After Sherlock finished speaking, he carefully scrutinized Sunny Jie's entire body. Every muscle, every inch of meridian,
was observed with extreme care. Immediately, Xia Xiaomei said, "Since you're here, I'll hand Sunny Jie over to you."
How much money can you give me?
Sherlock thought for a minute and said, "Originally, I could only give 700,000, but because this is the first transaction, I'll give you an extra
300,000, which means I'll give you 1 million.
I hope we can cooperate frequently in the future." Xia Xiaomei nodded, clearly satisfied with the number. And Sunny Jie, hearing that he was sold for 1 million, especially that he could actually only be sold for 700,000, suddenly felt a surge of
speechlessness and resentment. He looked at Sherlock and said, "Sherlock, what do you want to do by buying me? Don't you know that buying and selling people is illegal?" Sherlock did not answer the latter question, only the former. "You'll soon know what I'm buying you for." Xia Xiaomei brought a folding table for Sherlock. Afterward, Sherlock placed the black leather briefcase he was holding on the folding table. The next second, he opened the black leather briefcase and took out an exquisite pure silver box from inside. Opening the silver box, there were only 2 items. A straight, sharp small knife, and the other was a curved, arc-shaped small knife. Sherlock chose the arc-shaped small knife from the 2 items and stood beside Sunny Jie. Seeing this, Sunny Jie had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, Sherlock smiled and pressed the curved small knife onto Sunny Jie's 8-pack abs. Then he cut off a quarter-palm-sized piece of bloody flesh. Sunny Jie let out a painful cry when the small knife cut him. Then, an even more painful scene occurred. Sherlock took out a white cloth from his black leather briefcase, spread it flat on the nearby table, and neatly placed the cut piece of flesh on it. He looked as if it was a very sacred act, like holding a holy relic. Sunny Jie was in a state of stunned numbness at this moment. He looked at this scene in disbelief and horror. His eyeballs almost popped out. What does this guy want to do? Is he, perhaps, some kind of pervert who enjoys torturing people and dismembering bodies? Madman. Pervert. Demon. Lunatic. Pervert. Devil. Let go of me. Sunny Jie struggled violently at this moment, and suddenly, he realized that this buyer was an even more terrifying pervert than Xia Xiaomei. This guy isn't even human. How could he do such a thing? Because just after Sherlock cut off his first piece of flesh, he started cutting off the second and third pieces. And all of them were placed on the white cloth. Xia Xiaomei watched from the side and said, "How many cuts will it take for you to slice him up like this?" Sherlock said, "The more the better, it all depends on the skill of the Lingqi practitioner." After speaking, he closed his eyes, then opened them again, as if the previous cutting was just a warm-up, and now the real work was about to begin. He was ready to truly enjoy it. Sherlock turned around at this moment and continued to pull things out of his black briefcase. His black briefcase didn't look big, but it seemed to hold a lot. From inside, he pulled out a pair of white gloves and put them on his hands. Immediately after, he said to Xia Xiaomei, "Want to join? I think you have great potential as a Lingqi practitioner. You've made so many wounds on him and even sprinkled salt, you're good material." Sherlock turned his head to look at Xia Xiaomei at this moment. Xia Xiaomei shook her head, "No, I'll just watch you. I've already vented before." That works too. A fitness guy, this is my first time performing Lingqi on a fitness guy. Look at these perfect muscles, how beautiful, what a wonderful feeling to touch. Sherlock sighed. Sunny Jie was now scared out of his wits. He cursed at Sherlock, telling him to let him go. But it was useless. Sunny Jie knew that he had encountered the kind of dismembering pervert that could only appear in movies, TV shows, or even the news. But those dismembering perverts dismembered bodies to dispose of them, while this one, well, he purely enjoyed dismemberment. The instinct for survival made Sunny Jie struggle desperately. Tears and snot mixed together, making him look very pitiful. Just like a big fat pig knowing it's about to be slaughtered. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, extremely rich young master was cursing, "Damn. Isn't this guy a bit too perverted? Lingqi? Is it the Lingqi I'm thinking of? Little Ant wondered, besides the Lingqi you're thinking of, is there a second kind of Lingqi in the world? Extremely rich young master, shouldn't this ancient punishment for criminals, Lingqi, have disappeared? Domineering female CEO, who said it disappeared. It's just that this form of punishment doesn't exist now, so you can't see it.
Lingqi, or death by 1,000 cuts, was arguably one of the most cruel and terrifying punishments in ancient China.
An absolute torture. Watching oneself being slowly killed, cut by cut, piece by piece.
This thing was pure physical and psychological double torment, and the process lasted a very long time. Historically, people who were executed by Lingqi included Fang Xiaoru, whose 10 familial clans were exterminated, and the eunuch Lu Jin during the Zhengde Emperor's reign. There was also Yuan Chonghuan in the late Ming dynasty, whose loyalty or treachery is still debated. Extremely rich young master said, I just searched online, and it says Lingqi involves at least 8 cuts, and up to thousands, all depending on the skill of the Lingqi practitioner. I wonder how skilled this Sherlock is. The more skilled he is, the more miserable Sunny Jie will be.
Domineering female CEO, yes, Sunny Jie is quite unlucky.
He was just tormented by Xia Xiaomei, and immediately after, an even more heavyweight one appeared.
Extremely rich young master, this Sherlock is a bit perverted. Female CEO, do you know his past experiences? How did he become someone who enjoys performing Lingqi on others? Or was he like this since childhood? Domineering female CEO, the information provided by the apartment for this Sherlock is just a few words, family inherited Lingqi practitioner. As for the rest, I don't know either.
Anyway, if you want to know his past experiences, you'll have to put in the effort yourself. Or, if he appears more often, he might tell his past experiences himself.
Jiang Ran sighed.
After the blind date event ended at 9 p.m., Jiang Ran helped clean up the aftermath. He also packed some gourmet food from the buffet, and by the time he returned to his apartment 304, it was already 10 p.m. Originally, he should have encountered the clown after returning home. But it's unclear what happened. The clown, who had planned to wait for Jiang Ran to return home, left Jiang Ran's house after waiting for more than 4 hours. As a result, Jiang Ran completely missed him when he returned home. And Jiang Ran, back home, put the packed food in the refrigerator, then washed up and went to bed. However, before washing up and going to bed, he noticed, why was there a large area of white paper scraps on his living room floor? They were densely packed, like snowflakes. Round 27, Day 3. Wang Anjian left the blind date event room at about the same time as Jiang Ran last night, and also packed food. After returning home, he took painkillers, washed up, and went to bed.
He slept until 1 a.m.
He suddenly woke up, and after waking up, a large mouthful of liquid sprayed from his mouth. After spitting out this liquid, he only felt weak all over. He waited for about 5 minutes before turning on the bedside lamp. He didn't know until he turned it on, and then he was startled. He saw that the quilt and bedsheets in front of him were covered in red bloodstains. Large patches of them.
Wang Anjian looked down and saw that the white short-sleeved shirt he was wearing on his chest was also stained red.
He wiped his mouth with the back of his right hand, and there was a large clump of fresh red blood on the back of his hand.
Wang Anjian stared at his body, at all the mess in front of him.
He was breathing heavily, unsure of what he was thinking. After a while, his relatively clean left hand picked up his phone, which was charging on the bedside table. He saw a new text message. Unlocking his phone and opening the message, he found that 10,000 yuan had been credited to his account. He smiled with relief. Then he started using his phone to spend the 10,000 yuan. This was the second time he had received this 10,000 yuan, the first 10,000 yuan had already been spent entirely by him. He bought various daily necessities, school supplies, and mailed them to the mountain village where he used to teach. Besides that, the rest was donated to people who sought help online and couldn't afford medical treatment. The 10,000 yuan he had just received, he did the same with all of it, leaving only the most basic money for his living expenses. After doing all this, it was already 3 a.m., and he lay down weakly on the bed. His eyes were hollow and dazed. Why did he spend the money as soon as he got it? The reason was simple: he was afraid he would die the next second. At that time, his money would still be on his phone, and he wouldn't have any relatives or friends to help him with the aftermath. Wouldn't that be a waste? I hope I can live a little longer. Wang Anjian didn't believe in any religion. But at this moment, he prayed to the heavens to let him live a little longer, to earn more money, to help more people. Wang Anjian was unaware that in apartment 901, 2 floors away from him, the healthy Sunny Jia was suffering inhuman torment. It was certain that Sunny Jia would most likely die before Wang Anjian. Bai Zhe said to Mike, "Go to 1001. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun on the horizon, enveloped by clouds, was just peeking out, its golden rays about to illuminate the earth in a short while. Mike, an American detective, was currently on the rooftop of Alice's apartment, smoking a cigarette. On the rooftop ground, there were a dozen cigarette butts, showing that he had been smoking alone here for a while. After seeing Robert last night and failing to find him, he didn't go crazy and investigate further. Instead, he returned to Zhou Wu and Xin Xing's wedding room and slept there. Then, after washing up at 5 in the morning, he came to the rooftop and had been smoking here ever since. He had been smoking until now. The time was now 6:10 a.m. A long text message arrived on his phone. The message was sent from abroad. The content of the message was as follows. Mike, you asked me to go to Promi prison to visit Robert. The video is below. Before going to bed last night, Mike sent a message asking his friend in Maple Leaf Country to visit Robert in prison. Of course, not just anyone could visit the prison, and his friend was no ordinary person. His friend successfully visited Robert and sent him a secretly recorded video of the visit. Mike clicked on the video. The video was very clear. It was clear that the person who secretly recorded it was a master of covert filming. Returning to the video. In the video, Robert sat on a chair with an arrogant smirk, completely unconcerned. He talked eloquently to Mike's friend who was visiting him. Of course, Mike's friend's appearance wasn't visible because the video was shot by Mike's friend, in first-person perspective. Mike watched the video 3 times. He confirmed one thing. This Robert in prison is fake. Although this Robert in Promi prison looked incredibly similar to the real Robert, and his hairstyle, voice, and tone were all very alike. But Mike could tell that he was an imposter. Although he played Robert very well. Ultimately, it was an act, and traces of the performance could be seen. Since this one was fake, then the one he saw in the apartment yesterday was definitely real. Although Mike was already absolutely certain yesterday, he always needed 100% proof for his actions, not just a feeling that something was true. At this moment, Mike felt as if he was caught in a dark vortex. A perverted serial killer who caused immense panic in Maple Leaf Country and cast a shadow over a period of time. How could a murderer of this caliber be replaced by someone else, escaping like a cicada shedding its skin? How powerful must the person or force capable of doing that be? Soon, he finished the cigarette in his mouth and was about to light another one. Suddenly, the elevator on the other side of the rooftop, dozens of meters away from Mike, stirred. It was originally on the 6th floor, then went down to the 2nd floor, and from the 2nd floor, it started ascending again, all the way to the 9th floor. Almost reaching the 10th floor. Mike thought the elevator would stop on the 10th floor, but it didn't. The elevator stopped on the rooftop where he was. Who is it? It's only a little past 6. I've been observing here for days, and basically, no one has the habit of coming up this early. Mike, who had been leaning against the edge of the rooftop, relaxed, immediately tensed up, and at the same time, looked towards the stairs not far from the elevator. Yes, there were 2 ways to access the rooftop. Ding! The elevator arrived at the rooftop, and the elevator doors slowly opened. A pale young man in his 20s stepped out of the elevator. Mike saw the pale young man clearly. This pale young man was really pale. Mike stared at the pale young man, who walked towards him step by step, stopping about 2.5 meters away.
Mike put away the cigarette he was about to light.
Given the situation, it was clear that the pale young man opposite him was looking for him.
If he couldn't figure that out, he would be a fool. "Looking for me?" Mike asked. The pale young man nodded and said, "Aren't you investigating this apartment? Investigating the disappearance of Joe Woo and his father? I'm here to provide you with clues." As Mike listened, his already tense body became even more rigid. He didn't know the young man in front of him at all. Of course, let alone knowing him, he had never even met him before. Today was the first time. So, how did he know that he was here to investigate this matter?
Under normal circumstances, only Administrator Xiao Zhang in the apartment should know about it.
"Who are you?"
Mike narrowed his eyes and asked. The pale young man said faintly, "My name is Bai Zhe.
If you trust me, go to 1001.
There you will find the answers you seek, including the secrets of this apartment." Of course, I think with your level as the 10th detective in the United States, you've probably already guessed most of what's going on in this
apartment, just missing some details.
The pale young man who suddenly appeared spoke a series of key pieces of information. It made Mike, a renowned detective seasoned by many cases, feel a bit confused and at a loss. But a famous detective is a famous detective after all.
His next question wasn't, "How did you know I was investigating Joe Woo and Joe Woo's father?" or "How did you know my true identity?" "Have you been monitoring me, or is what you're saying true? Why should I believe you?"
These were all pointless questions. Instead, he asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" This question skipped the trivialities and went straight to the core point.
"We don't know each other, why would you help a stranger like me?"
Bai Zhe replied, "Because we both entered the apartment with the same purpose. You are investigating the disappearance of two people, and I am investigating the disappearance of one person." With that, Bai Zhe, sparing his words, turned and left. He didn't care at all whether the American he met for the first time believed what he said. After Mike stayed on the rooftop for another 10 minutes, he took the elevator to the first floor and then left Alice's apartment. An hour later, he returned to Alice's apartment, carrying something in his hand.
He took that item directly to the 10th floor.
After reaching the 10th floor, he first pretended to be passing by in the hallway, strolling around for a bit. Then he found a suitable spot, confirmed that no one was around, and installed the item in that location. That item was a pinhole camera, specifically aimed at 1001. And the entire 10th floor hallway. Of course, Mike installed more than one on the 10th floor hallway, he installed 5.
This was also why he left the apartment, to get a set of pinhole cameras.
After doing all this, he left the 10th floor, opened his phone, and after some operations, he could see the footage from the 5 pinhole cameras on
his phone.
For a detective like Mike, one rule to follow is, believe what others say, but also don't believe it.
Upon receiving a clue, one must always confirm it before acting.
If you act rashly, and that Bai Zhe says to go to 1001 to get the answer. If you actually go directly, and there's danger inside, it's like digging your own grave. Therefore, before entering 1001, he would definitely do his investigative work. While Mike was installing the pinhole cameras
inside 1001, a pungent stench persistently lingered throughout 1001.
The reappearance of Xiao Q and his 3 companions. This stench, which could make one nauseous and on the verge of vomiting with just a sniff, was a combination of several different foul odors. First, the smell of sweat and other bodily odors from not bathing for a long time.
Second, the smell of feces and urine.
Third, the smell of stagnant air in 1001.
Fourth, other minor odors. Anyone who first smelled this combined stench would likely cover their nose and quickly flee.
But for those who had already adapted, it no longer mattered. At this very moment, there were 3 people in the living room of 1001 who had adapted to this stench. 3 wretched brothers. Xiao Q, Xiao Peng, and Conan's distant brother, Kobe. All 3 were lying on the floor, some with eyes open, some closed. They were listless, like ghosts. If not for their chests rising and falling, or their noses taking in air, they would likely be mistaken for dead. At the same time, the current appearance of the three was a bit frightening. They looked like savages now. Their hair was disheveled. Their faces were also a mess, as if they hadn't bathed in many days. Their upper body clothes were dirty, blackened, and gray. As for their lower bodies, surprisingly, all three were naked from the waist down. They weren't even wearing underwear. Searching nearby, it was discovered that their outer pants were tossed aside, while their underwear was covered in dried yellow fecal stains. A strong stench emanated from all three of them. Of the three, Kobe currently had the most terrifying appearance. Because Kobe already had a scraggly beard and sideburns as thick as Zhang Fei's, and having been locked up here for so long without trimming, his beard had exploded even more. It was because of this that he looked the most terrifying among the three. Just then, Xiaopeng, who was lying on the floor, suddenly got up. He was bare-bottomed, still wearing the heavy, sturdy iron chains. He walked a few steps to a small plastic commode. He sat directly on the commode. He was defecating with a gurgling sound, contributing new odors. Logically, the other two should have reacted, but having long grown accustomed to it, even if all three defecated simultaneously, it wouldn't matter to them. After defecating, Xiaopeng didn't use paper to wipe his backside. Of course, he didn't have any paper. After finishing, he stood up, returned, and continued to lie on the floor, his gaze cloudy and vacant. Xiaoqiu also got up shortly after Xiaopeng. He got up not to defecate, but to eat and drink. He crawled over to the two bowls. Like a dog, he extended his head and tongue to drink water and eat the dense, spherical dog food. In the first few days after the three were locked in 1001, they were still normal people, their minds still frantically working, trying to find a way to escape. And they would rather die than surrender. Aside from drinking water, they hadn't touched the dog food. Because they felt that drinking water from dog bowls was already humiliating enough, if they ate dog food from dog bowls, it would be crossing their own bottom line and dignity. But later on, just drinking water without eating really became unbearable. It was Kube who suggested that eating dog food was nothing, reminding them of Go Jin's perseverance. They ate dog food to preserve their strength and escape. Thus, the bottom line that the three had sworn to never cross was breached. Little did they know that a bottom line is something meant to be broken step by step. The three ate dog food and drank water. In this way, their bodies returned to normal circulation. Their bowel movements became normal, it was no longer mostly urine and little stool. When the three were first locked up, they used the 2 packs of rectangular tissues Xiaopeng carried to wipe their bottoms after defecating. What? Curious why Xiaopeng would carry tissues? Boys rarely carry tissues, right? Actually, it was all for when he was trying to pick up girls, and the girl didn't have tissues or ran out, and was in a panic, he would offer them to her, highlighting his charm. He not only had tissues but also several condoms. And so, the three had used those 2 packs of tissues before. Although the three used them sparingly, because their bodies had returned to normal circulation, the tissues ran out. So, what then? The three were chained, unable to reach the bathroom or go anywhere else. They could only collect whatever they could reach within the farthest range their chains allowed. But Sumi had already prepared, there was nothing within their reach. They couldn't even reach the curtains. That's why the tissues ran out. They then used their underwear to wipe their bottoms, which resulted in their underwear being covered in yellow feces, getting their hands soiled. They could only take off their outer pants to wipe their hands. Later, the three had no choice but to stop wiping their bottoms altogether. And that's how they ended up in their current state. Now, about eating and drinking. Before, the three would hold the bowls to drink water and use their hands to put dog food into their mouths. But now, their hands had touched feces and couldn't be washed clean without water. They could only wipe them on their pants. They had no choice. For cleanliness, they could only act like real dogs, extending their heads and tongues to eat dog food and drink water. trying to avoid using their hands as much as possible.
And so, the three probably hadn't even noticed. Sumi had only imprisoned them here and hadn't done anything else yet. Their current behavior was becoming more and more like dogs, and less like humans.
Everything was under Sumi's controlled rhythm. She was a professional. She had trained countless dogs before.
Xiaoqiu, how many days have we been locked up here? Kobe, lying on the side, asked weakly. Xiaoqiu also replied weakly, I don't know.
At first, the three kept track of time, but later, their grasp of time became increasingly muddled, leading to them not knowing what day or time it was. They could only roughly judge by the sunset outside.
Are we going to be locked up here for the rest of our lives?
Xiaohua's boyfriend, Dad.
Mom! Damn it, why hasn't anyone come looking for me? Haven't they noticed I'm missing?
Xiao Peng wailed in despair. In the short time he had been imprisoned here, he felt like he was living in hell. Especially after defecating, with no paper to wipe his backside, resulting in his butt being covered in feces. Xiaoqiu glanced at Xiao Peng, who was covering his face and crying, and was also speechless. He now held no hope that his family or friends would find him. He felt that if anyone could find him, it would probably be his detective uncle. But this hope was only 1% greater than that for his family and friends.
No choice.
If you think about it carefully, they certainly weren't the first group to enter Alice's apartment. Before them, who knows how many groups there had been. Those people, presumably like them, either died or were imprisoned. So, if the sudden disappearance of those previous people didn't cause any stir, what about them? Furthermore, the power behind Alice's apartment was too immense. Their disappearance had probably already been settled.
Mike prepares to infiltrate 1001. The three of them were quite desperate. They hoped someone would come to save them. But they couldn't think of who would save them. Who could save them? Bang!
Just then, the door suddenly opened. The three of them didn't even need to look up to know that the person who came was Sumi. Sumi would come once every noon to pour them dog food and water, ensuring they wouldn't die of thirst or starvation. Besides that, she didn't do anything else. Xiaoqiu felt that Sumi was a master. A master of boiling a frog in warm water. If Sumi had used strong methods from the beginning, training them to become dogmen, they would have resisted fiercely. To the point where it was unknown if they could truly be trained into dogmen, and even if they were, it would definitely consume a huge amount of
time and energy. Not worth it. But now? After just confining them for a period, wasn't their current lifestyle very much like a dog's?
If it were before, Xiaoqiu felt that he would absolutely not be trained into a dog. He had full confidence in himself, he clearly recognized that he was a human. But now, he really couldn't be sure, couldn't trust himself. He was truly afraid, his spirit was trending towards collapse, and his psychological defenses were gradually being breached. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist Sumi's later tricks and would be trained into a dog.
Sister, can you give us some toilet paper?
We don't ask for anything else, just a little toilet paper to wipe our butts will do. After Sumi had finished pouring fresh dog food and water for the three of them, Xiao Peng saw Sumi about to leave and quickly pleaded. Xiao Peng was very well behaved in front of Sumi now, probably because he had been beaten a long time ago, and he didn't dare to speak rudely
anymore. Sumi smiled faintly. Toilet paper? You're not human, what do you need toilet paper for? When have you ever seen a dog use toilet paper after pooping?
Xiao Peng was left speechless.
Kobe said from the side, then can you open the window? It's too smelly in the room.
Sumi shook her head. No, if it's opened, the soundproofing effect will be greatly reduced.
Xiaoqiu immediately sat up and said, then give us a little more water. Sumi was a little puzzled. Why? Is the water I poured for you not enough to drink? Xiao questioned. We want to take a bath.
Look, dogs can take baths, right?
Aren't those pet dogs regularly taken to pet shops by their owners for baths?
Xiaoqiu was still the same Xiaoqiu, very smart,
following Sumi's previous logic. Xiaopang and Kobe next to him also quickly mimicked a dog's New Year's greeting bow, begging Sumi. The three of them were currently in a soft state in front of Sumi, rather than their initial stubbornness. It wasn't that they were cowardly or submissive. Instead, they wanted to endure humiliation and bear a heavy burden, learning from Gojian, sleeping on brushwood in Tasting Gall. Therefore, being soft in front of Sumi now was for their future freedom. Oh, that's right, but it's still not right. You're right, pet dogs are indeed regularly taken to pet shops by their owners for baths, but you three are wild dogs, stray dogs. When have you ever seen a wild dog, a stray dog, take a bath? The three of them were immediately speechless. But immediately. Xiao Qiu put on a fawning expression, "We're willing to be your dogs." Woof woof woof. We also want our own owner. The other two also barked, woof woof woof. Three young men now uniformly imitating dogs. This scene was a bit amusing.
Sumi was also amused by their current actions, covering her mouth and laughing, her body shaking with mirth.
Her laughter was very pleasant and melodious. Especially when Sumi laughed, she had even more of a woman's charm. After laughing, Sumi's lips curved, and she covered her mouth with a faint smile. "All right, you three, stop wasting your efforts. You haven't reached the point of becoming my pet dogs yet, so don't try to deliberately act submissive to make me relax my guard and let you three out." The three of them had indeed thought that. But obviously, Sumi was an extremely intelligent woman. Those seductive eyes could see through everything. Sumi then added, "As for you wanting toilet paper and extra water, I also know that you just want to wash your butts and clean yourselves. I have a good idea that doesn't require paper or water. Can't you three just lick each other? After all, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Dogs love to eat shit the most. Oh, by the way, there's a shortcut in front of you three now. If you perform eating each other's shit for me on the spot, I'll believe that you've truly fully evolved into dogs. I'll then proceed to the next step early, letting you become my pet dogs as soon as possible. How about it?" Upon hearing these words, the three of them broke down. Eat shit? And eat each other's? Unless they truly became dogs, who could do something so disgusting? And so, the three of them, Xiao Qiu, knew that, according to Sumi's words just now, only by eating shit would they be considered to have truly fully evolved into dogs? Only then would the next step proceed? So if they never ate shit, would they never be able to proceed to the next step, and always be trapped here? Might as well just die. Xiaopeng collapsed. But if a person truly wants to die, they won't say it out loud. This is like in a company, a bunch of people who constantly complain about the boss exploiting them and say they want to quit. In the end, these people who constantly shout about quitting never actually quit. It's those who are usually silent who end up quitting. Sumi looked at the three collapsing individuals, merely smiling slightly as she left 1001. Round 27, Day 4, 12 a.m. American detective Mike took action. Mike observed the 5 pinhole cameras he installed for a day. During this day, no one else entered 1001 except for an elegant Chinese woman. Furthermore, the pinhole camera he installed directly opposite 1001 instantly captured the situation in the living room inside when that Chinese woman opened the door and entered 1001. Although a bit blurry, Mike clearly saw through his phone screen that there were 3 people, presumably 3 men, bound with iron chains. They appeared to be imprisoned. Unfortunately, that Chinese woman opened the door quickly and closed it even faster, both when she went in and when she left. The pinhole camera was helpless. It couldn't capture anything else. Normally, according to his usual cautious nature, he should have observed for another day. That way, it would be safer. But for some reason, his heart had been beating violently, as if telling him that waiting another day would lead to something very dangerous. Whatever needed to be done, should be done quickly. You might not believe it, but this was his intuition as a famous detective. Sometimes, intuition is more reliable than thought. Therefore, he chose 12 a.m. today as the action time.
At this very moment, another 10,000 CNY was deposited into his account.
Mike's meeting with the three.
Mike set out from Xinxing and Zhouwu's bridal suite, apartment 404. Just 10 minutes later, at 12:10 a.m., he arrived at the door of apartment 1001. Of course, before opening the door, he merely passed by apartment 1001, quietly exploring the 10th floor to confirm there was no danger, before
finally stopping at the door of apartment 1001.
Mike's breathing was steady, and his heart rate was calm, but in reality, his mind was in turmoil, his thoughts and vigilance never ceasing. Sharing his feelings were a group of wealthy individuals watching the livestream through cameras.
Currently, the neighbors are better than distant relatives livestream was active.
The extremely rich young master complained, "Damn it, I've realized that everyone in this apartment, one by one, likes to act at night. I was just about to go to sleep with my girlfriend, but then Mike suddenly pulled this stunt, coming to rescue people in the middle of the night.
I can't sleep now.
Fairy sister, fortunately, 12 a.m. isn't too late.
It's not too late to sleep after watching Mike's rescue. I just never thought that Mike would be the one to save the three people.
Little dragon girl, actually, these three should thank Baizay, he was the one who pushed Mike to apartment 1001.
You all must have watched the rooftop livestream yesterday morning, right? Domineering female CEO, it doesn't matter if you watched it or not, anyway, at such critical moments, there are always recorded screens of the livestream.
It's just that people who didn't watch that part of the livestream might not understand what's going on. For example, if you didn't know about Mike and Baizay's conversation on the rooftop, you'd be confused about why Mike would come to apartment 1001.
Middle-aged uncle, I can't hold on, I'm getting old after all.
I just had a cup of coffee, I must finish watching this part. But seriously, I actually quite like the three-person group. If it were anyone else, like Li Meng about to be rescued, I wouldn't stay up late drinking coffee and watching the livestream.
What is most important for a detective? Intelligence? Wisdom? Decisiveness? Meticulousness? Boldness?
These are all essential, but they are not the most important. Mike, the 10th-ranked detective in the United States, tells you. The most important thing for a detective is extensive knowledge. One doesn't need to be proficient in all walks of life and all things in the world, but one must at least understand them. At the same time, one must master multiple skills.
Why?
Because if you don't have extensive knowledge, you might encounter a situation or danger one day that you don't know how to handle or don't understand
at all. Wouldn't you be dead then? Let's talk about skills again. Just take Mike as an example.
He can drive cars, yachts, and even helicopters. Of course, he also learned to drive armored vehicles and tanks back in the day. Besides these, he also needs some practical life skills.
For example, lock picking. Kobe, an ordinary detective not well known in China, can pick locks. Naturally, Mike can too. If he couldn't pick locks, he would now be stopped by the anti-theft door of apartment 1001. Then he would need to find a way to open the door, steal keys, and so on. But because he can pick locks, things became much simpler. In less than a minute, Mike used his usual lock-picking tools to open the lock of apartment 1001.
After opening it, he didn't swing the door wide open and push his way in. Instead, he cautiously pushed the door open slowly.
Because it was past 12 a.m. Apartment 1001 was completely dark inside.
After pushing the door halfway open, he took out a palm-sized flashlight from his pocket, turned it on, and shone it into apartment 1001. It was fine before he shone it, but after he did, he saw three people, looking like beggars, sitting on the living room floor, with three faint gazes. All directed towards him.
Mike slipped inside the door.
Then he closed the door, walking softly towards the three people in the living room, constantly scanning left and right to avoid any unexpected
things.
Soon, he reached the three people. He adjusted the flashlight's direct beam to a different mode, changing the light from direct to diffused, and at the same time, Mike pointed the
flashlight at the floor.
The ambient light illuminated the three people in the living room, as well as himself. He didn't waste words but spoke directly to the three from a commanding position. I know you're very curious right now, but to make a long story short. My name is Mike, a detective from the United States, and Zhou Yan asked me to investigate the disappearance of her brother, Zhou Wu, and her father.
In Alice's apartment. I've introduced myself, it's your turn. When Mike opened the door.
The three people had actually heard the noise and looked towards the door.
They weren't asleep at the time. You ask why they weren't sleeping in the middle of the night?
Because after so many days here, they had nothing to do during the day except sleep.
If they slept during the day, they naturally couldn't sleep at night.
Therefore, with even a slight sound, they immediately noticed. They were curious about what Sumi was doing coming to them in the middle of the night. After all, during all these days of being imprisoned here, Sumi had always come once a day. And it was always at noon, never in the middle of the night.
Hence their curiosity.
But, when the door was opened, it wasn't pulled open all at once, but slowly pushed open.
Just like a thief stealing something.
The three immediately realized that it seemed different from what they had imagined. The person who came in the middle of the night was not Sumi. Sure enough, when the door was half open, a strong flashlight beam shone towards them. They knew it was definitely not Sumi, because if it were Sumi, she wouldn't need a strong flashlight, she would just open the door and directly enter the living room to turn on the living room light.
But, if it wasn't Sumi, they didn't know who it was.
And then, when the person holding the flashlight approached, they finally saw who this person was who had come to apartment 1001 in the middle of the night.
The three people were completely shocked and never expected it. This person turned out to be a foreigner? And he spoke Chinese exceptionally well.
And after that, everything this person said was completely beyond the three people's expectations.
An American detective? Here to investigate the disappearance of Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father? My name is Xiao Q, a university student studying criminal investigation.
This is my friend, Xiao Peng, also a university student.
That one over there is Kobe, he's a detective, just like you.
After Mike finished his self-introduction, and the three had processed the information, Xiao Q immediately introduced himself and the other two. His emotions were somewhat agitated, causing him to speak too quickly, almost tripping over his words. He probably hadn't seen anyone other than Sumi for too long, especially since he felt this person would be the key to their freedom.
Mike learned the identities of the three. He paid a little more attention to Xiao Q, as he was a criminal investigation student, and then, after learning that Kobe was also a detective like him, he was somewhat surprised. I see, so who imprisoned the three of you here? Mike asked at this point. Xiao Q said, before answering that, I want to ask, can you get us out of here? Rescue three people.
After Xiao Q asked that question, Xiao Peng and Kobe both looked at him with hopeful eyes. There was nothing they could do, they had been trapped here for too long.
They longed for freedom.
They truly longed for it. They longed for it so much they were about to cry.
It was the same as Hu Hai wanting to be emperor.
Mike nodded, that's natural, but I also need to understand some things from you.
Xiao Q asked, what things? Mike said, I met a very fair-skinned Chinese youth in the apartment.
He said that inside 1001, there were the answers I wanted and the secrets of the apartment.
That's why I came.
Very fair-skinned.
Chinese youth? Wait, isn't that Bai Zhe? The three of them exclaimed in unison, excited.
Actually, after the three of them were trapped here, it wasn't that they hadn't thought about whether Bai Zhe would come to save them. But since they had no family ties, they thought it was unlikely. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhe didn't come to save them, but he did send someone over. Because of this, the three of them completely put their trust in Mike. After all, they clearly remembered their experience with Sumi pretending to be a good person, only to turn out to be a scumbag. Of course, whether Sumi or the current Mike was a good person or a bad person, it made no difference to the three of them this time, just like last time. Because last time, as soon as they dealt with the dogman, even if Sumi hadn't disguised herself, she could have easily taken them down. As for this time, they were even worse off, they were all locked up, what else could they do? Therefore, to be rescued as quickly as possible. Xiaoqiu said, I don't know what answers you want, but I can tell you about the things the three of us experienced, and what we believe are the secrets
of the apartment. Mike, alright, tell me. Consider it payment for me saving you later. Xiaoqiu nodded. You asked us earlier who trapped us here. We were trapped here by Sumi. Next, I'll talk about the hidden secrets of this apartment. Of course, this is our speculation, you can use it as a reference. This apartment is home to many perverted criminals and serial killers, as well as ordinary people who have signed an agreement to live here. An ordinary person living here for one day can receive 10,000 yuan. It's like a survival game for ordinary people who have signed an agreement. Hearing this, Mike felt that it was the same model he had thought of before, one side gives money, the other gives life. However, what Xiaoqiu said supplemented the specific details of this model. And there was one thing that surprised Mike, and that was the existence of the agreement. At the same time, there was a big question. If he signed an agreement, he would get 10,000 for living here for one day. But he had never signed any agreement, so why could he also receive 10,000 every day? Could it be that as long as he entered, he was passively treated the same as those who signed the agreement? Xiaoqiu didn't know what Mike was thinking at this moment, he continued. I am a resident who moved in after signing an agreement. Xiaopeng's ex-girlfriend signed an agreement, and then his ex-girlfriend was killed by the dogman in the apartment. The three of us killed the dogman to avenge his girlfriend, and then we were trapped here by the dogman's owner, Sumi, to be her dogs. And Koubei also signed an agreement. He came in to investigate his father's disappearance. His father signed an agreement and moved in a few years ago. At this moment, Mike frowned. What is a dogman? Xiaopeng interjected, it's a person trained to be a dog. He acts like a dog. We named him Dogman. Mike nodded, I understand. Also, the owner Sumi you mentioned, she's a very beautiful woman, right? The three of them nodded, asking Mike how he knew, and if he had met her. Mike said that he had installed a pinhole camera on the 10th floor this morning and saw the woman who entered 1001 at noon. Mike then asked about Zhou Wu and Zhou Wu's father. After all, Mike hadn't forgotten that he entered the apartment to complete this commission. Xiaoqiu thought for a moment and said, Zhou Wu and his girlfriend were new residents in the same batch as me and Koubei. After all, we all attended the same welcoming party. As for Zhou Wu's disappearance, you've seen and learned about this apartment. He was probably either killed or imprisoned like us. As for Zhou Wu's father, we have no idea at all. Mike, alright, I understand. I'll let you out now. Mike placed his flashlight on the ground, aiming its light at the wall. He first took his lockpicking tools and squatted beside Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu pointed to the 3 sets of iron handcuffs on his body that had keyholes. Mike, do you have any extra lockpicking tools? Give me one. At this moment, Koubei, who was closer to the wall, leaned over. Mike pulled a lockpicking tool from his pocket and threw it to Koubei. Koubei picked up Mike's lockpicking tool from the ground and found that it was very similar to his own lockpicking tool, both being specially made. Wires. So, he began to unlock himself. However, what he never expected was that the neck cuff, handcuffs, and ankle cuffs on his body. He couldn't open a single one. The locks in these 3 places were much harder to open than the anti-theft door of 1001, they were not on the same level at all. And Mike on the other side had obviously also noticed that the locks on the iron cuffs on the 3 of them were very difficult to open. But he was still the 10th in the USA. His lock-picking skills were clearly superior to Koubei's. Koubei hadn't opened a single one, but Mike had at least opened Xiaoqiu's neck cuff. Without the neck cuff and the iron chain restraint on it. Xiaoqiu immediately felt a sense of relief. What's wrong? Can't you open it? Mike immediately turned to look at Koubei. Kobe gave an awkward smile. I can't open this lock.
Generally speaking, most locks on the market, including many anti-theft door locks, don't stump me, but this lock really has me stumped.
Mike said, it seems you haven't opened the safes of some wealthy people.
The difficulty of this lock is comparable to those wealthy people's safes.
Kobe, no wonder then.
As Mike spoke, he also unlocked the handcuffs on Xiao Qiu's hands. It was at this moment that Xiao Peng, beside them, said, Mike, I've realized that you're definitely not an ordinary detective.
You're absolutely a strong one among detectives. Oh? How do you figure? Mike suddenly became interested.
To be honest, among these three, the one who gave him the least sense of presence was this guy named Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng said, the three of us are in this terrible state right now, more disheveled than beggars, and we're not even wearing pants, not even
underwear.
When you saw us, your face showed no reaction, you weren't even surprised. Also, since we were trapped here, the windows of this room haven't been opened. Because of that, the smell of our unwashed sweat, and the smell of our bodily waste, haven't been able to dissipate.
Although we're used to the smell, it's definitely unbearably foul. This is your first time entering here.
Not only did you not throw up directly, but you should have at least covered your nose, yet you didn't even cover your nose.
You're too strong. Sue me in the elevator, the three of them can't escape. Mike replied, these. When that woman opened the door at noon, my pinhole camera caught you three.
Although it was a bit blurry, I had a general look and was mentally prepared.
As for the stench you're talking about?
It does smell a bit, but it's nothing compared to what I've smelled before. Back in the US, I had a case where a serial killer put all his victims in the basement, pickling them in large vats.
It was summer then, and the basement was hot and stuffy.
The smell of those corpses was 100 times worse than what's here now.
Xiao Peng's eyes lit up after hearing this. A serial killer? You've handled cases like that? Mike nodded, his hands continuously working on the lock. During these days of being confined here, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Peng, and Kobe couldn't find a way to escape.
They also had nothing else to do, their only entertainment was pure conversation. And what they talked about most was Kobe's detective career. After all, the profession of a detective gives people a sense of mystery.
Xiao Peng had previously watched Detective Conan.
He thought Kobe's detective career was just like Conan's, since their names were so similar. But after listening to Kobe describe his detective career, he realized he had been overthinking it. How could the police in Huagua let these private detectives get involved in cases, let alone give them a chance to solve them? All they did was investigate mistresses, marital infidelity, or track and secretly photograph, and commercial matters.
Kobe usually did all these kinds of jobs.
Forget about handling cases like serial killers, he hadn't even dealt with ordinary cases. Well, it's not like he hadn't dealt with any at all, helping catch thieves and recovering lost items should count, right? Anyway, the mysterious and grand image of a detective in Xiao Peng's mind instantly shattered. Not just his, but even in Xiao Qiu's mind, it shattered.
As a criminology student, he must have read countless novels, watched movies, and TV shows about detectives.
He also thought that detectives were just like how they were portrayed in these various works, taking commissions and solving cases. However, Mike's brief description just now had rekindled the image of a detective in both their minds.
Not just them, even Kobe's eyes lit up. He quickly asked, so, as a detective in the US, do you often encounter these violent cases? Mike said, it's just like that. Anyway, I've encountered quite a few.
Of course, I've also taken on those ordinary detective commissions like divorces, mistresses, wealthy family disputes, and business secrets. After Mike finished speaking, he had completely removed the 3 iron handcuffs from Xiao Qiu. After they were removed, the now free Xiao Qiu felt light all over. He stood up and slowly stretched his limbs. After a while, he was bouncing and jumping around in the living room.
Xiao Peng and Kobe watched him with envy.
Next, Mike unlocked Xiao Peng. It took about 10 minutes, and the iron handcuffs on both Xiao Peng and Kobe were also all removed. The two of them also mimicked Xiaoqiu, stretching their limbs, as they had been locked in handcuffs for too long. After they had stretched enough, the three picked up the pants that had been on the floor for a long time and put them on directly. As for underwear, all three of their underwear had yellow feces on them, so they decided against it. You are free now. What are your plans? Mike asked at this moment. Xiao Pang was the first to answer, I'm going home. I never want to come to this cursed place again. Xiao Pang was genuinely scared. He never wanted to live a life of captivity again. Xiaoqiu said, me too, I'm also going home. Xiaoqiu had signed an agreement at the time that he had to stay in the apartment for 7 days. Although he wasn't sure how many days he had stayed in this apartment, it had definitely exceeded 7 days. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the agreement's clause about leaving the apartment early and having to pay compensation. After Xiaoqiu finished speaking, he looked at Koubei, who was unshaven and even more like Zhang Fei than Zhang Fei himself. Koubei was different from them. Xiao Peng came to avenge Xiao Nua, and now that revenge was taken. He, however, was purely out of curiosity and signed that agreement. Koubei entered the apartment and signed the agreement to find the whereabouts and traces of his father. Currently, he had no clues in that regard. So, whether Koubei was willing to leave Alice's apartment was really hard to say. Koubei also knew what Xiaoqiu's gaze towards him meant. He said, I also need to go out for a while first, to recuperate. I need to get my body and spirit back. Even if I'm looking for my dad, it'll have to be later. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Koubei would want to continue staying here. After all, it was too dangerous here. By the way, Mike, what are your plans afterward? Xiaoqiu looked at Mike. This person asked about their plans, but what about his own? I'm definitely staying. I still have things to deal with. Mike said. By the way, since all three of you plan to leave here, do you plan to leave right away, or stay here for one night and then leave? After all, it's almost 1 a.m. now. As soon as this question was asked, all three answered in unison, we're leaving now. Absolutely not staying. The three of them were truly traumatized by Sumi's confinement of them here like dogs. Alright, let's go then. Mike led the way, with the three following behind. Although they had moved around a bit after gaining freedom, because they had been trapped here for so long, all three walked with somewhat strange postures and walked a bit slowly. It would probably take some time for them to adapt. The four opened the door, exited 1001, and then closed the door. The sound of the door closing woke up the sound-activated light in the 10th floor hallway. Instantly, the pitch-black 10th floor hallway became brightly lit. The four walked together towards the elevator. At this time, the elevator was still on the 10th floor. It seemed that no one had used the elevator since Mike came up. It made sense, after all, what time was it now? It wasn't broad daylight. So, Mike reached out and pressed the button to call the elevator down. The three behind him were chatting, saying that after they got out, they would first take a shower. When showering, they would definitely clean their bottoms thoroughly. Just as the three were imagining their wonderful lives. They heard the sound of the elevator door opening and felt the brightness of the light coming from inside the elevator. But strangely, Mike, who was in front of them, did not walk into the elevator. So, they stopped chatting. They turned their heads forward, tilting their heads to look, wondering what was wrong with Mike. As a result, they saw a scene they never wanted to see. No wonder Mike didn't enter the elevator, because there was already a person standing inside. And this person was someone they knew, someone they both feared and hated, Sumi. There was only Sumi inside the elevator. And on their side, there were 4 people. According to the current situation, even if Mike didn't act, the 3 of them rushing forward could easily subdue Sumi. But at this moment, Sumi's attire and appearance were extremely different from usual. Chainsaw Massacre, Joint Hunt. Normally, Sumi dressed flamboyantly. Her high heels clacked. But today, Sumi was wearing white sneakers and a full black tight-fitting outfit, which was extremely convenient for movement. In addition, she carried a quiver on her back, something rarely seen in real life but common in ancient dramas. The quiver on her back held many feathered arrows, clearly visible. And with a quiver, there naturally had to be a weapon to shoot the arrows. Indeed, Sumi was tightly gripping a white crossbow with both hands. An arrow with a sharp tip was poised and ready on the crossbow.
"Oh, you foreigner, you're really annoying."
At this moment, Sumi's brows were deeply furrowed. She seemed very displeased. "It's one thing for you to install cameras on the 10th floor, but I never expected you to do it to save these 3 dogs."
"I'm raising."
Mike recognized the woman in front of him as Sumi, the one who had come to 1001 at noon and imprisoned the 3 people. Her appearance here shocked Mike, to be honest, but after hearing her words, he was utterly stunned.
So, all his previous pinhole camera installations were being monitored by Sumi? Does that mean you knew all about my plan to come to the 10th floor at midnight tonight too? Sumi nodded.
Pretty much. I also installed pinhole cameras on the 10th floor. Initially, I just planned to watch them when I was bored, but then I discovered you sneaking around installing things. So, I usually go to bed for my beauty sleep around 10 p.m., but because of you, I haven't slept. I originally planned to stay up until midnight and then go to sleep, not caring what you were doing.
But I never expected my luck to be so good. I just happened to run into you on the 10th floor. Mike's mouth twitched after hearing this.
Suddenly, he felt that sometimes his instincts weren't so accurate after all. This time, he was really screwed over.
But what he didn't know was that the set of pinhole cameras Sumi installed on the 10th floor were all high-tech gadgets.
If someone went up to the 10th floor, it would automatically connect to her phone and trigger an alarm. So, even if Sumi had gone to sleep at 10 p.m. tonight, when Mike came up at midnight, Mike and the others would still have encountered Sumi in the elevator.
No solution.
Unless Sumi saw them and chose to ignore them, but that was clearly impossible. To be honest, I'm so bored staying in this apartment, so my little dogs, which I've painstakingly raised, absolutely cannot be taken away by others. Also, for you 3 little dogs, didn't I say that if you weren't well behaved, you'd be sold to a dog meat factory? I think all 3 of you want a day trip to the dog meat factory.
With that said. No sooner said than done.
Sumi raised her crossbow and fired an arrow. Mike quickly shouted, "Duck!" At the moment he yelled duck, the 4 people simultaneously crouched down, which was also good luck.
Sumi's arrow was originally aimed at their heads, so after Mike and the 4 people ducked,
the arrow shot directly into the white wall behind the 4 people, deeply embedding itself.
Seeing this, Mike prepared to pounce on Sumi inside the elevator.
Because, generally, such a crossbow can only load 1 arrow at a time. To fire another, one needs to retrieve an arrow from the quiver on the back. Therefore, taking advantage of this moment to subdue Sumi was the best option. But Mike was rather unlucky. He wasn't dealing with a normal situation.
Just as Sumi's crossbow fired an arrow, another arrow automatically rose from below and loaded into the firing port.
This was a rapid-fire crossbow, the kind with an arrow magazine. And so, if Mike were to pounce on Sumi now, Sumi could directly shoot him in the chest with the crossbow, and he would surely die.
You guys run first. Run to 404. Or just run out. Then call the police. I'll hold her off.
In this critical moment, Mike directly threw the 404 key from his pocket to Xiaoqiu, telling them to run first while he stayed behind.
Thank you.
Although Xiaoqiu was a bit stunned to hear this, the 3 of them didn't dawdle, nor did they argue about who should leave first like in some
melodramatic TV shows, wasting time. The 3 immediately ran frantically towards the downstairs staircase, leaving the 2 people behind further and further.
Xiaoqiu and the 2 others ran non-stop to the 5th floor stairwell. Seeing that no one was chasing them, they all stopped, bent over, and panted, resting.
Their current physical condition was too poor.
During the days they were imprisoned, although Sumi provided dog food and water, it was only enough to ensure they didn't starve to death. Plus, being chained for so long, their bodies hadn't had proper activity. So, shortly after regaining freedom, they suddenly had this intense burst of activity.
All three of them were a bit overwhelmed. That woman Sumi is truly insane. Don't let her fall into my hands again. If she does, I'll make her pay. Xiao Peng cursed, panting. Then, he turned to Xiao Qiu and asked, "Are we going back to 404 later, or are we leaving the apartment directly?" Just as this question was asked, before Xiao Qiu could even answer, the three suddenly heard a familiar buzzing sound. It wasn't the buzzing sound of a bee, this buzzing sound was intense and fast. It was something Xiao Qiu and the two others were all too familiar with. It's a chainsaw. All three spoke simultaneously, a look of horror appearing on their faces. Immediately after, they looked in the direction from which the chainsaw sound came. They were at this stairwell. And the source of the sound was at the other stairwell. The buzzing of the chainsaw killer at that stairwell caused all the sound-activated lights in the 5th floor hallway to turn on. With the lights on, they saw their old friend, the chainsaw killer. The chainsaw killer must be a relatively thrifty good person. His clothes seemed to have hardly changed. Still the butcher's attire, with an ugly mask on his face. The large, sharp chainsaw in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Oh my God! Joint hunt! At this moment, the extremely rich young master, watching this scene in the live broadcast, excitedly slammed his desk and pounded on his keyboard in real life. Besides the excitement of seeing this scene, it was also because he was a fifth personality player. He never expected to see a joint hunt, which he usually only saw in games, in real life. This greatly astonished him. Of course, it wasn't just him. At this moment, others who were staying up late to watch the live broadcast, such as the domineering female CEO, were also incredibly shocked. They never expected the chainsaw killer to also appear here, looking ready to go on a rampage. And more importantly, this was the first time the domineering female CEO and these people had seen two perverts collaborate to hunt Xiao Baishu. Little white mice, inside the apartment. Because, in previous rounds, these perverted criminals all killed on their own. How could they cooperate? Therefore, everyone in these live broadcast rooms became agitated, and the comments in the live broadcast room were incredibly lively, constantly scrolling. Each one said that staying up late tonight was well worth it. Those who didn't see the live broadcast and would watch the recording later missed out big time. Back to reality. Seeing the chainsaw killer again, whom they had encountered long ago that night, Xiao Qiu shrieked in terror, like a duck, "Run! Run! Hurry and run! Extremely urgent!" The three of them scrambled down the stairs. They dared not go upstairs, Sumi was still up there. They reached the 4th floor. Xiao Peng was about to run down to the 3rd floor. Xiao Qiu grabbed him and said, "Everyone, come with me to 404. Xiao Peng was confused. Why? Shouldn't we just escape the apartment in one go? Xiao Qiu said urgently. If our bodies were fine, not having been confined for so long, running straight out of the apartment would be no problem. But with our current bodies, going from the 10th floor down to the 5th floor leaves us half dead. Do you think if we really just ran out of the apartment, that chainsaw killer wouldn't catch up to us in that time? Xiao Peng, but going to 404 isn't a solution either. Xiao Qiu sighed helplessly, it's a last resort. The three of them didn't go further downstairs. Instead, they followed the corridor to 404, Xinxing and Zhou Wu's bridal suite. They used the key Mike gave them to open the door, rushed inside, then immediately closed and locked it. At the same time, Xiao Qiu said, quickly push everything in the room that can be moved to block the door. Because it was a bridal suite, Xinxing had decorated her bridal suite beautifully. Even Mike, a man, tried to be careful not to disturb the original decor when he moved in. The old Mike probably wouldn't have cared, but now, when he saw the bridal suite, he thought of the one he and his girlfriend had before they were about to get married. And now, with the arrival of Xiao Qiu and the two others, the bridal suite instantly became a mess. All sorts of things, tables and chairs, were pushed against the inside of the 404 door, blocking it. The door was completely sealed from the inside, airtight and secure. But even so, Xiao Qiu knew it wouldn't hold. After all, he and several of Xiao Peng's friends had been chased by that young white man with a chainsaw to Jiang Ran's house. That was a living experience. Therefore, hiding in 404 wasn't entirely safe, it could only buy them some time. Oh, right, Xiao Qiu, Mike told us to call the police. Let's call them quickly. Xiao Peng carried a nightstand from the bedroom and pushed it all the way to the door, panting heavily from exhaustion. Koubei, who hadn't spoken much, grimaced anxiously. Xiao Peng, how are we supposed to call the police? Do you have a phone? Or can your brain transmit radio waves? Xiao Peng suddenly realized, damn it. I forgot about that. Sumi took our phones a long time ago. Koubei then added, even if we call the police, how do you know if they're real police or imposters? If they were real, they might be saved, if they were fake, they'd be dead. Xiao Peng grew anxious, especially as he could hear the increasingly loud buzzing of the chainsaw outside the door. Then what do we do? Just wait here to die? Xiao Qiu went to the balcony, poked his head out the window, observed for a bit, then turned back, gritting his teeth. Let's risk it. This is the 4th floor. It's not too high. We'll go out the window. Xiao Peng quickly shook his head. What are you thinking, Xiao Qiu? Even if it's the 4th floor, if we accidentally fall, we'll be half crippled if not dead. At this moment, Koubei rushed out of the bedroom, holding a bedsheet. Use this, make it into a rope, and go down the rope. There are more in the bedroom closet. You guys look for any other things we can tie together to make a rope. The more, the better. The three of them encountered the chainsaw killer on the 5th floor, ran all the way to 404, and then blocked the inside of the 404 door completely. They hadn't stopped once, panting heavily, exhausted, their bodies tired and sore. Now, they were sustained purely by the will to survive and the adrenaline fueled by the fear of death. The three moved quickly. Soon, they had made a long cloth rope from bedsheets and duvet covers. Of course, the knotting and making of this cloth rope were done by Koubei, who had extensive experience. The other two had never done it, especially in such a tense moment. If they did it, it was unclear if they'd do it well, and even if they did, it might look good but be useless, breaking with one use. One end of the cloth rope was tied to a fixed point in the living room. It was run all the way to the balcony and thrown out the window. The end of the cloth rope just touched the ground. There's too little material, and we're too rushed. This cloth rope probably can't support the weight of 3 people at once. Only one at a time, so, who goes down first? Koubei asked the other two while continuing to reinforce the fixed point of the cloth rope's end. Who goes down first has 2 points, good and bad. Good, the first person down can land first, run first, and escape danger first. Bad, the first person down also tests the sturdiness of the cloth rope. If it's not sturdy enough, they'll fall directly and become a test subject. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound of a chainsaw came from outside the door. And the chainsaw had clearly started sawing the door, leaving no more time for the three to think. Me first. Xiao Peng shouted loudly, leading the way. He stepped onto a chair on the balcony, already halfway over the window. And when he, with most of his body, including his head, outside the window, looked down. He, who didn't have a fear of heights, was almost scared into developing one. So high, really so high, he had never thought the 4th floor could be this high before. A sense of timidity arose in Xiao Peng's heart. Let alone in his current state of physical exhaustion, even before he was imprisoned, if you asked him to go down 4 floors with no safety measures, relying only on a cloth rope, it would be a huge challenge for him. Hurry! We're running out of time. If you don't go, I will. Xiao Qiu had been watching the door. The door was being damaged more and more severely. It was about to give way. I'll risk it. Xiao Peng made up his mind. Staying here meant certain death, and a gruesome one at that, being cut down by a chainsaw. But going down didn't necessarily mean death. Therefore, he, who was already halfway out, went completely out. Clinging to the windowsill, he gradually shifted his hands and body weight onto the cloth rope. He thought of the many paratrooper rope descents or firefighter and high-rise zipline moves he had seen on his phone. He wanted to imitate those movements, but his mind had learned, but his body hadn't. He could only press his hands, feet, and entire body tightly against the cloth rope, sliding down little by little. By the time Xiaopeng had slid halfway down, to the second floor, Koubei, watching the situation at the door, said anxiously, "There's no time, we can't wait for Xiaopeng to reach the ground for the second person to go down. We must go down now. Xiao Qiu, you go down first." Xiao Qiu shook his head. "No, you go down first, I'll be last." Koubei only paused for a moment. Then he said, "All right. Escape." The chainsaw killer's chainsaw was one of those large models, and as such, its destructive power was astonishing. The security door had already been mangled and destroyed by his chainsaw. Behind the security door were various pieces of furniture piled up by Xiao Qiu and the two others, but honestly, a strong person, with a little effort, and without even needing a chainsaw, could probably clear it all away. Let alone with a chainsaw. Seeing the chainsaw killer had already started destroying the furniture behind the door, Xiao Qiu knew he had to go down too. If he didn't run, he would truly die here. But looking out the window, Xiaopeng was on the first floor, while Koubei was still between the third and fourth floors. He didn't know if this cloth rope could withstand the weight of 3 people. He couldn't worry about it anymore. Xiao Qiu also climbed out the window, preparing to slowly slide down using the cloth rope. And as he descended to where Koubei had just been, he heard the sound of the chainsaw coming from above, and he looked up. He saw the chainsaw killer's face, wearing an ugly mask, peering out from the 4th floor balcony window, his 2 pitch-black eyes beneath the mask rolling towards them. Xiao Qiu was terrified, but then he saw the chainsaw killer's head retract. He wasn't sure what he would do next. Is he coming down the cloth rope like us? Or is he rushing to the first floor to intercept us? Xiao Qiu speculated. The chainsaw killer did not choose the first option of coming down the cloth rope, but instead chose the second point, rushing to the first floor to intercept them. And before running to the first floor, he used his chainsaw to directly cut the cloth rope connected to the 404 living room. With that one cut, the 3 people hanging on the cloth rope were in trouble. Of course, the unluckiest was Xiaopeng. With the cloth rope no longer anchored, Xiaopeng was the first to fall to the ground. Fortunately, he was at the first floor height at that time, so the fall wasn't too bad. But why say he was the unluckiest? Because he still had 2 people above him. As Xiaopeng fell to the ground and was still complaining about his aching arms, legs, and body, a dark shadow, which was Koubei, fell from the sky and landed solidly on him. Koubei also weighed around 140 to 150 pounds, and with this fall, Xiaopeng felt as if his body had suffered a major impact. And above Koubei was Xiao Qiu, who also fell, and from a height of a little over 3 floors. This fall landed on top of Koubei. Koubei immediately felt like he was done for. And Xiaopeng, beneath Koubei, felt even worse. His pain was many times that of Koubei's. He had served as a human cushion for 2 people. It was also because of Xiaopeng acting as a human cushion. Although Koubei and Xiao Qiu fell from a relatively high floor and were certainly injured somewhere, it wasn't that serious. Instead, it was Xiaopeng, by the time the 2 people got off him. Xiaopeng spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, splattering it on the concrete ground to his left. One mouthful wasn't enough, so another followed. Xiao Qiu, startled, quickly shouted, "Xiaopeng, are you okay? Please don't die, we'll take you to the hospital right away." Because the chainsaw killer was still chasing them, Xiao Qiu and Koubei quickly helped the blood-vomiting Xiaopeng, who had been crushed, to his feet. The 3 unfortunate brothers ran towards the apartment's main gate. At this moment, the guardhouse was brightly lit. Security guard Xiao Xing was bored, working the night shift here. Tonight, he was the only security guard in the guardhouse, all the others were resting.
As he was idly flipping through the ebook Smile at Everything on his phone, he suddenly heard a sound from outside. He walked out of the guardhouse and saw three feeble, desperate figures staggering towards him from the apartment building, illuminated by the streetlights. As they got closer, Xiaoxing saw the three figures clearly and was directly shocked by their tattered clothes.
When did three beggars sneak into the apartment?
While Xiaoxing was still thinking this, a pungent, overpowering smell almost made him vomit.
They really are beggars, they smell so bad.
Xiaoxing pinched his nose and quickly returned to the guardhouse, closing the doors and windows, which made him feel a little better.
And then
Xiaoxing saw these three people come to the guardhouse gate.
The three didn't use the door but instead ducked under the boom barrier that blocked cars, and the three of them ran out of the apartment in such a disheveled state. After the three ran out of the apartment, the chainsaw killer, who had just emerged from the apartment building, stared at their retreating backs before turning and returning inside the apartment. Up on the 10th floor, what was expected to be an earth-shattering battle turned out to be surprisingly quiet. After Xiao Qiu and the two others left the 10th floor, Sumi, crossbow in hand, walked out of the elevator and kept aiming at Mike, but she hesitated to pull the trigger. The two sides then maintained this posture, in a standoff. Mike also dared not act rashly. As for why Mike would sacrifice himself and let the three of them go first?
Sorry, he wasn't that noble, nor would he sacrifice himself for people he had only met today. He did this purely because those three people staying there would only drag him down.
He was confident that he alone could survive under Sumi and her crossbow.
Additionally, there was another reason why he let those three run first.
Sumi's target was them.
Seeing the three run, she would surely be eager to chase them. Therefore, she would want to eliminate him as quickly as possible. This way, she could hurry and pursue them. Then, the more anxious she became, the greater the probability of making mistakes, and the greater Mike's chance of a counterattack. This was Mike's intention. However, to his surprise, Sumi seemed to have no intention of quickly chasing after the three people she had imprisoned or recapturing them. Instead, she was just wasting time with him here. Mike didn't know how much time had passed. Sumi on the opposite side suddenly lowered the crossbow in her hand, no longer aiming at him, but instead smiled at him.
Don't be nervous, I don't keep foreign dogs, so you are safe.
Also, don't release my dogs again, otherwise, next time I won't let you off so easily. After saying this, Sumi then retreated to the elevator entrance, pressed the button behind her back, the elevator door opened, and she completely withdrew into the elevator. Once inside the elevator, she pressed the second floor button, then took out her phone and saw a message someone had sent her. She opened the message and read it completely. Sumi's charming face instantly clouded over, her expression becoming extremely sinister.
Xiao Qiu, Xiao Ping, Kobe.
You three disobedient dogs, if I ever encounter you again, if I don't send you to a dog meat factory, I will directly send you out of this world, to
doggy hell.
Xiao Qiu and the two others had escaped the apartment and were safe.
Mike's side also didn't see the expected struggle erupt.
This made the people watching the live broadcast in the live stream room extremely uncomfortable.
The extremely rich young master even said, "Damn it! What the hell is this?" It started off so exciting, but by the end, no one died, only Xiao Ping was used as a human cushion and vomited blood? I took off my pants just to see this? The middle-aged uncle also said, deceiving the feelings of middle-aged and elderly people. Although I really like Xiao Qiu, I would prefer to see him killed by the chainsaw killer. That would be more exciting. After all, the more you like something, the more severely it's destroyed, that's where the thrill is. Sunny Jie, deceased. Fairy sister, I don't care about that. I'm more concerned about why Sumi let Mike go. Didn't shoot him? Domineering female CEO sneered, she didn't let Mike go, but rather she felt that she couldn't take him down and didn't want to risk it. Otherwise, do you think, given her personality, she would leave if a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, was standing right in front of her? Of course, she had a backup plan, which was the chainsaw killer from the joint hunt, but she probably didn't expect the chainsaw killer to fail. Little dragon girl, oh, it's so annoying. It would have been better if all three of Xiao Qiu and his friends had died in the apartment. Now that the three of them have escaped the apartment, they definitely won't come back. No more fun. Middle-aged uncle, yeah, no more fun, it's boring. Just then, a user who rarely spoke made a comment, and his comment caused quite a stir in the livestream. I love to eat shit spoke at this moment. Don't worry, I bet all three of them will definitely come back. Extremely rich young master, come back? Come back my ass. These three people suffered such a huge setback in the apartment. Unless they just love the thrill of the deathline and don't care about their lives, they won't come back. Hey! I love to eat shit. That name. Wait, aren't you the person ranked third on the win rate leaderboard? Extremely rich young master suddenly realized that this ID name was very familiar. Middle-aged uncle also noticed at this moment and exclaimed, wow wow wow, a big shot has arrived. It's the big shot I love to eat shit. Domineering female CEO, a rare guest, a rare guest. So the big shot has been lurking. I wonder if the second-ranked sentimental swordsman is also lurking. I love to eat shit, he sleeps very early, by 9 p.m., so he definitely wasn't lurking. As for me, I was already asleep, then I was woken up by someone setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night. It's truly speechless. Everyone lives in villas, yet their quality is still so poor. Middle-aged uncle at I love to eat shit, buy an island and build a villa on it, then no one will disturb you, or buy a villa on a mountainside. I love to eat shit, forget it, I don't really like it. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have that much money, ha. Don't look at me being ranked third on the leaderboard, but if you really talk about wealth, I should be at the bottom of the livestream. Extremely rich young master at I love to eat shit, although you're a big shot, tell me, why are you so sure that Xiao Qiu and the three of them will come back? I love to eat shit, heh, young man, you are still too young. Sumi now hates these three people to the core and will definitely find a way to make them come back. What way? Do you think Sumi has any evidence of the three people killing the dogman? Like a video? Or a recording? Extremely rich young master was stunned upon hearing this. Yes, there is indeed such a possibility. And if there really is such video evidence, Sumi would definitely say, if you three don't come back, I'll send out the video and let the police have a chat with you. As for you biting back and revealing any problems with the apartment. If the organizers behind the apartment can't even handle such small problems, then they might as well go to hell. Extremely rich young master, then Xiao Qiu and the three of them are too miserable, aren't they? It's a dead end, impossible to break. I love to eat shit, blame them for meeting Sumi. Alright, it's time to sleep. I'm so sleepy. The 27th round, day 5, 5 a.m. In the Neighbors Are Better Than Distant Relatives livestream, the long-haired beautiful host suddenly appeared on the livestream screen. She announced the death of Sunny Jie, and that the 2.9 million wagered on Sunny Jie had all been transferred into the final prize pool. But it's unclear whether it was because the time was too early, or because the segment with Xiao Qiu and Mike was too intense earlier this morning. This resulted in a very low number of online viewers in the livestream, so few people discussed Sunny Jie's death. So, regardless of anything else, one question remains, where is Sunny Jie's body? And how did he die? Naturally, he was slowly tortured to death by Sherlock, the Lingqi master. He was subjected to over 3,700 cuts. Sherlock was originally a cannibal, but due to certain force majeure factors, the text has been revised to a pervert who enjoys Lingqi. After Sunny Jie died, Sherlock left 901 and handed Sunny Jie's remains to Xia Xiaomei for disposal. This was to handle the aftermath. Sunny Jie should be one of the people who died the most tragically in the apartment's history. Because his torture and death lasted too long. It lasted for a full day. The time came to 8 a.m. Currently, 3 Xiaobai little white mice, remain in the 27th round. Zhang Ran, Wang Anjian, Mike. At this moment,
Jiang Ran had already woken up from his sleep and was washing up, preparing to go to Red Leaf Mental Hospital. He had gone to this hospital before to see Dr. Bai Xiaoliang, but he didn't receive a reply that day. He was told he would receive a reply within 3 days and to go back to the hospital. Also, this time he wouldn't have to pay a registration fee. So, after receiving a text message notification last night and seeing the message this morning, Jiang Ran took a day off to see the doctor. Soon, at 9 a.m., he arrived at Red Leaf Mental Hospital. After Jiang Ran arrived, he went directly to the floor where Bai Xiaoliang had seen him last time, found the nurse at the front desk on that floor, and explained his identity and purpose. The nurse at the front desk on this floor must have been instructed beforehand, so after seeing Jiang Ran, she directly led him into consulting room. No. 1. At this time, consulting room No. 1 was empty. The nurse smiled and said to Jiang Ran, Dr. Bai and the others haven't arrived yet, please wait here for a moment. Then she left the consulting room. Jiang Ran noticed that the nurse was not very old, probably 2 or 3 years younger than him. She was quite good-looking. Feeling a bit bored in the consulting room, he started playing on his phone. He was scrolling through videos. About 15 minutes passed. People entered consulting room No. 1. First was the red contact lens female nurse from last time. Following closely was Bai Xiaoliang, the prodigy in psychiatry. Jiang Ran thought there were only these 2 people. But that wasn't the case. 7 or 8 other doctors in white coats entered the consulting room one after another. This made Jiang Ran twitch all over, feeling as if he had a terminal illness and a specialist consultation was underway. After Bai Xiaoliang entered, he said to Jiang Ran, we have confirmed your illness. It is the diagnosis you received at other hospitals before, dissociative identity disorder. Last time Bai Xiaoliang treated Jiang Ran, he couldn't determine whether it was dissociative identity disorder or another mental illness. Therefore, after Jiang Ran left the hospital, he found his father, who was the dean, and other doctors from the hospital to discuss it together. He also contacted his doctor friends abroad via video conference, many of whom were authorities in psychiatry. These people had a very intense discussion about Jiang Ran's condition at the time. Second meeting with Bai Xiaoliang. Everyone had their own opinions. Some thought Jiang Ran had dissociative identity disorder, while others disagreed, believing it was another type of mental illness. But after all the discussions, this group of people concluded that Jiang Ran indeed had dissociative identity disorder. The primary person who made this diagnosis was Bai Xiaoliang's teacher. His teacher is one of the top 3 authorities in psychiatry worldwide. He is American and currently resides in the United States. Bai Xiaoliang learned his hypnosis techniques from this teacher. This teacher said that Jiang Ran was very similar to a patient he encountered many years ago. Whether it was the electroencephalogram or the MRI scans of the brain, they were all incredibly similar. Even the scales and questionnaires showed very normal scores. Hypnosis also couldn't facilitate communication with other personalities within him. At that time, this teacher couldn't be certain, and even after consulting with the other 2 top 3 psychiatric authorities in the world, the conclusion was that it was highly likely to be dissociative identity disorder, and long-term observation was recommended. Finally, after long-term observation, it was indeed confirmed to be dissociative identity disorder. Therefore, this teacher began treatment to control this patient. But unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Because at one point, it was unclear which personality within the patient's body was in control. He committed many crimes, and eventually, after a shootout with American police, he was shot dead on the spot by the American police. Bai Xiaoliang was now sitting in consulting room 1, in the doctor's chair, while the other doctors in white coats either stood behind him or against the wall. All these people were there to observe and learn, as Jiang Ran was no ordinary patient. By the way, Jiang Ran, which hospital diagnosed you with dissociative identity disorder before? Before starting to determine Jiang Ran's treatment plan, Bai Xiaoliang first asked about the hospital Jiang Ran had visited previously.
Bai Xiaoliang was very curious which hospital had diagnosed Jiang Ran.
After all, he had gone to great lengths to confirm Jiang Ran's dissociative identity disorder, consulting many people, including his own teacher.
Therefore, if his own level of expertise was such, how could other hospitals have confirmed it? Or did the hospital Jiang Ran went to before have a top-tier psychiatrist like him?
It was a small hospital, it's long gone now.
Jiang Ran felt a bit speechless. He had transmigrated, so he couldn't very well mention hospitals he had visited on Earth, could he?
As for after transmigrating here, he had indeed visited other hospitals in Nan City, mainly to get medication. But he also didn't know how that hospital in Nan City had confirmed his dissociative identity disorder. The process was very simple, they just
confirmed it and then prescribed medication. Of course, that doctor was a bit flippant and seemed quite irresponsible. There were also many bad reviews.
He probably just heard Jiang Ran say he had dissociative identity disorder and needed medication, so he casually gave him a prescription to boost his
performance. A small hospital? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoliang was incredulous. It was so difficult to confirm, yet a small hospital that was long gone managed to confirm it?
Or was the doctor who treated Jiang Ran at the time actually a quack who thought Jiang Ran might have dissociative identity disorder and just treated
him as such?
Such doctors do exist.
If that were truly the case, it would be a case of a lucky guess.
Jiang Ran added at this point, at that time, their diagnosis wasn't so complicated.
It was mainly because when I was seeing the doctor, a personality suddenly emerged, unlike now.
I was still young then, so personalities would easily switch out. At this, Bai Xiaoliang suddenly understood. And Jiang Ran wasn't lying about this, that was a long time ago, when he was a child.
Alright, then Jiang Ran, what medication have you been taking recently? Or have you undergone any treatment?
Bai Xiaoliang inquired. Jiang Ran, I haven't had any targeted training or treatment for a long time recently.
As for medication, I used to take this kind, and now I take this kind.
Jiang Ran showed Bai Xiaoliang photos of the cheap medication he bought when he first transmigrated here, and the 2 bottles of American medicine Wang Qingzhao gave him. Of course, the photos were saved on his phone.
Bai Xiaoliang was currently holding Jiang Ran's phone and looking at it.
Seeing the first medicine bottle, he thought Jiang Ran must be poor, otherwise he wouldn't be taking such cheap medicine, which was ineffective and had side effects. But when he saw the second medicine bottle, he was completely stunned, frozen in place. He thought he was seeing things.
He rubbed his eyes, still disbelieving, and looked several times before confirming he hadn't misread it. Goodness, had he suddenly become rich? If he hadn't misread it, wasn't this the latest dissociative identity disorder medication from America? It couldn't even be bought in Huawei yet. It had to be bought from America. So, what was going on? From cheap medicine to top tier in an instant? I'm a bit curious, how did you get this second bottle of medicine? Bai Xiaoliang asked the question on his mind.
He also placed the phone on the table so other doctors could also see this latest American medicine.
Jiang Ran said, I didn't buy it, a friend of mine bought it for me from America. What's wrong, doctor?
Bai Xiaoliang smiled, nothing, this medicine is very good, you can continue taking it.
Next, let's talk about other aspects.
Jiang Ran, last time you came, I asked you if your parents or relatives had a history of mental illness.
You said you were an orphan, so I want to ask you, did you experience any major mental trauma or harm when you were young?
Generally, many patients with dissociative identity disorder experience harm and stimulation in childhood that their brains cannot cope with, leading
to the splitting of personalities. Is that true for you? Jiang Ran shook his head, I don't think so. Although I had a hard childhood, I didn't experience any harm or stimulation.
Bai Xiaoliang asked again, then, did you experience any major changes or stimuli in your later growth or life experiences?
Don't lie to me, I'm preparing for your subsequent treatment plan. Jiang Ran shook his head, no, none at all. Although I'm an orphan, I met many kind people throughout my growth. Besides lacking money, there was nothing else. Bai Xiaoliang nodded. Okay, I understand.
Then, recently, have you experienced any insomnia, hallucinations, anxiety, overthinking, irritability, a tendency to throw things, difficulty
communicating, or a lack of security?
Generally, patients with dissociative identity disorder usually exhibit some of these symptoms. Zhang Ran still shook his head. I don't have any of the things you mentioned. Besides having other personalities within my body, my daily life is very normal. Bai Xiaoliang listened without speaking. Then a young doctor behind him said, Then, Zhang Ran, if everything is normal for you, why are you here to see a doctor? Wouldn't it be enough to just keep taking your medication normally? The other doctors also nodded. As far as they were concerned, Zhang Ran's current state was very good. The main personality's life was completely normal, and there was no chaos, so wouldn't it be enough to just maintain that? Bai Xiaoliang gestured for them to be quiet. He felt that if Zhang Ran truly believed there was nothing wrong with his current life, he wouldn't have come to see a doctor. Wouldn't he just take his medication normally? He must have encountered some problems. Zhang Ran, what specific problem do you hope I can help you solve? Bai Xiaoliang asked very seriously. Mike goodbye Bai Zai. Zhang Ran said, My situation is very special. Before, when the subpersonalities took over my body, my main personality, which is myself, wouldn't fall asleep. I would be clearly aware of what the subpersonalities did while in control. But it's not like that anymore. When they take over my body, I fall into a deep sleep. Bai Xiaoliang frowned. Sure enough, this was completely different from ordinary patients with dissociative identity disorder. After all, in typical cases, the main personality never knows what the subpersonalities do when they take over the body. Is there anything else? Bai Xiaoliang asked. Zhang Ran nodded. Actually, I don't mind them coming out, but the problem is that several of the personalities within my body have very big issues. If they stay out for too long, I'm afraid I might end up in jail one day. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoliang's expression became extremely serious. The other doctors, however, were somewhat smirking, as if they thought Zhang Ran was exaggerating and boasting. How could it be that serious? Bai Xiaoliang, so, your other personalities are all very dangerous? Zhang Ran nodded. A few are fine, if you don't provoke them, they won't bother you. But a few are, like those perverted murderers, you know? Put. Hearing this, a young doctor in the consulting room couldn't help but laugh. Bai Xiaoliang turned around and asked him what he was laughing at. The young doctor said, That's too far-fetched. This feels like reading a horror novel, or watching a suspenseful movie or TV show. If your other personalities were really that twisted, you should be in jail right now, shouldn't you? Zhang Ran heard this and surprisingly couldn't refute it. Bai Xiaoliang, however, glared angrily at the young doctor and told him to get out. As a psychiatrist, you question and mock your patient like that? Don't you know this is a huge taboo? Don't let Bai Xiaoliang's handsome appearance and seemingly warm demeanor fool you. When he scolds someone, he shows absolutely no mercy. The young doctor was directly scolded out. The remaining few who stayed dared not utter a sound, let alone laugh. At this moment, Bai Xiaoliang recomposed himself and asked Zhang Ran, what effect do you hope to achieve after receiving treatment? Do you want all other personalities to disappear, leaving only your main personality? Or do you want to return to a state where, when other personalities take over your body, you don't fall into a deep sleep? Zhang Ran said, It would be best if it could be cured completely, leaving only me. But I also know that this is almost impossible, very difficult, so it's all up to you, doctor. Bai Xiaoliang let out a long breath. All right, I understand. But because your situation, Zhang Ran, is very special, I cannot give you a definitive treatment plan yet. I will notify you next time. As compensation, the registration fee will still be waived next time. Zhang Ran nodded. I await your good news. Immediately, he left consulting room 1. After Zhang Ran left consulting room 1, Bai Xiaoliang turned to ask the 7 or 8 doctors beside him. And the young doctor who had been kicked out of the consulting room earlier was now standing outside the door, secretly listening to the conversation.
Inside. Bai Xiaoyang naturally noticed him but didn't say anything. Bai Xiaoyang asked the other doctors, "What are your thoughts on Zhang Ran's dissociative identity disorder?"
The young doctor who had initially suggested that Zhang Ran didn't even need to see a doctor, only needed to continue taking his medication, expressed
his opinion. Zhang Ran's dissociative identity disorder is indeed very special.
It can be said that apart from the possibility of subpersonalities emerging, there are no other negative aspects.
According to normal medical assessment, his condition is very good.
However, assuming that what he said about his other personalities being very dangerous is true, then we must resolve his other personalities.
At the very least, we cannot let other personalities run rampant.
The other doctors also expressed similar opinions. After all, Zhang Ran indeed didn't resemble other patients with dissociative identity disorder. Others afflicted with this illness would exhibit many psychological and physiological problems. For example, abnormal behavior, silent personality, sensitivity, hallucinations, insomnia, anxiety, suicidal tendencies, rage, tendency to harm others, memory loss, memory confusion, doubts about one's identity, and so on.
According to Zhang Ran, he had none of these.
Bai Xiaoyang immediately said, "Yes, Zhang Ran's situation, it seems, is indeed much better than that of typical patients with dissociative identity
disorder. But, have you ever considered one thing?" The other doctors were very puzzled. What thing?
Bai Xiaoyang's face was grave. "The Zhang Ran I saw last time, and the Zhang Ran I saw this time,
is he truly the main personality? And are the personal experiences and situations he described true?"
The other doctors were very shocked, presumably having not considered this point at all. Bai Xiaoyang continued, "My American teacher, you all attended the meeting to confirm Zhang Ran's condition and know that my teacher once had a
patient very similar to the current Zhang Ran.
You've also learned that the birth of many patients' subpersonalities is actually to protect the main personality, to bear what the main
personality's psyche cannot bear, and thus they arise. But some are not.
All of the subpersonalities of that patient of my teacher were crazy perverts.
Let alone protecting the main personality, they all wanted to obliterate the main personality and take its place. There's something I forgot to tell you.
After confirming Zhang Ran had dissociative identity disorder, my teacher privately told me to be careful. That is, when he was treating that patient back then, he discovered that the person he had been in contact with was actually a subpersonality, impersonating the main personality, with the goal of using my teacher's treatment to kill the main personality and take its place. So, he told me to repeatedly confirm whether the person I was in contact with was truly the main personality. Never cause an incident where a subpersonality becomes the main personality.
This would be like opening Pandora's box."
After hearing this, the other doctors each gasped, their expressions extremely serious and solemn, even tinged with fear. Zhang Ran's visit to the doctor this time took less time than his previous visit.
So, he returned to the apartment early. He returned to the apartment at 11 a.m. Upon returning to the apartment, he saw Mike, the American, talking to Administrator Xiao Zhang on the first floor.
At this very moment, inside the administration office, Mike asked Administrator Xiao Zhang if there was a man in their apartment whose skin was extremely fair, even fairer than a woman's. Xiao Zhang said yes.
Mike asked where he lived. Administrator Xiao Zhang directly told Mike.
Mike turned and went to the residence Administrator Xiao Zhang had given him. When Mike was getting on the elevator, Zhang Ran had already taken the elevator up.
So Mike waited a while before getting on the elevator. He arrived on the second floor. After reaching the second floor, he rang the doorbell of 201. After several rings, the door finally opened.
The person who opened the door was precisely the fair-skinned young man Mike had seen on the rooftop earlier.
"I'm just coming in, Bai Zai,"
Mike said at this moment.
Bai Zai nodded. Then Mike walked in, saying as he went,
"You told me that 1001 held the answers I sought and the secrets of the apartment.
I went in and rescued 3 people. Those 3 people also told me the secrets of this apartment. Therefore, I came today to ask you another question. Mike leaves Alice's apartment. I want to ask, do you know if Joe Woo and his father are dead, or are they imprisoned like those 3 people? Mike asked. He hadn't received definite news about Joe Woo and his father from the 3 people, so he decided to ask Bai Zhe directly. To see if Bai Zhe knew. After welcoming Mike in, Bai Zhe poured him a cup of tea, motioned for him to sit on the sofa, and then sat down himself. The white leather sofa was a bit prone to getting dirty. But it perfectly highlighted that Bai Zhe's skin was even whiter than the white sofa. Bai Zhe said, I know the whereabouts of both of them. But do you think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world? At this moment, Mike pulled out a $1 from his pocket. Is this enough? Mike was very straightforward. If money could solve it, he would definitely use money. Moreover, in China, he was using the highly valued $. That stack of bills was probably 5 or 6,000 $, equivalent to 40 or 50,000 CNY. But Bai Zhe shook his head. Mike thought it wasn't enough money. So he said, too little? I can add more, just name a price. Bai Zhe said, you don't need to pay me, you've already paid the price. You went to 1001 and rescued those 3 people. That counts as payment. Mike pondered for a moment and said, no, those 3 people also gave me very important information, which offsets rescuing them. Mike pushed the money towards Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Then he said, Joe Woo and his father are already dead. Mike's eyes narrowed. Although he had anticipated it, hearing the confirmation still surprised him a little. He asked, what about the bodies? He didn't ask who killed them, there was no need. They were already dead, and he wasn't going to avenge them. Bai Zhe replied, the bodies were gone long ago, disposed of by their killer. That was many days ago. Mike nodded, I understand. Mike, oh, by the way, do you have any evidence to corroborate your statement? Of course, I'm not saying I don't believe you, you should understand my situation. Bai Zhe shook his head, no evidence. Mike, alright, but thank you anyway. Then, he got up and left. Bai Zhe merely watched Mike's retreating figure indifferently. Mike left Bai Zhe's place and returned to 404. 404 had been severely damaged by the chainsaw killer earlier. When Mike returned here after his confrontation with Sumi, he discovered the tragic state of 404. He guessed that something had happened here, related to the 3 people. But what exactly happened, he didn't know, nor did he know why 404 was in such a mess, so tragic. He had clearly been confronting Sumi at the time, and under normal circumstances, the 3 people should have been safe. But seeing this scene, Mike immediately thought that Sumi had an accomplice. That's why, on the 10th floor, she could confront him for so long without being anxious. Because of this, he then checked the entire 404. Looking down from the balcony window, he found large patches of blood. He didn't know what had happened to the 3 people. Whether they had escaped and called the police. So, at that time, he went to the surveillance room and checked the footage. Even though the surveillance footage was always being modified and edited. But this time, strangely and fortunately, there were no traces of modification or editing in this segment of the surveillance video. Mike successfully saw the whole process. He saw the 3 people reach the 5th floor, being chased by the chainsaw killer, who had killed Wu Yu, to 404, and then from 404, they used a cloth rope to descend to the 1st floor. Although all 3 were injured, at least they managed to escape in the end. The lives of the 3 were saved. After this incident, it was almost morning, and Mike saw many staff members come to 404 to clean up, repairing what needed to be repaired and replacing what needed to be replaced. By the time Mike returned now, 404 was brand new. After Mike returned to 404, he packed his belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. He packed all his things into a large backpack, then carried a blue suitcase to the rooftop, folded the astronomical telescope, and put it inside the box. Finally, he went all the way down to the 1st floor. After he reached the 1st floor, he met the gaze of Administrator Xiao Zhang,
who was sitting in the management office.
Administrator Xiao Zhang approached him with a smiling face. "Mike, what's with this outfit?" Mike said, "I'm leaving this apartment." Administrator Xiao Zhang was stunned, probably not expecting Mike to leave. He asked, "Really? You're not joking, are you?"
Mike tugged at the backpack on his back. "Everything that needed to be done, everything that needed to be understood, is over.
You all entertain yourselves." With that, Mike walked out of the automatic glass door and strode away.
Administrator Xiao Zhan watched Mike's retreating figure, pouting. "With you gone, a lot of people are going to be sad."
"The lot of people."
He referred to were precisely those in the live broadcast room who had bet on Mike. At this moment, anyone following Mike would never have guessed that he would suddenly pull such a move.
This round hadn't even ended yet. He was actually leaving Alice's apartment. So, what consequences would this cause? First, Mike had not signed an agreement, so he could leave Alice's apartment anytime, anywhere. Second, once he left, and did not return before midnight tonight, even if he returned in the days after this round, in the betting, he would be considered to have lost directly. Therefore, those in the live broadcast room who had bet on Mike were all in a panic, cursing. They could accept their own loss, accept their Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, being killed. But they absolutely could not accept losing because the Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, left the apartment early. Live broadcast room. Extremely rich young master, damn it. Mike. You foreigner. You don't play by the rules. Come back quickly. Weren't you going to avenge Robert? Extremely rich young master had bet 1 million on Mike. And it was his first bet. He absolutely did not want his first bet to go south. The others who had bet on Mike were also anxious, but anxiety was useless. This was the freedom of someone who hadn't signed an agreement. Including Jiang Ran, if he suddenly left for a few days in this round, it would also count as an immediate loss for this round. Seeing this, middle-aged uncle burst into laughter in real life, and after laughing, he typed, "Ha ha ha, well done. Mike, you should hit back at these people who bet on you, especially Diamond Bachelor. Let him use his privilege to target Jiang Ran." Those who had bet on Jiang Ran had not forgotten that Diamond Bachelor used his privilege to have Robert kill Jiang Ran in this round. And then she herself bet on Mike to reap a harvest. Now, seeing Mike act this way, everyone was gloating. Extremely rich young master, what's so funny? Maybe this round, neither Mike nor Jiang Ran will win. But Wang Anjian, who has cancer, will win. Extremely rich young master had a point. After all, there was still Robert who was going to target Jiang Ran. If he successfully killed Jiang Ran before Wang Anjian died, then those who bet on Wang Anjian would ultimately win. If that really happened, it would truly be a dark horse. A huge upset. Mike meets with Zhou Yan, Li Migua, and Jimmy. It's fine. Even if Jiang Ran dies, as long as Mike doesn't win, I'll be relieved, the middle-aged uncle said coldly. From this sentence, it's not hard to see that he hates the Diamond Bachelor to the extreme. He didn't even care about himself anymore. The live stream was incredibly lively and noisy at the moment. Strangely, the Diamond Bachelor, who had bet 30 million on Mike, hadn't said a word in the live stream. She hadn't spoken in the live stream, indeed. But in reality, she had spoken. In the Diamond Bachelor's princess room, it was discovered that this young lady had been constantly cursing and smashing things, causing the once luxurious princess room to almost become a ruin. The Diamond Bachelor was furious. She had never expected Mike to leave the apartment early. Although, if he could return and continue living there before 12 a.m. tonight, it wouldn't count as a loss. But the chances were truly slim. Die. All of you, die. The young lady was at the peak of her madness. Did Mike really just leave like that? Did he leave the apartment? Was he not going to get revenge on Robert? No, Robert's revenge must certainly be taken. But he didn't plan to continue staying in the apartment to get revenge. From the last time he chased Robert unsuccessfully, and checked the surveillance had also been tampered with.
He knew then that it would be almost impossible to find Robert in the apartment. Someone was deliberately preventing him from finding Robert. Since that was the case, he would leave the apartment, not to be caught in someone else's illusion. He had already observed that there was a tall hotel outside the apartment. He would observe the entire apartment from that hotel. He wouldn't believe he couldn't find an opportunity. Besides, his initial purpose for coming to Alice's apartment was to investigate Joe Wu and Joe Wu's father. Although, he hadn't seen either a living person or a corpse. The information about Xiao Hua's boyfriend was also obtained from Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe also couldn't provide evidence to prove whether Xiao Hua's boyfriend were as he said. But that was no longer important. He didn't want to waste time trying to prove this matter. Therefore, after settling down in the tall hotel across from Alice's apartment, he made phone calls to Zhou Yan, Li Nigua, and Jimmy. The four gathered in a private dining room at a restaurant. In the days since returning to China, Zhou Yan, Li Nigua, and Jimmy had complete faith in Mike, entrusting him with the task of finding their father and brother. The three of them had been out having fun everywhere. And Mike's sudden contact today made all three of them have a premonition that Mike had probably found Joe Wu and Joe Wu's father, which was why he contacted them. At this moment, there were more than a dozen delicious dishes on the table in the private room. But the four people present seemed to have no appetite. Not one of them had touched their chopsticks. Zhou Yan and the others were eager to know why Mike had called them. And Mike, because of Robert, had no appetite. Immediately, Zhou Yan was the first to ask, "Mike, have you found my brother? And my dad?" Mike nodded, then shook his head. Zhou Yan didn't understand what Mike meant. Li Nigua seemed to understand, and he asked, "You found clues about them, but you haven't found the people yet?" Li Nigua thought, if they had been found, then there should be two more people in this private dining room. Mike was a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. This could be seen from his previous actions and words. Therefore, he directly announced the answer. "I did investigate your dad and your brother, but it's very bad news. Your father and your brother are both dead." "Dead?" Hearing this, Zhou Yan's voice rose sharply, and she sat up from her chair, her face full of shock. Even Li Nigua was the same. However, his reaction wasn't as strong as Zhou Yan's. After all, it wasn't his own brother or father. "Yes, they're dead," Mike sighed. Zhou Yan slowly sat down at this point, and after a while, she asked somewhat distractedly, "How did they die?" "Mike, they were murdered." Zhou Yan's eyes widened. "Who killed them?" Mike said, "People from Alice's apartment killed them." "Zhou Yan, I'm asking who specifically." Mike said, "What's the use of you knowing? Can you get revenge?" "Zhou Yan, I can call the police and have them arrested." Mike shook his head, then said, "It's useless. Calling the police is also useless. From the time your mother first called the police to look for them, you should have realized that it's not that simple. Zhou Yan, what I'm about to say, you might not like to hear, but this is my advice. Regarding the brother and father you're looking for, you only need to know that they are dead, and that's it. Live your own life. As for wanting revenge, don't even think about it. You don't have the ability. There's a deep secret hidden behind that Alice apartment. Knowing it won't do you any good, so let's just leave it at that." "Leave it at that?" Zhou Yan sneered. "Alright, Mike, since my brother and my dad were murdered, where are their bodies now? They should at least be laid to rest, right?" Mike said, "They're long gone. The killer disposed of them." Zhou Yan, "Oh, if that's the case, do you have any evidence to prove that my brother and my dad are really dead? And that they were murdered? Physical evidence or witness testimony?" Mike's eyes turned cold. "Are you suspecting that I'm lying and making up stories to deceive you?" Zhou Yan sneered. "I just want evidence to prove that my brother and my dad are really dead. Otherwise, I can't believe anyone's one-sided story. If not, I'll suspect you're cheating me out of my money." Mike was silent for a long time. After a long while, he said, "I'm very sorry, I can't provide any evidence.
Of course, I also didn't make up stories to deceive you. It's also because I can't provide evidence that I didn't intend to ask you for payment from the start. Even if you offered it to me, I would return it to you. As for the airfare and accommodation expenses, you don't need to pay those either. Our commission ends here. With that, Mike stood up, about to leave. This truly stunned Zhou Yan and the other two. No, why are you leaving? You don't even want the money? Mike! Jimmy chased after him.
And after Jimmy and Mike left the private room, Zhou Yan vented her anger at her boyfriend, Li Migua.
Look at you. What kind of trash detective did you find? Number 10 in America? I think he's number 10 from the bottom. He said my brother and my dad are dead, but when I asked for proof, he couldn't even provide it.
Li Migua felt very wronged, because, to be precise, Mike wasn't found by him, but by his classmate and good friend, Jimmy.
He could only comfort Zhou Yan. About 10 minutes passed. Jimmy returned. After Jimmy returned, Zhou Yan expected Jimmy to apologize to her. After all, what kind of trash detective did he find?
But Jimmy's first words to her were,
I just spoke with Mike. I've known Mike for a long time. His character and integrity are absolutely beyond reproach.
Your brother and your dad are definitely dead, even though he can't provide evidence. Finally, before he left, he gave us a warning.
Zhou Yan asked irritably, what warning?
Jimmy said, if you want to save your life, stay away from Alice's apartment.
The scheming pretender Zhou Yan, the upcoming confrontation between the Joker and Jiang Ran.
Garbage detective. Garbage detective.
I knew I shouldn't have hired this garbage Li Migua detective.
I should have hired someone from my own country.
Zhou Yan's temper was already quite volatile, like a queen's.
At this moment, she started cursing directly, completely disregarding that Jimmy, who had found Mike, was also beside her.
But Jimmy didn't seem to mind. He defended Mike. Mike isn't some garbage detective.
I think what he said is the truth. Zhou Yan slammed the table and roared, I want evidence.
Evidence.
Alive, I want to see the person. Dead, I want to see the corpse. Seeing his girlfriend like this, Li Migua quickly said, how about this, Xiaoyan, let's find other detectives to investigate this matter.
This time, we'll find several, and not put all our hopes on one person? What do you think? This was what Zhou Yan liked about Li Migua. He offered solutions when faced with difficulties, instead of standing by idly. But then another problem arose. Why had they asked Jimmy to find a detective in the first place? The reason was that neither Zhou Yan nor Li Migua had connections in that area. Jimmy stepped forward at this moment. If you are still willing to trust me, I will be responsible for finding them.
Zhou Yan said, alright, but this time, don't find me any from abroad.
Find me only domestic ones.
This woman, Zhou Yan, was actually very cunning. Did you really think her previous anger, her scolding of Mike, was due to her bad temper, her distrust of Mike, or her belief that Mike was swindling?
Money? It wasn't entirely that. She did have a bit of a bad temper. But she wasn't an idiot.
Just as her father had said back then, Zhou Yan completely surpassed Zhou Wu in all aspects, but it was a pity she wasn't a boy.
Regarding what Mike had said,
that her brother and father were actually dead,
she didn't disbelieve it.
In fact, she believed it. As for why she demanded evidence from Mike and so on, it was actually just to pick a fight, not wanting to pay the $1 million reward. She had originally wanted to find an excuse to pay less, but she hadn't expected the other party to be so straightforward, not wanting any of it. Since she didn't have to pay, why did she still pretend to curse Mike and not believe that her brother and father were dead after Mike left?
Including the later decision to find another detective? And only Chinese detectives?
It was still because of that one word, money. Previously, pretending not to believe Mike and demanding evidence was to avoid paying the $1 million or to reduce the amount. After Mike left, she still pretended not to believe, thereby prompting Li Migua to suggest finding another detective. In fact, even if Li Nigua hadn't suggested it, she would have. The reason was that she believed her brother and father were dead. So, after their deaths, how should their property be handled? Zhou Wu was out of the question, a useless brother, with not much wealth, at most a few 100,000, or a million CNY. The main portion was her father's. Her father had not left a will. According to Chinese law, half of her father's cash and assets would be given to her mother. Then the remaining half would be the inheritance, to be divided equally between her and her mother. Because they had no other relatives, grandparents and all had passed away. Therefore, she could at most get only a quarter of what her father left, while her mother could get 3/4. Now, Xing was pregnant, and a few days ago, she went to a private hospital and found out she was carrying a boy. And her mother was actually quite patriarchal. If nothing unexpected happened, her money might all go to her grandson in the future. So, she would absolutely not admit, nor would she allow the news of her brother's and father's deaths to spread back home. She wanted to use this time to find a way to get more inheritance. As for why she later wanted to find a detective, and specifically a Chinese detective. Because Chinese detectives were paid in CNY, which was cheaper. Unlike paying in US dollar, where one US dollar equals 7 CNY. Of course, finding a detective was also because, although she believed in the deaths of her two relatives, they were still family after all. They still shared blood ties and familial affection. She couldn't be completely cold-blooded. She had to find out who killed them and then avenge her brother and father. As for Mike's repeated warnings to her not to approach Alice's apartment again and so on. If she were afraid, she wouldn't be Zhou. Who says women are inferior to men? Even if this small apartment had something fishy, something dangerous, you, Mike, could leave unscathed alone. Why couldn't Zhou? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Ran was in his home, 304. He took 2 American pills given by Wang Qingzhao. Then he watched movies at home. What kind of movies? He watched old movies from 20 or 30 years ago, 40 or 50 years ago. When watching these old movies, he could find surprises. That is, he could see familiar actor faces, how they looked when they were young. Not to mention, when they were young, they really were quite good looking. Of course, some actors, when they were young, well, they were just young. And, when Jiang Ran watched these old movies, he wasn't sure what was going on. For some reason, he felt his heart always calmed down easily. Just as he was watching a movie about a love story from decades ago. His phone made a ticking sound. He picked up the phone and opened it to see that a resident needed his help to solve a problem. Jiang Ran had taken a day off today. Just like the last time he went to the doctor. He also took a day off, and then encountered a Xia Xiaomei who needed his help. Now he encountered another resident who needed his help. He deeply remembered that outside of work hours, helping someone cost 50 CNY. Well, he was indeed short on money, so he still chose to go. Live broadcast room. Extremely rich young master, hey, who lives in 203? The people watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room saw Jiang Ran's phone screen. They found that a resident living in 203 needed Jiang Ran's help. But there was no name. Fairy sister, I don't know. Little aunt, me neither. Middle-aged uncle, this is bad, I know, it's that clown. Extremely rich young master screamed, clown? Hey, right, wasn't that clown waiting at Jiang Ran's house last time? But when Jiang Ran went back last time, the clown wasn't there? Why did he leave early? Domineering female CEO, probably got impatient waiting? Extremely rich young master, then this time he's smarter, directly calling Jiang Ran to his door. I'm really looking forward to it. Will he also play a life or death game with Jiang Ran, just like with Wang Tao? Middle-aged uncle, definitely. After all, Jiang Ran is on his kill list this time. Oh, I'm so nervous, so nervous. Extremely rich young master, what are you nervous about, middle-aged uncle? Anyway, if Jiang Ran's situation goes wrong, other personalities will solve the danger. Unlike me, I bet on Mike, and Mike ran away. I was so desperate. It was my first bet.
To end like this. Damn Mike, come back soon. Middle-aged uncle, I can't help but be nervous. Personalities aren't omnipotent.
Just like your friend I Am a Hero said last time, if Wang Nuli had directly smashed Jiang Ran's head to smithereens, even if there were other
personalities, what good would it do?
These perverted serial killers, each one is different.
That's why I'm nervous.
Jiang Ran, help, I've encountered a perverted serial killer.
Jiang Ran didn't know who lived in apartment 203 either.
But he figured he'd find out when he got there. When he arrived at the door of 203, he noticed a gap. The door wasn't completely closed. Just as he was hesitating whether to knock or ring the doorbell before entering, a female electronic voice, like an AI, came from inside the door. The voice said the door wasn't locked and told him to go straight in. Jiang Ran pushed the door open and entered. After entering, Jiang Ran closed the door behind him. Then his gaze was instantly drawn to something in the living room. The living room of 203 was very spacious. Aside from the necessary fixtures, the only other item was a television. There was no sofa or coffee table. Because of this, the living room was very open, allowing for very large items. What instantly captivated him was a common green felted gambling table. It was the kind often seen in movies and TV shows. Jiang Ran walked over and gently touched the gambling table, then suddenly realized that he hadn't seen the resident of 203 since he came in. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from above his head, startling Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran quickly backed away, but it was too late. A large amount of colorful confetti and streamers rained down on him, the gambling table, and the surrounding floor. Jiang Ran wondered what it was, and upon closer inspection, realized it was the kind of confetti used for birthday parties. He was startled, and when he looked up, he saw a burst balloon-like object on the high ceiling. The colorful confetti and streamers had been stored inside it. This made Jiang Ran even more confused about the resident living here. The door was open. The electronic female voice. Plus this situation, like a birthday party. As Jiang Ran pondered, he heard a series of poof 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 horn sounds from behind him. He turned his head to see a figure, walking sideways like a crab and blowing a horn, emerging from the bedroom. At this, Jiang Ran suddenly understood. Indeed, only that person could pull off such a stunt. And that person was none other than the clown who appeared at that welcoming party. Today, the clown's attire was identical to the one at the last welcoming party. A white and red comical clown suit, a red spherical nose, a clown makeup with a large red mouth, and large red curly hair. At this moment, the clown moved with comical steps to the security door, turned around and did something unclear, then turned back and came before Jiang Ran. He blew the horn with poof 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 sounds. And said, "How about it, my pre-performance for you?" Jiang Ran was a bit speechless, perfunctorily saying it was good, then asked. Mr. Clown, what do you need my help with? Jiang Ran hadn't forgotten that he was here to help. After Jiang Ran asked, the clown stopped blowing the horn. His posture also returned to normal. But the smile on his face remained. He said, "I want you to play a game with me." A game? What game? Jiang Ran hadn't expected the clown to ask him to play a game. Was it Honor of Kings? Or PUBG? Or some other game? The clown smiled and held up 4 fingers. Word by word, a life or death game. When Jiang Ran first met the clown, the danger warning system in his mind had been constantly ringing. Ding! Dangerous person detected, please stay away as soon as possible. Points +8, points +8. Then, after the clown uttered the words life or death game, it directly changed to Ding! Host is about to encounter danger. Please stay away as soon as possible. Points +10. Points +10. Points +10. This was just like last time, when Jiang Ran, Xiao Qiu, and 2 other friends of Xiao Peng were attacked by a young white man with a chainsaw, who chopped at their door and intended to kill them.
When danger was imminent, the points immediately jumped to 10.
Unfortunately, last time, other personalities were awakened by the system, causing Jiang Ran to be unable to recall that memory at all. Nevertheless, listening to the frantic mechanical voice in his mind, Jiang Ran's heart still changed from a calm beat to a rapid one.
He could clearly hear his own heartbeat in the increasingly oppressive and silent environment of apartment 203. Immediately, he forced an awkward smile. A life or death game? Is it a computer game? Or a mobile game? It must be a horror game, right? Jiang Ran wondered if he was misunderstanding. Perhaps it wasn't the life or death he understood? The clown laughed. Literally, it's a life or death gamble, betting both our lives. If you win, I die. If I win, you die. Jiang Ran froze. Are you kidding?
The clown pulled a sharp dagger from his clown costume, twirled it expertly in his right hand, then plunged it into the gambling table, the dagger
sinking deeply. What do you think? Staring at the dagger for 3 seconds, Jiang Ran suddenly moved.
Like a startled rabbit, he reached the door of 203. He tried to open the door and escape, but he suddenly found that it wouldn't open. The clown stood in the living room, letting out a high-pitched clown voice, "La la la, don't try, didn't you see that I went to the door first, and
then came to you?
Today, here, only one person can walk out."
Alright. Jiang Ran regretted coming here today just to earn those 50 yuan.
But on second thought, if he avoided it today, he wouldn't be able to avoid it forever. If this clown was targeting him, he would sooner or later have this encounter with him. But it's very strange. Jiang Ran still couldn't quite believe that there was someone in his apartment who wanted to play a life or death game with him.
Why did this feel so much like a movie or novel plot? He wasn't making a movie. Oh, by the way, you're a clown. Isn't everything today a rehearsal for your future performance, just not convenient to reveal to me? For realism? After everything ends, you'll say it was all a prank? Jiang Ran still wouldn't give up. He thought this should be some new kind of performance, a horror thriller show. But the clown seemed determined to make Jiang Ran give up, so as not to affect the subsequent life or death game. He said, "Go online and search for clown killer in our country, and you'll know whether this is a performance rehearsal or not." Jiang Ran pulled out his phone. He originally intended to text the police while searching, regardless of whether the clown was joking. But unfortunately, the clown walked up beside him and watched him. Searching for Huagua clown killer on his phone, Jiang Ran prayed internally that nothing would come up. This was just a new performance show that needed rehearsal. But sadly, it did come up. After searching, Jiang Ran briefly browsed. It said this clown was a perverted serial killer who had killed many people. Seeing this, he didn't continue reading, it was unnecessary. Then, he compared the photo of the clown he found on his phone with the one in front of him. One couldn't say they were identical, one could only say they were the same person. Even though both had clown makeup on their faces, the facial features and contours were clearly there. And the clown makeup was also exactly the same. At this, Jiang Ran slumped, sitting down with a thud. Good heavens, he was truly unlucky. How could he encounter a perverted serial killer? The Joker's enlightenment about life. At this moment, the clown patted Jiang Ran on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. As long as you win against me in the death gamble, won't that be enough? With that said, the clown had already sat down at the gambling table, in the dealer's position. Jiang Ran knew there was no escaping today, so he could only play alone. He then sat down in the gambler's seat opposite. But it was evident that he was quite agitated. He said, "How do you play the death gamble?" "Let me state up front, I don't gamble, I've never gambled, and I'm not very good at cards, I only know how to play Fight the Landlord. He. The clown was amused by Jiang Ran's straightforwardness. He said, "Don't worry, the death gamble is very simple and very fair." Jiang Ran asked, "What you said before, whoever wins lives, is that true? If I win against you, you wouldn't go back on your word and try to kill me, would you?" The clown shook his head. My word is my bond. Jiang Ran asked again, what if it's a draw? The clown shook his head. There won't be a draw. If it's a draw, both of us can survive. The clown then thought of Wang Tao. Last time, Wang Tao had asked him the same question. Unfortunately, that guy cheated and was killed by him. Jiang Ran swallowed. Alright, then tell me how this death gamble is played. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Now, he can only win this so-called death gamble and then make other plans. He hoped God would bless him so he could win. The clown said, it's poker, highest card wins, best 2 out of 3 rounds. Each person draws 1 card. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I've seen many TV shows, movies, and novels like this. At the gambling table, poker cards, dice, mahjong, all of them are about cheats against cheats. You are a clown. In these poker aspects, you must be stronger than an ordinary person like me. I don't think that's fair. The clown was stunned. He hadn't expected the Jiang Ran in front of him to be so similar to Wang Tao from last time. He suddenly smiled. Since that's the case, then dice probably won't work either. How about this? Last time, someone proposed a blind box with rolled up papers when playing the death gamble with me. How about that? Is that fair enough? Last time? You've played the death gamble with other people before? What happened to that person last time? Jiang Ran quickly asked. The clown said, he died cheating. So, I warn you, don't cheat. Cheating will result in a hand being cut off. Last time, he both cheated and tried to kill me. Jiang Ran said, then let's forget about the rolled up papers too. The person last time didn't survive, it's unlucky, let's change the game. The clown said, why don't you propose one yourself? Jiang Ran, I need some time. Jiang Ran sat there, deep in thought. The clown, meanwhile, remained calm and smiled continuously. At the same time, he kept performing various tricks with his hands, especially with several colorful spheres, which he played with an almost supernatural skill. As he played, the clown suddenly asked, Jiang Ran, do you believe in fate? Hearing this, Jiang Ran temporarily stopped thinking about game ideas and replied, I don't know, I haven't thought about such a question. You ask me this question, do you believe in it? The clown did not answer whether he believed or not. He said, my life has had its peaks, and after the peaks, there were valleys. According to my thinking, after a valley, one either returns to a peak or remains in a valley. Life is nothing more than that. But what I never expected was that after my life's valley, there was another, even lower valley, and after that even lower valley, there was yet another, even lower valley. The peak the clown spoke of was his own clown performance, the peak of high income. The first valley was when he was injured during a performance, and his income was greatly reduced after his comeback, with his clown performance. Career plummeting. The second valley was when his female apprentice's wife ran away. The third valley was falling in love with his male apprentice, only to be given away by the male apprentice to others for their amusement. At this point, the clown continued. After continuously falling into valleys, I found a well-known fortune teller. I asked him to tell my fortune. I only asked him to tell my fortune and did not tell him about my experiences. Then he calculated for me, and after he finished, he said my fate was not good, that although my life had peaks, it was all valleys afterward, and I would never recover. I asked him if there was a solution. He told me that a person's life is designed from birth, everything is destined. He only tells fortunes, he doesn't change fate. If he could change fate, he wouldn't be here telling fortunes for a living. At that time, I thought, what he said about life being designed from the beginning, and everything being destined, made a lot of sense. For example, after my lowest point, I wanted to make money, a lot of money, but I couldn't. I wanted to find another woman, get married, and have children, but no matter how hard I tried, I was still alone. I suddenly understood something. Yes, that saying is so true, what is destined will eventually come, what is not destined, do not force. I cannot control my own destiny. No matter how hard I try, what I want, I just cannot get. But
I suddenly realized that I can control the destinies of other people. At this moment, despite the thick clown makeup on the clown's face, it could not hide the strange enlightenment on his face. I can decide the destiny of others' life and death. For example, if I meet someone on the street, if I don't want to kill him, he can still live well, but if I want to kill him, he's dead for sure. Since I can't control myself, then I'll control others. Jiang Ran felt a headache after hearing this. So, you want to control my destiny now? The clown roared with laughter. Nonsense, aren't I just gambling with you for your life? If you win against me, you can live perfectly well, can't you? Alright, come on, have you thought of a game yet? Jiang Ran shook his head. He had thought of many things, but felt none of them would work. At this moment, the clown pulled open a drawer from a cabinet next to the gambling table and astonishingly pulled out a silver-white revolver. Besides that, there was also a single bullet. When Jiang Ran saw this, his eyes instantly widened. If this were the free United States, Jiang Ran would definitely not be so surprised. But this is China. How could you have a gun? Although Jiang Ran was shocked and curious, he did not ask where the gun came from. Because that question was meaningless. The clown then said, let's use this to gamble for our lives, just like in those movies. This revolver can hold 6 bullets. Now, I'll load 1 bullet into this gun. Next, the 2 of us will take turns, each firing 1 shot. How about it? If everyone's destiny is set from birth, then so is life and death. When to live, when to die. If you are destined to die today, then you cannot survive no matter what. After speaking, the clown placed the revolver and the bullet in his hand in front of Jiang Ran. If you've considered this game, then inspect the gun and bullet. Don't think that just because I provided them, I would tamper with them. Come on. You cheat, I cheat, let's cheat together. Staring at the revolver and the single bullet on the poker table, Jiang Ran suddenly had an idea. What if he loaded the bullet now, aimed at the clown, and fired? All his troubles would be over. But then the problems arose. He had no idea how to load a bullet, and it seemed he also needed to disengage a safety before firing. Another issue, since the clown dared to just toss the gun and bullet in front of him, he probably anticipated this thought and likely had a countermeasure. Alright, this is it then. Jiang Ran felt he should leave everything to fate. There was nothing else he could do. So, he began to examine the revolver and the bullet. This was his first time touching a real gun. It looked much like those he'd seen on TV. But upon picking it up, he found it was much heavier than he expected. Currently, he hadn't found any issues with the gun or the bullet. Of course, more importantly, even if there were problems, he probably wouldn't be able to tell. Immediately, the revolver and bullet were pushed back to the clown. The clown took the revolver and bullet and skillfully loaded the bullet. He pushed out the cylinder in the middle of the revolver and loaded the bullet into it. Then he pushed the cylinder back in. After that, he frantically spun the cylinder with his fingers, making it impossible for anyone to know where the bullet was located. Then he handed the revolver to Jiang Ran, motioning for Jiang Ran to also spin the cylinder with his fingers, just as he had. Jiang Ran did so. As Jiang Ran did this, he observed carefully and indeed found that he couldn't tell the exact current position of the bullet. You first, or me first? The clown let out a loud laugh, a laugh that seemed deliberately made to pressure Jiang Ran's nerves. Jiang Ran said, you go first. Jiang Ran was, generally speaking, an ordinary person. For this kind of game, he thought it better to let the other party go first. After all, it was too dangerous, and in this game, whoever took the initiative didn't necessarily have the advantage. After taking the gun from Jiang Ran, the clown showed Jiang Ran that the cylinder in the middle of the revolver was locked, ensuring it could fire normally. He also disengaged the safety. With that, pulling the trigger would allow the bullet to be fired. The clown gripped the revolver in his right hand and pointed the muzzle at his right temple. He seemed utterly fearless of death, his eyes wide open, his face full of madness, especially with the red-painted smile, which made him appear exceptionally terrifying. Then, he directly aimed at his temple and fired.
Click.
There was only the sound of the cylinder rotating. There was no gunshot as expected, which meant the clown had fortunately survived.
After surviving, the clown immediately threw the gun in front of Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran currently had the same idea as before. Now that the gun could fire normally, should he take it and directly fire several shots at the clown?
There were 6 rounds in total, he would hit the clown eventually. But then the problem arose, he wondered if the bullet was a blank.
Perhaps it was a blank. But he couldn't be sure.
In any case, he abandoned the idea. At this moment, his right arm was trembling, and his whole body was inexplicably shaking.
Jiang Ran's heart was pounding uncontrollably.
Jiang Ran stared at the revolver on the poker table for a long time, then finally picked it up with his right hand, gripped it, and, mimicking the clown, pointed the muzzle at his own temple.
At this moment, he didn't know what he was thinking.
He tightly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and with all his might, pulled the trigger.
Click. There was no loud gunshot, which meant Jiang Ran had also fortunately survived. Having survived, Jiang Ran involuntarily smiled.
He threw the gun back to the clown.
A wave of relief washed over him.
He touched his forehead and was startled to find it covered in dense sweat, making one of his hands feel sticky.
The clown did not take the revolver but simply applauded Jiang Ran.
Good, 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 you have courage. I originally thought you would fire several shots at me and kill me, but you didn't do that.
Jiang Ran listened and smiled helplessly. I was afraid it was a blank.
The clown laughed loudly. You guessed right, it is indeed a blank.
Upon hearing the clown's admission, Jiang Ran's entire body relaxed. But the clown's next words pushed Jiang Ran to the edge of a cliff once more. Don't think a blank can't kill people.
Compared to a live round, a blank's power is indeed insufficient, but firing it at the temple is either fatal or causes severe injury. There was an actor abroad who used a blank provided by the film crew to entertain himself. Unfortunately, the very first shot hit his temple, and he was rushed to the hospital, where he fought for 6 days but couldn't be saved. The clown smiled without speaking, took the revolver from the poker table, and directly aimed at his temple, firing another shot.
Then, after firing this shot, the clown laughed and pushed the revolver back to Jiang Ran.
And so, Jiang Ran, who had only been relaxed for a short while, immediately returned to his previous state of distress.
After all, it was his turn again.
At this moment, he gripped the edge of the poker table in front of him tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on the revolver, his thoughts racing wildly. He didn't know why the clown kept firing at his own temple, acting so recklessly.
Was he truly not afraid of death? Or did he know where the bullet was currently located? But how could that be?
There was nothing impossible in this world. In Jiang Ran's eyes, what lay before him was a silver-white revolver. But in the clown's eyes, it was a revolver emitting a blue glow and a faint red light. The clown wore contact lenses. These were specially treated and manufactured contact lenses. Beforehand, a certain liquid had been applied to the revolver and the bullet. This liquid had no smell and left no trace. It was invisible to the naked eye, but wearing these contact lenses allowed one to see the trace of the liquid. Thus, the clown could know the exact location of the bullet.
The current situation.
The cylinder magazine had 6 rounds. Starting from the first shot fired.
Numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Each shot fired rotated the cylinder 1 position to the right.
Currently, shots 1, 2, and 3 had been fired, confirming there were no bullets in them.
So, the bullet was in the remaining positions, 4, 5, 6. And unluckily, the bullet was precisely in the 4th position, which Jiang Ran was about to fire at his own temple.
It seems fate dictates that you will die here today. The clown thought to himself. He was already awaiting Jiang Ran's death. Of course, according to his plan, a blank shouldn't immediately kill Jiang Ran. But it didn't matter, he would help Jiang Ran find release, by drilling through his heart with a power drill to free him. Just like Wang Tao back then. At this moment, Jiang Ran shakily aimed the muzzle at his temple. He was ready. He closed his eyes, just like the first time, his entire body tensing up. His index finger rested on the trigger, ready to pull at any moment. And just as he was about to pull it, a cold, mechanical electronic voice appeared in his mind. Ding, host detected to be on the verge of a fatal crisis. Consuming 100 points, the bullet has been moved to the next chamber. The system's meaning was simple, the bullet was originally in position 4, now it had moved to position 5. What to do if the game keeps tying? Joker, just break the rules of the game. This happened before Jiang Ran pulled the trigger, hearing the system's voice. Jiang Ran, with tears in his eyes, immediately pulled the trigger. Click. Jiang Ran successfully survived. He excitedly pushed the revolver towards the clown. His tears could no longer be held back. He shouted internally, "System, I was wrong about you all this time, I let you down." Jiang Ran was saved. His face was filled with excitement, the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. But the clown, on the other hand, frowned tightly, and his previous loud laughter vanished without a trace. At this moment, he stared intently at the revolver in front of him. Did he just hallucinate? He clearly saw the glowing red bullet was at chamber 4, how did it suddenly become chamber 5? Did Jiang Ran cheat? But how did he cheat? He couldn't see any trick. Not a single trace. The clown didn't have time to think about this problem now, because the problem he was facing was the shot he was about to fire at his own temple had a bullet. Especially since he knew about it. Despite knowing, he quickly picked up the revolver and fired a shot at his temple. This shot also only made a click. When the clown put down the gun, in his vision, the bullet that was previously in chamber 5 was now in chamber 6. What was going on? It turned out that the clown's revolver was very special. The trigger was movable. Depending on the angle and force of the pull, it could make the bullet in the cylinder shift to a chamber on the left or right. Then, the clown pushed the revolver towards Jiang Ran. He wanted to see clearly if he had been mistaken, or if the other party had cheated. At this moment, Jiang Ran was a bit confused. Because according to what the system just said, his bullet, which cost 100 points, was transferred to the next chamber. So, the shot the clown just fired should have been fatal. But it wasn't. So in this situation, there were two possibilities. First, the clown cheated, although he didn't know how he did it. Second, the system was lying, but this. Honestly, if it were before, he would have thought the system was lying. But now, sitting opposite him was a perverted serial killer who could be found online. This was in no way a lie. There are 6 chambers in total, and this is the last one. If we remove the possibility of the system consuming points and the clown cheating, then the first 5 had no bullets, so this one definitely has. 1. Now it was Jiang Ran's turn. He gripped the revolver tightly in his right hand, pointing the barrel at his right temple. Because the system was there, he wasn't too nervous. So, he took a breath, opened his eyes, and stared at the clown opposite him, noticing that the clown was constantly staring at the revolver in his hand. Jiang Ran was about to pull the trigger. Before he pulled the trigger, the system appeared again. Ding, detecting that the host is about to encounter a fatal crisis, 100 points consumed, the bullet has been transferred to the next chamber. He pulled the trigger, click. There was only the sound of the cylinder turning, so Jiang Ran was safe again. But now that Jiang Ran was safe, he didn't feel relieved. Because as mentioned before, the revolver had 6 chambers in total, and the bullet was in one of them. 6 shots made 1 round, and under normal circumstances, either Jiang Ran or the clown would definitely be shot in the temple in this round. As a result, a round passed. Neither of them was hurt. This was very awkward. Continue. The clown, as if he didn't think there was a problem with the last round, took the revolver from Jiang Ran's hand. He aimed at his temple again and fired a shot. This shot was safe. Next, it was Jiang Ran's turn, and Jiang Ran heard the system consume points again. This shot, Jiang Ran was also safe,
The two of them, just like that, went through another round of firing. The atmosphere on site became increasingly silent, increasingly oppressive.
Neither of them spoke at the moment.
Before the start of a new round, the clown directly took the revolver, pushed open the cylinder, and clearly saw the bullet inside the cylinder.
Chamber a blank.
Then, he placed the revolver on the gambling table and met Jiang Ran's gaze.
Both of them were in an extremely awkward situation. First, Jiang Ran thought the clown cheated. But he didn't know how the clown cheated. Without concrete evidence. And he was afraid that if he accused the clown of cheating, the clown would become desperate and directly attack him. Then there was the clown. He was also very sure that Jiang Ran cheated. But like Jiang Ran, he also couldn't figure out how Jiang Ran cheated. Because Jiang Ran only placed his hand on the trigger, without even moving. As a result, the bullet instantly transferred from that chamber and immediately appeared in the next chamber. Like magic. It wasn't like his method of pulling the trigger at different angles, where the bullet would naturally slide from its original chamber to another. So, what to do about this? Should he directly stand up and say Jiang Ran cheated? Just like Wang Tao last time? But last time with Wang Tao, he actually saw Wang Tao's cheating method. Wang Tao's cheating method was too clumsy, after all, he wasn't a professional. But this time, he could be sure Jiang Ran cheated. But if he were to stand up and say, "You cheated," and Jiang Ran asked him, "Show me the evidence, how did I cheat?" What would he do? Because he couldn't figure out the cheating method. He didn't know how to replicate it. Therefore, a perverted serial killer was stuck here. So, he felt there was still another problem now. Jiang Ran opposite him must have also realized he cheated, right? But probably like him, he didn't know his cheating method. No evidence. After all, in this game of life and death, the cylinder had already spun 2 rounds, and as a result, for 2 rounds, neither of them was hurt. It clearly indicated that both of them had a problem. Perverted serial killers like these all have their own killing preferences and rules. Or their killing targets, unique killing methods, and so on. Therefore, it's very much like certain rule-based or horror novels. The ghosts and other entities that appear in them all have their own unique killing rules and patterns. If you don't trigger them, you'll be fine, these ghostly things will strictly adhere to them. But humans are not, there is still a fundamental difference between humans and ghosts. Humans are not beings who will strictly adhere to their killing preferences and rules. Please remember, these perverted serial killers are all human, with their own unique thoughts and minds. And people are different from each other. Some perverted serial killers, indeed, will strictly adhere, otherwise, doing something that doesn't fit their nature always feels imperfect and makes them uncomfortable. But some can also make exceptions. Take the clown, for example. He recalled how he had murdered his female apprentice's wife, who had emptied his house and taken all his money. He also recalled the male apprentice he loved and also murdered. Killing them back then wasn't like now, playing some game of life and death with them. It was direct revenge killing. Wait. By the way, why did he now like to play some game of life and death with the people he was about to kill? It seemed he really enjoyed the process? Watching these people's various emotional reactions before death? That's right, that's it. What game of life and death? Whoever wins lives? This was just a huge lie. He just liked to control and toy with the fate of life and death of the person opposite him. Giving the other party hope of life, yet forcibly extinguishing it. No matter who was the final winner of the game of life and death, the other person would definitely die. Not himself. Since the game of life and death had now fallen into an endless stalemate. Then he might as well be direct, stop playing, and just act. Personality reappearance. At this moment, Jiang Ran noticed the clown, who was sitting in the dealer's position at the gambling table, suddenly stood up. Jiang Ran was also very vigilant, staring intently at him, fearing he would pull some trick. The clown smiled, "Don't be nervous, I'm just a bit thirsty, going to get a bottle of water."
After the clown stood up, as expected, he left the gambling table, still under Jiang Ran's gaze.
He went to the open kitchen.
He squatted down, and in less than 10 seconds. When he stood up again, his left hand held a 600 milliliters bottle of mineral water. His right hand held a bag of disposable paper cups. The clown returned to the dealer's position at the gambling table. He pulled out 2 paper cups and placed one in front of himself and one in front of Jiang Ran. Then, he opened the bottle of mineral water, preparing to first fill his own cup, then Jiang Ran's.
Jiang Ran watched, realizing the clown didn't seem to be playing any tricks.
The bottle of mineral water was also unopened, he saw it very clearly. Of course, even if the other party wasn't playing tricks, he wouldn't drink the water the clown poured. The clown finished pouring water for himself, then immediately began to pour water into the paper cup in front of Jiang Ran. As the rim of the cup hovered above the paper cup in front of Jiang Ran, the clown's right hand, holding the mineral water bottle, suddenly exerted force. Immediately, the water that should have fallen into the paper cup instead sprayed entirely onto Jiang Ran's body. Sprayed with water, Jiang Ran instinctively stood up and backed away, and at this moment, a black object suddenly appeared in the clown's left hand,
which he thrust towards Jiang Ran's chest.
It turned out that pouring water was just a feint, the real purpose was to splash water on Jiang Ran to distract him, allowing the clown to strike. The thrust was very fast.
By the time Jiang Ran noticed it, it was too late to dodge, so he could only use his right hand to block it. However, as soon as he blocked it in front of his chest, he regretted it. The sharp pain from his right hand was unbearable. So painful, so numb, the moment that object struck his hand, he felt his entire hand and arm lose all strength, trembling uncontrollably, losing control. Only then did Jiang Ran realize that what the clown held was not a fruit knife, but a taser. The taser, after striking Jiang Ran's right hand, did not stop but continued to discharge electricity. This resulted in Jiang Ran collapsing directly to the ground a few seconds later. His entire body was convulsing and trembling. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's eyes were still open. He radiated intense hatred and unwillingness, mumbling incoherently, "You are so despicable. You didn't follow the rules of the game. You attacked suddenly." The clown stepped over the gambling table and came to Jiang Ran's side. Seeing Jiang Ran's eyes still open, as if he was saying something, but he didn't hear clearly. Anyway, it didn't matter, he immediately gave Jiang Ran another continuous electric shock from his waist. This time, Jiang Ran even closed his eyes and completely fainted. It's really effective, this Wang Tao's taser. He examined the black taser in his hand, which was indeed Wang Tao's confiscated taser. The clown found the taser amusing, so he gave the already unconscious Jiang Ran a few more shocks, making Jiang Ran's body twitch. Seeing that Jiang Ran was truly and completely unconscious, the clown stood up and walked towards the bedroom, preparing for the next step. The next step was also simple: tie Jiang Ran to a chair. Then wait for him to wake up and end his life with a drill. The clown went into the bedroom to get his tools. Poor fellow, just like the kite killer Wang Millie back then, he had no idea what he was about to face. Ding! Detected host suffered electric shock damage, consuming 500 points. Repairing. Ding! Detected host facing life-threatening danger, consuming 1000 points. Awakening other personalities. Ding! Personality has been awakened. At this moment, the system's cold mechanical voice appeared. And after the system's mechanical voice faded, Jiang Ran, who had been lying on the ground unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he supported himself against the wall and slowly stood up. After standing up, he stretched his limbs and surveyed the surroundings. After surveying, he sat back down in the gambler's seat at the gambling table where the main personality Jiang Ran had been sitting. At this moment, Jiang Ran's expression was cold, without a hint of a smile on his face. After he sat down, his right hand gripped the cup full of water on the clown's side of the table. He brought it over and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he placed the paper cup on the gambling table, then pressed his right thumb and middle finger together, aimed at the paper cup on the table, and flicked it hard. The flick was very powerful, sending the paper cup flying onto the balcony floor with a bang. Jiang Ran, seeing this scene, turned his head and murmured in a voice only he could hear. This body after transmigration is really too inferior compared to my Earth body. At this very moment, the clown, with a wide smile on his face, was in the bedroom getting ropes and a drill. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and his entire body froze. He stopped getting the ropes and drill. Instead, he gripped the taser he had just placed on the bedroom bed and walked out of the bedroom. After leaving the bedroom, he saw Jiang Ran by the living room gambling table, looking towards him. When Jiang Ran saw the clown emerge, he said coldly, "Your ears are quite sharp. I originally just wanted to test you with the paper cup, but I didn't expect you to actually hear it." The clown noticed that one of the 2 paper cups on the gambling table was missing. He searched left and right and saw it on the tiled floor of the balcony. He rarely frowned. He wondered if this taser was too weak. Or was Jiang Ran too resistant to electricity? How could he wake up so quickly? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He's already awake, so dwelling on such questions is useless. At this moment, you, clown, have no rules in how you conduct yourself. We agreed on a death gamble, whoever loses forfeits their life, and the death gamble wasn't even over when you made a sneak attack. Jiang Ran's cold gaze seemed to drop the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The clown resumed his loud laughter. "That's because you cheated." The clown used cheating as an excuse. Anyway, he had already broken the game, so whether or not he could discern Jiang Ran's cheating method was no longer important. Jiang Ran sneered, "And you didn't cheat?" The clown laughed loudly. "No, I didn't cheat." Indeed, there was another point: the clown genuinely believed he hadn't cheated from beginning to end. Because his actions were playing dirty. If you ask, isn't playing dirty cheating? Who said so? Cheating is 2 characters, playing dirty is 3 characters. The clown was essentially playing a word game. I'm playing dirty, not cheating. It was the same with Wang Tao last time. He claimed from start to finish that he hadn't cheated. Because he was playing dirty. Say whatever you want, I'm too lazy to argue with you here. Jiang Ran stood up at this moment, stretching his muscles and bones, seemingly preparing to act. He had no intention of continuing to babble with the clown. He was ready to directly finish off this clown. Seeing this, the taser in the clown's right hand continuously crackled with blue electric light, seemingly very confident in the upcoming fight. After Jiang Ran had warmed up, he approached the clown step by step. When he was still over a meter away, the clown also moved. His figure was swift, and his right hand was incredibly fast, the taser aiming directly for Jiang Ran's heart. This attack was countless times faster than the previous attack on the main personality Jiang Ran. But even with this countless times faster movement, when the taser was still 10 centimeters from Jiang Ran's heart, the clown's wrist was firmly clamped by Jiang Ran's left hand. No matter how hard the clown struggled, his right hand could not break free from Jiang Ran's left hand. Too slow, too little strength. If you were one of those ghostly clowns from horror movies, I definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to you, since you wouldn't even be human anymore. Unfortunately, you're not one of those ghostly clowns, you're just a human. As long as it's a human, I've never been afraid. Jiang Ran said coldly. Brother and younger brother. Is that so? Then what about this? Just when the clown seemed to have run out of tricks, his mouth suddenly spewed out a large amount of white paper confetti, like snowflakes, towards Jiang Ran. Just like when he sprayed Wang Tao, the purpose was to obstruct the opponent's vision, making it easier to strike. If someone were observing from a third-person perspective, or from Jiang Ran and the clown's first-person perspective, they would notice. The snowflake-like white paper confetti was truly dense, even more exaggerated than a heavy snowfall. It was impossible to see what was ahead. It was also at this moment that the clown kicked forward, aiming for Jiang Ran's position in his memory. This kick landed squarely on Jiang Ran's chest. He was sure he had hit him.
The clown was overjoyed, but in the next second, as he pulled his leg back, he found that his right hand, which had been clamped, was still firmly held. When the large amount of white confetti finally fell to the ground, he found that Jiang Ran was still standing in his original spot, expressionless, and had not fallen like Wang touted earlier. At the same time, he was approaching him step by step. Immediately, Jiang Ran punched him in the face. With that punch, the clown was knocked to the ground. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain. At the same time, he could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. What was even more terrifying was that this mouthful of blood was mixed with a few white teeth. It showed how powerful and heavy that punch was. Completely, no match at all. Looking at the blood he had spat on the ground, especially those few teeth, the clown opened his mouth wide and let out a tragic laugh. Looking at the clown on the ground, Jiang Ran said coldly, "This is all your own doing." Yes, it was all the clown's own doing. If the clown had truly abided by the rules of the life or death game he set up, the winner lives, the loser dies. If it's a draw, Xiaohua's boyfriend both live. Although Xiaohua's boyfriend both cheated, neither side had concrete evidence. Therefore, it could completely be considered a draw. In that case, the clown would let the main personality, Jiang Ran, go, and everything would be fine. But this clown refused. He courted death, sending away the kind main personality and ushering in the cold, capable sub-personality. My own doing? Perhaps. Being hit by that punch of yours, it actually reminded me of an old story. Wiping the blood from his mouth with his right hand, the clown slowly stood up and recounted. That fortune teller I found back then, besides telling my fortune and saying I had a bad fate, also said I would have a bloody disaster when I was 35, and told me to be careful. I'm exactly 35 this year, and I didn't expect to actually encounter a bloody disaster. The clown was laughing hysterically. He laughed and asked, Jiang Ran, speaking of which, I really can't beat you. How do you plan to deal with me? Kill me directly? If you're going to kill me, use my electric drill. At this moment, the clown found Jiang Ran very strange. He hadn't moved and was just standing there. He sneered mockingly, could it be, Jiang Ran, that you've never killed anyone before? It was at this moment that he turned and ran towards the bedroom, and in the blink of an eye, he darted into the bedroom and, with a click, closed and locked the bedroom door. Jiang Ran still stood motionless in his original spot. Yes, his body didn't move, but that didn't mean his face didn't. At this moment, his facial expression kept changing between two looks, cold and cute. Cute, brother, let me out. I want to come out and play. I want to play with that clown. Cold, no, he's hiding in the bedroom now. We'll talk after I break down the bedroom door. Cute, no. I want to come out now. I'll handle it myself. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the coldness completely disappeared from Jiang Ran's face, replaced by the cute expression of a child. Besides keeping a perpetually adorable, smiling face. Currently, he was also happily hopping and skipping, gesticulating wildly. His little fists were waving. If anyone were there, they would absolutely think that the adult Jiang Ran was now a child. La 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 la. Drop. Ah, drop. Ah. Drop the handkerchief. Gently drop it behind a friend. Jiang Ran was currently singing a very popular song, his voice a grown man's voice feigning a child's. As he sang, he searched everywhere in the clown's house, rummaging through everything. It was unclear what he was looking for. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, the clown frantically rinsed his mouth with several bottles of mineral water he kept in the bedroom, and once there was no more bloody taste in his mouth. His eyes gradually sharpened, and the trace of a wide smile returned to his lips. He found an extension cord, plugged it into the electric drill, and then shook his head wildly. Come on. Come on. Let's see if I'll die here today? Will it be like that old fortune teller said, that a person's life is set from birth?
About 10 minutes passed. Jiang Ran began to knock on the bedroom door. Open the door. Clown. I want to play a game with you.
The voice was still the feigned child's voice. The clown inside the bedroom remained unmoved. He had no intention of opening the door. It seemed he was preparing to have a final life or death struggle with Jiang Ran using the electric drill.
Once Jiang Ran broke down the door.
Outside the door, Jiang Ran, seeing that the clown inside wouldn't open the door, continued to knock for a while in a childish voice. Still no opening of the door, which made Jiang Ran a little angry, and he pouted, not cute at all. Turning his head, Jiang Ran picked up a red fire axe from the floor. He had just found this fire axe while rummaging through things. Holding the fire axe, Jiang Ran aimed at the upper half of the bedroom door. He brought the axe down with a sudden swing. This axe strike startled the clown inside the bedroom.
Until now, the clown hadn't realized one thing.
The previous revolver roulette game was not a life or death game at all. His and Jiang Ran's encounter from the very beginning was the start of a life or death game. Either he killed Jiang Ran, or Jiang Ran killed him. That was the real life or death game. Similarly, it was the same for the clown and those who had previously died tragically at his hands, such as Wang Tao. Playing the paper-touching game in the cardboard box with Wang Tao was just one part of the life or death game. It wasn't the life or death game itself. It was just the paper-touching game that the clown thought was the life or death game. And in this true life or death game with Jiang Ran, originally, he was the dominant party, the predator. Now, Jiang Ran was the dominant party, Jiang Ran was the predator. Cheng Yaojin conquered the world with his 3 signature axe moves, and Jiang Ran was pretty much the same. After 3 chops to the upper half of the bedroom door, a very large opening was cut out. The clown was now sitting on the bedroom bed, holding the electric drill. His palms were constantly sweating, making the drill handle sticky. He exhaled softly, staring intently at the large opening that Jiang Ran had chopped. Then, suddenly, an eye appeared outside that large opening. That eye was using the large opening to look inside the room. The eye kept rolling left and right, darting around. It seemed to have found its target, and the eye fixed in its socket. Hee, cute clown, I found you. This eerie, childish voice came from outside the door. Immediately after, the clown saw that the eye was gone from the large opening, replaced by a dark, hollow object. What is that? A gun barrel? My revolver? The identities are reversed. Who is the guinea pig? Jiang Ran shoved the muzzle of the revolver into the large opening, aiming at the clown sitting on the bed. He pulled the trigger directly. Bang! It was loud. The moment the shot rang out, the clown rolled to the side. He was lucky, he dodged the bullet. Of course, because it was only a blank and not fired close to the temple, at such a distance, even if it hit his body, it wouldn't cause much damage. But even so, no one wanted to be shot. Missed, how boring. Through the large opening, Jiang Ran's eyes disappeared again, and it was unclear what new trouble he would stir up when he reappeared. Fortunately, I only exchanged my special privilege for 1 revolver and 3 blanks. The revolver and 3 blanks were exchanged from the apartment's organizers using his own special privilege. 3 had been used long ago, 2 already, and this was the last one, which had also been used. Fortunately, he hadn't exchanged for a large number of live rounds back then, otherwise, he would be the unlucky one today. However, he was still worried, not knowing what this Jiang Ran would do next. After all, he had many things in his house. And this Jiang Ran, why do I feel like he's a psychopath? How can he change so much in a short time? The clown hugged his head at that moment. Recalling the initial Jiang Ran. He was just an ordinary person. But after he was stunned by electricity, and still managed to wake up. He actually felt at that time that this Jiang Ran was very different from the previous Jiang Ran in terms of temperament, words, and actions, not like the same person. Now, he had changed again. Like he had turned into a child. Outwardly, he was the adult Jiang Ran, but inwardly, he was a child, a devil child. Just as the clown was thinking this, he heard some movement outside the door,
the bedroom door kept rattling. He gripped the electric drill, not knowing what Jiang Ran was doing outside. But soon, he discovered that a rubber hose was inserted through the large opening in the upper half of the bedroom door. While he was still puzzled, a large amount of water suddenly gushed out of the rubber hose. It kept gurgling and pouring water into the room. While pouring water, there was also a sound from outside the door. "Clown, shall we go swimming? Swimming is so much fun." Immediately after, a song started playing. "They threw poop at me, I made egg tarts with poop. They threw eggs at me. I made egg fried rice with eggs." The clown listened to the song, looked at the scene before him, and his eye twitching violently. He thought the Jiang Ran outside wanted to drown him? What a joke! First of all, the bedroom door wasn't sealed. Hey, wait! The clown stared intently at the door, seeing the water flow past and then being blocked by something remaining in the room. He suddenly understood what Jiang Ran had been doing outside, making the doorframe rattle. He didn't know what he had used to seal the gaps in the door. But even so, it still wouldn't drown him. There was a window in his room. So, he couldn't figure out what Jiang Ran wanted to do. Therefore, he remained still, only moving his electric drill and extension cord from a wall socket below to a wall socket closer to the ceiling, and then he sat on the bed, waiting for the water to spread. Soon, the water rose to within a dozen centimeters of the window. The clown was now sitting on a chair on the bed, and the water had already covered his bed. At this time, the clown also noticed that the rubber hose in the large opening had been removed. Up to this point, the clown still didn't understand Jiang Ran's actions. But it wasn't until later, when he saw a thick, clearly cut electric wire inserted into the large opening and then directly into the sink in the bedroom. The clown instantly understood the purpose of this guy's actions, and quickly pulled his feet out of the water, sitting cross-legged on the chair. Water conducts electricity. Although he wasn't sure what voltage the wire was. But the clown didn't dare to try. Maybe trying would lead to his demise. It was only now that he understood how malicious the Jiang Ran outside was. More malicious than him. When he killed people, he directly drilled their hearts with an electric drill, giving them a quick end. But the Jiang Ran opposite him was using such a soft knife, tormenting people with one cut after another. He was now trapped in this bedroom. He couldn't get out anywhere. Outside the bedroom, after doing all this, Jiang Ran found a lock in the clown's room and locked the bedroom door. Then, he carried the red fire axe, came to the gambling table, and sat down obediently. Of course, sitting down also meant pulling out his phone. The main personality Jiang Ran's phone didn't have any games. But the current Jiang Ran, after discovering there were no games on the phone, downloaded a 4398 game box, searched for games, and downloaded games. And while waiting for the download, he also found a charger in the clown's house. At the same time, he kept observing the situation in the direction of the bedroom. It seemed he was preparing for a prolonged battle. At present, in the live stream. Since Jiang Ran and the clown finally met, the number of viewers in the live stream had been growing wildly like a virus. The kind that just couldn't stop. Especially now, the roles of the clown and Jiang Ran seemed to have swapped. The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 390,000. The extremely rich young master said at this time, "Are there any psychiatrists or hospital owners in the live stream? I know Jiang Ran has multiple personalities, with many other personalities inside him. But what's going on now? Are there familial relationships like brothers within other personalities? Shouldn't each personality be an independent individual?" The extremely rich young master was referring to the previous Jiang Ran, who seemed very cold and occupied the body, and the current Jiang Ran, who was like a child. The rapid changes in these two Jiang Ran's expressions and their words were clearly heard and seen by everyone watching the live stream. The middle-aged uncle, I just asked a psychiatrist friend of mine, who is the director of a psychiatric hospital, and about my age. I simply asked him about Jiang Ran's situation just now. He replied to me, meaning that there are indeed personalities with such familial relationships,
but this type is relatively rare, extremely rare.
The extremely rich young master, I learned something new.
The domineering female CEO also jumped out at this time. I also asked a good sister of mine who works in the psychiatric department of a hospital.
And her answer is completely different from yours, middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle, different? How is it different? What did your good sister say?
The domineering female CEO, she said this is a typical secondary personality split from a main personality, and this secondary personality has gone mentally awry. I just asked her if there are any examples of personalities with familial relationships being able to switch bodies and communicate face to face. She said such a thing simply doesn't exist. She has never seen it in all her years of practice. Let alone seen it, she has never even heard of it. After listening, the middle-aged uncle said speechlessly, "Is it possible that your friend's skill level isn't very good? That's why she hasn't seen it or heard of it?" Jiang Ran and the Joker, a head-on confrontation. Domineering female CEO, she's a very famous psychologist nationwide. You're saying her skill isn't good? Middle-aged uncle, being famous nationwide doesn't mean she truly has skill. Even if she does have skill, it's only on a national level. The friend I asked, he has a son who was a psychiatry PhD at a young age, and he studied and worked in the US before returning. His son is a world-class authority in psychiatry. He only replied to me after asking his son. Xiaohua's boyfriend and the middle-aged uncle then started arguing fiercely. Neither believed the other. Fairy sister, alright, you two, stop arguing. There's no need to. Let's just assume these two personalities are related, it's nothing. Don't let it affect watching the livestream. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. The sky was turning dark. Jiang Ran, sitting by the gambling table in the living room of 203, put down his phone. At this moment, his face was filled with rage. Stupid teammates. You screwed me over. If you were next to me, I'd chop off all your heads and kick them like balls. To teach you not to screw me over. After a few curses, he seemed to have let off some steam. Jiang Ran returned to his previous innocent childish smile, holding the red fire axe, and went to the bedroom door. First, he pulled out the electrical wire that had been brought into the room. Then, through the large opening cut by the fire axe, his eyes saw the clown inside the bedroom. The clown was still in his previous posture, sitting cross-legged on a chair placed on the bed. It was clear that he was constantly adjusting his posture, unable to sit still. At this moment, Jiang Ran shouted into the door. Clown, are you still not coming out to play with me? The clown inside the bedroom, when the wire was in the water, had actually dipped a toe in to test it. As soon as he did, a current shot up his toe, and instantly, he felt his entire foot go numb. So, he knew that if Jiang Ran outside didn't remove the wire, he would eventually lose his footing, fall into the water, and either be electrocuted to death or become stupid from the shock. Therefore, during the several hours Jiang Ran was playing games outside, he had thought of 2 points. First, he lived on the second floor, so he could try to use the chair to slowly move to the window and climb down from the second floor window. With his skills, even if he made a mistake, he wouldn't fall to his death. Second, he could try to cross the water and exit through the bedroom door, but exiting through the bedroom door would inevitably lead to an encounter with Jiang Ran. Once they met, it would be a clash where the brave would win. He couldn't decide between these 2 points. Therefore, he had originally planned that if he was still trapped by 6 o'clock, he would leave through the second-floor bedroom window and then make further plans. But now, an opportunity suddenly presented itself. The clown made up his mind. The clown said, I'm willing to come out and play with you. But you need to drain all the water. Jiang Ran outside shouted excitedly, Good, good, good. You wait. Although the clown couldn't see outside the door, he could hear movement. Jiang Ran was probably removing the things that sealed the bedroom door gaps. Jiang Ran, today it's either your death or mine. At this moment, the clown had realized his life or death gamble with Jiang Ran.
Even if he went down from the second floor, only one of them would survive later when he met Jiang Ran.
The difference from directly exiting through the bedroom door now was that the time of the life or death gamble would be postponed. Therefore, he thought it better to decide the outcome now. After the bedroom door's seal was removed, soon, all the water in the entire bedroom leaked out through the gaps around the bedroom door. When most of it had drained, the clown, holding the electric drill, jumped off the bed. He took a few steps, unlocked the bedroom door, and then pulled it open directly. After the bedroom door was pulled open, Jiang Ran, holding the fire axe, stood outside.
Jiang Ran stared happily at the clown. He revealed an innocent childish smile. "Clown, let's play a game together. Let's play the life or death game you played with the main personality before." However, Jiang Ran's expression suddenly changed at this moment. The innocent childish smile transformed into an extremely evil and sinister smile. "Our life or death game isn't a revolver roulette, it's a real person combat PK. Whoever loses will have their head smashed." After he finished speaking, without even asking if the clown agreed, Jiang Ran swung the axe at the clown. If the clown had a similar fire axe or a chainsaw, he could fight back, but he only had an electric drill. Facing the wide, sweeping fire axe, he was completely powerless to resist. He could only retreat backward. As he retreated, the fire axe slammed heavily onto the tiled floor where he had just been standing. Instantly, that tile was split into pieces. The clown was, after all, a clown, a perverted serial killer. Experienced, he took advantage of this moment and drilled straight forward with the electric drill. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ran now had to face the situation by dodging the electric drill backward, left, or right. But he didn't. He just stood there, letting the electric drill bore directly into his left upper arm. Instantly, a spray of fresh blood erupted from the drilled area. A sizzling sound of metal grinding against bone, like the music of the heavens. The clown was stunned at this sight. Although his movements were fast, he didn't think his electric drill could actually hit Jiang Ran, because the electric drill was too short and small. Compared to a chainsaw or fire axe, it required close proximity. It was very difficult to hit a moving target. Therefore, when it suddenly hit, he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. It should be happiness, right? He thought to himself that he had at least gained the first move. He had injured Jiang Ran first. But, immediately, he no longer thought so. Jiang Ran, after being drilled in his left upper arm, did not show any expression of pain or agony. Instead, he was laughing heartily. He gripped the wooden handle of the fire axe tightly with both hands. Because he had previously swung at the clown, the axe blade was now facing himself on the floor. The back of the axe, which resembled a hammer, was aimed at the clown. And so, with the two of them very close, Jiang Ran suddenly exerted force with both hands, completely disregarding the electric drill still boring into his left arm, and forcefully swung the fire axe upward. The back of the axe landed heavily on the clown's crotch. Male comrades should all know this feeling well. That area, when flicked hard with a finger, the intense sensation is indescribable. And the clown was now hit by the back of the fire axe, that metal object, and it was hit with force. This was no longer something that could be described as intense sensation or pain. The clown's current suffering could be summed up in 4 words, indescribable. If described in one more sentence, it would be: it directly rendered the clown, this perverted serial killer, incapacitated. A pain as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. This shows how powerful this blow was, equivalent to an instant kill. Who is the guinea pig? Who is the perverted criminal? That thing of the clown's should be completely ruined. It was directly smashed to pieces by an external force, a backaxe blow. He was on the ground, covering his crotch with both hands, rolling left and right, screaming continuously. His whole body was twitching, and his face was distorted to the extreme, as if countless earthworms were frantically crawling under his skin. Especially the speed and quantity of sweat on his face were faster and more than what marathon running would produce. Ah ha 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 ha. Human happiness is always built on the suffering of others.
The clown was now in extreme pain, while Jiang Ran was in extreme joy. He directly pulled out the electric drill that had penetrated his upper left arm, completely disregarding the intense pain of pulling it out, even though the drill was tightly stuck to his flesh, blood, and bones. After he pulled it out, blood gushed out of the bloody hole in his upper left arm. A lot of this blood splattered onto Jiang Ran's face, adding countless dark humor to his laughing expression.
Ha ha ha, fun. Fun. So interesting.
Jiang Ran continued to laugh loudly, especially when he imitated the clown's belly laugh.
He seemed to be too tired from laughing.
Jiang Ran stopped laughing and reverted to a pure, childlike smile.
Clown, next, let's end the game. Let me end the game directly. Clown boss. Accept your death.
Jiang Ran, at this moment, picked up the fire axe from the ground and stood beside the clown, who was lying on the ground. The intense pain from the clown's lower body still made him grimace, covering his crotch with both hands and rolling back and forth, even though he saw Jiang Ran, this death god, already standing beside him. He wanted to resist, but the heartbreaking pain from his lower body directly rendered him powerless, making him lose his combat ability. It was also because of this that he knew this was his bloody disaster, and he was going to die in this bloody disaster. He was really going to die. He was going to leave this world. I'm not reconciled. I'm really not reconciled. Before his death, the clown was not afraid of death, just unreconciled. Because he finally mastered the death fate of others, but still could not control his own fate. Suddenly, he recalled what those people he killed were thinking in their minds just before they died. The clown's gaze was dull. As Jiang Ran's fire axe swung towards his abdomen, what he suddenly thought of in his mind was actually the female apprentice he married. After all, that female apprentice he married, to be frank, was his first love. As deep as his love was then, so deep was his hatred later. As the fire axe struck the clown's abdomen, the clown endured the extreme pain and shouted his last words. It's all her fault. She ruined me. She made me into this ghost-like state. If she hadn't absconded with the money and moved away, abandoned me, how would I have become like this? When looking for a wife, one must find a virtuous one. No one would have expected it. A dignified perverted serial killer, not counting before moving into the apartment. Just after moving into the apartment, over a dozen lives died by his hand. This kind of serial killer, whose name alone would strike fear into people's hearts. His last words were actually completely unlike what a serial killer should say. When looking for a wife, one must find a virtuous one. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would believe it? Thump! Hit the boss! Hit the boss! Jiang Ran was now also like a madman, vigorously chopping the clown below with the fire axe. Abdomen, thighs, calves, head. The speed was very fast, each blow bringing up countless blood, shattered flesh, and white bones. One strike after another. The clown's corpse had become unbearable to look at, describable as gruesome. It was almost turning into meat paste. But Jiang Ran still didn't stop. This scene was truly shocking. He seemed to be tired from chopping. Facing the bedroom ceiling, the fire axe in his right hand dropped to the floor with a clatter. Jiang Ran's head was slightly bent upwards, and he kept laughing incessantly with a hee-hee-hee sound. Live stream room. A dead silence. To be honest. In the live stream room, whether they liked to comment or liked to lurk. Regardless of new or old live stream users. They had seen these perverted criminals, perverted serial killers in the apartment, slaughtering Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice. They had also seen some truly powerful Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, counter-kill these perverted criminals, perverted serial killers. But they had never seen Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, slaughter perverted criminals, perverted serial killers. Yes, they really hadn't seen it. It was too rare. The time when Little Q and the two others fought the Dogman, although it was also very bloody, it was actually a normal fight, and it was 3 against 1.
And it wasn't as cruel as this time. Last time, the three stopped as soon as they knew the dogman was dead. The dogman still had a complete corpse. But this time, the clown was completely chopped into meat paste. The middle-aged uncle was stunned by these scenes for a long time before typing. I've seen Jiang Ran's other personalities a few times now. The first one was against the 301 old man. I felt that personality was quite evil, but in the end, it surprised me. After the fight, he even called 120 for the old man, so I feel his nature isn't too bad. The second one, against the kite killer Wang Nuli, the Nuja, this servant personality, looked decisive and ruthless, but in the end, it was tantamount to letting Wang Nuli commit suicide, forcing him to jump off the building. He didn't personally act. This third one is purely a pervert, just like those old residents in the apartment. So disgusting, the clown doesn't even have a human form anymore. Damn, if you didn't know, you'd think the clown was a Xiao Bai Shu, little white mice, and Jiang Ran was a perverted criminal, a perverted serial killer. The domineering female CEO, oh dear, who's to say it isn't true? I suspect that the organizers, when they randomly held a lottery and brought in Jiang Ran, didn't even expect that their unintentional act would bring in such a perverted thing. Fairy sister, maybe Jiang Ran can break the highest record of 3 rounds. Little dragon girl, it's not maybe, I feel he definitely can break it. This guy is too invincible, especially since each sub-personality is not to be trifled with, and as soon as the main personality has an issue, a sub-personality comes out. A group of people in the live stream room were all shocked by this personality of Jiang Ran and discussed it endlessly. At this moment, the extremely rich young master jumped out. Hey! Don't forget! This round, besides today, still has 2 full days. And there's Robert, who was brought over by the Diamond Bachelor using his special privileges. That's one of the world's top 10 serial killers. Surviving this ordeal. That's when he's truly strong. Many people suddenly realized, oh yeah, they almost forgot about Robert. This guy is world-class. Next, these people in the live stream room continued to watch the live broadcast. They saw Jiang Ran leave 203, where the clown was. Covered in blood, he had the pure smile of a child on his face. He staggered all the way back to 304. As soon as he returned to 304, just opened the door, and only half of his body was inside, he suddenly fainted and collapsed. Half of his body was outside the door, and half was inside. About half an hour after Jiang Ran left 203. A dozen young and middle-aged men in green work uniforms arrived outside the Alice apartment in a large bus. They all got out of the car, and as they walked from the car to the apartment, each person carried tools and various materials in both hands, including bedroom doors and such. In short, they all looked like renovation supplies.